Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Inside synchronization mode, Youngjun was examining the body of Mimi, the Ca9 baby who was the very first genetically modified baby in the world. Ca9 and RNA fragments wrapped in exosomes were gradually being injected into the lymph nodes and bone marrow in 500 microliter volumes of injection fluid. There were going to be 72 injections over her entire body, and they had to do this again in 2 days. It's a lot for a newborn baby's body to take, but there was no better way. The only way to normalize the CCR5 gene in this baby with a compromised immune system was this. Rosaline focused on the lymph nodes under her chest. The exosomes were binding to the membranes of the cells in the lymph nodes, injecting Ca9 and the RNA complex into the cell. Using exosomes was a good choice. Exosomes were essentially a kind of written communication between cells. They were particularly common in cancer cells, and in this case, Youngjun used them to safely introduce Ca9 into the cell without disrupting the structure. The Ca9, which was now inside the body, searched through all 3 billion bases of DNA as guided by the RNA and found CCR5 in a matter of seconds. Crackle, phosphoric acid and sparks flew as the phosphate backbone of the DNA molecule broke. Now, synchronization mode allowed Youngjun to see phenomena at the atomic level. The tearing of DNA was one of the most serious emergencies for a cell. As such, various intracellular substances began to move and set off alarm bells. Numerous macromolecules such as ATM/ATR, MRE11, and Cu70/80 rushed to the site of the DNA break. They were called macromolecules, but DNA was much larger than that. So from their perspective, looking at DNA breaks was like an architect analyzing a building. The macromolecules began determining the catastrophic cracks in the megastructure of DNA caused by Ca9. The break is in the CCR5 gene. The damage isn't too severe, but both strands of the DNA are broken. They began exchanging signals. And now, they were debating. Some were arguing that they should destroy the building and rebuild it from scratch as the building was worthless now. These people were in charge of apoptosis. On the other hand, some argued that it could be repaired and used with a few extra things. These people were in charge of DNA repair. This cell is a hematopoietic cell, which plays an important role in making blood. There's also only one cut, so we shouldn't destroy it so recklessly. Let's fix it, said P53, a gene. This gene was the macromolecule that had the final say in the cell's fate when DNA was destroyed. Here in the micro world, an order given by P53 was absolute. However, there was still a problem. They needed nucleotides, the building blocks of DNA, and a repair blueprint for the structure. Originally, they would have to look at the structure of another chromosome, which was very distant, and they would also have to bring in nucleotides from far away. But surprisingly, there were several pieces of DNA that were in perfect condition. They came in along with CCR5 when it was destroyed, said nuclease, the macromolecule involved in the processing of DNA's terminal regions. We can take this and put it in, said BRCA, the top expert in repairing DNA breaks. Let's repair it by homology-directed repair, HDR. They placed the floating pieces of DNA on top of the break and sealed it together by gluing the phosphate backbone. It was fascinating to see everything fit perfectly in the break, like the last piece of the puzzle. The DNA, which went into the break like a replacement for a broken part, had slightly different genetic information than the original. Delta 32, along with a few other mutations, had disappeared. The wild-type CCR5 fragment. It was the treatment that Youngjun had put in the exosome with Ca9. It worked. The macromolecules in the DNA damage response center went away, satisfied with the results. The repair of the broken CCR5 wasn't just happening in one cell, but it was happening in all of Mimi's lymph nodes and bone marrow simultaneously. The same thing was occurring in millions of cells. Some of those cells were completely destroyed by P53, which had strict standards, but it was only a few. The immune cells were more than capable of cleaning up the mess. Ugh, I feel nauseous. Youngjun closed his eyes, feeling a little dizzy. Rosaline looked at Youngjun. You've been watching what's happening at the atomic level for too long. It was probably a bit too much to keep up with human cognition. True, this is the longest I've done it. But the treatment itself seems like a success. She still needs a few more injections, but I think we've put out the fire for now. Youngjun took a deep breath and relaxed. Mimi's condition improved dramatically. On the afternoon of the third day after the first injection, Youngjun was at a meeting with the medical team, talking to the doctors. He had brought Alice with him to interpret just in case, but there was no room for her as everyone was speaking in English. Zhang Hao, Mimi's doctor, said, the amount of CD4 T cells has almost reached normal levels. It was one of the most representative indicators of checking for immunity, and until now, Mimi's body had less than 1/10 the amount of normal people. But after just one treatment injection, she had recovered up to almost 90% of a normal person's levels. Her overall production of immune cells had increased dramatically, and her antibodies were working properly. That's good to hear, Youngjun said calmly. There was silence among the medical staff, a mixture of bewilderment and shock. How did you decide on the drug's formulation? Dong Wyman asked. Formulation referred to the formula of a drug that was suitable for administration. To be honest, it wasn't strictly determined because there was no preclinical data. It was determined by comparing the differences in human body weight and the immune system based on the data from the successful rat experiments and finding estimated values in silico experiments, Youngjun said. However, this explanation wasn't enough. The doctors were still in awe. Right now, the Chinese government is being criticized by the international community for Mimi's health problems, said Dong Wyman. Dr. Ryu, if she is cured, the Chinese government is going to promote it heavily. We brought in Dr. Ryu Youngjun and cured this baby, and she is healthy. They're going to say that the government has done its part, making it sound like the Chinese government pushed for this. Please announce it before they do, Dr. Ryu. I will, Youngjun said. It's not just a matter of self-praise, but this clinical trial showed a new milestone in the treatability of genetic diseases, so of course we need to write a medical paper. Dong Wyman smiled. That's a relief. And I'll add both of your names when I write the paper, Youngjun said. Us? Zhang Hao asked in surprise. The first authors will be Jacob and 2 other scientists, and they will be co-authors. I will be the corresponding author. But since you are the ones who conducted this trial, you should be recognized as authors. Thank you, said Dong Wyman. It's an honor to be named in a paper like this, treating a genetic disease that causes immune deficiency with Ca9, Zhang Hao exclaimed. There's a second round of injections this afternoon, Youngjun said. Is it necessary? Dong Wyman asked. It is. We can't cure her with 1 round of injections. The number of T cells will decrease with time. Okay, Dong Wyman said. Her immune system will be stabilized once we do the 3rd round of treatment. Please keep up the good work until then. On the way out of the meeting, Youngjun found Ji Xian in the hallway crouched. Hello. As Youngjun greeted her, she jumped to her feet and bowed. Hello, doctor. I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to greet you when you were doing the procedure before. Did you just come back from testifying at the trial in Korea? She nodded as Alice translated Youngjun's words. Yes. I came here right after the trial. They said my baby was having surgery, so I wanted to see it. Were you uncomfortable or anything when our employees brought you here? Oh, no. Attorney Park took good care of me. Youngjun grinned. That's a relief. I heard my baby is getting better. Is that true? Ji Xian asked. It's probably just as you heard. You can ask Professor Zhang Hao for more details. Okay. Ji Xian took a deep breath, her body trembling. Thank you, she said. Thank you so much. My baby was so sick because I was stupid, but it's all thanks to you. Ms. Ji Xian, Youngjun said. Are you taking Aponoctin? Aponoctin. It's an HIV suppressant. Youngjun bent over to where Ji Xian was sitting. What he picked up was a small pill bag. Aponoctin. Yes, I am. Sorry, I'll throw it away. It's not because of that. Youngjun picked up the wrapper and threw it in the trash. You should switch to Carampia. It has better efficacy, and it's easier on the body in the long run as well. Most importantly, it's very cheap because it's a treatment for the World Health Organization's HIV eradication project. To be exact, it was cheap because Youngjun had developed a production method and revolutionized the unit price. You can take that medication to manage your HIV, then if possible, you should cure it with stem cell therapy. I've heard of that, but they say it's a very expensive procedure. There should be a hospital in Beijing that's participating in the World Health Organization's project as well. If you go there, you'll get a big discount and be able to get the procedure at about 6,000 yuan. 6,000 yuan was equal to about 1,000,000 won. Ji Xian hesitated, fiddling with her dirty skirt. Youngjun figured out that she didn't have that kind of money. She could now cure her HIV, but she couldn't because she didn't have money. I'll look into it. Thank you so much. Ji Xian bowed. Come with me. Mimi is going to have her 2nd round of injections soon, Youngjun said. *****. After the 2nd treatment, Mimi's immune cell levels temporarily increased to 110%. After that, it remained steady around normal levels. By dawn on Saturday morning, the numbers were starting to drop again, but Dong Wyman had goosebumps watching this. It was because it was around the time for the 3rd injection. This is the last procedure. I'll be watching from outside through the monitor, Youngjun said. Dong Wyman, who was starting to feel more confident, began the procedure. He didn't make a single mistake. And when the procedure was completed, around 5 in the evening, Ji Xian came to Zhang Hao's office. Come on in. There were only 2 people in the room, Dong Wyman and Zhang Hao. The procedure went well, and she's stable for now, Dong Wyman said. We did a tissue biopsy when we did the 2nd procedure, and the CCR5 gene came back normal in most of the lymph nodes and bone marrow that we did the procedure on. The mutation rate was around 5%, and now that we've done the 3rd procedure, we're hoping to get it down to 0. Then, she's all better now. We'll observe her for about a week, then transfer her over from the sterile room to a regular room. We'll observe her for another month or so, and if everything is fine, we'll discharge her, Zhang Hao said. Discharge. It was like a dream. Ji Xian bit her lip as she was getting choked up. Where is Dr. Ryu now? I need to thank you. You didn't see him earlier? I think he left Sichuan earlier today, Zhang Hao said. He left. He said that he didn't have much time until he had to return to Korea, and he had to have at least one meeting about the Asian tiger mosquito extinction before he left. Thud. The chair was pushed back noisily as Ji Xian jumped to her feet. See, can I go after him now? She asked. I don't know, but he left right after the procedure. But Oh, speaking of which, we have something to give you, said Zhang Hao to me. This. He held out an envelope. Nov. L. B //JNN. Agent Bio is giving you this through the Chinese health authorities. It's for Mimi's participation in the clinical trial. Ji Xian opened the envelope. It had 2,000 yuan in it. This is the maximum amount the Chinese health authorities can give you for participation in a clinical trial. We would like to give you more given your situation, but the law. It could be ethically problematic if people involved in a clinical trial exchange gifts. Thank you. Ji Xian took the envelope. And this is from an anonymous foreign scientist. Dong Wyman held out another envelope. A foreign scientist? Dr. Ryu. I don't know. It was anonymous. Dong Wyman smiled and shrugged. Ji Xian's hands trembled a little as she took the envelope and opened. It contained a small card. Special Organization of Beijing University International Hospital to Combat AIDS, Hematopoietic Cell Therapy Voucher. The World Health Organization has issued a voucher to receive the procedure to cure HIV before, Dong Wyman said. The anonymous scientist got it from somewhere and gave it to you. Mimi was transferred over to a regular hospital room. And on the second day, nothing went wrong. Her breathing and heart rate was normal, and she ate and slept well. Ji Xian felt elated when she stared at Mimi's tiny face scrunching as she slept, just like she did in the sterile room. Ji Xian sat by the bedside and stared down at Mimi. The health of this mother and daughter was truly remarkable. The mother was a HIV patient, and the daughter had congenital immunodeficiency due to genetic modifications. Immunodeficiency had caused this mother and daughter a great deal of suffering. It's nice to switch into a regular room, right? Asked Zhang Hao, Mimi's doctor, as he stepped into the room. Yes, it's really nice, Ji Xian replied. She smiled and softly rubbed Mimi's forehead. It's been a long journey. Thank you for your hard work, Zhang Hao said to Ji Xian. You, too. Ji Xian bowed towards him. It's almost over now, so don't worry. Doctor, I think I'm going to get the HIV cure, Ji Xian said. Are you going to go to Beijing? Once Mimi is discharged. I have this coupon now. Ji Xian held out and shook the envelope that the anonymous foreign scientist gave her. Take good care of it. It's expensive, Zhang Hao said, chuckling. I'll take good care of it since it's a coupon worth 6,000 yuan, which is a lot of money for me. Ji Xian quickly put the envelope in her bag. If they knew who that originally belonged to, I'm sure wealthy collectors would buy it for 10 times that price. However, Zhang Hao didn't feel the need to say what was on his mind. Mimi should be able to leave in about a month, he said. A month. She could just leave right now as well, but I think it would be better to observe her for a little longer. Yes, we'll do as you say. Thank you so much. What are you going to do after Mimi gets discharged and you cure your HIV? I'm going to breastfeed her, Ji Xian replied instantly like it was already in her head. Great. Zhang Hao nodded like he felt bad for her. Genetic modification, which resulted from a desperate attempt to avoid passing on immunodeficiency, led to another type of immunodeficiency. And there was one more thing that pained Ji Xian, who was constantly blaming herself for being ignorant and stupid. She had yet to breastfeed her own baby. Babies receive their antibodies from the mother through the umbilical cord. After birth, they receive antibodies from the mother through breastfeeding. A newborn baby's immunity is very low, and there are pathogens everywhere that are looking for an opportunity to get to the baby, Zhang Hao said. If you think about it, Ms. Ji Xian, it's really fascinating. Since primitive times, mothers have not only protected their babies from external threats, but also from the invisible micro-world from bacteria and viruses. Hearing Zhang Hao, Ji Xian smiled bitterly. I've heard of that as well, though I couldn't do that. There were 2 reasons why she couldn't. The first was because Mimi was receiving nutrients intravenously to reduce the risk of infection as she was still immunocompromised, and the second reason was because Ji Xian had HIV. In other words, HIV could be transmitted through breastfeeding. If they were both healthy, Ji Xian could have given her antibodies to Mimi to boost her immunity, giving Mimi's body the power to fight off the world's pathogens. But all she could give was HIV and only the virus. When she realized this, she was overwhelmed with a sense of guilt that made her whole world fall apart. It felt like the hand of the devil was grabbing her ankle and dragging her to hell, no matter how hard she tried to escape. A lifetime of poverty and disease, HIV, which had glommed onto her from Jiayang, the blood village in Guangdong, was about to be passed down, like poverty. Doctor, I thought this was my fate, Ji Xian said. I thought my fate was to live poor and sick, pass on my poverty and sickness to my children, then to die of old age. But I found out that maybe that won't happen, that some people are capable of stopping that. For me, it was like magic. It was really shocking. I don't know if it was because I'm uneducated, but to me, it felt like they were God or an angel or something, Ji Xian said. And it just disappeared so quickly as soon as it was cured, so it's like. It feels like a dream. Even thinking of it now, I don't think he was a human being. I'm a professor of medicine, and I've studied quite a bit in my life, but I think that about Dr. Ryu, too, Zhang Hao said with a chuckle. Really? I guess I'm not the only one who feels that. Ji Xian wiped her slightly wet eyes with her old shirt. When Mimi is older, I'm going to send her to school. I didn't get to go, but I'm going to let her study a lot, as much as she wants to. If I don't have enough money for her school, I'll even sell my blood again. There's nothing I can do if she doesn't want to when she grows up, but if it's possible, she said. I want her to be a scientist. Zhang Hao grinned. She will. She has experienced both extremes of science. Zhang Hao came and sat beside Ji Xian. The media has been going crazy over this baby and hurting it, calling her a singularity or a cursed baby and whatnot, but I don't think that, he said. As you also know, this baby was saved by the greatest scientist in the world with the best technology. What this baby has is a blessing. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jessie, an editor and reporter for Science, a prestigious academic journal, was interviewing some scientists in China. Originally, her reason for being here had nothing to do with Youngjun, it was actually because she had heard that nature had a scoop. She dug into it, and what she found was shocking. Rumors were slowly spreading that China was transplanting organs from executed prisoners into patients without permission, which was what Jessie was originally here to investigate. But after she arrived, she realized that the scoop had changed. All of a sudden, He Jiankui announced the news of a genetically modified baby at the GSC International Conference in Korea. There was also an anthrax attack, but Youngjun stopped it and came to China. Then, the most unimaginable things began happening, one by one, in a short period of time. First, Agenbio sued Atmix for $10 billion and crushed them. Then, a few days ago, He Jiankui was sentenced to death. After that, West China Hospital in Sichuan announced a possible cure for Mimi, the genetically modified baby. And today, a stunning paper was published on bioarXiv, the bioarchive. The paper's first authors were Jacob, Clay, Wang Zubing, the second author was Zhang Hao, the third author was Dong Wyman, and the corresponding author was Youngjun. Zhang Hao and Dong Wyman were from West China Hospital, but the rest of them were from Agenbio. Jacob, Clay, and Wang Zubing were young scientists in their 20s and 30s, but they had written an incredible paper. Although, I think they had a boost from the corresponding author. Jessie was mused as she read the paper that was published in the bioarchive. The reason why Jacob submitted this paper to the bioarchive first before submitting it to Science was probably part of Youngjun's plan to get a jump on it before the Chinese government could use it politically. But I'm a little disappointed that a paper of this magnitude wasn't first released by Science. Actually, Jessie had tried incredibly hard to meet with Youngjun in China, but all her attempts had failed. It was because Youngjun was so busy, and he was jumping all over China, from Beijing to Sichuan. I contacted his secretary's office at Agenbio to get his schedule, but even she didn't know his schedule n/o/vel/b/c/n.c//om. Jessie recalled something that happened the other day. We don't know either. He's so busy in China that his plans change daily. He calls me on the day of to let me know of his schedule. That was what Jessie had heard from Secretary Yu Songmi, who sounded like she was going to cry. Jessie could roughly figure out what was going on. It was understandable, as Youngjun's insane schedule consisted of pushing for the death sentence as He Jiankui's punishment, destroying Atmix, and curing genetically modified babies. But I got him now. I'm finally at West China Hospital. Jessie clenched her fists. The paper was released yesterday, and the announcement of possibly curing the baby came out the day before, so he must still be here, right? Jessie? Samuel, the chief editor for Science, called her. Yes. We got a hold of Dr. Ryu? He's going to do the interview. I talked to him myself. Go do the interview. Hurry. Ouch. My ears hurt. Talk slower. You can't let nature beat you. Don't worry. I'm already at West China Hospital. Why are you in Sichuan? Because Dr. Ryu was here until the other day. They said he was doing some research. He's in Guangdong now. Ah, crap. He's having a meeting about the mosquito extinction project. He's testing it on 2 islands in Guangdong. He really is roaming around China like a runaway train. The people in his office are going to cry. What? Nothing. Never mind. Anyway, I have to go to Guangdong, right? Yeah. Get there as soon as possible. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A province in China was a large administrative division, roughly the size of a state in the United States. Guangdong Province was located in the southeastern part of mainland China, and it was the most populated province with a whopping 110 million people. The reason for this was because it was China's largest industrial area, and many people came here to find work. In addition, it was so humid and hot that it stayed around 10 degrees Celsius even in the winter. A large population in such a climate, as one could imagine, it was a perfect breeding ground for mosquitoes. During the height of the dengue epidemic, 30,000 people were infected here. It wasn't that the health authorities were slow or wrong in their response, but it still spread very quickly. It's just that this region itself is vulnerable to mosquitoes, said China's health minister, who came to greet Youngjun himself. 30,000. And this province has had the highest GDP in China for the past 30 years. It's about 10% of China's total GDP, and it's close to Russia's total GDP as well. That's impressive. The health authorities are always keeping an eye on it because that's the kind of place this is. Guangdong was China's most important economic core. And with this population and climate, once a mosquito-borne disease broke out, it would spread like wildfire. If the health authorities hesitated in their response, even a little, it would spiral out of control. And because of its location, it would become a national disaster. I said that I was going to eradicate mosquitoes on the 2 islands in the east of Guangdong, right? Youngjun asked. Yes, you did, the minister replied. Why don't we target all of Guangdong? You want to do the project in all of Guangdong? The minister asked, confused. Yes. For a project like this, we have to do it based on the climate, terrain, the population, and the population density. Even if we do a pilot test in 2 islands and it works, we have to optimize it again if we want to do it in Guangdong. And if we don't do that, there's no point in doing it there in the first place. That island is already deserted, so there's no need to get rid of mosquitoes there. Well, Youngjun had a point. But the problem was whether they should be tampering with the ecosystem on such a large scale when they were just beginning, especially in an important economic hub like Guangdong. The governor of Guangdong might be against it, the minister said. Then we have to convince them. Please help me, Youngjun said. All right. The meeting with the governor is in 2 days in the afternoon, so I'll think about it. Please prepare some data as well, the minister said. But before Youngjun met the governor, he met a guest at the hotel on the morning of the meeting. Nice to meet you. A sharp-looking man in a neat suit held out his business card and introduced himself. My name is Anthony, editor of Nature. Youngjun shook his hand. Nice to meet you. It's really difficult to see you, Dr. Ryu. I'm here to interview you about the genetically modified baby. Sure, since I requested it first. Youngjun had asked his secretary's office to contact Nature and Science as he wanted to do an interview on the treatment of the genetically modified baby. When he asked, Samuel, the chief editor of Science, had picked up the phone himself. I've reserved a small room over there, so should we do it there? Anthony asked. Sure. As Youngjun was about to walk towards the room, bang! The front door of the hotel burst open, and a woman with disheveled hair rushed in. Mr. Ryu. She quickly found Youngjun and walked over. It was Jessie, the editor of Science. Phew. I barely caught up with you. You asked us for an interview, right? Yes. The editor from Nature is here as well, so should we do it together? Thank you. Jessie let out a sigh of relief that she didn't miss him. Youngjun and the 2 editors went to the small conference room. I could have gathered a bunch of reporters and made a big deal out of it, but I only asked the 2 academic journals because I didn't want it to be politicized, Youngjun said. But at the same time, I want it to be known by the public. Nature and Science are the 2 greatest journals that have captured both the professionalism and popularity of science, and that's why I wanted to do an interview with you. We're honored, Anthony said. This interview will not just be about the genetically modified baby. Today, I'm going to talk about the future of AgenBio along with the mosquito extinction project. At a gas station that was located just before the Hanam Bridge. Could I get a full tank? Park Dong-hyun asked the gas station employee. Babe, isn't it time for us to change cars? The kids are getting pretty big, too, asked Park Dong-hyun's wife. I want to, but we can't afford it now after the monthly mortgage payment on our apartment. Let's keep this one for a few more years. Can't you just sell your company stocks? You said it's really high now, right? If you sell that, we could pay off our mortgage and get a new car. No, it's the price of an apartment right now, but it could be worth an entire building in a few years, Park Dong-hyun said, shocked. You never know. His wife pouted. 100%. Look at what our CEO is doing. In 10 years, he's going to be moving people to Mars. Let's buy it when you get your bonus. ABio has thrown a huge bonus party in the first half of its first year. It was a small company at the time and only had a few employees, but it had made a lot of money. Youngjun gave everyone 1.5 times their annual ARI as a bonus. I haven't seen that kind of money since you went to the life creation department, said his wife. She chuckled as she thought back to Park Dong-hyun's demotion to the life creation department. Haha, good things will happen if you lead a good life. Park Dong-hyun was exiled to the life creation department because he refused to go to strip clubs for company dinners. He was confronted by his department people, saying that he was pretending to be righteous and made them look like the bad guys. It was Park Dong-hyun's mistake to angrily challenge them. After a big fight, Park Dong-hyun was disciplined and transferred to the life creation department. He never got promoted and didn't make much money after that, but his wife never complained. She was actually proud of him. Even when he said he was going to a small venture company called ABio, she listened to his explanation and supported him. Still, it must have been quite an anxious and difficult time. Park Dong-hyun's wife just didn't say anything because she was worried it would hurt his pride. The faded purse his wife was carrying caught his eye. Even when he first made a lot of money at ABio, she was defensive about buying her own clothes and bags. But now, she wanted to get a new car all of a sudden. We're going to use the car for the kids, and you also have to use it for going to work, his wife said. Park Dong-hyun suddenly felt a surge of gratitude for his wife. I'll get a big bonus for the second half of last year. Let's buy it when I get it, Park Dong-hyun said. But there wasn't anything big that happened then, right? And it's also the new year, his wife asked. The payment was delayed by 2 months because we were in the process of merging the company. We decided to settle the payments after the merger was over, Park Dong-hyun explained. When we get that, let's get a new car, and some new clothes and purses for you. She stared at the side of his face. I'll buy you an expensive one. Are you getting a lot? She asked. The life creation team is a founding member of AgenBio. The other scientists have done a lot as well, but we're pretty special since we made a lot of progress in developing artificial organs and organoids. I hope you get a lot. I heard about it from Dr. Chun, so I have an idea of the amount, but I'm sure it's far beyond your imagination. However, Park Dong-hyun stayed silent and swallowed his words. Meanwhile, Youngjun's interview with Nature and Science was on the radio. Reconstructing targeted genes in lymph nodes and bone marrow using Ca9 showed us that we have the potential to treat genetic diseases that occur after embryogenesis. Although, we can only target genetic diseases related to immunity for now because there are a whopping 37 trillion cells in the human body. If we expand the target to organs related to specific diseases, we'll definitely be able to treat other types of diseases. Dr. Ryu is amazing. I don't know much about biology or medicine, but I can tell he's a great person, said Park Dong-hyeon's wife. Yeah, that's why I'm going to stay stuck to him, said Park Joo-hyuk, chuckling. He can move forward because he has someone like you to support him, she said as she squeezed his hand. They looked outside the window at the pile of filters on one side of the gas station. The gas station had collected them, filled with microdust. The filters were stamped with the AB7 logo, which stood for AgenBio Laboratory 7. Would you like to change your filter? Asked the employee who was done refueling his car. Yes, thank you, Park Dong-hyeon replied. It took about a minute to change the filter. Some gas stations, but not this one, had a separate employee who only changed the filter during refueling. It had been 4 days since the running microdust reduction project began. Thanks to the government's active promotion, 70% of the sedans in Seoul were equipped with the filter. Additionally, the concentration of microdust in the air had already decreased by 30%. The risk level of microdust, which was at dangerous levels 4 days ago, had gone down to moderate levels. Kylie Jenner set up a filter refining facility in the factory they bought in advance and hired a lot of employees. However, they couldn't keep up with the manpower required to collect the filters and refine it into fertilizer. Contracts had already been signed to export the filters to China, India, and Russia. They also ended up building several more factories. The Ministry of Environment was quick to use the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy's policy, stating that they would always keep the concentration of microdust in the air below 10 micrograms per cubic meter. Honestly, the ministries weren't really doing anything. It was happening because of what Kylie Jenner was doing. And the man who made it happen was Youngjun. The airport is going to be chaotic when he gets back, said Park Dong-hyeon's wife. But why isn't Mr. Ryu coming back yet? I thought he declared the moratorium and he's done treating the genetically modified baby. Because AgenBio is no longer just a pharmaceutical company. He had an idea of what Youngjun was trying to do in China right now. I'm never going to sell the shares I have, he said. As such, AgenBio is planning to build a 7th lab. Youngjun's interview was still playing on the radio. *****. Even though I put the brakes on the genetic modification of embryos through this moratorium, the ultimate goal is to further advance science, Youngjun said. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. To further advance science. Stem cell technology and genetic modification are both closely tied to bioethics, and there will continue to be friction in the future. If there are more people like Dr. He Jiankui who misuse science in this situation, the scientific community will face more resistance. What kind of resistance? Let's say, for example, that biology reaches an extreme level of advancement and becomes capable of performing a procedure for eternal life. Considering AgenBio's potential, it's not a far-fetched assumption, Youngjun said. However, as with any new technology in the world, the unit price is bound to be high when it first appears. That price difference could transform the economic class divide that exists in capitalist societies into a biological one, where longevity or youthfulness becomes a class that divides human status. The two editors looked surprised. Youngjun added, it may become a class society that is much more direct, powerful, and dangerous than capitalism. Stem cells and Ca9 have brought that fantasy future relatively within reach. If we go past that technological singularity without enough preparation, people who reject that world will resist. Something like that may definitely happen. I am a scientist, and I am a believer in scientism. I think the advancement of science is always good. That is why we put a lot of ethical brakes on our research to prevent something like that from happening. Because AgenBio will continue to research both items more deeply in the future, we mustn't make any more cases like He Jiankui. After the interview, Youngjun finally met Yang Gunyu, the governor of Guangdong province. However, he quickly dismissed Youngjun's project. You cannot eradicate mosquitoes in all of Guangdong. Approving the experiment in our 2 islands was the best we could do, so do your research there. It was a stubborn and firm response. Surprised, the health minister quickly intervened. Hey, Governor Yang. You know how lucky we are to have Dr. Ryu do this project himself. Does Dr. Ryu know about the Great Leap Forward? The governor asked. The Great Leap Forward. As Youngjun tilted his head, puzzled, the governor smiled. You probably don't know because you're young. In the 1950s, China implemented a variety of government policies to advance the country. One of the policies was the 4 Pests campaign, which was to eradicate harmful insects. It was a good idea as it could improve sanitation and living conditions, Yang Gunyu said. The problem was that one of the targets for extermination was sparrows. They were harmful, and they were the farmer's enemy because they ate a significant amount of crops. However, when 200 million sparrows were killed in a year, locusts dominated and ended up eating all the crops. Because of the lack of food, 40 million people starved to death. That's comparable to the population of South Korea right now, 40 million. The environment, the ecosystem, is not something to be tampered with, Dr. Ryu. No matter how much of a genius you are, as long as you're human, you can't keep up with the will of the heavens or nature. Youngjun rubbed his forehead as if he had a headache. It's not like I can tell him that there's someone here who's not human. Wait, the Minister of Health interrupted. He grabbed Governor Yang Gunyu and pulled him to the corner. After there was some distance between them at Youngjun, the minister whispered to him, aside from everything else, what you just said sounds like you're denying our party. Fortunately, the only people here are the three of us and that interpreter girl Dr. Ryu brought, but please be careful of what you say. It doesn't matter. And did I say something that was wrong? Yang Gunyu snapped back. Then, he walked towards Youngjun again. Former Chairman Mao Zedong was a great man who created modern China, Dr. Ryu. I respect and admire him as a Chinese person and a politician, he said. During that period of upheaval, China was divided, and there were civil wars going on all the time. But it was definitely the work of the brilliant former Chairman Mao Zedong that unified the country together to make China. However, Chinese media does not talk about things like former Chairman Mao's great leap forward, even though the majority of Chinese people say that he did more harm than good. Governor, screamed the minister, who was standing behind him. Yang Gunyu waved his hand towards the minister like he was annoyed, then spoke to Youngjun. Do you know why former Chairman Mao Zedong experienced such a colossal failure even though he was a brilliant man? Why? Youngjun asked. It was because he trusted experts too much. Pardon. At the time, there was a Chinese scholar who had a professorship at Caltech. He was such a skilled scientist that he participated in the United States nuclear weapon development. Scientists like him were rare in the world, and for China in the 1950s, he was a human resource even more precious than gold, said Yang Gunyu. His name was Chen Shuxian. Back then, he was a more famous scientist than He Jiankui is right now. Former Chairman Mao Zedong believed everything he said because they had to invest in science if China was to become rich and powerful, and Dr. Chen Shuxian was one of the best scientists in the world. I'm sorry, but you said he participated in the development of nuclear weapons. Then, was he a nuclear physicist? Youngjun asked. That's correct. If you're a nuclear physicist, I think it's obvious that you won't know anything about ecology. That's right, Yang Gunyu said. Then, Rosaline intervened. What the hell is he talking about? I don't know. Youngjun scratched his head in confusion. Yang Gunyu went on. Nevertheless, Dr. Chen Shuxian developed a method of planting rice more densely based on mathematical calculations and submitted it to former Chairman Mao. Naturally, it was a failure. Anyone can do the simple calculation that more seeds per unit area will increase yields, but farmers knew from experience that it won't work. So the crops failed. It was a huge failure. Then, it turned into a huge famine as the Four Pests campaign began as well. It's not that Dr. Chen Shuxian was a bad person. In fact, he was humble, restrained, and honest, and he was well respected by the academic community and the Chinese people, Yang Gunyu said. He lived his whole life in a tiny house that looked like a temple dormitory, refusing when people tried to build him a house. When he made hundreds of millions from his research, he donated it all. He was a true scientist, Dr. Ryu, perhaps even more than you. To be honest, I don't know much about science. I don't even know how different a nuclear physicist is from a biologist. But one thing I can tell you for sure is that even the most scientists can make mistakes, and when you tamper with ecosystems, the result of that mistake is fatal, Yang Gunyu said. Dr. Ryu, I'll allow you to conduct the experiment in the 2 islands in Guangdong, but don't be greedy beyond that. I've been against this project from the beginning. Youngjun could see the health minister swallowing his anger, shaking his fist in the air. There was a moment of tense silence. I see, Youngjun replied calmly. If it's a project you don't want to do, then I don't want to do it in Guangdong either. There's no need to use the islands here, and I'll just do it in another country. Thank you. Youngjun thanked the governor and stood up. As he walked out the door, the Minister of Health hastily grabbed Yang Gunyu's shoulders. What are you doing? Don't you know who he is? Is there anyone in the world who doesn't know Dr. Youngjun these days? Even my youngest son, who is 10 years old, knows that I'm meeting with Dr. Ryu today, Yang Gunyu replied shrugged. Governor, it was the Chinese who asked us to carry out the mosquito eradication project in Guangdong province. Don't you know how big a project this is? Don't you know what kind of economic impact it will have if we succeed in piloting the experiment here first, the industrial and scientific mecca of China, the minister said in frustration. Governor Yang, when this project succeeds here and then spreads to the rest of the world, do you think the people of Guangdong will stand by? Do you think the scientists who worked on this project and learned under Dr. Ryu will stand by idly? In a few years, Guangdong's youths and entrepreneurs will start new businesses in mosquito eradication and play on the world stage. Agenbio will be at the forefront anyway. Of course they will be the best, but damn it, there's a lot of merit to being second. Is mosquito eradication? It's wiping out a whole bunch of mosquito-borne diseases that kill 1 million people each year. I know, and I'm only saying this because it's such a big deal, alright? I am a governor who has a duty to protect the citizens of Guangdong, Yang Gunyu replied firmly. The two glared at each other for a moment. *****. Meanwhile, Youngjun was getting ready to return home. The goal of today's meeting was to just check in to see where the project was headed, but there was no reason for him to stay here anymore now that he knew the governor didn't want the project at all. While he was packing his bags, he got a call from the Minister of Health. Dr. Ryu, are you still at the hotel? Yes. I'm getting ready to return home. I have 3 days until my flight, so I guess I'll travel for a bit. I'm really sorry, Dr. Ryu, This isn't supposed to happen. It's alright, and I haven't ruled out Guangdong yet. If I hear from you before I find a new country for the project, I might do it there. Really? Yes. Is there a reason why you're so sympathetic to our situation? Guangdong is a very vulnerable area for mosquito-borne diseases. It has a very large population, and if an epidemic breaks out, it will be very difficult to control n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. It's for humanitarian reasons. That's right, but there's no reason to change Agenbio's schedule in order to do it here. Once we decide on a new country, it'll be hard to change it. You don't have much time to convince the minister. Phew. Alright, thank you. Youngjun, who was done packing, sat down on the bed. His trip to China was over. He had sent He Jiankui to jail, fought a lawsuit against Atmux, cured a genetically modified baby, and gathered the world's top biologists and declared a moratorium. It was hard to fathom how he'd accomplished so much in just a few short weeks. Rosaline bounced out of Youngjun and flopped down on the bed. Are we going home now? Yeah, that's a relief. China isn't really for me. Really. Do you know that every country has a distinct smell? China has a very strong smell of some spices, and it's not for me. Youngjun smiled. Good work. But I have something to ask you. What is it? We have to do it before we leave Guangdong. But it's a bit difficult. When do you not give me something that is difficult? Rosaline rolled her feet while lying on the bed. Knock knock. As Youngjun was about to answer Rosaline, there was a knock at the door. When he opened, he saw Anthony, the editor for Nature, standing there. Hello, Dr. Ryu, Anthony greeted Youngjun, then looked around his room. If you don't have any guests, may I come in? Sure, come in. Rosaline was lying on the bed, but she was invisible to Anthony. He walked inside, and they sat down at the table. What's the matter? I am a scientist before I am an editor for Nature or a reporter. Well, most of our editors probably feel the same way, Anthony said. We were astonished at how you handled the research ethics scandal of genetic modification in China. It was a relief that we were able to correct it after the fact, Youngjun replied humbly. I am telling you this because of your sense of justice and the researchability and power of Agenbio, Anthony said. Recently, a paper was submitted to Nature. A submission referred to a paper being sent to the journal. A scientist would write a manuscript in the journal's format and send it with a letter. What paper is it? It's a medical paper, and it's tracking data on rejection and more in patients who have received organ transplants in China. There are a lot of papers like that coming out of China. It's a big country, so there are a lot of people donating organs and getting transplants. It's relatively easy to get data. There's talk about that being illegal harvesting of organs from executed prisoners, Anthony said. Youngjun flinched. What are you talking about? When we were editing the paper that was submitted to Nature, we received a letter from a Dr. Ref. Dr. Ref. You know them. We actually don't know this person, but they told us that there was a serious research ethics violation in this Nature paper and that we should take a closer look at the data, Anthony said. The Chinese government says there are about 10,000 organ transplants per year that are legally performed, but the Chinese medical community says that they do anywhere from about 60,000 to as many as 100,000 organ transplants per year. And we believe that the huge gap in those numbers may have been filled by the executions and organ harvesting of prisoners of conscience in China. My God. Prisoners of conscience referred to those who were imprisoned for their political or religious beliefs rather than because of crimes. In China, members of religious minorities, especially those part of the Falun Gong and Tibetan Buddhism, are imprisoned due to pressure from the government. This is confidential information at Nature. It's not supposed to be told, and only a few people know about it, Anthony said. But you're the hope of the scientific community, and I'm also a fan of yours. Thank you for letting me know. It helped me a lot, Youngjun said. Anthony had a proud smile on his face. If we ask the Minister of Health directly, he'd probably say no, right? Youngjun asked. Of course. We've already checked this with the Chinese health authorities, and they dismissed it as a rumor. Of course they did. They said they could make up for those numbers even if only a tiny fraction of the critically ill people who die in China donate their organs. All right. I'll look into this on my own at Agenbio, but could you let me know if you have any more information? Of course. Thank you. Youngjun had originally booked a return flight at Beijing, but he had cancelled it as he was in Guangzhou when he was finished with his work. He didn't blame anyone because it was his fault for roaming around. Anyway, his secretary's office had cancelled the flight from Beijing and rebooked a flight directly from Guangzhou to Incheon. Youngjun, who arrived at Guangzhou Baiyun Airport, met Yu Songmi. Hello, greeted Yu Songmi. You didn't have to come meet me here. I know you're busy with the merger, Youngjun said, still happy to see her. It's almost over, and I came to stop any more schedule changes. If I'm not with you, you might cancel your returning flight and go to Tibet or Nepal or something. Haha, I'm sorry. Yu Songmi smiled as Youngjun apologized. It was probably because it was that important. I know how busy you were from seeing your schedule in Korea, Yu Songmi said as she escorted Youngjun to his first-class seat. But next time you're away for such a long period of time, I think it would be a good idea for you to bring an entourage from the office. But I'm comfortable traveling alone with just my bodyguards, Youngjun said. That was fine when you were just running a bio, but not anymore. You're now the owner of one of the largest companies in the world. All right. There are only a few companies as big as Agenbio, and most of their CEOs have a whole army of assistants. I'm going to hire a CEO soon. I'm going to leave most of the management stuff to them and just focus on research, Youngjun said. I know you said you'll only focus on research, but you're going to fight if someone like He Jiankui shows up again, right? Of course. There's nothing I can do about that, right? Yu Songmi grinned. You are a scientist, inside and out. Honestly, the secretarial staff like me follow you because we like that side of you as much as your ingenuity. Yu Songmi nodded as if she had an idea of what Youngjun would be like from now on. Even if you hire a professional CEO, it won't change your position as the board of directors will still revolve around you, the largest shareholder. Even if you hire someone, you'll just have one more employee to oversee the business side of things. True, you'll be just as busy, so I would like you to have assistants with you when you go somewhere from now on. It'll make your life a lot easier if we move with you and take care of things for you. Alright. The office must have had a lot of trouble chasing me around. I'll be careful next time. Youngjun went to the reserved seat with Kim Chulkwan and the security team. I'm sorry it's not a great seat. This was the best one available on the flight from Guangzhou, Yu Songmi said. No, it's fine, thank you. A little while after they took their seats, the plane began to move. It'll take about 3 hours, so it'll be around 1 o'clock when we arrive at Incheon. There will probably be a bunch of reporters at the airport, Yu Songmi said. Really? Of course, sir. There's been a lot of buzz about what you've done in China. Speaking of which, let's check in on what's going on right now. How is it all going? First of all, we completed the consolidation of our management headquarters while you were away. Most of the people from Agen's management came on board with their titles intact. We've got a new secretarial staff as well, which is a relief for me since I have 7 people to do the work I used to do alone. Good. What about the labs? Most of Abio's scientists have been reassigned to 6 of the labs according to their suitable positions. And the people who will be part of Lab 7 are still waiting at Abio headquarters. We're in the process of setting up desks and creating departments. What happened to the lawsuit with Atmex? We won the trial in South Korea. The finalized damages were a little more than $10 billion, but Atmex has appealed. Our legal team will be holding a trial in Beijing soon, Youngjun nodded. And after you declared the moratorium, we've seen follow-up declarations from around the world. A total of 772 scientists have declared the moratorium in 11 countries, including Canada, the United States, the United Kingdom, Sweden, Austria, Japan, Germany, and Switzerland. I'm glad. And the microdust in Korea has remained at good levels every day even though it's springtime, when microdust usually increases. Kylie Jenner will love that. There's a frenzy in the stock market right now about Kylie Jenner being the next big thing. Their stocks have been up 4 days in a row, and it fell just a little on the 5th day, Youngjun said. Honestly, it's not that big of a deal, Kim Chulkwan said. Alright, thank you for letting me know, Secretary Yu, Youngjun said. Is there anything you would like me to go into detail about? I'll see the rest for myself. Could I also ask you something? Yu Songmi said. Sure. What happened to the Asian tiger mosquito eradication project? The latest news we have is that you told us you were having a meeting with the governor of Guangdong in Guangzhou. It didn't go well, Youngjun said. We might end up doing it somewhere other than Guangdong. Why? He said he can't allow something that causes such a big change in the ecosystem because they don't know how it will end up. Oh, I have a way, so don't worry about that. But when I get back, could you and the office look into something else? What is it? I have information that organs from executed prisoners of conscience in China have been harvested without authorization and transplanted into patients. I'd like to know more about that. Alright. Yu Songmi was a little surprised at the unexpected news, but she soon nodded. Hello. A flight attendant walked up to them and greeted them. Excuse me, are you Mr. Ryu Youngjun, the CEO of Abio? Yes, well, the CEO of Agenbio now. Wow. The flight attendant covered her mouth and smiled brightly. Sorry. It's just that my nephew has something called homocystinosis or something. Homocystinuria. Youngjun asked. Yes, that's right. The flight attendant laughed awkwardly. My sister and brother-in-law had a lot of trouble because of that. It is a treatable disease though. Is he okay now? Yeah, they've been taking care of him since he was born, so he's still okay for now. Nov. L. B //JNN. If he's still young, they'll have to keep taking care of it well. Yes. But my sister and brother-in-law were very impressed by what you did in China this time, treating a genetically modified baby. It's at least a relief that it's a manageable disease, but they said it's sad that they have to give a little kid a bunch of pills every day and not be able to even give him a spoonful of stew without worrying. But they were excited that maybe this genetic disease could be cured in the future. I see. Yes. We're always rooting for you, she said with a smile. As soon as Youngjun landed in Korea, he quickly caught up on a few things, then went to Abio's old headquarters before holding his first board meeting. There were about 7 team leader-level scientists in the conference room. Youngjun greeted them and took a seat. What about Dr. Chen Jimyong? Youngjun asked. He left for the United States a few days ago on your instructions, so I came in his place. Oh, I remember now. Chen Jimyong said she would travel to the United States to contact Elsie himself. Let's start the meeting, then. You all know what the 7th laboratory that we're going to set up here is going to do, Youngjun said. Up until now, AgenBio has been focusing on producing new drugs, but I think it's time for a company as capable as us to try and do more than that. Let's do things for public health, like create devices to reduce fine dust, not just develop drugs to treat specific diseases. Youngjun stood up and went to the next slide. There are 927 diseases on this page. You're probably not familiar with most of them because this is a list of rare diseases created by the Ministry of Health and Welfare. These diseases affect less than 20,000 people, or so little that we can't even figure out the prevalence, Youngjun said. Most of them are immune system abnormalities or genetic diseases. A small prevalence means that even if we develop a drug, it's not marketable, so no pharmaceutical company wants to develop a cure. Youngjun looked straight at the scientists, slightly raising his voice. But not us, he said. Lab 7's goal will be to conquer all these genetic diseases in the next 10 years. 10 years. The scientists were taken aback. It won't be difficult if we use Ca9, stem cells, and GWAS with 100 million people's genomic data, Youngjun said. And there is one more responsibility of Lab 7. Youngjun went to the next slide. On it was a Gantt chart and a strategy mock-up of the mosquito extinction project. We're going to be dealing with environmental issues, and microdust is just the beginning. There are much bigger issues that threaten humanity, such as climate change and other things. This caused an unprecedented heat wave in Delhi, with the temperature hitting 48 degrees Celsius and killing people. Or the threat of radiation from a nuclear explosion. Wait. Can we do something like radiation? Of course, Youngjun said confidently. We're going to study and take measures against these environmental problems as well, and our first project will be the extinction of mosquitoes, Youngjun said. And we're going to come up with a new system for that. It will be used along with large-scale GWAS that we built based on decoding the genes of 100 million people. We'll create artificial intelligence that predicts changes in the ecosystem. When we treated Mimi this time, the reason we were able to succeed in predicting the conditions for the clinical trial without much preclinical data was because of in silico experiments. In silico experiments were virtual experiments using computers and biological information. We're thinking of inviting an in silico expert to join Lab 7. Once upon a time, biology was a discipline within natural history. Natural historians began with crude anatomy and taxonomy, looking for similarities and differences between plants and animals. Then, it went through glittering scientists like Robert Hooke, Darwin, and Mendel, ultimately becoming modern biology that is based on cytology and genetics. However, 21st century biology was about to undergo another major transformation. There's been a movement towards the bit industry for a while. However, it hasn't been easy to achieve because biology is so complex that it's hard to quantify and make it into a diagram, Youngjun said. BIT, it was a fusion of biology, B, and information technology, IT, a discipline called bioinformatics. The genomic data of a single human was about 730 megabytes, calculated when each base was represented as about 2 bytes. If the 3 billion bases of genomic data was written down in a notepad, it would amount to 730 megabytes. However, experimental data from a genome analysis showed that each letter in the DNA sequence was checked at least 1,000 times. This redundancy allowed scientists to be confident in the genome data, even if there was an error 10 times out of 1,000. In other words, one would have to process 730 gigabytes of data to decode the entire genome of a patient like Mimi, the genetically modified baby. From that point on, it's no longer biology, but it enters the field of computation and data science, Youngjun said. That's where biology and IT intersect. There aren't many experts who can run through 730 gigabytes of big data and find disease-related DNA. But what if you multiply that data by 100 million? What if we're tracking disease sequences based on decoded genome data from 100 million people, like the project we're doing? That would be very difficult, said Dr. Taylor. Right now, the genome data decoding team is doing a great job, but they were only able to do so because they are backed by the country's top experts in computer science, Youngjun said. There are a few programmers who came to AgenBio from SG Electronics. Collaborative development with them resulted in the GWAS analysis, which had a lot of influence on our $10 billion lawsuit and the declaration of the moratorium. Youngjun went on. Our in silico experiments with them allowed us to skip preclinical studies for Mimi's treatment, which had only been used on a few mice, and use it clinically to cure her in time. Technically, Rosaline was the one who came up with the clinical plan, but Youngjun also contacted Kim Young-hoon, one of the board directors of AgenBio, and conducted in silico experiments as well. He only did this so that he had an explanation, but the results were surprising. The data from the in silico experiments were more similar to Rosaline's simulations than he had expected. From then on, Youngjun planned to start the project. It seemed like it had potential. Then, Bae Sunmi asked, so are we going to collaborate with SG Electronics again, not with GWAS or in silico, but with artificial intelligence that predicts ecological changes? That's right, Youngjun said. And we will maintain our collaborative research relationship if possible. *****. Youngjun was chatting with a guest in his office, who he was happy to see. I apologize for asking to meet so suddenly before the board meeting, Youngjun said. No worries, sir. Of course I should come if the CEO wants to see me, replied the middle-aged man, who was sitting on the sofa. It was Kim Young-hoon, a director of Agen and an executive who had worked at SG Electronics for over 20 years. By the way, Mr. R. Kim, how did you end up at Agen? Weren't you very successful at SG Electronics? Was that how I was evaluated? I'm glad, Kim Young-hoon replied, chuckling. Actually, it's a little different. I competed for the vice president position there, but I lost. I was actually going to retire after my executive term ended, but the president of SG Electronics convinced me to come to Agen. I see. SG Electronics had invested a lot of money in Agen when it was still a small company, and investors always want to put their own people on the board of directors, not only to have a grasp on management, but also to make sure the money is well spent. When I came in, Agen didn't have the power to decline, Kim Young-hoon said. SG Electronics and Agen were in very different industries, so it was a bold move at first, joining as an interlocking director. Although, things changed at SG Electronics over the years and I've basically become part of Agen now. If SG Electronics asked you to come back, would you go? Maybe 2 years ago, but not now because Agen Bio is a much better and more promising company. And above all, I like your ethical leadership, Mr. Ryu. There was no one like that among the chaebol I've seen. Do you ever regret coming to Agen? Honestly, I thought it was a bit boring. The power of the Yoon family in the decision-making structure here was too strong. All 6 lab directors were close with Yoon Dae-sung. Kim Hyun-taek was loyal to him like a servant, and Ji Kwon-man was basically family, Kim Young-hoon said. That's why I bet everything on you when you started rising like a star, because a company this big shouldn't be run by one person. Kim Young-hoon was right. He had gone to great lengths to ensure that Young-jun, who had just become a director at the time, could participate in board meetings. He had also arranged the sale of Young-jun's flu drug to SG Pharmaceuticals for 20 billion won. Additionally, he had also brought a motion to the board of directors so that Young-jun could use that money to establish A-Bio. Kim Young-hoon had been a supporter of Young-jun from the moment he began showing his ambition for power. Do you still believe that no one person should have sole control over a company? Young-jun asked. Kim Young-hoon smiled bitterly. I'm sorry to say this, but yes. Luckily, you are ethical and intelligent, so I don't think you will make a mistake, but there are a lot of variables. For example, what if something happens to your safety? Kim Young-hoon said. Agen Bio, the world's biggest company, would be paralyzed in an instant, and the stocks would plummet. A company this big shouldn't go all in on one person. For example, there should be a split between the CEO and the chairman of the board. That way, there can be transparent and democratic decision-making and operation. That doesn't really exist in Korean culture, but still, I see. Because the owner of a joint stock company is not one person, but the shareholders as a whole. The National Pension Service also has a large stake in this company as well, so you should think of it as a company that was created with the people's money. Thank you for your important advice, Young-jun replied. There's something I want to ask you, Director Kim. Yes, please go ahead. I had your help back when I was developing the diagnostic kit. At the time, you connected me to SG Electronics when we were developing the smartphone integration program that went into it. I did. I still use that diagnostic kit once a month, Kim Young-hoon said with a smile. Young-jun said, that's when I realized how incredible the programmers at SG Electronics software development department were, and some of them came over to Agen and did a lot of work for us. And recently, they've helped us with GWAS studies and in silico experiments. I would like to do another project with them. But this time, it will be a bigger project, and I think we need to renew the contract we signed with SG Electronics, Young-jun said. The contract will be written by our legal teams, but I was wondering if you would be willing to take care of this collaborative project in the middle of both companies. What is the project about? We're going to create an ecosystem change prediction model program. SG Electronics software development department has some of the best programmers in the country, but it's a bit. We don't have the experience to do anything like that, Kim Young-hoon said. We are going to bring the best expert in that field to Agen Bio, Young-jun said. Who is it? Tanya Manker. Kek. Kim Young-hoon coughed. We used the artificial intelligence developed by Dr. Tanya Manker's company during the red mold disaster when we made cultured meat, Young-jun said. We're going to bring her to Agen Bio. Isn't she the CEO of her own startup? I can't get her to join Agen Bio, but I can get her on board as an advisor, Young-jun said. More importantly, there's no one in charge of this project that the 3 companies are working on together. You're asking me to take on that role, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Yes, you've been a senior executive at SG Electronics, and you've been a director at Agen for a long time. During that time, you studied biology and earned a degree as well. You're probably the only one who knows well about both fields, Young-jun said. I'm only asking the most qualified person to do it. Kim Young-hoon smiled sheepishly. I'm not that great of a person, but how could I refuse when you're asking me, Dr. Ryu? I'll push for the project. Thank you. Tanya Manker was stunned when Young-jun contacted her. You're making what program? Dr. Ryu, you're a biologist, not a programmer, right? That's right. And that's why I'm asking you. We need this item for several projects we're going to be working on in the future. Oh my, Dr. Ryu, this project isn't going to work. We have a great AI prediction technology, and we can model climate change. But an ecosystem adds one more giant variable, right? Ecosystems. Let's say the weather is getting warmer and more humid. You can draw out a crude sketch of the success or failure of a particular crop from that, but it's not the same as, say, how that ecosystem is disturbed when you wipe out a mosquito. You have to figure out all the organisms in the food chain that are related to that mosquito and input them as variables. I have it figured out. What? I have it figured out. We just looked at Guangdong province because we didn't know what was going to happen, but we have that big data. We know the population and the ecological pyramid of every species in Guangdong, from a single ant to a bird. Is that actually possible? Tanya Manker sounded shocked over the phone. You statistically analyzed it, right? Of course. I can't count every single ant by myself. But the fact that you're so confident in the numbers means that you think the statistics were accurate. That's right. I guess you could get close if you divide the habitats that are representative of Guangdong into certain sizes, gather enough samples, and count the number of organisms to calculate an average. But even if you are relatively accurate about the number of organisms in each unit, it's hard to count the actual number of habitats because there could be a number of smaller groups. It's not like insects have a distinct habitat in the first place, which would drastically change the total number of organisms. Do your numbers take that into account? Of course. Still, I can't accept it. You said you took the insects into account, but at that scale, there's going to be errors in a habitat that big no matter how hard you counted. You can't possibly find every single habitat for every single insect, can you? It depends on how much background knowledge you have in biology. Pardon? Back in the 1960s, when livestock farming was at its peak in Australia, they had a huge problem about the disposal of animal waste. But European countries with similar climates and similar farms didn't have that problem, even though they didn't have any treatment facilities, Youngjun said. The reason was the difference in the distribution and species of beetles. European beetles lived off the dung of livestock, while the Australian beetles ate humus and dead leaves in the forest. Australian ecologists solved the problem by bringing those beetles from Europe. They deeply studied the ecology of the beetles in Europe to predict the impact of the beetles on the Australian environment, but they learned another interesting fact in the process, Youngjun said. The distribution of beetles was different between land with and without livestock farms, even on neighboring European farms with similar climate, soils, and weather. There weren't a lot of beetles on farms that mainly did agriculture. The samples they looked at showed the livestock farms had 10,000 to 100,000 times more beetles than agricultural land. Because if they don't do livestock farming, there's no dung to feed those beetles? Exactly. There were basically no beetles in the agricultural areas, and at this point, you can treat agricultural areas as statistical noise when calculating beetle numbers in a country. In that case, I guess it would give you a number that's very close to the answer. So, you're saying that you can find all the habitats if you track the livestock areas where there is a lot of animal waste? You only need to look at two things to figure out the habitat. The first and most important thing is prey. If you track that, you can identify the habitats, provided the other factors are average. If you draw the distribution of the food chain by species and find the habitat of a few species, you can quickly track the rest by drawing a rough sketch. This is the most popular method of biological resource survey used in insect ecology. The second thing to consider would be pollution. In Korea, it was common to see insects like dung beetles in the countryside, but they disappeared when we started feeding antibiotics to livestock, as those antibiotics remained in the dung and prevented the beetle from eating it. Now, dung beetles are almost extinct, and the Ministry of Environment even bought them from Mongolia a few years ago at 1 million won per insect to rebuild the environment. Insects are usually short-lived, have quick generation turnover, and a relatively small radius of activity, which makes them very sensitive to changes in food availability or the environment. In other words, you can easily identify their habitats if you track that. But what about the population? Even if you can accurately figure out the habitat, isn't it difficult to specify the number of organisms living in it? It's not difficult if you look at it from the perspective of biomass. No matter how many people you put in a four-seater, the maximum number would be about 6 people. The spotted ants only build their nests under a shrub called Citrus unchedrope, and the size of the shrub is always directly proportional to the size of the nest. The liquid that the tree exudes acidifies the surrounding soil, which is the most suitable environment for them to build their homes. It's similar to how flies are attracted to grape skins and bacteria grow in a solution of LB broth. Just as the amount of broth determines the amount of bacteria that can grow, you can get an accurate number of flies within a certain range, if you know your biology. But even so, it's a statistic. You can never be 100% sure. You can't be 100% sure in most of biology, Youngjun said. I have a good idea. We use this data and AI to model the ecosystem in Guangdong, and then we manipulate some variables to give it a test drive. And then you'll start the mosquito extinction project? That's right, Youngjun said. If you join us, we'll give you this data, the estimated population and habitat distribution of 30,000 species of insects and animals in Guangdong, and the structure of the biological pyramid. In reality, Youngjun tracked the data a little differently. He asked the Minister of the Ministry of Health to survey the ecological map of Guangdong, but he also used Rosaline's simulation mode. It was just after he met with the editor of Nature at the hotel before his return flight. Youngjun asked Rosaline to use simulation mode. Are you crazy? Rosaline was shocked. A complete survey of the habitats and populations of all creatures in Guangdong? Will it be difficult? Simulation mode can track specific organisms on a regional scale, but there are too many species? I wouldn't have enough fitness to handle that many. Really? How can I track trillions of species in one night? And it's tricky for me to tell you about some of them because 99.9% of them don't have a name since humanity hasn't discovered them yet. Should I call them number 1, number 2, and so on? Wait, what do you mean by trillions? You wanted me to survey every species, right? There was a miscommunication. Chills ran down Youngjun's neck. So, by all species, you meant. I think there are about 3,000 species in this room right now, especially the ones on your skin and in your gut. It looks like there's about 300 that don't have names. No. Exclude microorganisms, Youngjun exclaimed. I shouldn't include microorganisms? Of course. I'm sorry, you were thinking about this on a completely different scale. How about we start with insect species? Rosaline tilted her head in confusion. I don't think that would be proper ecology. Don't you want a database with all the ecological information of the area? Yeah, but including information about microorganisms will make it hard to research, and there won't be a way to publish it. Unnamed 1, unnamed 2, unnamed 3, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. It's okay. Let's start with insects. And the scale of the microbiome is probably too big to affect the extinction of mosquitoes, so we won't have to consider it. Are you sure? Can it cause problems? Youngjun asked nervously. No, I'm kidding. Rosaline smiled. You know, you're becoming more human, making jokes like this. I'll take it as a compliment. Rosaline's body emitted a white light, followed by a rise of steam. She was dividing her cells. Rosaline began to divide into hundreds of trillions of microscopic cells, and she scattered them everywhere. As they spread throughout Guangdong province, an enormous amount of sensory information poured into Youngjun's brain. Youngjun sat down on the sofa with a short groan. Hang in there. Rosaline said. After 10 days, Tanya Manker came to Agenbio. However, Tanya Manker wasn't the only important guest at the newly renovated headquarters. There were also the director of the SGSW International Research Center and developers who were responsible for software development for SG Electronics. They had already worked with Agenbio during the GWAS project. I heard that it was the same building as Agen, but somehow it feels much bigger, said Min Byungjin, the director of SGSW, as he took the elevator with the developers. Well, they're now one of the biggest companies in the world in terms of market capitalization. They're bigger than SG Electronics, said Park Hyun, a developer. It was a godsend that we invested in Agen back in the day and kept our shares. There's nothing we can do about the management because Dr. Youngjun owns most of the shares, but we can still participate to some extent. Ding! The elevator stopped on the 8th floor. Tanya Manker and Kim Young-hoon stepped inside. Long time no see, Mr. Kim, said Min Byungjin as he held out his hand. It's been a while. How are you? Kim Young-hoon shook his hand, and then quickly introduced Tanya Manker to him. This is Tanya Manker, the developer and founder of GRO, an artificial intelligence program that predicts climate and crops. Nice to meet you, Tanya Manker said as she shook Min Byungmin's hand. I heard about your program when the red mold disaster happened in the United States. We're also developing AI, but yours seems like it's on another level, to be able to predict something like that. That was also the first time I knew my program could do that, Tanya Manker said, chuckling. Soon, the elevator stopped on the 14th floor, and Kim Young-hoon led the group to the conference room in room 1408. Click. The door opened before they could enter. Secretary Yu Song-mi saw them as she opened the door and greeted them. Welcome. Mr. Ryu is waiting inside. Oh, are we late? Kim Young-hoon asked as he glanced at his watch. No, he arrived 3 hours ago to organize the data, Yu Song-mi said. And I'm actually the one who's late. I made a mistake because there was a mix-up because of the company merger. I'll come back with some refreshments. She quickly ran towards the elevator. Kim Young-hoon opened the door and went inside. My god. Kim Young-hoon's jaw dropped, as did the developers and Tanya Manker. There was a reason why Youngjun chose this room, as 12 large screens lined the front and walls of the room. But it wasn't the screens that surprised them, it was the dense Excel data that was being presented. It was data on all of Guangdong's biological resources. Come in, Youngjun said. Let's get started. There was another scientist in the room other than Youngjun. There was also Dr. Legion, one of the top authorities in ecology and a GSC member, who was going to work with Youngjun on the mosquito extinction project. I didn't know you were here, Dr. Legion. Nice to meet you. Kim Young-hoon shook hands with Dr. Legion. We need an ecologist on a project of this magnitude, Dr. Legion said. But what is all this? Asked Min Byungjin, the director of the SGSW Research Center. He could barely speak as the screens surrounding him were too intimidating. It's information on the population and habitat distribution of Guangdong's 30,000 species of biological resources and the food chain pyramid, Youngjun said. You really surprise people. I can't believe we're starting the meeting with such ridiculous data on display. The data was so vast that the Excel file, which they could flip through using the touch screen, was never ending. Hagonomia Mickens. Odontomachus Bari. Odontomachus Brun News. Odontomachus asiniensis. Tanya Manker gulped as she read the screen in front of her. She clicked on Odontomachus Bari. This name was a scientific name of the species, and it was a species of the trapper ant genus known domestically as trapjaw ants. As she clicked on it, a map of Guangdong province appeared along with a distribution map. The red curves indicated the population, showing around 38 million organisms in the Haizhu wetlands. The developers chattered, fascinated about how Youngjun gathered all this data. But Tanya, who was knowledgeable in ecology, wasn't just fascinated. This was shocking data to her. Even if they studied the habitats like how Youngjun described, it wouldn't have been easy to generate this kind of data. What kind of biology knowledge do you need to have in order to do this? Youngjun approached Tanya as she was deep in thought. What do you think, Ms. Manker? He asked. Will it be possible to develop an AI that inputs these as variables? The best software developers in the country are here right now. Youngjun pointed to the programmers from SG Electronics. Yes, I think it will be possible. Thank you. Then, click. Yu Songmi entered the room, pushing a cart full of refreshments. Sorry I'm late, she said to Youngjun as she set up the table. You have a phone call, sir. I'm busy right now, so I'll take it later. Where is it from? It said it was from Dr. Messelson from the GSC. Dr. Messelson. Youngjun squinted. What was he calling about? Yu Songmi glanced at the people around her, including Tanya and Kim Young-hoon. It's okay, just tell me. He's in Africa right now on a search mission. Yes, that's right. He said he found one of the hideouts of the Palestine Liberation Front. Youngjun thought for a moment. Before the last GSC conference, there were anthrax attacks in Africa along the Anthracis fence. Messelson was working with the CIA and a coalition of African governments to track down the terrorist. Did he say whether it was successful? He said they obtained some top-secret documents and research facilities. He said the research data is so difficult that even he needs to study it to understand it. There's no one in the world who knows more about anthrax weapons than Dr. Messelson. It must be different data about different research, Youngjun said. Then, Youngjun spoke to the room. Everyone, he said to Kim Young-hoon and the developers. Mr. Kim here is well-versed in both biology and computer science, and he's used to collaborations between companies as he's been an executive at 2 major companies for a long time. Mr. Kim will take the lead on this project. I'll be back after a quick phone call. Youngjun introduced Kim Young-hoon and walked out with Yu Songmi. *****. Guangdong province was bordered by the towering Nanling Mountains to the north and by the ocean to the south. With the river flowing in all directions and a network of waterways, the province boasted a natural ecological environment. The city was not only the economic heart of China, but also the lungs of the environment. The wetlands established around the city showcased the beautiful scenery of humans and nature living together symbiotically. You can't see this in most countries in the West, where the market economy has led them to develop recklessly. It was so beautiful that the International Horticultural Expo organized a Guangdong Day to promote its environment. Growing up in Guangdong, Yang Gunyu, the governor of Guangdong, loved the beauty of the city's environment, sometimes even more so than its economic power, which rivaled that of Russia at times. True riches lie in a clean environment, Yang Gunyu murmured to himself as he walked along the Haizhu wetland. This was one of Guangdong's development ideologies in recent years. You don't want to tamper with an ecosystem like this. Who knows what will happen if you mess with something like mosquitoes. Yang Gunyu walked the flocks of ducks floating in the water, submerging their heads for food, and the cranes flying away. Mr. Governor, said his secretary. What is it? There's trouble. The protest in Maoming City against the opening of a paraxylene plant is turning into a riot. What? Yang Gunyu glanced at his secretary. They've risen up, demanding to know why we're suppressing a peaceful protest. They're throwing rocks and setting police vehicles on fire. Take a look at this. His secretary held out their phone. It was a video on Weibo, China's social media, that showed fully armed police officers mercilessly beating citizens with batons. There were screams, blood, and flames everywhere, and citizens were fighting back by throwing rocks at them. Shut down polluting facilities. Guarantee our right to survival. Those stupid bastards. Yang Gunyu shouted as he listened to the citizens shouting. That factory zone doesn't cause any problems in environmental pollution or public health. I'm responsible for it, and I've consulted all kinds of experts. Those imbeciles don't know how fond I am of Guangdong's environment. The situation isn't good, sir. They say there were at least 15 casualties among the protesters during the crackdown. Nonsense. Send more officers. I can't allow this to escalate further. And announce that there were spies among the protesters who were encouraging violent protests, Yang Gunyu said. Paraxylene was a petrochemical used as a raw material for a variety of things, such as plastic bottles, films, and polyester clothing. However, it was a carcinogen that caused harm when it accumulated in the body. Because of this, citizens of Maoming, a city in Guangdong, were protesting the operation of the newly built paraxylene factories. No, wait, Yang Gunyu said. The reason why citizens are protesting right now is because the paraxylene factory in Zhengzhou exploded last year. In fact, there were no issues during the construction of the paraxylene factory in Maoming, but the atmosphere had changed after the explosion in Zhengzhou resulted in casualties and the release of paraxylene into the environment. They were especially shocked because the People's Daily reported that paraxylene is as safe as coffee right before the explosion, the secretary said. That's why they are scared, replied Yang Gunyu. Because those idiots couldn't take care of a factory. It's obviously highly flammable because it's a petrochemical. Of course the factory will explode if it catches on fire. Yang Gunyu frowned as he thought. Perhaps there's no point in suppressing them by force. Most of the people who are protesting probably don't have much understanding of the environment or paraxylene. All they're thinking of is probably that it will explode like Zhangzhou, causing casualties and spraying dangerous carcinogens into the air, Yang Gunyu said. Then simply cracking down on them might backfire. They might think their lives are in danger and become even more violent. We should actually coax them. Let's announce that we're going to talk to the residents and take things slow, no more crackdowns. Then should we delay opening the factory? Zenipak won't stand for it. Zenipak was China's largest oil production conglomerate. They were also the owners of the paraxylene factory zone. That's just what we're going to say. The area around the factory is all Zenipak's property anyway, and it's guarded by their security guards and our police. Tell them to keep the public out and run the factories in secret, Yang Gunyu said. After about 6 months, tell the people that it has actually been running for 6 months. If you ask them if they have any health problems, they won't be able to organize this stupid protest again. I see what you mean. We'll go ahead with that, said the secretary. And Mr. Governor, there's something else. What is it? It's about Dr. Ryu Youngjun from Agenbio. What about Dr. Ryu? He'd like to speak with you. *****nov, L, B //JNN. Stop the paraxylene factories, Youngjun said. What are you talking about? Are you sure you got the right number? Yang Gunyu sounded like he was irritated. Yes, I'm sure, Youngjun said. The footage of the riots and bloodshed that was uploaded on Weibo is all over the news, so I couldn't help but see it. I also saw the pollution treatment facilities and schematics released by Zenipak, saying the factories are safe, Youngjun said. Then you must know that there's nothing wrong with the factory. We've already consulted numerous wastewater treatment experts, including Dr. Crabe, an expert in ecology. Yang Gunyu went on. And you, the head of some trivial company, have no right to interfere in internal affairs and tell me, the governor of Guangdong province, what to do. Know your place. The operation of the paraxylene factories is a matter for me to decide after consulting my residents. Yang Gunyu sounded adamant. Think of it as advice, not inference in your internal affairs, Youngjun said. If you put that wastewater facility into operation, it will be devastating to the ecology of Guangdong's wetlands. You're joking. Did you not just hear what I said? Dr. Ryu, you are an expert in biology and medicine, but are you saying you know a lot about wastewater treatment, too? You can understand the schematic of the treatment if you have some knowledge of organic chemistry. You're adding an oxidizer to the wastewater to drop the pH below 7.5, then adding ferric salt to 5% of the total volume of the wastewater to precipitate the waste, and then adding dithiocarbamate to filter it and discharge it into the sewage system, right? Yang Gunyu was silent. It's definitely not biology, but chemical physics and organic chemistry. But there are some things I know because I'm a biologist. I know that the waste will contain unfiltered polychlorinated biphenyls, PCBs, which will be fatal to the wetlands in Guangdong. Dr. Ryu, please excuse my insolence. Could you elaborate on that? The reason why a place like Guangdong hasn't had a major mosquito-borne epidemic so far is because the wetlands are well managed. It's hard for mosquitoes to reproduce in Class B water 1 because there are a lot of predators that prey on mosquito larvae. But it will be completely different if you release that wastewater. 1 Class B is the second best water quality. Yang Gunyu was speaking with Youngjun on the phone. What happens if we release the wastewater? The wetlands there are home to an aquatic insect called Hydrochara caraboides. It's a type of beetle, and they are natural predators of mosquito larvae that eat 1,000 larvae a day, Youngjun said. If you release wastewater into the wetlands, it will change the acidity and the caraboids will be exterminated from the area. Does that mean the number of mosquitoes will increase? Yes. It's not a problem if mosquitoes disappear because caraboids eat other insects as well, but it's a completely different story if the caraboids disappear. Other predators, like ricefish, also eat caraboids, but that's not enough. Stop. Yang Gunyu cut Youngjun off. Stop, Dr. Ryu. It was a mistake asking you. You're just saying this again because you want to do the mosquito project here, right? I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I told you that I am going to do the project somewhere else. I am a little bit more interested in Guangdong, but that's purely because Guangdong is structurally very vulnerable to mosquito-borne diseases. I'm just worried about the people there, and I have no reason to do it in Guangdong when you're against it, Youngjun said. But if you discard that wastewater, it will be a biodisaster that will be pretty difficult to deal with. You might see swarms of mosquitoes that you see in Alaska in Guangdong. And I'm saying this because you seem to care about the environment in Guangdong. Yang Gunyu interrupted Youngjun as he was speaking. I will take care of Guangdong's people and the environment myself. Thank you for your concern, but we will be fine. All right. Then can I ask you a personal question not regarding this? What? I don't like having constant friction with you either, so I'll answer it to the best of my abilities. Do you know anything about the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region? Have there been any incidents there recently or? Nothing that I know of. And Guangzhou is a long way from Xinjiang Uyghur. The distance from here to Uyghur is 10 times the size of Korea. I am busy enough with Guangdong's affairs, and I don't know what's going on in the far northwest. All right, Youngjun replied. Is there anything else? No. Then I'll see you next time. The call ended. Youngjun stared at his phone, a little surprised. Rosaline looked at him. You're not very liked. They're going to be in a lot of trouble if they run that factory. They reap what they sow, but their announcement to the press today said that they're going to discuss it with the people. They're just buying time. They are going to start it because of how much money they spent on building it. The mosquito infestation will reach disastrous levels soon, and they will call you for help. What's the likelihood of a dengue or Zika epidemic happening? Only having mosquitoes would be a nuisance, but an epidemic could be quite dangerous. It depends a lot on how well the Chinese health authorities defend themselves. It's a little hard to predict that with a simulation right now. Youngjun thought for a moment. Just abandon Guangdong. You did as much as you could. Rosaline interrupted. What's bothering me about Guangdong is that it includes Macau, Guangzhou, and even Hong Kong. Though, I guess Hong Kong has a separate border. Borders are meaningless to mosquitoes. Yes. There are also Korean companies in Guangdong as it's an economic hub with a lot of important cities. That's why I wanted to start the project as soon as possible, but we don't have a choice. There is one way to minimize the impact on civilians and businesses there. Rosaline piqued Youngjun's interest. There's a way. Swarms of mosquitoes will appear after they throw away the wastewater, which will paralyze the economy and daily life for a while. There will be no point in using bug spray or repellent because they will swarm the moment you step out the door. Rosaline explained to Youngjun. Probably. You're bound to get bitten since it's a game of probability and you can only repel them so much. Let's make a new, stronger mosquito repellent. How? I will tell you how the mosquitoes' olfactory neurons work. The mosquitoes find and attack you as the byproducts of sweat evaporating from your body attached to the CPA receptors in their olfactory cells. But if you add a toxic substance to those byproducts, they won't. Synchronization mode, mosquito repellent. Thanks, Youngjun said as he expanded the window for synchronization mode. I'll try to contact at least the Korean companies in Guangdong. And just do the mosquito project somewhere else. Yeah, I don't think someone as stubborn as Yang Gunyu is going to change. Anyway, I'll choose a different country for the project since we can just change the data and use it in another city once the AI is developed. Singapore contacted me, so I'll do it there. And Youngjun had a lot more to worry about, especially Xinjiang Uyghur. What's going on in that region? I have no idea. Youngjun, who left the project meeting to Kim Young-hoon and left the room, talked with Meselson on the phone. Dr. Meselson was having great difficulty understanding the research that was happening. Meselson was talking to Youngjun on the phone. It doesn't seem like a biology experiment. I've never seen these kinds of experiments before in my life. They were trying to develop an artificial membrane with an electron transport system with lipids. They took cytochromes from chloroplasts in plant leaves and put them on the membrane. Meselson complained to Youngjun. What were they trying to do? Recreate a primitive cell. Youngjun glanced over at Rosaline. This experiment is totally to make you. Rosaline scoffed. But they won't be able to. The event of life creation in the natural world is not of a complexity that the human brain can comprehend or predict, not even you, who has been heavily influenced by me. Okay. Youngjun went back to the call with Meselson, a little embarrassed. Was there anything else that was unusual? They also made a virus. Anthracis is a bacteria, not a virus. Yes, but there's data about developing a virus. It seems to be a lentivirus, but they inactivated it by manipulation. I don't know what it's for. They would have used that for the GSC conference attack if it was more dangerous than anthrax. I was relieved at that point, but the CIA found other material. What is it? It's in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. They sent the virus there. Really? I'm telling you this because the CIA said I could tell you, but don't tell other people. All right. The CIA is investigating Xinjiang Uyghur right now to determine what this virus was for and what it was used for. Do you have a sample of that bacteria? I have one. Could you send it to me? Youngjun asked. Sure. I will send it to you shortly. Click. Youngjun was chatting with Rosaline about the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region when someone walked into his office. It was Yu Songmi, his secretary. Remember the illegal organ transplants in China that use organs from prisoners of conscience? She asked. Yes, I asked you to look into it. We haven't gathered much yet, and we can't access most of it due to security reasons. I think you could track down some medical papers. Like you're saying, we've been studying some Chinese organ transplant papers at the office. Can the secretary's office do that, too? Of course. We don't know the details like other scientists, but there are some things we can figure out as well, Yu Songmi said. A lot of organ transplant surgeries happened in Xinjiang Uyghur recently. What? Youngjun's eyes narrowed. Since about 3 years ago, there have been about 30,000 organ transplant surgeries in their hospitals. Most of the data in the medical papers point there. Youngjun took a moment to think. What is going on there? Anthony, an editor at Nature, also obtained similar information. He was currently in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. He was there to interview professors at the medical school. There have been a lot of organ transplants at Xinjiang University and affiliated hospitals nearby, he said. I was wondering if I could see the relevant data or meet the medical staff who performed the surgeries. We cannot reveal information regarding the transplant because of the donor and patient's privacy rights, and you must make an appointment to meet with the medical staff, replied the receptionist at the counter. Then please schedule an appointment right now. What is your name? Anthony Parison. I'm British. And the reason for your visit? I'm curious about the surgical process. I'm not very well. Can I see your ID? Do you need an ID to schedule an appointment? The receptionist just stared at Anthony instead of answering him. Here you go. Anthony gave the receptionist his ID. He could see his staff ID for nature, but he took out his passport instead. The doctor who was in charge of the operations is on vacation and not available, said the receptionist as they typed. This ward alone had over 5,000 surgeries last year. You guys must have more than one doctor, right? The doctor who specializes in your area of discomfort isn't in. I haven't even said where I had discomfort. Next. The receptionist called on the person who was standing behind Anthony. He stepped to the side, baffled, and looked around the hospital. It looked suspicious. The hospital was full of important patients, and there were some elderly patients in wheelchairs with an entourage in suits. Hey, someone behind Anthony poked him in the shoulder. Ack. Anthony looked back, startled. It was a tall man with a muscular physique. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. You looked British. I'm Robert. Robert, a CIA agent, introduced himself in a British accent. Oh, hello. Are you British? My mother is. I'm actually American. What's your name? Anthony Parison. Can we have a chat? Robert took Anthony outside to his car. You're a reporter, aren't you? Robert asked. What? You don't seem like you're very good at digging for information. Every media outlet is here, from Fox to CNN. The receptionist was just trying to check your ID. They weren't actually going to let you meet someone. You were played. It was so naive of you to go to the hospital administration to make an appointment. Where are you from? I'm an editor for Nature. Haha, I see. I guess you don't have to pry for hidden information in the scientific community since they just tell you everything if you ask. It's pretty fascinating to see reporters from academic journals here. What's going on? It's one of those things that's been known for a long time, but it's been hidden. There's a huge concentration camp in this area. A concentration camp. Xinjiang Uyghur is a predominantly Muslim region with very strong anti-Chinese sentiment. There's been a lot of opposition to the Chinese government because of their religion, and there have been armed conflicts as well, Robert said. The Chinese government suppressed them all with force and created labor camps. Labor camps. It's called a labor camp, but it's just a concentration camp that houses 1 million Muslim Uyghurs. What? Anthony froze. What were you originally investigating that brought you here? Robert asked. The illegal organ transplants of executed prisoners of conscience. I see. But now, it's not something that should be handled by an academic journal. Worse things are going on than what I've told you. I can't tell you much more than that. Stop traveling so naively in a dangerous place and go home, Robert said. But if what I think is happening is really happening, it's also a medical problem, said Anthony, barely suppressing his fear. The academic community also has a right and duty to know. Anthony spoke to Robert in a small voice. You will know sooner or later. Youngjun was on the phone with Jesse, the editor for Science. Are you still in Guangdong? Youngjun asked. Yes, I am. There's something I want to look into. I guess Science isn't interested in the Xinjiang Uyghur region? There were a lot of transplant surgeries there. Oh, other reporters are there right now. I have something to do in Guangdong. Are you studying ecology? Yes. I don't do research right now, but I was a pretty promising aquatic ecologist 7 years ago. Dr. Jesse, the aquatic ecologist. In your opinion, how are the wetlands in Guangdong province? Although I can't disclose more information, but I will tell you, Dr. Ryu, the wetlands are in very good condition right now. It would be difficult to find a better managed wetland in the city. What if the wastewater from Paraxylene is disposed of there? There's no telling what will happen. The plan for the wastewater treatment was released, right? The editorial board of Science sent it to a professor at Duke University's chemistry department for consultation. What did they say? They warned that the polychlorinated biphenyls, PBCs, could be unfiltered and go into the wetlands. I see. I'm investigating the effect that PCBs have on the ecology of the wetland. The researchers from Guangdong University are sponsoring me. But I don't have enough manpower or good equipment, so it's pretty difficult. Jessie expressed her concern. We need to look at the organisms that are most likely to be affected by the PCB leak, and it's a bit difficult to figure that out. There's an aquatic beetle called Hydrocara caribwads that live in those wetlands. Why don't you look into those? Youngjun suggested. Caribwads? Yes. How did you know that? Because I stayed in Guangdong last time. I was taking a walk near a wetland and saw it. It's a predator of mosquito larvae and has a pretty strong ecological impact, so you should check it out. Thank you. Youngjun hung up. Soon after, another guest visited his office. It was CIA agent Whitaker, and he was being escorted in by Yu Songmi. Of course, no one in the office knew who Whitaker was, including Yu Songmi. Youngjun and Whitaker began talking after Yu Songmi left the room. I was ordered by the White House to share this information with you. This is what we've found about Dr. Ref so far. Thank you. Please brief me. Dr. Ref, born in 1986, and her real name is Isaiah Franklin. She's American. You found her pretty easily. She left a lot of her personal information at the camp as if she was taunting us to find her. We still haven't figured out why she used the name Ref. It seems like the last letter stands for Franklin. However, Youngjun already had an idea of what her name stood for. It was most likely for Rosalind Elsie Franklin. She was the biologist who made the most important contribution to the discovery of the double helix structure of DNA and a victim of sexism that was rampant in 20th century science. Though I don't know why she's so obsessed with that name. Her mother is an American named Elsie Franklin, and there's no information about her father, Whitaker said. There's no information. Yes. There's no record of him even at the hospital Elsie Franklin had the baby in. Then, she took Isaiah with her to Palestine, where she raised her. Why Palestine all of a sudden? I can't imagine an American woman going to the Middle East and raising her young daughter there by herself, especially in a country that's at war with Israel. Her address is a conflict zone as well. I'm assuming she had some relatives or connections there, Whitaker said. I see. And Isaiah Franklin was the genius of the century. She won all kinds of awards at international math and science competitions in elementary school. She went to an institution for gifted children at Cambridge University in England and received university-level education when she was in junior high. Nov. L. B//JNN. Whitaker gave Youngjun a bunch of documents. There is only one reason we are telling you this information, Whitaker added. Dr. Ref has sent some kind of virus to the Xinjiang Uyghur region that we don't know about, and we want you to find out what it is. Did you bring the virus? Dr. Messelson packaged it himself. He told me that you should take it to the lab and open it in the hood, not the office. It's fine, just give it to me now. Whitaker took out a styrofoam box from his bag. The box was full of liquid nitrogen, and at the bottom was an ice block wrapped with parafilm. When Youngjun opened the ice box, he saw a small cryovial that was also wrapped in parafilm. Youngjun stared at the vial. Youngjun's eyes narrowed. Thank you. I'll look into it. The Xinjiang Uyghur region has a lot of problems due to political conflict. We don't know what that lunatic terrorist who sent anthrax to the GSC International Conference has done, Whitaker said. The White House is very concerned about this situation. All right. Sweat ran down Youngjun's back. Now he was worried, too. I'm really excited to have 3 companies working on this project together, said Kim Young-hoon. AgenBio has done a lot of great things, but this project will be especially big. I've been working on the responsibilities of each team. First of all, wait. Min Byungjin, the lab director of SG Electronics, intervened. Like you said, this is a big project. But I feel that SG Electronics isn't getting enough. AgenBio is providing the biological data, and Ms. Tanya Manker is providing GRO's algorithm, but the ones who are actually doing the coding are SG Electronics software department, right? I was under the impression that the legal teams of 3 companies have already agreed on the division of profits and had it approved by the CEOs. We are to pay 100 billion won to you, aren't we? Kim Young-hoon said. Give it to us in stocks, please, said Min Byungjin. Kim Young-hoon stared at him quietly. Do you want to write a new contract? That's right. Wouldn't having stocks make SG Electronics more passionate about this project? What about you, Ms. Manker? Kim Young-hoon asked Tanya. I'm satisfied with the compensation now. And speaking as a scientist, not as the CEO of a company, I really want to do this project because I want to see if GRO can handle that much data. I would even do it for no compensation. I will ask Mr. Ryu about your proposition, Director Min, Kim Young-hoon said. I thought he would be here today, Min Byungjin said. He has more important things to do. I will be leading the project for a while. The meeting proceeded swiftly. They were going to restructure the program according to GRO's algorithm at SG Electronics Software Lab. GRO's environmental analysis algorithm was added to the 30,000 species and habitats on the program. And about 3 hours later, during the break, Kim Young-hoon took Min Byungjin to his office. Why are you interested in stocks? He asked. Director Kim, AgenBio is now the greatest pharmaceutical company in the world, and it's a huge gold mine. Of course, it's in SG Electronics' best interest to expand our influence in this company. You're expanding your influence. Dr. Ryu is in charge of the research, right? But he doesn't have experience running a large company like this. ABio had a lot of money and was valuable, but it wasn't big. SG Electronics is planning to increase its share in the company and take control of AgenBio with you at the forefront. Sigh. Kim Young-hoon let out a quiet sigh. What are you going to do after you take control? He asked. What do you mean? There are countless things we can gain with a company this big. Stop. That's enough. I am not interested in running this company, Kim Young-hoon said. Director. I have already benefited from ABio's technology. ABio's diagnostic kit and the pancreatic cancer treatment saved my mother's life, and my wife is on a muck for her diabetes. I know because I was an executive at SG Electronics who climbed pretty high on the ladder but ended up getting kicked out. Director, let's not turn AgenBio into another ordinary chaebol group, Kim Young-hoon said. Maybe it would have been okay if AgenBio made cell phones or home appliances like SG Electronics, but the products developed here are directly related to people's lives. I don't want to bully Mr. Ryu with capital when it comes to management rights. Min Byungjin scratched his head like he was a little embarrassed. Kim Young-hoon added, if you are not satisfied with this, Director Min, or if you want SG Electronics to influence AgenBio's management rights, then we can't work together. I'll find another development team, so tell me now. No, Min Byungjin said. Let's keep working together. I'll deliver it to the superiors. Thank you. Mr. Ryu's attention is focused on something right now. I don't know the details, but I don't want to bother him with something as trivial as this. How can he call this trivial when SG Electronics is trying to gain control of a company like AgenBio? What the hell is Dr. Ryu doing right now? Min Byungjin gulped in uneasiness. Youngjun was away from the office for 24 hours every day. Instead, he was locked away in his lab at Lab 7 for the entire day. Even the executives who reported to him came to Lab 7 instead of the main office. What are you working on that you can't come to the headquarters? Asked Yu Songmi, who had come to deliver a report to Youngjun, in frustration. The labs in Lab 7 are the most familiar to me, and there are fewer people here than the other labs, so it's easier to run the equipment, Youngjun said. Why don't you just have the researchers from Lab 7 do the work? They're already working on their research. But they're mostly working on mosquito repellents. I'm working on something different. Something different. It's a cure for subacute necrotizing encephalomyelopathy. What language is that? Yu Songmi asked. It's medicine. It's something that affects the central nervous system. That's a scary name, Yu Songmi said. It is actually terrifying. It's a rare genetic disorder that's usually found in babies between the ages of 3 and 12 months, but it can also occur in adults. Youngjun began explaining to Yu Songmi, but paused. Do they die if they get it? Ultimately, yes. It is really scary. It's a disorder that's caused by a mutation in the mitochondria. It usually starts with an inability to feed or hold their neck up, then they develop problems like vomiting, epilepsy, seizures, loss of muscle strength, and then an increase in lactic acid in the cerebrospinal fluid. Then, their vision will deteriorate, their eye muscles will be paralyzed, and they will ultimately die from respiratory distress or loss of heart function N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Yu Songmi gulped. Anyways, let's talk later since I'm busy, Youngjun said. Thank you for bringing me the report. The development of the artificial intelligence quickly progressed under Kim Young-hoon's leadership. The software developers from SG Electronics were definitely talented. Tanya Manker applied GRO's machine learning algorithms to ecosystems and helped the artificial intelligence program learn the population of organisms, food chain pyramids, and terrain structures. But before they could enter the big data of 30,000 species that Youngjun provided, they had to first train it to understand ecosystems. For example, in order to train a machine to distinguish between cats and dogs, you have to show it tens of thousands of pictures of cats and dogs, said Tanya Manker. Before entering the data of 30,000 species, we have to show the program data about other organisms and examples of what happens when something happens in that data. Dr. Legion was responsible for that practice data. Australia has the highest rate of extinction in the world, with 54 species of animals and 28 native mammals going extinct in the last 200 years, said Dr. Legion. For this reason, ecology has long been an important branch of study in Australia, and I have a data set on ecosystem disturbance because I've studied it for a long time. It's nothing compared to the 30,000 species in Guangdong that Dr. Ryu brought, but the AI will be able to learn from it. When Europeans landed in Australia in the 18th century, they brought with them livestock like cats, rabbits, red foxes, deer, buffalo, goats, and ostriches, as well as animals like donkeys and camels. These data were the best to learn about environmental changes caused by the competition between native and invasive species. I will leave the entirety of the coding to SG Electronics, Kim Young-hoon said. The project's progress was extremely successful, thanks to the combination of the climate-based AI algorithm and program, a data set of various organisms, and the best software developers in the world. The project progressed quickly as the task delegation of Kim Young-hoon, who understood the various elements of this project, was exquisite. About a month later, a prototype of ABAI, AgenBio Artificial Intelligence, AgenBio's Ecological Environmental Prediction Program, was ready. Youngjun left Laboratory 7 and traveled to the headquarters to see their progress. Director Min Byungjin will explain it to you, Kim Young-hoon said. The AI was developed based on the data set provided by Dr. Legion and the algorithm developed by Ms. Tanya Manker, said Min Byungjin. In the context of native and invasive species competing, we introduced a species called the cane toad, which was originally intended to control beetles that eat sugarcane, but it failed, Dr. Legion said. It was because the Australian sugarcane is tall, and the beetles cling to the top, the cane toad can't jump that high. Ultimately, it resulted in no positive impact on sugarcane cultivation but the elimination of other predators because of the toad's venom. The number of animals like quolls and goanna, which are native to Australia, plummeted. Let's test whether the AI can predict this event. Min Byungjin activated the program. The program's name popped up, along with the AB7 logo, which stood for AgenBio Laboratory 7. ABAI. It was short for AgenBio Artificial Intelligence. Min Byungjin clicked on the sugarcane field in North Queensland, Australia. He selected the cane toad from the learned species data and adjusted the number to 300. Release. He sped up the time after pressing the button. About a month later in the AI, the number of quolls and goanna that lived in the area gradually decreased. After a while, the toads began to move westward at a rate of 40 kilometers per year. It's because of the weather, Tanya Manker said. This program mimics the GRO's climate prediction system. The area that is a bit west of where they were released is warmer and more humid, which is a more favorable environment for the toads to live in. and the migration speed was calculated based on the radius of the toad's activity. Park Hyun, a developer of SG Electronics, interjected. Let's accelerate to 2009, the last time Dr. Legion checked the toad population, Min Byungjin said as he pressed the button to accelerate the time. Now, the habitat had expanded 2,000 kilometers from the released area. The population had grown to more than 10,000 organisms. That's similar to the last time I checked the data, Dr. Legion said. Good, Youngjun said. It can't digest the data of 30,000 species yet, right? Yes, but it's developed enough now that we can slowly start to input that data, one by one, said Tanya Manker. Thank you, *****. Kim Young-hoon came after Youngjun, who left the room after the meeting. Mr. Ryu. Yes. As long as our program is based on Tanya Manker's GRO algorithm, we will continue to pay a certain amount of royalties to GRO, Kim Young-hoon said. Yes, I am aware of that. I'm sure that was the best solution that both legal teams came up with. If you're going to use that program at Lab 7 in the future to deal with various environmental issues, why don't you just absorb GRO? Absorb. You can make it an affiliate of AgenBio, but I don't think Ms. Manker would do that. First of all, GRO is in the US, while Lab 7 is in Korea. So, what if we tie it to the cancer lab in the United States? The cancer lab. We could exchange some equity with the AgenBio Cancer Laboratory. Youngjun thought for a moment. Kim Young-hoon advised once more. If we improve the environment, we're going to be fighting a lot of carcinogens. I think there's a lot of synergy between AgenBio Cancer Laboratory and GRO. That's a good idea, since we'll have to keep using that program anyways. Can you talk to Ms. Manker about it? All right. Thank you. As Kim Young-hoon started to walk away, Youngjun grabbed him again. By the way, Director Kim, were you always this passionate about work? I've hardly ever seen you active at Agen except when you're helping me, Youngjun asked with a smile. I've been thinking about retiring because I'm getting older now, but I suddenly felt energized when I was given the opportunity to lead a big project like this, Kim Young-hoon replied, chuckling. Another month had passed. It was now April, and mosquitoes were starting to appear in warmer areas like Guangdong. It is a little early. Yang Gunyu, the governor of Guangdong, pondered after receiving a report that mosquitoes were starting to appear. It had already been 2 months since Youngjun's warning. It'll be fine. Youngjun may be the world's best biologist, but unless he was God, he couldn't know everything. The wastewater treatment facilities at the paraxylene plant were perfect, and there wouldn't be any problems. But with a strange feeling of nervousness and anxiety, Yang Gunyu went online to AgenBio's website. AgenBio, the world's leading biopharmaceutical company, opening up the future. Then, something suddenly popped up. ABAI trial launching by AgenBio CEO Ryu Youngjun _ live streaming. View now. Yang Gunyu's eyes narrowed. He pressed the video but turned off his computer when the screen opened to YouTube. It was because YouTube was blocked in China, and he couldn't watch it. Instead, he accessed the same web address on his cell phone, which had an IP bypass program installed. The link led to an official YouTube channel set up by AgenBio, and Youngjun was doing a live stream. AgenBio presents ABAI, an artificial intelligence program that predicts ecosystems, created in collaboration with SG Electronics and GRO, a climate change prediction program, Youngjun said. He was running a supercomputer at AgenBio's headquarters. There was a crowd of scientists and developers watching the program in action. This program is based on GRO's artificial intelligence program that predicted the red mold epidemic in the United States. The GRO, which was able to analyze factors such as weather, temperature, humidity, and wind, can now analyze ecological systems as well. Youngjun used ABAI to call up Guangdong's data. This program contains the ecological information of around 30,000 species in Guangdong, China. We will use this program to predict the ecosystem of the Pearl River Basin, the river that flows through southern China, including Guangdong. He's doing something weird again. YouTube all of a sudden? It's red mold season 2, bastards. I don't know about the ecosystem of the Pearl River Basin, but AgenBio will become an invasive species on YouTube, like the largemouth bass. Youngjun presented the map of Guangdong as he read the real-time comments. Then, he clicked on a tributary of the Pearl River Basin. Now, I will release 10,000 mud carp into the river. Youngjun then entered the number of mud carp into the river. Then, as he accelerated the time, the carp began to disappear. The reason why the mud carp are decreasing is because they have a strong competitor in this river, tilapia, a freshwater fish from North Africa. They were introduced to China for consumption because of its fast growth rate and disease resistance, Youngjun said. However, over 20 years, this fish has driven China's native fish, the mud carp, to near extinction. So let's remove tilapia from the region. Youngjun removed the tilapia and then reintroduced the mud carp. This time, the number of carp remained stable instead of decreasing. This is a real phenomenon found in some cities in the upper reaches of the Pearl River Basin that are trying to remove tilapia. In those regions, the mud carp numbers have recovered to some extent, Youngjun said. This program developed by AgenBio is an artificial intelligence that has been trained on a huge database of climate and species, and it can track the consequences of ecosystem changes with a fairly high degree of accuracy. Youngjun moved back to the computer. Now, I'll show you what happens when we run a paraxylene plant, which has been in the news recently. The untreated wastewater from the paraxylene plant polluted the river. Although it seemed like there was little change, the number of several species rapidly declined, including the carabwods. And as the weather became warmer with time, suddenly something strange began to happen. Asian tiger mosquito, 0. Asian tiger mosquito, 12. Asian tiger mosquito, 847. Asian tiger mosquito, 3,400. Asian tiger mosquito, 21,740. What the fuck? The number of mosquitoes just skyrocketed. There's one more digit every week lol. It's increasing like Bitcoin. Is there anyone who hasn't jumped on this mosquito coin? People were fascinated, and the number of mosquitoes didn't stop. Asian tiger mosquito, 821,740. Asian tiger mosquito, 3,852,700. Asian tiger mosquito, 8,149,100. Asian tiger mosquito, 17,847,440. What the hell? Is the program broken? Nov. L. B //JNN. That's scary. 10 million mosquitoes is gross. People's reactions started turning into fear. And when the summer heat reached its peak in the simulation, Asian tiger mosquito, 27,872,552,000. At some point, people stopped responding. The cause of this phenomenon is the disappearance of an aquatic insect called carabwods. The filters in the paraxylene production plant cannot filter out PCBs, and the wastewater flows out directly into the wetlands, exposing the carabwods to the PCBs, Youngjun said. Normally, when the weather starts to get warmer and mosquitoes appear, the carabwods will reproduce, eating 1,000 mosquito larvae a day. That will reduce the mosquito population and keep it in balance. But after the release of PCBs, the carabwods have been almost wiped out in these wetlands, and as a result, the mosquito population will rapidly increase by the time summer arrives. Reporters, who were watching the live stream, expecting something, quickly started drafting an article. The Korean government also began to investigate the impact of the mosquito outbreak on the country. Guangdong will have to prepare for this situation very carefully. If they have already released wastewater, it's not too late to stop and buy mosquito repellent from Agenbio, Youngjun said. Laboratory 7 at Agenbio has developed a powerful mosquito repellent, and it is now in the production stage. Hopefully, citizens and businesses in Guangdong will be able to avoid this biodisaster. ******. This crazy bastard. Yang Gunyu slammed his desk with his fist in anger. This was a clear challenge against him. Youngjun gathered people's attention on YouTube, and he was openly picking apart the core of Guangdong's economy and environment. The operation of the paraxylene plant was so secret that even the Chinese president didn't know about it. There's no way that Ryu Youngjun did this knowing about it. But considering Youngjun's fame and recognition, there were going to be people who wanted to investigate the paraxylene plant out of fear. BZZ? His phone rang. It was the Minister of Health. Damn it. Yang Gunyu put his phone on silent and threw it on the sofa. Click. His secretary rushed in as the office door swung open. Mr. Yang? Agenbio is, she shouted. Damn it, I saw it, too. What do we do now? What do you mean? Tell them it's just black propaganda that Agenbio is using to sell their mosquito repellent. Tell them there won't be any problems. Yes, sir. Wait. The governor stopped the secretary, who was about to leave. Get the people under you to study the wetlands. See how many of those carabwods or whatever insects there are right now. Get me like 5 or 6 of them. Yes, sir. His secretary left. Yang Gunyu chewed his nails. On the other hand, countless companies and citizens in various cities of Guangdong began to hold emergency meetings or contact Agenbio. A swarm of more than 20 billion mosquitoes were going to hit Guangdong. It was Youngjun who predicted this event, which looked like something out of a mediocre disaster movie. Moreover, the program that predicted this was GRO, the artificial intelligence that predicted the red mold disaster. Korean companies, especially those who were infatuated with Youngjun's legend, were rushing to contact Agenbio. Among them, there was one more person who got goosebumps from Youngjun's presentation. It was Jessie, an editor for science. While surveying wetlands in Guangdong, she noticed that the concentration of PCBs was gradually increasing. She also looked at carabwods and found that their numbers were declining at an alarming rate in the past month. Youngjun's fears were coming to life. This is real. Nothing Youngjun had ever claimed had been wrong, but this was a truth that she didn't want to believe. There were times when environmental changes or abnormally high temperatures caused large swarms of mosquitoes, flies, and locusts that damaged homes, but this was the biggest yet. As Youngjun said, the carabwods were going to eat a lot of mosquitoes. She knew this because she saw the number of carabwods increasing when she studied the wetlands. This was a natural phenomenon. The weather was getting warmer, and the mosquitoes were laying eggs. The biodisaster was just around the corner. Jessie immediately published a new article in Science based on her research. It was sent directly to the next week's issue without editing as she was an editor. Jessie, what is this? Shortly thereafter, Jessie got a call from Samuel, the editor-in-chief. We have to run that story. It might not be limited to Guangdong. It's going to cross central China. A swarm of 20 billion mosquitoes is going to take over this region. Dr. Ryu is right. Jessie shouted into her phone. ******. Samuel, who was planning to run Youngjun's YouTube broadcast as tomorrow's breaking news, included Jessie's article with it. This news quickly attracted global attention, and not just because of Guangdong's importance to China's economy, but because it was also an important economic hub for the rest of the world. China was building a Silicon Valley on the southern tip of the province. It was called Yuegongjao de Wangku, Greater Bay Area, a high-tech urban cluster development plan linking Hong Kong, Macau, and 9 cities in Guangdong. Many foreign companies had already moved into southern China, banks were being built, and financial products were being marketed with huge amounts of capital invested. And 28 billion mosquitoes are going to swarm over a place like that. Youngjun's simulation was enough to scare the investors, but there was stronger evidence to back it now. More evidence in support of Zhenbio's simulation. This data that Jesse made with scientists from Guangdong University was real data measured in the wetlands. And they confirmed that large amounts of PCBS were released. Soon, investments were pulled out of banks, and dozens of big contracts, which were being signed daily, were cancelled. On top of that, the citizens in the area where the paraxylene plant was being built began to rally and march again. You promised to talk to the residents, but you secretly started the plant behind our backs, which is why PCBS have increased in the wetlands. Citizens complained in front of foreign reporters, who flocked to Guangdong. And in the midst of the rapidly descending chaos, Yangonyu received the worst news of all. Mosquito larvae are swarming, the secretary reported to Yangonyu. Is it true? It didn't take long for me to look into it. There was already some research done at Guangdong University with a science editor named Jesse. Damn it! If that's the case, why wasn't it reported to me? They said they were going to report it to you soon. But they were too late, since we announced that we were going to put the paraxylene plant on hold. They were looking for a reason for the increase in PCBS. What should we do? It was a dilemma. First, stop the factory. And we have to say that we've never started the plant before. I don't think that's a good idea. No one will believe us. We don't have a choice. Send out that announcement for now, and contact Zhenbio for all their mosquito repellent. That is there another problem? I already contacted them. They said they don't have any left. They don't have any left. Their facilities are running at full capacity, but they're still running out. All the companies in Guangdong already bought all of their stockpile. Damn it. Yangonyu swung his fist in the air in frustration. Damn it. What do we do? They said they would send it to us as soon as it's produced, but, since the situation is like this, there will inevitably be an order of supply. Zhenbio said schools, hospitals, and health centers will be the first priority, followed by Korean companies. It first began in the small wetland and nearby farms located at the end of the tributary to the Pearl River Basin. It was the most polluted area, as the PCBS that flowed through the currents were collected here. It was also the warmest area in Guangdong. At first, it was no different than every spring. The mosquitoes appeared one by one as the weather warmed up, and the farmers sprayed repellent and burned mosquito coils. But in just a week or two, they began to multiply at an alarming rate. Mosquitoes had 4 life stages: egg, larva, pupa, and adult. After reaching adulthood, female mosquitoes mated and then laid their eggs in the water. The eggs hatched into larvae 2 days later, pupated, then became adults. One female mosquito laid about 150 eggs each time. Normally, most of those eggs were eaten by predators during their larval phase, but not this time. Basically, one female mosquito became 150 mosquitoes. Oh my god. He Shuiying, who took a break from working on the farm because of the raging mosquitoes, doubted his eyes as he looked out the window. He could literally see a swarm of mosquitoes. He could hear them buzzing and flying around. Wait. Feeling dizzy at the unbelievable and shocking sight, he remembered something and ran outside in a panic. The barn right behind the house was made up of crude walls, pillars, and a roof. It had holes all around. The Asian tiger mosquito also bit animals. They even attacked birds. No. When He Shuiying arrived at the barn, he collapsed onto the floor. 4 of his goats were dead, covered in mosquitoes. The rest of the goats were also suffering from the mosquito attacks, frantically running around to get rid of them. Within a few days, something similar began to happen in the city. Only instead of livestock dying, it was businesses, shops, and banks that were being paralyzed. Wow, this is terrifying, said manager Ju Hee-jun. K-Bio, a Korean venture firm in Guangdong, was doing business as usual. Not only them but most Korean companies in the area weren't paralyzed at all. It was because they were quick to buy Zhenbio's mosquito repellent. It looks like a swarm of locusts from a novel about the 3 kingdoms or something, CEO Choi Sung-ho said. It's a relief that we prepared the repellent in advance, Ju Hee-jun said. I heard that Zhenbio supplied it to Korean companies first. It's probably true since there were a lot of companies asking for help when there wasn't a lot of stock. He's just God at this point. But I heard that health centers and hospitals are somehow managing to get by with some emergency supplies. Click. A woman walked in as the front door opened. Whew. She shrudded in disgust. I thought I was going to die. Welcome, Ju Young. Did you get bitten anywhere? Choi Sung-ho asked. No, that mosquito repellent is amazing. They don't get within 3 meters of me. The ones that get close just fall to the ground. She took the broomstick near the front door and swept the front of the door. With each sweep, a pile of mosquito carcasses rolled away. Zhen had biosynthesized ABC-Pa1, a volatile compound that was a perfect match for the mosquito's olfactory receptors, and then laced it with a cellular respiratory inhibitor. It didn't affect large organisms like humans, but it was a fatal poison to small insects like mosquitoes. One could become a walking mosquito repellent if they applied the densely compressed ointment or the spray to the nape of their neck or their wrists. Or, they could apply it to the cracks in the window or the door to make a natural mosquito-free bunker, like K-Bio. It really feels like a disaster movie, said Li Juyang, who was cleaning up the mosquito carcasses. But I heard that Dr. Ryu is coming to Guangzhou tomorrow. Really? I heard it when I was delivering the goods earlier. The governor of Guangdong called him urgently, and he begged me to save him. I don't know about that, but I hope things get back to normal soon. Yang Gunyu, who was backed up into a corner, asked Agen for help. Although he was authoritarian, controlling, and arrogant, he still had a strong sense of responsibility to Guangdong. In a situation as serious as this, he could no longer afford to let his pride get in the way. I will do anything. Please forgive me for my previous impertinence, and please produce a little more of that repellent. Yang Gunyu was talking to Agen on the phone. But we've already concentrated most of the supply to Guangdong. This is not just a problem for Guangdong but for all the neighboring regions along the tributaries of the Pearl River Basin, Agen replied. We are also supplying them the minimum as their government offices need to function properly as well. Still, is there any other way? Actually, we were expecting to run out of mosquito repellent, so we've been working on other alternatives. I don't know if you'll like them, though. Anything is fine. Please, I beg you. Yang Gunyu sounded like he was in pain. Agen hesitated for a moment, then said, there aren't a lot of mosquitoes in Guangdong yet. There aren't a lot? The simulation predicted that it was going to increase to 28 billion, which is 2 months from now. Right now, it's probably around 100 million at best. Do you remember the mosquito extinction project I told you about? Agen asked. Yes, of course. Yang Gunyu's voice was tense. That project uses a bacterium called Wolbachia. It destroys the sex ratio of mosquitoes by using male mosquitoes with modified seminal vesicles, Agen said. Male mosquitoes are just regular insects that suck nectar from flowers, they do not bite humans. When you start disrupting the sex ratio with Wolbachia, it quickly tilts the balance so that all the eggs are male. But we can only do that when we have Wolbachia-infected male mosquitoes, right? That's why I told you. We prepared it just in case because we expected to run out of the mosquito repellent. I started preparing this when Jessie told me that the PCB concentration was rising. It was quick because it only takes 2 weeks to make the male mosquitoes. Suddenly, Yang Gunyu felt small and humbled. I'm embarrassed. Yang Gunyu was like a child who refused to listen to his parents but ended up getting help from them. Despite his many rejections and pushbacks, Agen had predicted this catastrophe and had prepared for it. Nov.L.B//JNN. How far is this guy thinking ahead? Is this possible for a human being? I will proceed with this if you would like, or I will dispose of it. What would you like to do? Agen asked. Please do it. Please. All right. Dr. Ryu. Yes. I apologize. And thank you so much. I think it's a good idea for China to build Guangdong into a top economic hub in Asia, Agen said. Asia should have something like that, too. I hope you handle this situation well. The Chinese Minister of Health couldn't afford to be distracted by the biological disaster in Guangdong because something far more serious was happening in China's upper class. Foreign Minister Wang Shubin had facial paralysis this morning. Reports kept coming in from below. The State Councillor, the Vice Premier, the Minister of Commerce, the Minister of Transportation, 7 directors of the Ministry of State Security, and the Chief Superintendent of the Public Security Bureau. These people were affected in just the administrative branch alone. Even the leaders of powerful private companies were falling live autumn leaves in the wind. They could not figure out how to control this inferno that was suddenly spreading like wildfire. I feel like a designated survivor. The Minister of Health let out a deep sigh. You still don't know the cause. He badgered his staff. The best doctors in China are analyzing the cause, but they're still not sure, said one of his staff. According to Professor Zhenfu at Peking University Hospital, it appears to be a disease called subacute necrotizing encephalomyelopathy. What does that mean? What is that? What department is Professor Zhenfu from? He's from the pediatrics department. The Minister of Health frowned. Everyone who has collapsed right now is old. How would a professor of pediatrics know? But no other professors have given an opinion yet. What's the disease? The minister asked. Apparently, it's caused by a mutation in the mitochondria. It's a genetic disease, and most die when they are young. But the symptoms of this disease are almost exactly the same as what's happening right now. They feel nauseous, their vision decreases rapidly, they have eye muscle paralysis, and then they have a heart attack or breathing problems, the staff member said. Professor Zhenfu said there are rare cases where children can grow up without any problems and then develop the disease as adults. There are more than 100 patients right now. All the highest-ranking people in China have this genetic disease, and they all developed it at the same time in their 50s, like they made a promise? Do you think that makes sense? The minister said. The staff stayed quiet. The minister sighed in frustration. Sir. One of his staff who was taking a call at the other end of the office jumped to his feet. Look at this. This is what the patients have in common right now. What is it? The minister asked, frowning. They all received organ transplants in Xinjiang Uyghur 6 months ago. In Xinjiang Uyghur. Perhaps that had something to do with it. Get me a list of people who received organ transplants in Xinjiang Uyghur. I already put it together, the staff member said, picking up a stack of printed documents. As the Minister of Health was about to take it. Sir. Another person shouted in horror from the desk on the other side of the office. What is it? I got a call, and, they said, stammering. The president says he's feeling nauseous. The Minister of Health froze. He picked up the Xinjiang Uyghur organ transplant list. The president is also on this list, said the staff member who gave him the list. *****. Dr. Ref released the virus in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. It was a lentivirus that inserted its genes into human DNA. The virus spread rapidly among the 1 million inmates of Xinjiang Uyghur. It first infected their respiratory tracts, then traveled in their blood to infect organs throughout the body. All 8 transplantable organs were infected: the heart, liver, kidneys, cornea, small intestine, pancreas, and lungs. The nucleases produced by the virus destroyed the existing mitochondria and triggered specific mutations. However, the Uyghur prisoner's health was not affected, as this mutation only caused problems when cell division occurred rapidly. This virus was not pathogenic to the organs of fully grown adults. But it's a different story if they got organ transplants. Dr. Ref, who finished tidying up the new camp for the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, sipped her tea and read the calendar. It had been 6 months since she had released the virus. As organ transplant surgery involved removing and attaching healthy organs, it caused significant damage to the junction. In order to repair the damage, the organ, which was infected with the virus, would naturally undergo cell division. This was a special case of a disease that occurred in newborns occurring in adults. Dr. Ref, said a man with a beard. Ryu Youngjun went to Guangdong to solve the mosquito problem. Mosquitoes aren't a problem to him. They're just bothersome, Dr. Ref replied. He'll probably solve the Xinjiang Uyghur problem, right? Probably. Dr. Ref nodded. It doesn't matter. It's fine if he solves it. The point is to get Rosaline to witness the shit that's going on in Uyghur, she said. I said that humans don't deserve science. People like Ryu Youngjun are rare. There aren't many elites like him on Earth. She needs to realize that. She needs to give up hope in humanity. The man nodded. Dr. Ref took another sip of tea. Rosaline is more advanced than any creature on Earth, on a different level than the descendants of a primitive cell. She can't just live as Ryu Youngjun's vending machine for scientific technology, she said. This is what we call eusociality, where humans are the laborers of the material world, and Rosaline is the one who guides their actions in the right direction. Dr. Ref thought of a blueprint for the future she had long envisioned. Rosaline must rule the world. When Youngjun flew to Guangdong, he brought 3 huge containers on the plane with him. Is this that? Yang Gunyu asked nervously. It's 10 million male mosquitoes, Youngjun replied through an interpreter. Yang Gunyu gulped. He felt like he could hear their buzzing wings through the container. This really doesn't cause any problems in the environment, right? Yang Gunyu asked again. Yes, don't worry. But destroying the sex ratio of mosquitoes isn't exactly natural, so, Yang Gunyu seemed anxious. It wasn't natural for the PCBS to leak out either. And unequal sex ratios are natural, Youngjun said. It's natural. In the 1990s, there was a scientist named Richard Stouthammer. He found a colony of bees that were reproducing asexually. There were only females, and they were reproducing by self-replication. It turned out that it wasn't a trait of the bees, it was caused by a bacteria called Wolbachia that infected the bees. When we treated them with antibiotics to get rid of the bacteria, males suddenly appeared and started reproducing sexually. What is that? Wolbachia is a type of sexually transmitted bacteria that can only live in the sperm or eggs of insects. It's difficult for them to live in the sperm because it is extremely cramped and lacking nutrients, but the egg is quite desirable since it has abundant cytoplasm and space, Youngjun said. That's why the bacteria chose to eliminate males. Bees infected with Wolbachia only gave birth to females, and the females would self-replicate and produce females without reproducing with males. Wow, there are a lot more crazy things in the natural world than humans realize, Youngjun said. And Wolbachia can infect mosquitoes, and with a little manipulation of the Wolbachia's genes, they can be tricked into thinking that the sperm is a better living environment. And these are the mosquitoes infected with the Wolbachia you tricked, asked Yang Gunyu, pointing at the container. Yes, Youngjun said. Now, if we release these mosquitoes, this STI will spread rapidly among the mosquitoes. It won't take long since the weather is warm, it's a perfect area for them to mate and lay eggs, and there are already over 100 million of them flying around. The male mosquitoes won't be affected by the repellent because they don't have the same olfactory nerves as female mosquitoes. You can still keep using the repellent, and please do so. Can Wolbachia infect people? Of course, not. Wolbachia is just a sexually transmitted infection of several species of insects, Youngjun replied. They are physiologically unable to touch humans, and even if a mosquito sticks its needle into another insect, it won't be transmitted. It's like how sexually transmitted infections like syphilis don't spread just because people eat stew from the same pot. STIs are transmitted through sex. I see. Yang Gunyu nodded slightly, as the concept of sexually transmitted infections in mosquitoes was foreign to him. Then, let's go. Youngjun loaded the 3 containers on a truck and moved to Guangzhou with Yang Gunyu. Guangzhou was filled with reporters, and there were mosquito carcasses all around them. It was because Agenbio's mosquito repellent had been sprayed nearby. It's Ryu Youngjun, exclaimed one of the reporters when they saw him. Click, click. A commotion erupted in an instant, with the reporters' cameras flashing one after another. Yang Gunyu had brought in a solution from Korea to fix the terrible mosquito disaster that had hit Guangdong. He was the best biologist in the world, the scientist who predicted this event early on, and he was a GSC member who advocated for mosquito eradication at the GSC International Conference. After discussions with Governor Yang, Agenbio has decided to release 10 million genetically engineered Wolbachia-infected male mosquitoes in Guangzhou, Maoming, and Jiayang cities to solve the situation, Youngjun said into the microphone. First, we will release 4 million mosquitoes here in Guangzhou. Civil servants from Guangzhou nervously moved one of the containers. They carefully began to tear off the top of the steel plate. The lid opened, but the mosquitoes inside remained motionless, glued to the wall. They're not coming out. The reporters, who were hoping to get a good shot of the swarm of mosquitoes, seemed disappointed. Youngjun chuckled at their expressions. Crash! He lightly kicked the container once with his foot, and the surprised mosquitoes inside began to rise. Wow! The reporters gasped and marveled at the unimaginable spectacle. It looked like a school of sardines in the ocean, migrating in tens of thousands. A huge, jet-black mass shot up into the sky, emitting a fierce noise. Lab 7 of Agenbio simulated the mosquito eradication project with ABAI once again. This time, it was director Kim Young-hoon on YouTube instead of Youngjun. Where is Ryu Youngjun? Who is this man? Mosquito eradication channel LOL. Looking at the comments that were coming up, Kim Young-hoon said, "My name is Kim Young-hoon, the project leader of ABAI development at Agenbio Laboratory 7. Nice to meet you." He spoke as he started up ABAI. Mr. Ryu is in China and is running this simulation in real life right now. There will be articles coming soon. He pulled up Guangdong province on ABAI and released 10 million mosquitoes infected with genetically engineered Wolbachia in 3 cities, Guangzhou, Maoming, and Jiayang. The number of mosquitoes, which had soared past 150 million, began to decline at an alarming rate over the next week. In the natural world, female mosquitoes usually mate once, Kim Young-hoon said. And they can lay eggs up to 7 times, but their lifespan is about a week at most. He pointed to the number of mosquitoes decreasing exponentially in a week. In other words, even if there were 150 million mosquitoes in Guangdong right now, they would all die in a week or 2, Kim Young-hoon said. We just need to be able to eliminate the new eggs they lay, and that's how we can control this mosquito outbreak. Kim Young-hoon's simulation was coming to life in Guangdong. Youngjun was sitting in the hotel room Yang Gunyu had arranged for him and watching it in Rosaline's simulation mode. No matter how good ABAI is, you're much better, Youngjun said. Of course. I'm no match for some machine artificial intelligence. In just a week, the swarm of mosquitoes that were taking over commercial centers and homes had noticeably reduced. The roadsides were littered with dead mosquitoes, and most of the male mosquitoes were going into the forest, except when they were mating. They are going down nicely. Rosaline watched the mosquitoes die. Yeah, at this rate, there won't be any mosquitoes in Guangdong next summer. I think it's going to affect Southeast Asia as well. Of course. The Asian tiger mosquito will be wiped out in some countries. I kind of feel bad for them, Youngjun said. Really? I don't think mosquitoes were born wanting to be like that. People are trying to save the African black rhino from extinction, but mosquitoes carry diseases and suck blood, so we're trying to wipe them out. There's nothing we can do. Rosaline intervened. And a lot of creatures have gone extinct on Earth. It's not a problem if humans act selfishly for the sake of humans. Right. Of course. Humans are one of the descendants of the primordial soup. They have gone through billions of years of evolution, just like mosquitoes. So, humans are competitors of mosquitoes. Youngjun tilted his head in confusion. The only thing unfortunate for them is that I became an ally of humans. Rosaline added. It's like an adult intervening in a fight between children, so it's inevitable that one side will fall to their demise. Oh, anyway, why did you bring that box? Rosaline pointed at the large box in the corner near the bed. It's because of that virus, Youngjun said. The one that Dr. Ref released? It's no use. It's based on a lentivirus. It can't be transmitted to fetuses, and even if it did infect a newborn, it would be difficult to cause symptoms. Rosaline gave Youngjun an explanation. Developing babies have rapid cell division, but it's nothing compared to the fetus, which has to differentiate 20 trillion cells in 10 months. Then, it differentiates into 100 trillion cells over the course of 20 years, which is relatively slow. Even if the virus affects children, it can't cause encephalomyelopathy. I think they were targeting children in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, but they made a mistake. But there were a lot of organ transplants in the Xinjiang Uyghur region. Yes. If that's the case, it's possible that cell division in the surgical region could be accelerated and cause symptoms. But how many cases like that could there be? According to what Secretary Yu told me, it's 30,000 cases since 3 years ago. But that's 3 years of data. According to the data Whitaker brought us, Dr. Ref sent the virus relatively recently. Even if there have been people executed after that, how many could there have been, even if they are doing illegal transplants? I hope there aren't too many. Knock knock. Someone was at Youngjun's door. He could hear Yang Gunyu's voice. Jiao Shao, Shi Wo Yang Gunyu. Dr. Ryu? It's Governor Yang Gunyu. A male interpreter translated what Yang Gunyu was saying. And as Youngjun reflexively turned towards the door, Rosaline shot up from the bed. Don't go outside. Rosaline warned Youngjun. Youngjun, who was about to open the door, tilted his head in puzzlement and looked at her. There are 3 more people other than Yang Gunyu, and they have guns. Guns? Are they from the Public Security Bureau? No, I don't know. Youngjun gulped nervously. I don't think they are trying to hurt you because they are all relaxed. But you don't know what could happen. What is it? Youngjun asked over the intercom. What Yang Gunyu and his people said was surprising. Please help us. The Minister of Health has asked us to escort you to Zongnanhai n/o/vel/b/slash/jn.c//om. Zongnanhai? Where is that? Youngjun asked. Yang Gunyu hesitated to answer, but the chief of the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau replied instead. It's in Beijing. The president's office is there, and we've been ordered to escort you there. We are not trying to kidnap you. Please come with us. China is in trouble. Youngjun sighed. He picked up the box he brought and opened the door. Lead the way, he said. Yang Gunyu flinched. Youngjun's aura was strangely different from before. No matter how disrespectful and reckless Yang Gunyu had been, from ignoring the mosquito extermination recommendations to disregarding the PCB warnings, Youngjun had never lost his temper. But now, things were a little different. He was calm and collected, but he was somewhat tense. Ongjun was escorted by the Public Security Bureau and flew to Beijing. After landing at the airport, he got into a car and drove behind the Zaijinshinj 1, circling west. Soon, a huge lake appeared. The central and southern regions of this lake were collectively known as Zongnanhai. This area was the heart of the Chinese Communist Party's power. It was home to the State Council, the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, and other major institutions. The essence of all of them was the Hall of Diligence. It was the office of Chen Shui, the leader of the Chinese Communist Party and the pinnacle of power in China. While the White House in the United States, a comparable center of power, was largely open to the public, the Hall of Diligence was highly secretive. Not only was it off-limits to the public, even pictures weren't allowed. Even the website of the Zongnanhai said very little about the Hall of Diligence. Dr. Ryu has to go in alone from here, the chief said to Kim Chulkwan, the head of K-Cops who was with Youngjun. Please wait here for a moment, Youngjun told Kim Chulkwan and followed the officers inside. It was the moment Youngjun stepped into the heart of power of the continent that was shrouded in a veil of secrecy. Are you Dr. Ryu? Youngjun? After passing through the luxurious gates into the waiting room, a middle-aged man who had been waiting for him stood up. My name is Peng Kui, the chief of staff. Thank you for coming. Please follow me. Peng Kui bowed respectfully and walked in front of Youngjun, leading the way. This is your first time in the Hall of Diligence, right? Have you ever been in the White House? He asked. A few times, Youngjun replied. We take security of the Hall of Diligence very seriously, so we rarely open it to the public unless they are our own people. We are more careful if they are close with the United States. There's also only a small space allowed for foreign state guests who are invited into the Zaijinshinj, Peng Kui said. Ever since President Chen Shui came to power, there have only been a few foreigners who have entered this hallway from the Hall of Diligence, and one of them is you, Dr. Ryu. Peng Kui stepped outside at the end of the hallway. He walked around the small pond and entered the side door of the palace. This is the medical room inside the palace. It is equipped with excellent medical staff and facilities for surgery and treatment in the event of an emergency. Peng Kui walked down the hall again, then stopped in front of the lavish door at the far end of the hall. That's why the president's hospital room is located here as well. Click. Peng Kui opened the door. Youngjun, who stepped inside, was a little nervous. A dozen guards, who looked like they could stop a bullet with their bare hands, stared at Youngjun with a piercing gaze. At the center of the room was a giant hospital bed. 2 attending physicians, both of whom looked like they had been through all kinds of hardship, and some nurses stood beside the bed. On the bed, a man who looked to be in his early 60s was leaning back against the cushions with a frozen face. Welcome, Dr. Ryu. One of the physicians approached Youngjun and shook his hand. I'm Fen Mao, the attending physician of the Hall of Diligence. I'm Ryu Youngjun from Agenbio. Nice to meet you. Youngjun shook his hand. As you know, I'm not a doctor, and I cannot examine the patient. The professors here are probably much better than me at diagnosing and prescribing medicine based on the patient's symptoms, Youngjun said. Nevertheless, I'm sure there's a reason you brought me here. What is it? Sigh. The attendings let out a deep sigh. Dr. Ryu, everything you are seeing and hearing now are state secrets. We have brought you here because we trust you. You must not speak of this out of this room. Yes, Youngjun replied. If we hear any strange rumors, we will assume they came from you. Enough, Chen Shui said, his pronunciation slightly slurred. How can we scare him when we brought him here? That's enough. Chen Shui raised his right arm and gestured at Youngjun. It's a little difficult for me to move right now, so could you come closer? When Youngjun approached him, he let out a small sigh. I apologize for the impertinence of my staff. It doesn't matter if you talk about this, sir. Peng Kui shouted. The Chinese economy will suffer if word gets out that you have fallen sick. We must keep it hidden as long as we can. All right, all right. Chen Shui waved his hand in annoyance. Dr. Ryu, as you can see, I cannot move much because my muscles and nerves have become paralyzed. I can't even speak properly because my facial muscles are also paralyzed. It's subacute necrotizing encephalomyelopathy, said Fen Mao. It took a long time to confirm this diagnosis because it usually only affects babies. Fen Mao picked up a medical chart from the table and held it out to Youngjun. We've already translated it for you. Thank you. Youngjun took the chart and schemed through it. Fenmao, who was watching him nervously, spoke up. Dr. Ryu, subacute necrotizing encephalomyelitis does not have a cure yet. There is nothing more that modern medicine can do, but Dr. Ryu, you have conquered incurable diseases many times, he said in a desperate voice. Perhaps, there is something you can do. There is, Youngjun said. There is. You do. Fenmao, Peng Kui, and Chen Shui all looked surprised. They had brought Youngjun here with a glimmer of hope, but they honestly didn't think it would be possible. No matter how good he was, what could he do about an unusual case like this? Even Fenmao, Chen Shui's attending physician, didn't know much about the disease, because it was a rare genetic disease that usually only affected newborn babies. They were trying to find the answer to this peculiar case where the disease suddenly appeared in an adult in their 60s, but it seemed unlikely, even for Youngjun. However, Youngjun was one step ahead of them. Actually, I already have the cure. Youngjun took out a small, brown vial out of his bag. For a moment, Peng Kui wondered if Youngjun had been hired by the CIA to poison the president. That was how abnormal the situation was. How did you know to prepare the treatment? Fenmao asked. We discovered a virus at the hideout of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, the organization that attacked the last GSC International Conference, Youngjun replied. A virus? Fenmao asked, frowning. I was asked to determine what it was. It was a lentivirus, and the DNA in it contained genes coding for a nuclease. Once inside the host cell and expressed, it travels to the mitochondria and mutates the mitochondrial gene DAP6, changing the 8999th threonine to a glycine or cysteine. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Only Fenmao could barely understand his explanation, the others were simply stunned. So, wait, you're saying that a virus is in the president's body right now? That mutation is the pathogen underlying the subacute necrotizing encephalomyelitis, Youngjun said. However, being infected with that virus doesn't cause the disease in the adult body because cell division is not happening vigorously. When cell division is occurring rapidly, the mitochondrial mutation produces a large amount of lactic acid that becomes concentrated in the cerebrospinal fluid. This induces gangrenous disorders in the basal ganglia, thalamus, brainstem, dentate nucleus, and the optic nerves. When the symptoms begin, the patient will first feel nauseous, followed by rapid paralysis of muscles and nerves, loss of vision, impairments in breathing or heart function, eventually resulting in death. Youngjun stared directly at Chen Shui. Mr. President, he said. You received an organ transplant in Xinjiang Uyghur, right? Chen Shui gulped. The attendings and Peng Kui just glanced at each other, not knowing what to do. Yes, I did, Chen Shui said. I received a heart transplant. I've heard that there were 30,000 organ transplant surgeries in Xinjiang Uyghur in the last 3 years, and I've also heard that there is a fairly large number of Muslim Uyghurs imprisoned there. Nature is investigating that with the suspicion that most of those organ transplants were unauthorized harvestings from prisoners of conscience, Youngjun said. How much of this is true? Silence filled the room once again. Dr. Ryu, I don't know where you heard something like that from, but... The moment that Peng Kui jumped in, trying to break the awkward silence before it became even longer. Most of it is true, Chen Shui said, interrupting Peng Kui. Sir. Peng Kui stared at Chen Shui, surprised. It's okay. Dr. Ryu will find out eventually. I'm not the only one who did this. Youngjun clenched his jaw in anger. How many patients were there? I don't know, but there are quite a few, especially among the higher UPS. You reap what you sow, Youngjun said. What? Peng Kui frowned and glared at him. Am I wrong? The terrorists from the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine sent the virus to the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region and infected the Uyghur people there. You got subacute necrotizing encephalomyelitis from getting that organ transplanted into you, right? Dr. Ryu. Ha ha ha. Peng Kui was about to say something when suddenly Chen Shui laughed quietly. You really are brilliant. It wouldn't be easy for even the President of the United States to talk about something I don't like so openly. But Dr. Ryu, we didn't harvest the organs of prisoners of conscience without consent. They were all people who had committed great crimes, and we got consent for organ harvesting from the prisoners. We are not that evil. What great crimes do citizens imprisoned for religious reasons commit? The conflict in that area is more nasty and complicated than you think. The Uyghur people want independence, and there is no politician in the world who would allow themselves to lose their territory and people. I am President Mao Zedong's legitimate successor, and I have a duty to maintain and lead a united China, Chen Shui said. And of course, some of them have been sentenced to death, Dr. Ryu. It was a riot, bordering on a civil war, and many people were killed or injured during the suppression. But the entire process was legal, even the organ donation. A Uyghur citizen who rebelled for independence in Xinjiang Uyghur and ended up being executed donated his heart to the President of China? Do you think that makes sense? Again, it was legal. What Chen Shui was saying had a strange nuance to it. There was a good chance that they made a deal with the prisoner, such as releasing their families or paying them, instead of them donating their organs out of pure humanitarianism. Any kind of external pressure was against medical ethics, but Youngjun didn't know what the law was in China. It could have actually been legal here due to some clever wordplay. Anyway, thank you for delivering the cure, said Chen Shui, pointing at the brown bottle Youngjun had set down. You can go now. My chief of staff will reward you generously. It was over now. Peng Kui came over to escort Youngjun out, but at that moment, Youngjun uttered something completely unexpected. You won't be cured with this. What are you talking about? Fen Mao asked, tilting his head in confusion. This treatment is for subacute necrotizing encephalomyelitis in infants. It racks down and destroys the virus-infected mitochondria and removes the lactic acid from the cerebrospinal fluid. Isn't that it? Chen Shui asked. At the same time, Fen Mao, who was standing next to him, looked concerned. Not in your case, Mr. President, Youngjun said. If I destroy the virus-infected mitochondria, the cells at the heart junction will become necrotic, triggering an immune response near the heart, and the heart will lose its function. This treatment only buys you 3 months. No. Is there any other way? Fen Mao asked. There is. But there's a condition, Youngjun said. 1. The Forbidden City in China. Before I hear the treatment and the condition, Chen Shui said. From what you're saying, Dr. Ryu, I'm going to be in danger because my transplanted heart won't be able to function. Then, what if I use the treatment and get another heart in 3 months? I think that will work, Chen Shui said. Youngjun was a little disgusted by his sordid way of thinking. It's not like switching the parts of a car. Normally, when someone received an organ transplant from another person, the immune system recognized it as a foreign pathogenic substance and destroyed it. This was called a rejection. To solve this problem, modern medicine used 3 strategies. The first was to ensure a complete histocompatibility antigen match between the donor and recipient, the second was to use non-specific immunosuppressive drugs, and the last was to induce immune tolerance. For the first strategy, doctors tested the blood type and antigens on the donor and recipient's white blood cells, called human leukocyte antigen testing, HLA testing, to determine compatibility. It was very rare for the recipient and donor to have a perfect match, so they usually compromised with somewhat of a match. The reason for this, of course, was because there were only a few people who were willing to donate. When a critically ill patient who had agreed to a transplant died, there was a very low chance that their histocompatibility antigens matched the donor's on a tolerable level. Therefore, if the survival rate was acceptable, the transplant was simply performed, followed by a post-treatment of immunosuppressants and immune tolerance induction. Plus, there was no way the human immune system would recognize the Chinese president. The chances of a heart from a critically ill patient who would die within 3 months being compatible with Chen Shui's body would be as low as any other patient. Still, it was a bit concerning that Chen Shui was so confident that they could just transplant another heart. It almost sounded like they would even take a heart from a living person with good histocompatibility. However, this wasn't possible. As I told you, the treatment will cause the transplant junction of the heart to necrotize. This will cause immune cells to rush to it, triggering an immune response. Naturally, it will also be sensitive to the heart transplanted afterwards, Youngjun said. With the treatment I gave you, a second transplant will not be possible. You're saying that it won't work unless we find a heart with a 100% histocompatibility match, Fen Mao said. That's right. It was no different than saying that Chen Shui was incurable. Concern dawned on the medical team's faces. Then what's your solution, Dr. Ryu? Chen Shui asked. Make an artificial organ and transplant it, Youngjun said. An artificial organ. The medical team frowned. Agenbio has been working on organoids and artificial organs for a long time. We've already perfected the development of a few organs, including the small intestine, but we've never transplanted them into humans. Are you saying that you're going to test that completely unproven nonsense on the president? Peng Kui asked in disbelief. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. That's the only way, and I am confident. Take the treatment and wait. I will bring you an artificial heart made from your own cells. Since it will be your own cells, it will be 100% histocompatible, Youngjun said. Chen Shui thought for a moment, then sighed. That seems like the only way, he said. I will do that, Dr. Ryu. And I have one question. What is it? How many of this cure and artificial organs can you make? There are other patients besides you. How many are there? Our health authorities can't track that number. We'll have to go to Xinjiang Uyghur and get the number from the hospital staff there, but what I do know is that there are quite a few bedridden people in Zongnanhai right now, like me. They are all leading the country, and if even one of them is vacant, it could shake the country. I can provide as many treatments as you need, but artificial organs are a different story. There aren't many scientists at Agenbio who can produce them, maybe 20 at most, and that will also depend on the type of organ. I see. Most of them will die. I will make a list of the people who must be saved. Speaking of lists, I have another favor to ask, Youngjun added. Is it the condition you were talking about earlier? What is it? Let me visit the camps in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. That's not possible. Chen Shui shut him down in distaste. However, Youngjun didn't back down. I need to see how far the virus has spread there, and I need to know how many other patients there are besides you. That area is even harder to get into than the Hall of Diligence, Dr. Ryu, Peng Kui intervened. Isn't that why I'm asking the president? Youngjun replied. Peng Kui sighed like they were in a bind. Chen Shui thought for a moment. All right. But whatever you see and hear there, you must not talk about it outside. Maybe. I'll think about it, Youngjun said. Look. Dr. Ryu, Peng Kui said. Uyghur is an internationally sensitive conflict area. If a speaker with your influence says the wrong thing, it will be I'm not interested in politics, and it's not like I know much about the independence of the Uyghur people. But as long as a deadly virus has entered the region, there may be information that needs to be shared with the public for the sake of public health. Why are you so interested in the internal affairs of another country? Peng Kui asked, a little offended. I don't care about internal affairs. But a virus that can cause subacute necrotizing encephalomyelopathy and organ transplants is a problem in the medical community. We have to stop further damage, don't we? Youngjun said. You said the prisoners gave their consent, and it was done legally. Various media outlets, led by Nature, will be asking questions soon enough, and I'm just saying that we should answer truthfully, both you and me. Chen Shui glared at Youngjun. Are you not going to do the artificial organ transplant if I don't do that? Even though you have always been dedicated to science and humanity. The bodyguards in the room glanced at Youngjun. Peng Kui waited for his response nervously. The atmosphere was tense, and the heavy silence weighed down on Youngjun. But he answered firmly. No, then I won't do it. Peng Kui coughed and the bodyguards glared, but no one could move easily. Youngjun said, if it is true that you executed prisoners of conscience and harvested their organs without consent, Nature will not only reject the paper that they are editing now, but they are also thinking of retracting the existing papers as well. He looked straight at Chen Shui. I think that is right. Data produced by lies or in unethical ways is not what I think science should look like because it will only lead to bigger problems in the end. I don't want to get involved in any of that. If you want my help, you'll have to be transparent about all the medical practices that occurred in Xinjiang Uyghur first. *****. In the hallway of an old apartment on the outskirts of San Diego, stood a middle-aged man and woman in front of the door to Unit 1208, reuniting after about 25 years. To be exact, only Elsie happily greeted him. Chen Jimyang was in a state of shock, unable to speak. Elsie had changed dramatically. She had lost everything: her luscious hair, bright eyes, and her beautiful smile. She opened the door while smoking a weed cigarette and a bottle of vodka in her hand. SBE has gained about 50 kilograms and aged significantly. Even considering that a long time had passed, she had changed too much. What happened? In Chen Jimyang's memories, Elsie was someone who spent every night with papers and experiments, saying that she was going to biosynthesize a living cell from organic material. She was a cute, lively person who planned unbelievable experiments and pitched 2 new project ideas every day. Come in, Elsie said as she let out a long breath of smoke. Chen Jimyang's path was filled with cigarette boxes, liquor bottles, pizza boxes, and empty bags of snacks. In serious shock, Chen Jimyang barely opened his mouth. What happened over the years? A lot of things happened. Elsie led Chen Jimyang to the table and showed him a few bottles of liquor. This is all I have because I only drink vodka. Would you like some? No, I'm okay. Fu. All right. I knew that Dr. Ryu would send someone from Agenbio, but I didn't think it would be you, Dr. Chen. Elsie took a big sip of vodka. Did you come because of Rosaline? She asked. No, Mr. Ryu said he really wants to meet you. So, Elsie frowned. She thought for a moment. Chen Jimyang doesn't know about Rosaline. She took another sip of vodka. Are you here because of Dr. Ref? She asked again. Dr. Ref? Oh, he did look for you when that crazy terrorist was targeting the GSC International Conference. Ha, Elsie chuckled. That woman is not a crazy murderer. Her target was the GSC, not civilians. What? She probably carried out some attacks along the Anthracis fence in Africa, but most of those places were borders that soldiers from other countries used to loot Congo's resources. Recently, it seems like she's interested in Xinjiang Uyghur, but that's probably... Elsie suddenly stopped talking. No, just forget it. I'm talking nonsense because I'm drunk, she said, laughing. Elsie, I have something I want to ask you, Chen Jimyang said. Why did you leave the life creation department all of a sudden? Because I felt a limit in my research, Elsie said with a bitter smile. I was not capable of creating life. I realized that early on and gave up. After I came back to the United States, I kept trying to make someone who could do THA. BZZ? Chen Jimyang's phone buzzed. Sorry, just a moment. Chen Jimyang took the call. Dr. Chen? It was lead scientist Bae-sun-mi. What is it? You said you were returning in 2 days, right? Yes. I have 2 days off after that, so I'll be in next Monday. I'm sorry, but you're going to have to cancel your vacation. Pardon. You should be getting used to this cycle now. It's an urgent experiment, so we're stuck with an all-nighter. What's it about? We have to make artificial organs. A lot of them. We need as many technicians as we can get, and with your skills, you have to participate. Is it an order from Mr. Ryu? Yes. He called us himself and asked for our help. Youngjun was driving into the university hospital in Xinjiang Uyghur. He didn't believe Chen Shui in the first place. There was no way something like this was legal. I'll look for some data. Rosaline released thousands of her cells around the hospital and began searching. Even if it was a room with top-secret data guarded by the highest level of security, they couldn't stop a cell from slipping through the keyhole or door crack. Then, something caught Rosaline's eye as she was thoroughly searching the hospital. I found something strange. Rosaline shared her findings with Youngjun. What is it? It's a blueprint of the building. Why is that weird? This building is only 5 stories underground, and the rest is a parking lot. The blueprint is different. It looks like there's an extra basement level with sterile operating room equipment, including HEPA filters. There are also patient rooms. And there is also a 7th and an 8th basement floor. Youngjun sighed. Other than that, I found a few contracts. Contracts. It's about histocompatibility tests for organ transplants. The contract says that this hospital will conduct the test. The hospital and who? It's a company called Blood Tyrant Agency. Click. The car door opened. 3 nervous-looking men greeted Youngjun as he stepped out. Huanying. Welcome, translated the man who was getting out of the car after Youngjun. This interpreter had been accompanying Youngjun ever since he met Chen Shui. Let's go. The moment the interpreter pulled Youngjun by the arm, Kim Chulquan, the head of his security team, stepped in between them. Let's go, Kim Chulquan said again. As he pushed the interpreter out of the way with his broad, muscular shoulders, his expression was nothing but casual. He knew instinctively that this place could be dangerous. Please lead the way, Youngjun said. And inwardly, he spoke to Rosaline. Find me more data. I'll look for a way to go below the 6th floor of the basement. *****. Mei Weijun, the director of the University Hospital in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, was a little nervous to meet Youngjun. Ryu Youngjun will go there. The Minister of Health informed her directly by phone 2 days ago. The superficial reason was for Youngjun to thoroughly investigate the extent of the virus spread in Xinjiang Uyghur. His first stop was going to be the University Hospital, which was entrusted with the healthcare of the training center or internment camps that held 1 million people, to look at organ transplant charts and such. But given his personality, he likely wanted to investigate how organ transplants happened here. You must not show any appearance of impropriety. If Ryu Youngjun finds out about the illegality of organ transplants here and returns to Korea, it could jeopardize the country. Initially, Mei Weijun was dumbfounded at the minister's insistence. Youngjun was so famous that even children living in rural areas knew his name, but he was just the leader of a large corporation at most. Even if they took into account his obsession with bioethics, how could someone like him shake a powerful country like China? Mei Weijun tried asking about that, but the minister only gave her stricter orders. We cannot afford to make a single mistake. This order is being given to you from a branch higher than the Politburo Standing Committee. If you make a mistake, Director Mei Weijun, it will cost you not only your life but also the lives of your family. Director, Youngjun said. Mei Weijun, momentarily recalling her memory of a few days ago, quickly raised her head to look at Youngjun. Oh, Bibao Qian. Ni Shuoshen. Mei Weijun asked, stuttering. The interpreter who was standing behind Youngjun frowned and shot a glare at her. He was an interpreter from the State Council who had traveled here from Beijing. Actually, Mei Weijun couldn't tell if interpreting was his real job. She wondered if this man was just an employee of the Communist Party's intelligence department who learned Korean. He's keeping an eye on me to make sure I don't make any mistakes. Mei Weijun gulped. The interpreter translated what Mei Weijun said. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. My apologies. What did you say? I want to see the chart for the organ transplant, Youngjun said. The chart for the organ transplant. Give me a moment. The conversation between Youngjun and Mei Weijun has been translated to English for better reading. Imagine that they are still talking through the interpreter/ref. Mei Weijun's hands trembled. She took out the chart she had prepared in advance and gave it to Youngjun. It only had 124 people on it. Is this the data from the last 3 years? Youngjun asked. Why, yes. Mei Weijun propped up her glasses with a nervous face. This is all you have? The Nature paper that is being edited says that 30,000 people in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region have had organ transplant surgeries. That's probably the number for Xinjiang Uyghur as a whole, and it's hard to keep track when medical records get jumbled up. It probably isn't 3,000. In Xinjiang Uyghur, I think it's less than 3,000 in the last 3 years at the most. Youngjun slowly read the chart. It's in Korean. We translated it in advance because you were coming. July 23rd. Donor, Li Qingquin, 27. Recipient, Chen Shui, 65. After the left atrium was anastomost, the superior and inferior vena cava were anastomost separately. Basiliximab and Simulect were administered to induce immunosuppression. After the completion of anastomosis, 500 mg of methylprednisolone was given through an intravenous infusion before the reperfusion of the heart. Tacrolimus, mycophenolate mofetil, and prednisolone were administered postoperatively to maintain immunosuppression. Progress. I need the donor's information. Can I get some more? Youngjun asked. Yes, here it is. Mei Weijun handed him another stack of documents. Li Qingquin, 27 years old. Hometown, 341 to Sevenjiang, Guangdong Province. The donor is from Guangdong. Youngjun asked. Yes. Guangdong is on the south end of China. Why did they come all the way to Xinjiang Uyghur? I don't know. There's no way for us to determine that. IQ. Youngjun froze. In organ transplantation, there was a very low chance that a donor and recipient would be histocompatible. It was likely for people from Xinjiang Uyghur, a region as far away from the center of China, to have ethnic differences, which would lead to biological differences. This meant that there may not have been a heart in Xinjiang Uyghur with the right histocompatibility to Chen Shui, a Han Chinese president. But would the Chinese Communist Party have given up on his life? Youngjun stared at the address on the document. Then, he felt a chill run down his spine. My god. He thought he had heard of this neighborhood before, but he didn't want it to be true. I need a moment. Youngjun stood up from his seat. Dr. Ryu. The interpreter and Mei Weijun both stood up as well, surprised. Youngjun quickly ran outside, and the interpreter followed him. Sir. Youngjun quickly walked past Kim Chul-kwan, who was staring at him from the doorway. Please let me be alone for a moment. Youngjun then went into the restroom and locked the door behind him. Click. Rosaline. Send a few of your cells outside and guard the door. Then, Rosaline's cells floated around in the hallway in front of the washroom. The interpreter ran all the way to the door. No. Kim Chul-kwan stopped him as he approached the door. You cannot go in. Please wait. I am the interpreter replied. I know that, Kim Chul-kwan replied sternly, still firmly guarding the door. The interpreter seemed like he was suspicious, but he quietly backed away. It seems like I can trust Kim Chul-kwan. Youngjun took out his phone and called Alice. Dr. Ryu, is something wrong? Sorry for calling you so suddenly, but could you please translate for me on the phone right now? Yes. I'm not busy right now. What's going on? I'll make a three-way call. Then, Youngjun put the call on hold and called someone else. He had their number already. Ji Xian. She was the mother of the baby sacrificed for He Jiangkui's genetic manipulation. Wei, hello? Alice translated Ji Xian's words. Ms. Ji Xian, it's me, Ryu Youngjun. I'm sorry, but there's something I want to ask you. Youngjun barely managed to ask while suppressing high extreme anxiety. Ms. Ji Xian. Your hometown is called Jiayang in Guangdong, right? Yes. You said it was a village that lived from selling blood, right? Yes. It's a village in the mountains of Jiayang. Selling and buying blood. Once blood was obtained, genetic testing could be used to determine histocompatibility, as antibody information was in the blood. What is the name of that blood organization? The Blood Tyrant Company. Youngjun clenched his jaw. He thought for a moment, then asked again, do you know someone named Li Qingqin? No, I've never heard that name. Are they from my village? All right. Thank you. Youngjun hung up on Ji Xian. What's the matter? What's the Blood Tyrant Company? Youngjun remained on the call with Alice. Let me make one more call. Youngjun made a three-way call again. Wei, it was Yang Gunyu, the governor of Guangdong. Mr. Governor, it's Ryu Youngjun. There's something I want to confirm with you. Do you know anyone named Li Qingqin in Guangdong? Li Qingqin? There are so many people in Guangdong, so how can I remember? Yang Gunyu answered Youngjun sullenly. She lived in 341-7 in Jiayang. I want more information about them, Youngjun said. That information cannot be given to outsiders. It's important. It's related to a huge infectious disease. All right. I will tell you because we are indebted to you. Hold on for a moment. Yang Gunyu knew very little about the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Plus, Yang Gunyu said something a little negative about Mao Zedong, even when the Minister of Health was listening. Yang Gunyu was a man of power with a slightly different path than the central government. He was a patriot who was loyal to the CCP, but he always said what had to be said. Although he was stubborn and arrogant, he was reasonable enough to put aside his pride when he asked for help. Plus, he knew nothing about the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Yang Gunyu didn't really care about political battles or illegal businesses in such a faraway region, as they were focused on the development of Guangdong, the biggest industrial region of China. And thanks to that, Guangdong has become the most powerful economic hub in China. The provincial GDP was equivalent to the GDP of Russia as a whole. So, let's think about this from Chen Shui's perspective. If Youngjun was right about his concerns, it was better for Chen Shui if less people knew about this. Would Chen Shui have shared this with a provincial power like Yang Gunyu? Probably not. There was a high chance that Yang Gunyu was telling Youngjun as much as he knew. Yang Gunyu was going through his computer. I looked it up on my computer right now. What does it say? That person went missing on the 16th of July, 1 year ago. That was only a week before the 23rd of July, which was the date of the surgery in the chart. By the detailed address listed, they were probably very poor because that area is being redeveloped. Is there any chance that they could have been selling blood? I'm embarrassed to say this, but there are some villages in Guangdong that survive on blood money, many of them in Jiayang. So, it's likely. Do you know the Blood Tyrant Agency? Those scumbags. I spent years fighting to get rid of them. They're an illegal blood money organization. They keep moving from place to place, running shell companies, but I'm going to take them all down sooner or later. Could you tell me about them if you know anything? Youngjun asked. I'm finished. Youngjun came out of the washroom. What did you do in there? Who did you call? The interpreter asked. I had to contact my company to give an order. I'm a scientist, but I'm also the CEO of Agenbio, Youngjun said without blinking an eye. The interpreter secretly glared at Youngjun. Youngjun had obviously figured something out while reading the donor information and called someone. It was probably important, but the interpreter didn't know what it was. Just as they were thinking that they should check with the Public Security Bureau, Youngjun spoke. Let's head back now. I have to look at the chart again. Youngjun led the way back to Mei Weijun's office. Where did you go? Mei Weijun asked as she stood up. I had something to take care of. Youngjun sat down and picked up the organ transplant chart, which was translated into Korean. May I take this? Of course. Thank you. We will prioritize the tracking of the 124 people listed here, because the virus can cause subacute necrotizing encephalomyelopathy, Youngjun said. It's 48,000 people, not 124. Rosaline sent Youngjun a message. This is in the past year. Really? Yes. I found the hard copies of the transplant records. I knew it. Youngjun thought to himself, would they have left these kinds of documents for illegal organ transplants? Of course, they would have. Youngjun was sure of it. That way, the hospital wouldn't have to take all the blame if something went wrong. Also, in organ transplantation, rejection was usually monitored for more than 6 months. Considering that all of their clients were heads of large corporations, high-ranking government officials, and their families, there was no way they wouldn't have followed up properly. And to follow up properly, they needed to have medical records of examination. The 124 people on this list must be a small subset of the rest. They probably have donor identities that are relatively safe to disclose. In Chen Shui's case, however, they probably had to include him because Youngjun already knew about him. Where are the data on the 48,000 people? In a secure document library on the 6th floor of the basement. Can I go down there? If you go behind the cancer ward of this hospital, there's a research institute affiliated with the university hospital. It's called the Institute of Biomedical Research. You can take the elevator to the basement there. So, you're saying that I have to be able to enter that institute first? Yes. Let's go to the training center, Youngjun said to Mei Weijun. I need to diagnose the extent of the virus spread there and do some experiments. Experiments? Mei Weijun asked, her eyes narrowed. Yes. Isn't it obvious? Experiments based on PCR, polymerase chain reaction, are fundamental in detecting and diagnosing viruses. Speaking of which, I need to use the lab here. If it's because of research security, don't worry, you can just give me any spare lab, just as long as I can get in and out of the lab. Mei Weijun hesitated. She lowered her head to avoid Youngjun's gaze and thought for a while. The security was perfect anyway, and he wouldn't find a way to get in without a master key card and finger recognition. Okay, I will provide you with a lab, Mei Weijun said. Thank you, but what are you going to do down there? Rosaline seemed curious. I'm going to gather evidence and expose them. Youngjun stood up as he put the medical records in his bag. Let's get going. Yes, let's go. Mei Weijun also got up, propping up her glasses with trembling fingers. Youngjun led the way, opening the door and stepping outside first. He walked through the hallway and stood in front of the elevator to go to the underground parking lot. Youngjun's body stiffened slightly. You're not going down. Puzzled, the interpreter pressed the elevator button as he looked at Youngjun. Oh, sorry, Youngjun said. He clenched his fists slightly in his pockets. His hands were damp with sweat. Right now, Youngjun was sharing his vision with Rosaline, the vision of Rosaline's 8,427,807th somatic cell. He could see hundreds of prisons. That's the only way he could describe it. Prison was the only word he knew that could accurately describe this. The tiny rooms were divided by solid concrete walls, which were excellent in soundproofing. The steel doors were firmly locked, and the rooms were filled with naked people. The hospital also had young clients, the children of the party leadership. As adult organs could not be transplanted into children, there were also boys and girls in their early teens among the inmates. Rosaline read the nameplate of a boy who looked to be about 10 years old. B78494, pulmonary transplantation, April 17th, recipient, SB7031. Pulmonary transplantation referred to a lung transplant, and it was going to happen on the 17th of April, which was a few weeks away. The recipient's code name was SB7031. The important thing was that the child who appeared to be the donor was not critically ill, but appeared to be very healthy. However, they were experiencing extreme anxiety. There were sounds of people walking outside the door. They weren't guards. Physicians wearing gowns were visiting the rooms of the imprisoned donors, one by one. They measured the heart rate of the donors and drew some blood.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Fuck. Pardon. The interpreter, who heard Youngjun muttering, tilted his head in confusion. It's nothing, Youngjun said. Let's go to the training center. Quickly. The Xinjiang University Hospital was located in the central region of Paiswat Prefecture. A short drive from here led to Tiramo town, the northern part of the prefecture. The first thing that could be seen upon entering the town was a barren dirt ground, barely cleared fields, and an enormous wall. The grey wall was a boring rectangular shape that surrounded a huge area, taking up almost half of Tiramo town. If this wall was in Seoul, it would enclose an entire district. It was also heavily guarded, with towering watchtowers at every gap in the wall and guards standing outside. Youngjun was also a little nervous. We're finally here. This was the training camp for Muslim Uyghurs, the huge internment camp that has been photographed by many satellites from all over the world. The Chinese government said this was a type of educational institution that taught the Uyghur people skills for employment, but the international community did not buy it. This place was already receiving a lot of attention from the media and the leadership of various countries, and it was of great concern to international human rights organizations like Amnesty. The things that happened inside had never been revealed to the public, but now Youngjun knew the car he was in had entered the camp. Oh my god. Rosaline froze a little. It was the first time she had been this surprised, as she usually showed very little emotion. Perhaps it was because her vision was so much wider than humans, as humans couldn't see all the elements of a scene at once. What are these people doing? Millions of Uyghurs, all dressed alike with shaved heads, were moving like machines. 800,000 of them were working as slaves in 300 commodity factories inside the training camp. They stood in front of conveyor belts, assembling machine parts for 12 hours straight. At the other end, 400,000 of them were gathered in the living quarters, kneeling and singing songs of praise to the Communist Party. Glory to President Chen Shui. Victory to the Communist Party. China is one. In the empty field beside them, 2,000 Muslims were being trained to eat pork. They had starved for 3 days, and they were either eating pork, vomiting out the pork they ate, or they were being punished for refusing. It was abnormal, not violent or cruel, but abnormal. This situation was so foreign and shocking to Rosaline, who was omnipotent in biology. It made sense to harvest organs or commit violence against someone because it was in their interest. It made sense for the strong to prey on the weak. Rosaline could understand making a few species go extinct because it was natural for creatures that were outcompeted to go extinct. But molding 400,000 people into the same shape and forcing them to praise the ruling party on their knees? The absurdity of forcing starving people to eat pork and punishing them when they refuse? This inefficiency and this blindness to any logic was madness. This wasn't something that could be made in nature. This was something Rosaline couldn't imagine. She would consider mental illness if it were 1 or 2 cases, but the scale of this was. It's not just 1 million people. It's a lot more. It's more like 3 million people. Rosaline observed them more closely in shock. The Uyghur people's minds had been broken by endless indoctrination to deny the Muslim religion and praise sinocentrism. Their eyes were hollow, they had broken bones and bruises all over their bodies, and flies were flying into their flesh through scars caused by whips. Long years of abuse and torture had stripped them of any sense of defiance, and their identity as slaves had become so strong that they flinched and cowered when a guard simply raised their hand. But the Uyghur people working in the training centers were the meekest Muslims who were the most normal and sinocentric. It was because they were given an order yesterday to stop abusive behaviors in case Youngjun visited. The remaining 2 million or so Muslim Uyghurs who still had the strength and spirit to rebel were locked up in detention centers. They looked even worse. Many of them had lost their minds or were crippled. Rosaline saw everything at once. Why are they doing this? Rosaline was shocked. This violence doesn't have a goal. I understand hurting or exploiting people for selfish motives. I don't find it offensive in the slightest because it's natural for living beings, but this is different. After sending Youngjun a message, Rosaline took back the cells that were looking around the camp and returned to his side in the form of a little girl. Her face, which resembled Ryu Sae's, was filled with anxiety. Are you really going to go in here? It's okay. Youngjun reassured Rosaline as he stared at her. But you have to stay by my side. Rosaline came closer to him. You are my priority. I am not angry at this situation, just shocked. But I don't know what will happen if you get hurt. So, I will store half of my cells and my fitness in your body as an emergency energy. That way, I can protect you in case of an emergency. Rosaline was being protective of Youngjun. However, Rosaline was clinging tightly to the side of his leg, as if she wanted Youngjun's protection rather than protecting him. Rosaline was secretly leaning on Youngjun to release her anxiety. She has so much knowledge, but she really looks like a kid when she acts like this. She's just like Sae. Pardon? No, don't worry. Everything will be fine. Youngjun reassured Rosaline. I'm an expert in these kinds of things. No one will be able to touch us, I promise. I have a plan. Rosaline hesitated, then nodded. Okay. Rosaline began calming down a little. DRRR. The vehicle stopped. We've arrived. It's inside this building, Mei Weijun said. Youngjun got out of the car and walked toward the office of the facility manager. The interpreter, Mei Weijun, and Kim Chul-kwan followed him. *****. Please collect blood samples from the people held here, and give me some drinking water. I need to test it all, Youngjun said. There's quite a lot of them. Can you test them all? Have you brought your scientists with you? Mei Weijun asked. No, but we can collect the blood samples together and analyze them using drop sequencing. That will give us an idea of what percentage of the people here are infected. Finding out exactly who it is would be a matter of scaling up the experiment after that. I see. You have DropSec in the lab, right? Oh, of course, Mei Weijun said. Please collect the sample. We'll be busy connecting experiments starting tonight, Youngjun said. But to be honest, Youngjun didn't plan on doing any experiments, as he already figured out the situation the moment he walked in. Rosaline traced all of the virus in the area, and the infection source was the drinking water. The virus was too small, and its shell was cleverly engineered to be absorbed through the gut. Then it entered the bloodstream and spread throughout the body in a matter of hours. In fact, all the inmates and guards were already infected. Perhaps Lee Kinkin had visited the hospital before his surgery, or perhaps he had come into contact with an infected person in the basement of the hospital, such as using the same drinking water. How many people are in the camp here? Youngjun asked. About 30,000 people, the facility manager replied. 30,000 people. If we gather a lot of medical staff and work diligently, we should be able to finish collecting blood samples today. You can send them to the affiliated laboratory at Xinjiang University Hospital. Oh, wait. The manager suddenly interrupted him. Come to think of it, it's a little more than 30,000. How many are there? Well, anyway, we can't finish today. Then how long will it take? We'll try to do it as fast as possible, the facility manager replied hesitantly. All right. You can send it to the place I just told you, and I'll test the blood samples, drinking water, and any common items that might be contaminated for the virus. Liu returned to his car and drove back to the Institute of Biomedical Research, which was affiliated with Xinjiang University Hospital. It's going to be quite dangerous from here, Supervisor Kim, Youngjun said to Kim Chul-kwan at the hotel. Although I'm going to leave it to the experts instead of doing it myself, I still don't know how it's going to play out. I think it's best for you to return to Korea. I cannot. Worst case scenario, we might get arrested by the police. I know one of their weaknesses, so they won't be able to do anything to us even if that happens, but it's still dangerous. You should go back to Korea. I cannot. Kim Chul-kwan refused again, bluntly. I am ordering you as your superior. Go back. Then fire me. I'll just follow and guard you as a private individual. Youngjun was dumbfounded. Kim Chul-kwan slightly bent down and whispered to him. Dr. Ryu, I have an idea of what's going on here. I'm not stupid. You were suddenly summoned into the Hall of Diligence where the president lives. You suddenly came to Xinjiang to investigate organ transplants, and today, you came to see a camp that looks like a prison. Plus, you're being followed by an interpreter who clearly looks like an intelligence agent, Kim Chul-kwan said. I know that it's dangerous, and that's why I can't go back by myself, you know? I mean, your safety won't be secure because some private security is with you, but I can't leave. This is my job. Do you remember the first day I worked on your security team when we walked past Gwangae Waman after you were discharged from the hospital? A lot of people were rallying to put the person who tried to hurt you in jail because there are 700,000 patients with rare diseases and 1 million cancer patients in Korea alone, Kim Chul-kwan said. You are a beacon in the medical world right now, that's what I've concluded from watching from the sidelines. The world is very sick, and you have the ability to heal it. You should be more careful of your life, even if it means sacrificing someone like me by putting them in front of you like a shield. Speaking of which, how dangerous are the things we're about to do? We'll only be doing research here. The CIA will do anything beyond that? The CIA. They were the first to ask us to research this. Ding! An email arrived on Youngjun's cell phone. It was from Yanag Gunyu. It was a report of Guangdong's own investigation of the Blood Tyrant Agency. It also contained additional information of the people who had gone missing in Guangdong. Yang Gunyu suspected that this might be connected to that organization and finding Li Qingqin, the missing person. All right. Youngjun nodded. We got a weapon. The CIA had requested Youngjun to analyze the identity of the virus through Agent Whitaker. They also knew that Youngjun had traveled from Beijing to Xinjiang Uyghur after stopping at the Hall of Diligence. Youngjun must have gone there because he felt something serious was happening. The CIA was thinking of contacting him if Youngjun didn't reach out first, but Youngjun beat them to it. This is CIA Agent Whitaker. Youngjun called the CIA headquarters and asked for Whitaker. This is Ryu Youngjun. I've determined the identity of the virus that Dr. Ref sent to Xinjiang Uyghur. What is it? It's a virus that can cause subacute necrotizing encephalomyelitis. It does not cause illness in healthy adults, but when there is organ transplantation, the disease develops in the recipient's body. Subacute. What? I will report the detailed findings later. But first, I'd like to pass on some important information about Xinjiang to you. Can you give me an email? I will give you the CIA's temporary email. I'll text it to you. Whitaker hung up and sent Youngjun a text. Even as he was sending it, he was wondering what Youngjun was going to send. The CIA, the world's best spy agency, had spent 2 weeks in Xinjiang and gotten absolutely nothing. What kind of secret information could someone who had just arrived in Xinjiang be able to send them? Ding! Whitaker received an email. His eyes widened as he read it. It was a drawing of the basement of Xinjiang University Hospital. Contrary to prior information that said it only had 5 basement floors, the blueprint showed 3 more basement floors and a huge facility as well. It also showed where the secret elevator was hidden, how many guards there were on the way down, what level of security clearance one needed, and the fact that iris and fingerprint recognition were required starting from the 6th basement floor. What? That wasn't it. It detailed the layout of the Xinjiang Uyghur internment camps and the 3 million Uyghurs imprisoned there. But there was one piece of information that was even more serious: illegal organ harvesting. The 6th to 8th floors of the basement were equipped with donor living quarters and operating rooms. It was odd that organ donors would need a place to live because someone donating an organ like a heart would be in the intensive care unit until Theory died. The information didn't stop there. There were records of investigation into the Blood Tyrant Agency, the blood selling agency, and the fact that their blood could be tested for histocompatibility. There was also a statement by Yang Gunyu, the governor of Guangdong, that poor people living on blood money often disappear in the middle of the night without anyone noticing. Sounds like some urban legend or something. Whitaker wouldn't have believed it at all if it weren't for the statistics and the fact that it was from the Guangdong Provincial Administration. That was how chilling the picture these data were painting. Why are there so many missing people from these blood villages? Whitaker let out a deep sigh. He pulled out his phone and called his fellow CIA agent, Robert. Anthony, an editor of Nature, was a bit taken aback by the 2 CIA agents who showed up in front of his door in the middle of the night. They were Whitaker and Robert. He had already met Robert once. I told you before that this is a dangerous place and you should return home, but you haven't, Robert said. It's my choice, Anthony replied nervously. This is a place where plainclothes policemen keep an eye on foreigners, like the Gestapo did in the old days. Even people like us who are skilled at this kind of thing could be in danger. You're not even a war correspondent, just an academic journal editor. This is not something that you should be investigating, Robert said. This is not a suggestion, this is a warning. It could be trouble if you're taken hostage. Go home. Many foreign journalists have already gone back. I don't want to. You don't want to. Nature has published a lot of papers analyzing medical data from organ transplant patients in China over the years, many of which I've edited because I did my degree in organ transplantation and immune response, Anthony said. I'm not a scientist anymore, but I'm still working in the same field to advance the medical community. I feel responsible for this situation. I'm a fan of Dr. Ryu, but not just because he has a lot of brilliant research achievements. It's because he's come this far without dodging or trying to save himself when confronted with unethical behavior. I envy him for that. It's time for the scientific community to change, and I will be like him from now on. Whitaker gave Robert a clever smile and glanced at Robert. You could die, Robert said to Anthony. I'm still going to stay. All right. Whitaker put down his stuff and sat beside Anthony. We need someone who has in-depth knowledge about biology or organ transplants to carry out our operation. Can you help us? What? We'll let you uncover the top-secret information that China is hiding in Xinjiang right now. What are you trying to do? We're going to infiltrate the secret operating rooms over there. Will you help us? Like I said, it could be life-threatening. You're going to infiltrate a secret operating room. Anthony's eyes widened. Yes. I'm investigating this out of a sense of duty, but why is the CIA? Haha. These things are a battle of power between countries. We've had many of these with a country like China, Whitaker said. The Xinjiang region is culturally and ethnically very different from mainland China. And yet, the reason why the Chinese government has prevented the Muslims in that region from becoming independent is because of the underground resources in Xinjiang. Underground resources? Anthony asked. The natural gas and coal reserves there are 40% of the entire amount in China. They have the largest oil reserve in China as well, Robert added. The United States is going to publicize this political scandal in the international community and push for Xinjiang's independence. Then, the US influence in the region will be huge. I could have thrown in all sorts of other causes, Dr. Anthony, but I'm just being honest with you. But it's not that difficult. It's just about rescuing and bringing justice to those poor citizens who are being kidnapped and harvested for their organs. Anthony hesitated for a moment, then nodded with a determined expression. Okay, I'll go. Good. Take a look at this. Whitaker laid the materials Youngjun had sent him out on the table. Anthony's eyes widened at the incredible information in front of him. How did you get? Who gave you this information? Anthony asked, stuttering because of the shock. The source is a secret, which is for your own good. But don't worry, it's a very reliable source. And now, we're going to start gathering evidence, Whitaker said. Evidence? Yes. Because even if we publish it right now and pressure the Chinese government, all they have to do is dismiss it as an urban legend, Robert said. We have to raid the donors' living quarters down here in the basement. They have a ledger with the operations, so we're going to get that and bring those people over to Kyrgyzstan. Then, all we have to do is take the prepared plan to the United States. Is that possible? We've secured an escape route, so don't worry. If you do well, we should be able to disguise ourselves as scientists and get the people out without armed conflict. Youngjun's virus research was smooth sailing. 3 trucks from the camp in Xinjiang Uyghur arrived at the research institute every day. The trucks contained dozens of large boxes, which contained 1,000 blood samples each. However, Youngjun didn't analyze them all. He randomly selected 2,000 samples by date and conducted dropsec on them. All of them were infected with Dr. Ref's virus. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. In the downtime, he was doing another experiment. He was trying to see what happened when an organ infected with this virus was transplanted. He created a cardiac organoid and checked the progression of subacute necrotizing encephalomyelitis in an animal model. He successfully reproduced what happened to Chen Shui, the president of China, in 10 beagles. This was biological experimental evidence proof that high-ranking Chinese officials who were dying did receive organ transplants from Xinjiang Uyghur camps. However, he needed proof that they were illegal transplants, which the CIA would provide. Youngjun was going to release the data when they blew it up. He stalled for time, accepting blood from the internment camps even though the experiment was almost over. Therein, Rosaline alerted Youngjun. It was 11 o'clock at night and Robert, Whitaker, and Anthony appeared in the underground parking lot of the research institute. They didn't have a problem getting into the parking lot because it was open to the public, but getting down to the 6th floor involved a lot of security. Do you think they'll do a good job? Rosaline seemed a little doubtful. Whitaker said he's confident. There's no agent in the CIA who won't be able to get into the basement when they have the complete blueprint and security plans. Youngjun assured Rosaline. Let's trust them. Are we going inside now? Anthony asked Robert in a nervous voice. Wait here. There's someone we're going to meet here, Robert said. Meet someone? The person who sent you the blueprint. No, that information was a stroke of luck that we didn't expect, but we weren't sitting on our hands either. You already have someone on the inside. Robert nodded with a faint smile on his face. Ding. Soon, the elevator stopped at the 5th floor of the basement, and a middle-aged doctor stepped off. There were two unexpected things. One was that the doctor was a woman, and the other was that she was Chinese. Hey, she came over and tapped Robert's shoulder like she was happy to see him. Is she Chinese? Anthony asked in surprise. No, I'm American, said the woman as she held out her hand toward Anthony. Anthony shook her hand, a little surprised. But my parents are Chinese. I'm Chinese American. My name is Nancy Zhang. Why? No, I'm just so surprised. A doctor at the Xinjiang University Hospital in China is a CIA agent. I used to work as a doctor in Beijing. I'm pretty good, so I was the attending physician for some high-ranking people in China. Got some good information, too. But why are you here now? You're curious about a lot of things. You can't write these things in Nature, okay? Of course. The internment camps in Xinjiang Uyghur were set up a few years ago, and they were spotted by satellites. It's gotten a lot of attention recently, but intelligence agencies have been keeping an eye on the region for a long time before that. That's why I moved to Xinjiang University Hospital 2 years ago. Then, did you do any transplants? No. Nancy shook her head. I was looking forward to it, but unfortunately, they didn't let me. It would have been so much easier to gather evidence if they'd let me, even once. Why not? I thought you attended to high-ranking people. Are you not a surgeon? I'm a hepatobiliary surgeon, but I don't have a lot of experience with surgeries like liver transplants. Some of the high-ranking officials who've come here over the years are people I used to treat, but they didn't ask me to do it, Nancy said. Other than that, well, some traditional Chinese dignitaries didn't want to let a female doctor lead their life-saving surgery. I also don't have a lot of experience, so they don't use me. For that reason, Anthony, from now on, you're going to be the doctor performing the liver transplant surgery on Fei Heng, one of the lieutenants in the Public Security Bureau. I'm just there to assist you, okay? Oh, okay. Let's go if you're done introducing yourselves. It's almost time, Robert said. Time. The time when all the underground guards are gone. The 6th floor and below are closed down, and 2 guards are on duty in front of the elevator. It's when there's the least security. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Robert's team moved to a space behind pillar J43 in the parking lot on the 5th level of the basement. It was the most secluded spot in the large parking lot. It's here. Robert pulled out a small electronic device out of his bag and set it up behind the pillar. What is that? Anthony asked. It's an interference device. Security will radio for help when we go in. Click. Robert activated the device and pushed on the side of a concrete wall. His fist slid in with the sound of stones grinding. Robert grabbed the wall and pushed it aside. Inside was a large elevator, a desk, and 2 guards. Who are you? The 2 guards stared at them in surprise. Good evening. We have surgery scheduled for the patient here. Code name SB7084. This is the patient's attending physician who is here to perform the surgery. Nancy introduced Anthony to the guards. Oh, we weren't told anything. The basement is closed as a rule at this time, said one of the security guards. It was an emergency. The patient's liver is getting more cirrhotic and fluid keeps building up, and that's why you weren't told beforehand. The patient's in stable condition for now, but they need a transplant urgently. They are in the emergency room right now, you can go check. They are in the emergency room? Why didn't they come here to do the surgery? They are in very critical condition, so they were taken care of in the emergency room. But we can't move them here now. Radio someone and check right now. All right. The guard picked up the walkie-talkie on his desk and dialed a number. PZZZ. But all that came out was static. What's going on? The 2 security guards turned it on and off a few times, but it didn't work. Is the radio not working? Whitaker asked. Haha, small-town security guards. Can't even take care of their own equipment. Robert laughed. What? Why? You got a problem with me? Robert glared at the guards with a frown. We're busy people. I'm sorry, but we don't tend to take up time here. Move, Robert said, showing them his Public Security Bureau ID. A foreigner is in the Public Security Bureau? And there's 3 of you? And we weren't told about this situation, the guard said, glaring. Is it weird that there are foreigners here? When we speak perfect Chinese? Robert asked. Robert frowned terrifyingly. Listen, you two. The person who is waiting for surgery right now is a key member of the Foreign Intelligence Gathering of the Ministry of Public Security. We are informants who have done covert operations in Western countries, going through life and death events together. We're the ones who brought his British doctor back here. This is the doctor, the guards asked, pointing at Anthony. That's right. Anthony nodded. Did you say you were from Britain? Then, you are not allowed inside because you are a foreigner. Because you can't tell us that the donor is alive and well. Anthony quickly rebutted. The guards looked surprised. It seems like you harvest the donor's organs and hand them over just to perform the surgery when external doctors come, but you don't have to complicate things for me. I'll do the harvesting myself, which will cut down on the time and minimize tissue damage. As the guards panicked, Robert spoke. I brought him here because he's trustworthy. He's helped VIPs with their operations, and he has connections with the Public Security Bureau. Open the door. But we can't open the door without confirming your identity, the guard said, stammering. The patient had hepatitis B since the first time I saw them, said Anthony. They were jaundiced, had portal hypertension with a bleeding varicose vein, and he was in a critical condition. We kept losing time because we didn't have a histocompatible donor. And now, they have severe ascites, and their blood albumin and fibrinogen are low. Now, they're in a hepatic coma. Hepatic coma. Do you know what that means? Their liver function is so impaired that they are losing consciousness, and they are suffering behavioral and neurological damage. We need to operate on the patient right now because the clock is ticking. Donor B78551. Right. Robert asked. The guard opened an Excel sheet at his desk and checked the code names. Why yes, said the guard. We know this much top secret information, and you can't trust us? Or fix that crappy radio or something. Run to the emergency room or security in the main hospital building. We can't leave our post, so, what should we do? As the guards hesitated, Whitaker interjected. How about this? We don't need you to open the door to the 6th floor. We have the top security card, and the only person who can issue them is Director Mei Weijun. How about that? Now, you have something you can trust. You have a security card. The guards looked surprised. The director gave it to us because she was worried that you guards would be alerted by 3 foreigners. Can we go in now? The 2 guards glanced at each other and then nodded. Then go inside. But we will report this once this gets fixed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. That was nothing, Robert said as they went down the elevator. What are you going to do about the security card? Anthony asked. We don't have a security card. Even Nancy doesn't have a way of forging one. Doesn't that mean we can't get into the 6th floor? There are medical personnel who go in and out of the 6th floor regularly, and we recently kidnapped one of them. Kidnapped them. We timed it well and kidnapped them while they were on vacation, so the hospital doesn't know yet. So you took his security card? No, security cards are not allowed to leave the building, Robert said. Anthony complained in frustration. Then what the hell did you do? We don't have the card, but we do have a fingerprint. Robert pulled something out of his bag. Anthony almost screamed in horror because it was a human finger. Why? You cut off a finger. We were going to cut all 10, but he was crying and begging, so we only cut off his index finger, Robert said. Don't worry, I took care of it, so he won't die, Nancy said. But he won't be able to hold a scalpel anymore, so he won't be able to harvest organs anymore. Ding! The elevator arrived on the 6th floor of the basement. The 4 approached the door, and Robert put the finger on the scanner. Bleep! The door opened. Nov. L. B //JNN. Take out your camera now, Robert said. You can't spend too much time. From now on, you'll go back to being a journalist and photograph everything in sight. I'm going to rescue the donor. I'll go with Agent Whitaker to the secure document library and get a hard copy of the organ transplant ledger and the coded customer data. Nancy pulled Whitaker's arm as she walked toward the westbound corridor. Oh okay. The 4 people moved quickly. Anthony felt sick to his stomach at the disgusting scene inside the 6th floor of the basement. The people were locked up, basically being treated like livestock. But Anthony was focused on his job as a journalist and focused his efforts on capturing their stories on his camera. He took several photos of the donors and the operating rooms. Please. I'm sorry. Please help me. I won't rebel at the camps now. The sound of crying and begging was making Anthony dizzy. Meanwhile, Robert found the donor and rescued them. He gave them a short summary of the situation. As they were all completing their assigned tasks, something unexpected happened. Bleep! We need iris recognition. Nancy shouted in panic. FXXK. I thought it was the fingerprint or the iris. Whitaker let out a deep breath. It's because we opened the donor headquarters with this fingerprint. The security keys have to be different, Nancy said. What a shitty security system. What do we do? What do you mean? We have to go back. Don't be greedy, Nancy. We have pictures of this place, and we rescued the donor. That's enough for us. Damn it. It was a nuclear weapon, but it just became dynamite. Nothing we can do. It was when the 2 turned away in disappointment. Bleep. Click. The door to the secure document library opened. Whitaker and Nancy's eyes widened. The iris scanner was now open. What? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Phew. Rosaline covered her forehead like she was a little tired. Did it work? Youngjun was rolling his feet as he was sitting in the lab. Yes. I temporarily recreated the iris pattern by clumping 3.8 million of my cells together. But I'm very tired. Good work. Let's go home and rest. Youngjun smiled. But will they let us leave? I was in the lab all day, right? There's a record of my entry, and there's CCTV footage of me. But they will cause trouble once they find out that the donor was stolen, as well as the important ledger. Even if you have an alibi, they won't let you leave. Let's see. They won't be able to do that. Youngjun grinned. Rosaline was right. The next morning, Mei Weijun was furious that Youngjun expressed his intent to go home when the hospital had been turned upside down. Where do you think you're going? You can leave now. Stay a little longer, Mei Weijun said. The experiment is over. They are all infected with the virus. There is an urgent matter at the hospital right now, and you can't leave. I won't call the police, so please stay put. Urgent matter? What is it? It's also urgent that I return home. What is it? Asked Mei Weijun with a frown. Youngjun showed her his phone. It was an artificial heart that the life creation team had made. You know the president's situation, right? He doesn't have much time. I have to get back to Agenbio right now, finalize the contract, and send the artificial heart. Is that urgent matter more important than this? Explain it to me. I will help you if you need. Mei Weijun was speechless. Tell me, I will help you. Youngjun urged Mei Weijun, but she couldn't say anything. She had never revealed the secrets of Xinjiang University Hospital to Youngjun. Youngjun shouldn't know, and to be honest, she couldn't tell if he really didn't know anymore. Important confidential documents were stolen from the hospital yesterday. We believe it was done by outsiders. Really? If you have a suspect, I can do something like DNA profiling. Have you arrested a suspect yet? No. What kind of documents are they? Nov. L. B //JNN. I cannot disclose that information. Where were they stolen? I cannot disclose that information either. Then there's no way I can help you. Youngjun shrugged. As you know, I hardly left the lab, and I don't see any reason for me to stay here. You can look at the CCTV footage or my access card records and see, Youngjun said. You're right. But there's a clear reason why I have to return to AgenBio. This will be the first transplant of artificial hearts and organs ever created. I trust our scientists, but I need to confirm as the chief of the company, so I can finalize the contract and perform the transplant on him. You're right, Mei Weijun said with a pained expression. Then, I'll be on my way. Youngjun picked up his bag and left. Kim Chulquan followed him. I hope we can get home safely, Kim Chulquan said. We will be able to. As soon as he finished, someone popped out from the end of the hallway. Dr. Ryu. It was the Chinese interpreter that he had at the Hall of Diligence. There were 2 policemen from the Public Security Bureau standing behind him. They all looked more tense than usual. Yes, what is it? Youngjun asked. Are you flying from the city of Urumqi? The interpreter asked. Yes. Urumqi was the capital city of the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Youngjun was currently in the city of Cass, so he had to travel north by car. The Urumqi airport is currently closed, said the interpreter. Closed? Why? I cannot tell you the reason, he replied. Anyways, since you can't fly out from here, let's go to Qinghai province instead. There's the Kayajibao airport in Daiwapu, a city in the suburbs of Xining. I have prepared a flight there. 1. Let's go. Youngjun confidently followed the interpreter. As he was walking, Kim Chulquan poked him in the back. They're trying to buy time. Rosaline told Youngjun. Probably. But it doesn't matter. In the car traveling to Qinghai province, the interpreter said to Youngjun, as you may have guessed, I'm an intelligence agent with the Public Security Bureau. Really? Are you allowed to disclose information like that? How much do you know about Xinjiang University Hospital? What do you mean? About the secrets of this place, the interpreter said. Secrets? The fact that the virus got into the training center and infected everyone. No, I'm talking about the leak of important documents yesterday. Director Mei Weijun told me about it, too. The director let you go because he's soft, but not me, the interpreter said. When Youngjun glanced at him, he bit his lip. The organ transplant business at Xinjiang University Hospital had never been revealed for years. But within a week of Youngjun's arrival, everything was uncovered. It wasn't just a few pieces of information. They ransacked the donors' living quarters and the secure document library, and they stole the organ transplant chart and the codenames of all their VIP customers. They even managed to escape with a donor. How was this possible? The interpreter knew that the CIA and foreign journalists were roaming around, but hospital security was confident in their secrecy. Finding a secret elevator on the 5th floor of the basement would be impossible unless someone who actually uses the elevator leaked it. But the invaders picked the exact time of day when security was weakest and broke in, impersonating medical staff and reciting the codenames of donors and recipients. All of this happened after Youngjun arrived here. Was this a coincidence? There's definitely something. The interpreter sighed. When you were talking to Director Mei Weijun before, you left in the middle of the conversation and took a call, he said. Yes, I did, Youngjun replied. We checked with the telecommunication base station and found your phone records. You had 1 international call, 1 to a woman named Ji Xian in Guangdong, and 1 to Governor Yang Gunyu. That's right. What did you talk about? Ms. Ji Xian was a patient who contracted HIV from selling blood to Blood Tyrant Agency, an illegal blood-selling organization. The poor people in that area live off of selling blood, and the man who donated his heart to the president happened to have the same address. The interpreter frowned. I don't know if you know this, Dr. Ryu, but an urban legend once circulated on Beidou. It was that high-ranking government officials were using an illegal blood-selling organization to find poor people who were histocompatible, kidnap them, and take their organs for transplantation. You don't really believe in that, right? Youngjun smirked. Of course not, Youngjun said. It's too horrible and evil to be true. The reason I contacted Guangdong was just because I thought maybe the virus could have spread through the blood organization. I just wanted to check that possibility. Is that so? The interpreter fiddled with his fingers. There was a short silence. I don't think we should send you back to Korea, he said. Why? Youngjun replied. You're obsessed with bioethics, and you're being too calm. Are you saying there was an ethics violation? Even though you haven't seen anything, I'm sure you've heard many rumors, like the urban legend I just talked about, or that Uyghurs are being held in internment camps in Xinjiang, the interpreter said. Honestly, these are things that everyone in the world knows about to some extent. There's no way they wouldn't have reached someone like you. And given your personality, you would have definitely tried to investigate them. And one more thing. Recently, Xinjiang has been infiltrated by foreign reporters and intelligence agents from all over the world. You've been at our lab for quite some time now, and they haven't contacted you once during that time? That's ridiculous. If there are any ethics violations, tell me now. If you do, I won't go back, and I'll stay here to investigate, even if you ask me to go back to Korea, Youngjun replied. But if I were you, I would send me back to Agenbio as soon as possible. What? From what you're saying, it seems like the secret documents that were stolen were very important and related to bioethics. Depending on what it's about, I might not stay put. What do you mean? As you said, I obsess over ethics. The interpreter frowned. Dr. Ryu, does that mean that you could threaten us with the president's life if the classified documents were made public and the ethics violations were severe? Interpret it as you wish. We will detain you at the Public Security Bureau. Can you handle it? The lives of 100 high-ranking officials, including the president, are in my hands right now. Their artificial organs can only be delivered to China with my signature. Youngjun took out his phone. As he pressed a number, the interpreter asked, "Who are you calling?" "It's the main number for the Hall of Diligence." A moment later, the Chief of Staff's office picked up the phone. Youngjun held his phone out to the interpreter. "Please connect me to the president." "Damn it." The interpreter cursed quietly and spoke into the phone. "Is Mr. Peng Kui in the office?" "This is Peng Kui." Peng Kui took over the phone. "Dr. Ryu would like to speak to the president." "Please wait a moment. I will connect the call to the hospital room." There was a tone. Then, the medical staff in the room picked up, and the call was soon transferred to the president. "Hello, this is Ryu Youngjun," he said to the interpreter. "Please translate this." The interpreter frowned uncomfortably and spoke into the phone. "Ni hao, Woshi Ryu Youngjun. Nice to see you, Dr. Ryu." They could hear the president's voice. "How are you feeling?" "It's not a commercialized drug, but it works very well. Thank you. I'm feeling much better now. I'm not paralyzed anymore, and I can move around a bit." "That's a relief. But it won't last very long," Youngjun said. "It's been about 3 weeks since I gave you the medicine. Your immune system will be disturbed soon, and the damage will start at the heart junction. You need to get an artificial heart as soon as possible. You said you were developing it at Agenbio, right? How far along are you?" "We've already finished it. I'll send it to you after I go back to Agenbio and finalize it." "Thank you. But I heard that there was a leak of important classified documents in Xinjiang, and that's why the Public Security Bureau doesn't want me to return to Korea." "But I swear, I have no such documents and I never left the lab," Youngjun said. "Please allow me to return to Korea without any problems. I will give the order to the chief of the bureau. I wish you a comfortable journey home." "Mr. President? Please wait," the interpreter shouted urgently. "We cannot let Dr. Ryu go like this. He definitely knows something about the underground business in the Xinjiang region. He will expose it when he goes back to Korea. Then let him." The president didn't seem to care. "I don't know what you're talking about, but it doesn't concern me. MMR President." The interpreter was confused. "I heard that they do illegal organ harvesting and surgery on Uyghurs in training centers, so why don't you do some research on that? The heart I received did not belong to a Uyghur, but to a young Han Chinese man who was critically ill. I'm sorry that I didn't pay attention to the safety of the Uyghur Autonomous Region, but I think the Public Security Bureau should investigate the area from now on. Mr. President, I'll forgive you for neglecting your duties so far, but send Dr. Ryu back to South Korea as soon as possible to work on the artificial heart, and you can start investigating the Xinjiang region. Arrest Director Mei Weijun first." The report had already been given. The president had given his orders, and he was telling them to punish Mei Weijun for everything and then cover it up. Fortunately, the president's heart belonged to a young Han man, so even if there was a record of the operation, he would not be accused of sacrificing an Uyghur prisoner. The president had already made up his mind. He was going to cut his ties with this region and get himself an artificial heart so that he could recover. "Why? Yes, sir," replied the interpreter in a weak voice. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. "Obviously, the Chinese are going to investigate this and publish it first to beat us to it. So we have to move fast," Robert said. They were on a midnight flight from Kyrgyzstan back to the United States. "Robert's right. We're going to hold a press conference as soon as we get to the US and release most of the photos and videos that we have here. We're going to condemn the Chinese government directly from the White House," Whitaker added. "And we're going to interview the victim who was held as a donor right away. Do you think it will be okay?" Nancy asked in a concerned voice, checking on B78551's condition. Donor B78551 was still a young girl who was only 17. When she was rescued in the middle of the night, she screamed and cried until she passed out, thinking it was time for her organs to be harvested. But when she woke up, she was in the car of the US intelligence agency, and they drove across the border and got on an airplane. But she was still not calm. It was difficult to imagine the horror of being taken and held for organ harvesting. The girl looked up at Nancy, trembling. "Do you think you will be able to testify?" Nancy asked in Chinese. "Yes," she replied in a very quiet voice. "You don't have to push yourself." Nancy patted her on the shoulder with a smile. "Whitaker, you said you were going to reveal most of the data, right? Why aren't you revealing it all at once?" Robert asked. "Oh, the Chinese government is obviously going to try and cut their ties, which is the nature of all politicians. It'll be a last-ditch effort to stay in power. So, we're going to make sure that the people in the Hall of Diligence cut their ties and run away," Whitaker said. "And then what?" Anthony said. "Dr. Ryu said to leave it to him. Dr. Ryu. Yes, he said he'd take care of things like the records on the blood-selling organization and the statistics on the missing persons after he returned. One Daiwapu is actually a city in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, but imagine that it is in Xining. On the next morning, news organizations around the world were turned upside down. Human rights violations beyond imagination. Are China's organ harvesting horror stories true? 48,000 organ transplants in Xinjiang alone. What's going on in the labor camps in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region? Breaking news, photos of the basement of the Xinjiang University Hospital's affiliated laboratory. Prison-like facilities where organ harvesting donors are held confirmed. Every news outlet covered this story, from local dailies that write about rumors to giants like The Guardian and The Washington Post. Dozens of articles poured out every minute, each with shocking and disgusting facts. Anthony's videos and photos were released, and the videos quickly garnered 10 million views on YouTube, and popularity quickly spiked. They were banging on the door, screaming for help. The windowless cells were tiny with helpless people trapped inside. The cold landscape of the operating room that led into the living quarters contrasted with the clean and cozy recovery rooms for surgical patients. The photos were plastered all over the media. Nature ran the photos and videos on its front page, along with an interview, who had risked his life to cover the story. The Uyghur victim rescued by the United States is now in psychiatric care and is resting. The victim has offered to testify about the camps and the basement, but the White House has decided to postpone it to a later date on the recommendation of her doctors. Campbell, the President of the United States, immediately issued a statement. This is a human rights catastrophe that should never have happened in the 21st century. Even as he sent the CIA there and was briefed about the situation, Campbell understood this in a political context. Xinjiang was one of the world's richest regions in terms of underground resources. With this operation, they could drastically reduce the Chinese government's influence over this land, which had gas, coal, and oil flowing through it. It was the kind of scandal that, if the international community applied enough pressure and if they were lucky, could allow them to push for Xinjiang's independence. And if they succeeded in making Xinjiang independent, the fragile new state would need aid and developmental assistance from the international community, and the United States would jump into that business. Xinjiang, that huge chunk of underground resources, would be a new ally for the United States, an American ally under American control at the western ends of China and Russia. But Campbell's mind, which was full of political strategies, went blank as soon as he saw what Anthony had brought him. The situation was so serious that he forgot all about the political context. Can a human being do this? They were like livestock. They were like chickens or pigs, helplessly confined in rows of cages, waiting to be slaughtered. When the day came, they would be brought out, one by one, and slaughtered on the operating table. And they all understood the situation. The way they howled in terror at Anthony was like something out of a horror movie. Suddenly, Campbell felt more human anger and anguish than political triumph. The White House is deeply concerned about the human rights abuse taking place in China. The international community must come together to address this issue. Following Campbell's announcement, the UN Security Council passed a resolution condemning the human rights abuse in Xinjiang. Even Russia, China's closest ally, was unable to speak out against the resolution. While the world was criticizing China, there was surprisingly someone in China who was taking shots at the party. Governor Yang, are you insane? The Minister of Health shouted at Yang Gunyu over the phone. Take back the statement you just made. Why? Did I say something wrong? It's an aberration of an individual at the hospital. People in our party leadership didn't know the transplants were occurring that way. Do you think that makes sense? Yang Gunyu shouted back. What kind of crazy hospital would leave their hospital's operating room and build one 5 floors below the underground parking lot of an affiliated research institute? Do you think they would go in there and have surgery, thinking that it's all legal? If that kind of idiot is in our party, that's also a problem. They even killed the donor and harvested their organs right next to the operating table. I don't know who they are, but they should all be decapitated. Those bastards are insects who are eating away at the party. It's the only way China can weather the storm of the international community right now. The Minister of Health was dumbfounded. Yang Gunyu had released a statement in the morning, expressing his deep regret that this happened in China. He also called for the medical staff who performed the transplants at Xinjiang University Hospital, Mei Weijun, the director, and high-ranking officials who were recipients of the transplants, to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. The People's Daily covered the statement, and the situation in China began to take a serious turn. Damn it. Governor Yang, do you know who this is connected to? I don't, but I don't want to know. I don't care if it's the president. Listen to me, Minister. My loyalty is to the party, not to a person, Yang Gunyu shouted. And if we don't grab every single one of those insects and kill them now, they will create a big hole at the bottom of the ship, and China will sink. Do you know what really pisses me off? When the mosquitoes swept through Guangdong, it took out 15% of the foreign investment capital because it was a huge biodisaster that paralyzed everything. I brought in Dr. Ryu to make up for it, and now everything is stable, Yang Gunyu said. There are still a lot of mosquitoes, but they're less than 10% of what they were at the peak. But after the presidential statement yesterday in the United States and all the media frenzy, Yang Gunyu became tense. We've lost 30% of our capital. 30%. He slammed his fist down on his desk. Do you know what Guangdong is like? It's the biggest economic hub in China. It's home to all kinds of factories and companies. And do you know where most of the coal and oil they use to run all those factories comes from? Yang Guanyu said. It's from Xinjiang? Xinjiang? Because that's the treasure trove of China's underground resources? The foreign capitalists all knew what was going on. They all knew that the Chinese government may lose control of Xinjiang because of the shenanigans of a few bastards in the party. Wait, calm down for a moment. Do you think I can calm down in this situation? Yang Guanyu shouted. Do you know how many petitions and lawsuits I am receiving from companies? You're the Minister of Health. You would have known this stupid situation? Where the hell have you been all this time? You're lucky I didn't scream about cutting your head off in yesterday's statement. I'm so sorry. But you shouldn't have made that statement now. That statement is the only thing that saved China's pride, so if you have nothing else to say other than your bullshit about retracting it, hang up. And if the Public Security Bureau doesn't handle this properly, I will do everything I can do to defend Guangdong. Beep. Yang Guanyu hung up the phone. The situation had now escalated to the next step. The CIA had finally released the documents they had brought from the secure document library in the basement of the Institute of Biomedical Research. At the same time, they decoded all the encrypted code names of the donors and recipients of the surgery, revealing their real names. They also released medical records of the surgeries. People around the world were shocked as they read the names, anticipating the repercussions to come, and among them was Yang Guanyu, the president. Yang Guanyu gulped. He had said that he didn't care if the president was involved when he put out the statement, but he didn't actually expect him to be involved. But this situation was incredibly serious. The image of the party leader was very important in China. It held more respect and prestige than the president in a democratic country like the United States. How do we move beyond this? Yang Guanyu was worried about the situation out of pure patriotism, and the Chinese Communist Party immediately denied it, as if they were waiting for this to be revealed. The heart transplant the president received was entirely legal, announced the spokesperson for the party. They purposely gathered foreign reporters to make this press conference a big deal. We believe that the documents revealed by the CIA were fabricated. It is true that the president underwent a heart transplant at Xinjiang University Hospital, but there was nothing illegal about the operation. The heart came from a person named Li Qingqin, who was a young Han Chinese man. It is true that China has been setting up training centers and other strong measures to curb the terrorist threat in Xinjiang, but Li Qingqin had nothing to do with that. He was in a car accident and died in the intensive care unit, and the heart transplant was based on a previously signed consent form from the patient himself, said the spokesperson. We have both the medical chart and Mr. Li's identity here, as well as the name of the surgeon who performed the heart transplant and the date of the procedure. This is the same material that was passed out. If you have any questions, please ask. It says here that Mr. Li Qingqin was born in Guangdong. But if the heart of a Han Chinese man from Guangdong is being transplanted to the president in Beijing, why is the surgery being done in Xinjiang, which is so far away? A CNN reporter asked. It's because Mr. Li moved his residence to Xinjiang and lived there for 5 years. There is a record of the move in the registration system, the spokesperson said as he referred to the document. It had been hastily fabricated in the last 2 days. Then, the reporter from Fox asked, leaving aside the question of the surgery, is it really true that the president had no idea of what had been going on in Xinjiang all this time? If he had known, he would have punished those involved immediately. In fact, before this announcement, he had already ordered an audit of Xinjiang University Hospital and the strict enforcement of the law. It has been reported that some people in the party had received a transplant. How is it possible that the president didn't know about it? Why not? The president is a very busy man, devoted to running the country. He works day and night, even getting a heart disease while working. Why did Mr. Li, a young Han Chinese man, go and live in Xinjiang? As part of the policy to embrace Xinjiang as one China, the Chinese government has been supporting the relocation of Han Chinese to Xinjiang for some time now. It is confirmed that he moved there with the support of that program. The spokesperson answered without stopping. While many Chinese citizens nodded their heads in agreement, one man watching the broadcast broke out in a cold sweat. It was Yang Guanyu. He stepped on the trap. The CIA had backed them up into this corner. The party had made a mistake in their haste to counterattack. They had stepped on the CIA's trap as they backtracked. Dr. Ryu. What's Dr. Ryu doing right now? Yang Guanyu asked his secretary. The famous biologist, who was at the top of the world and was a bioethics fanatic, had remained silent on this situation. Why? It was because he was going to be the one to put an end to the president when the party stepped on the trap. Li Qingqin. Yang Guanyu knew that he had heard this name before, and now he remembered. He's the person I sent Dr. Ryu the data about. The record of him going missing and selling blood. Bzzz. Yang Guanyu's phone rang. He picked it up, and it was an intelligence agent from the Public Security Bureau. Nov. L.B//JNN. Governor Yang? The agent shouted into the phone. I'm the intelligence agent who worked as Dr. Ryu's interpreter. I'm calling you now because of the party's announcement. I heard that Dr. Ryu asked you about the records of the Blood Tyrant Agency and about Jiayang. Is there anything you gave him? Yang Guanyu gulped. I gave him everything. The missing persons list and the record of selling blood. Wait. Then, Dr. Ryu knows that what's being announced right now is a lie? He knows that Li Qingqin didn't go and live in Xinjiang, but that he disappeared while selling blood? He does. Holy shit. Aren't you an official at the Public Security Bureau? If there is a possibility that Dr. Ryu knows, why didn't you prevent the party from making an announcement like that? How would I have known that they would make an announcement like that? I'm an intelligence agent at the bottom rung of the ladder. And I was in Xinjiang because I was ordered to investigate it? It's over, Yang Gunyu said. The party fell into the trap. Knock knock. His secretary knocked on his door. Yang Gunyu hung up and opened the door. Sir. Has Dr. Ryu started something? The secretary's eyes widened. Yes. He is holding a press conference. Is he talking about the blood-selling organization? Pardon? No, he's not. The secretary shook their head. He's talking about the Xinjiang region, and this disease called subacute necrotizing encephalomyelopathy. And it's also about the development of artificial organs. Yang Gunyu's eyes narrowed. What happened behind the scenes of this event that I don't understand a single thing you said right now? Yang Jun was holding a press conference. He was announcing some important information about the organ transplant scandal in the medical community. Many prominent figures have spoken out about the scandal, but it was different because it was Yang Jun. The world's attention was immediately drawn to the name value of the presenter. They all wondered what he would be talking about. Within a day, everybody knew about Yang Jun's whereabouts, the fact that he went to Guangdong almost immediately after returning to Korea and then spent a few weeks in Xinjiang. He knows something. Tensions didn't rise to this level even when the CIA and the US president made their announcements. What bomb was Ryu Yang Jun going to set off? Yang Jun appeared at the press conference, which was surrounded by foreign reporters, in front of a large screen. Then, he plugged a USB into his computer. Today, I'm going to talk about the virus in Xinjiang, subacute necrotizing encephalomyelopathy, and artificial organs, Yang Jun said. The three keywords were all strange, and everyone looked curious as they didn't know how they were connected to the Xinjiang scandal. Yang Jun presented the data that was on the USB on the screen. The terrorist group that attacked the GSC International Conference recently released a virus in the labor camps in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. It is a modified version of the lentivirus, and it was transmitted through drinking water. The screen showed the virus infection route and the molecular biology of its cellular entry. The reporters began to write down the presentation. The virus does not cause any symptoms in the body of an infected person. It works rapidly on dividing cells, causing an increase in lactic acid in the cerebrospinal fluid. This results in paralysis, respiratory distress, loss of heart function, and ultimately, death. This disease only occurs in infants undergoing rapid development. It doesn't even affect children because cells aren't dividing at a rapid rate. However, Yang Jun said, this virus causes subacute necrotizing encephalomyelopathy in one case. Yang Jun went to the next slide. Organ transplant. A schematic of how the virus amplified in transplanted organs appeared. When an infected person's organs are transplanted into another person, cell division occurs at a very high rate to fill the small gaps where the organ was anastomosed, and eventually subacute necrotizing encephalomyelopathy develops in the recipient's body. Here's the animal experiment data on that. Please take a look. Yang Jun showed the experimental data on the screen. The beagles that received virus-infected heart transplants developed subacute necrotizing encephalomyelopathy, and they all died in 2 weeks. I went to the Xinjiang region of China to study the virus. It is believed that all the people in the Xinjiang Uyghur labor camps are infected, Yang Jun said. I developed a cure for subacute necrotizing encephalomyelopathy. This is being administered to Chinese leadership right now, and we have treated a lot of the symptoms by removing the lactic acid in the cerebrospinal fluid. But there's still a problem. Yang Jun went on to the next slide. Data on the immune response of the transplanted organ and secondary transplantation appeared. Basically, it was saying that retransplantation wasn't possible after treatment. The treatment I made can treat encephalomyelopathy, but it will cause problems with the originally transplanted organ. You have to transplant it again, but rejection will be very severe because the immune response is heightened. There are very few donors who are 100% histocompatible, Yang Jun said. Fortunately, AgenBio has been developing artificial organs for a long time, and we expect to be able to transplant some of them and cure 100 patients. But, Yang Jun then added a condition. The transplant surgery must be performed at AgenBio's next generation hospital. The reporter's eyes widened. There are 2 reasons. The first is that it is very difficult to store the artificial organs outside of the body, so it's almost impossible to bring them to China. The second is that the doctors who know the most about artificial organs are in AgenBio's next generation hospital, so it's safest to be transplanted in their hands. They were trying to bring in people who received transplants in Xinjiang to AgenBio. The reporters got chills when they read Yang Jun's intentions. Unlike some places, we adhere to medical ethics. We do not disclose the identity of patients undergoing surgery. At least not within the hospital, Yang Jun said in a subtle voice. The reporter's eyes shone. As he studied the reporter's expressions, he said, so for the high-ranking officials who are visiting AgenBio, please consider the current scandal in Xinjiang and be mindful about reporters at the airport along the transportation route. Yang Jun was basically telling the reporters to check that the list of visiting Chinese dignitaries matched the list released by the CIA. The location of the surgery was even revealed, the AgenBio Next Generation Hospital. All they had to do was camp outside the building. There were murmurs of admiration among the reporters. Now, there was one key question. Did the president, the recipient of the Han Chinese man's heart, develop subacute necrotizing encephalomyelopathy? There is one more thing I must report about the virus, Young Jun said. The virus that the terrorists synthesized is very stable in the air and cannot be destroyed by UV light. I looked at the layout of the illegal operating room in the basement of the research institute that the CIA released. Young Jun opened the blueprint of the operating room and the structure that was published by the CIA. Despite being a place where many high-risk surgeries are performed, the number of air circulation cycles of the HEPA filter seems to be insufficient. As the daily volume of surgeries seems to be large, if my estimation is correct, Young Jun said. If the organ was harvested and transplanted in that illegal operating room right away, those in the room could have been infected and cause illness even if the donor was not infected. The reporters quickly began to write down Young Jun's speech. His objective words, which were just accurate medical terms, quickly turned into a provocative message. President Chen Shui may have subacute necrotizing encephalomyelopathy if he received illegal surgery. Will Chen Shui come to receive an artificial organ transplant? Young Jun returned to Agenbio after the press conference. I was getting anxious in place of you, Park Ju-hyuk said. You just targeted the Chinese president. Are you going to be okay? It'll be fine, Young Jun said. Because I'm going to make this scandal even bigger. BZZ? Yu Songmi's phone rang. It's a call from the secretary's office, Yu Songmi said. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. She handed the phone to Young Jun. The Hall of Diligence in Zongnanhai wants to speak to you, Yu Songmi said in a concerned voice. This is Ryu Young Jun. Young Jun answered the phone bluntly. Dr. Ryu, didn't you say that you would send the artificial organ to China when it was finished? Peng Kui, the chief of staff, sounded cold and threatening. The interpreter of the Zongnanhai translated his words in a nervous tone. That was the original plan, but plans have changed due to safety concerns. Please have the president come to Korea, Young Jun said. He should have recovered enough to move thanks to my treatment. Peng Kui was silent for a moment. Dr. Ryu. Peng Kui's voice was cold. Do you think a mere businessman can go against China and survive? I don't know what you're talking about. I just made the best medical decision. You don't remember your lousy stunt at the press conference? Not only will everyone be watching the president in Korea, all eyes will be on him in China as well. The president has a lot of enemies right now. Do I need to worry about that? Don't do anything stupid. Just send the organs quietly. I will do so if you would like. What? But I can't guarantee its safety when transplanted. I will send it to you if you confirm that part on the clinical consent form. Peng Kui realized that this battle was impossible. The president was being held hostage. Young Jun was sitting back on his sofa in the Agenbio office, holding the heart of the president in his hand. Mr. Peng, let's be honest with each other, Young Jun said. I already know that the procedure that the president went through was illegal. If it had been done in a proper operating room at a proper hospital with proper procedures, he wouldn't have developed the disease. It's all just speculation. That's just what you want to believe. Science is not about faith, Young Jun said. It's about understanding. Dr. Ryu, please stop. Please tell the president, Young Jun said, that I'll spare his life. Then, Young Jun hung up the phone. Next to him, Park Ju-hyuk looked shocked. Are you crazy? Don't worry. It's not just the president, but hundreds of his entourage are between life and death right now. A crisis like this is bound to reform the power structure, even in a dictatorial party, Young Jun said. I told you, I'm going to blow this scandal up. Asterisk. Yang Gunyu's phone rang. Checking the caller, he let out a deep sigh. He took a sip of cold water and answered. Sigh. This is Yang Gunyu. This is Ryu Young Jun. It's been a while, Governor Yang. You really are a terrifying person. An ordinary civilian trying to bring down the Chinese president, Yang Gunyu said. He had already seen Young Jun's announcement and understood what he was trying to do. I have never turned a blind eye to the injustices that have occurred in bioethics. If there is one consistent belief in my life, it's that. I understand. This was definitely a huge wrong done by our party. I called you because I thought it would be better for you to put an end to your superiors than me. Sigh. You know that I still have all the data you already sent me. I know. If it's too much for you, just say so. I'll do it. No, please allow me to clean up the mess in China within China. Thank you for the opportunity. No, thank you. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Yang massaged his temples. He took a long breath and stood up. Prepare a press conference, Yang Gunyu said to his secretary. We're going to release all their records of the Blood Tyrant Agency, and we'll also release our official documents on Li Qingqin's disappearance. We'll say that the records of Li Qingqin's residential relocation that the government released were fabricated. Sir, are you serious? If I don't do this now, China will really go under, Yang Gunyu said. I am loyal to the party and China, not President Chen Shui. Dr. Ryu is ordering me to replace the Chen Shui regime right now. Yang Gunyu clenched his fists. And I think that's the right thing to do. Asterisk. This is the percentage of missing persons by region in Guangdong, Yang Gunyu announced at the press conference. The statistics, which were meticulously compiled at the village level, included comparisons between Jiayang, the blood-selling village, and other poor villages. Even though they were equally poor, the rate of missing persons was 30 times higher in villages that sold blood. This abnormal difference suggests the possibility of some sort of connection between the blood-selling organizations and some group of people, Yang Gunyu said. As the governor of Guangdong and a citizen of China, I am here to announce important information about Li Qingqin, a citizen of Guangdong. Yang Gunyu's press conference didn't just draw reporters, there were also high-ranking officials from the Chinese Communist Party and the Public Security Bureau. Many of them were loyal to Chen Shui, the current president, but none of them could stop Yang Gunyu as he was the king of Guangdong. No matter what anyone said, Yang Gunyu was the man who had built Guangdong into the best economic hub in China. He was a politician who had shown remarkable skill in attracting foreign investment and building both industry and ecology. Additionally, Chen Shui was extremely weak right now. His name had come up in the documents the CIA revealed. If Chen Shui really did harvest organs illegally, it would be insane to go against Yang Gunyu right now. For this reason, high-ranking officials who were on Chen Shui's side did not dare to stop the press conference. Then, Yang Gunyu dropped a huge bomb. Everything that the Chinese Communist Party announced about Li Qingqin is false. The reporters' eyes widened. They began to mutter amongst themselves. Li Qingqin was a citizen of Jiayang, Guangdong. As he was a citizen of Guangdong, I know about him better than the party, Yang Gunyu said. Li Qingqin went missing a few months ago. Wow, went missing. There were a few gasps of surprise in the crowd. First of all, I will refute the statement of the party. First, they stated that Li Qingqin had moved to Xinjiang and reported a change of residence, but this report could not be retrieved. It still cannot be retrieved, Yang Gunyu said as he pointed to a search on the residence system in Guangdong. Second, Li Qingqin had a child in Jiayang, and he was doing everything he could to provide for them. His love and responsibility towards his family were well known in his hometown. There's no way that he wouldn't contact his family for months. Yang Gunyu went on. Third, Li Qingqin's address in Xinjiang is public housing, which requires fierce competition to get into. The way to have an advantage in that competition is to have a large number of dependents. It is unreasonable for Li Qingqin to abandon his family and suddenly travel thousands of kilometers alone to Xinjiang, where he has no connections, to get into public housing. Yang Gunyu continued his statement. This is the strongest piece of evidence. Lastly, Li Qingqin was reported missing 5 months ago. His family members filed the report, and there are records of the police in Guangdong investigating his whereabouts. If the change of address was true, it should have been retrieved when they investigated. Yang Gunyu spoke with a firm voice. Again, Li Qingqin is a missing person. He met the eyes of the reporters and party officials one by one. I have another significant announcement. As I said, citizens of poor villages in Guangdong who sell blood have a very high chance of going missing. And Li Qingqin, Yang Gunyu said. He had been selling blood for 3 weeks before he went missing. What do you think this means? There was an ominous tension in the press conference room. Everyone was speculating on one conclusion, but no one could say anything. The police in Guangdong have been investigating the Blood Tyrant Agency, an illegal blood trafficking organization in Guangdong. Yang Gunyu pulled up several photos and reports on the screen. This is one of the photos we obtained during our search of the Blood Tyrant Agency's temporary hideout. Yang Gunyu pointed to a machine in one of the photos on the screen. This is a PCR machine. This equipment is used to amplify specific sections of DNA, Yang Gunyu said. Why would a blood trafficking agency need this? He asked the crowd a question. This is because the blood of the donors must be tested for histocompatibility. Oh, damn it, exclaimed several of the party officials. Once again, Mr. Li Qingqin went missing after the Blood Tyrant Agency obtained his blood. And his heart is now in President Chen Shui's chest, Yang Gunyu said as he pointed his laser pointer at the PCR machine in the photo. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As Yang Gunyu's press conference went live, Weibo, a Chinese social networking platform, was flooded with real-time reactions from Chinese citizens. This is ridiculous. The events in Xinjiang are also shocking, but doing that to Han Chinese people in Guangdong. He said that there were a lot of missing people from those villages. JNN. Is this a world where you get kidnapped and have your organs harvested if you're poor and powerless, even if you're Han Chinese? Damn it, we're not like Xinjiang, begging the government to give us independence. We're good citizens who work hard and pay taxes. I guess we're nothing but stupid dogs to the government. The comments were filled with anger and reflected a sense of betrayal. China was a big country. It had a large population and many ethnic groups, but 92% of them were Han Chinese. Han Chinese are the core of Sinocentrism. What was the basis for us to ask the ethnic minorities in the provinces to become Chinese? Wasn't it to unite China? Weren't Chinese people supposed to be equals? Unlike the West, where money creates a hierarchy, we are human-centered. Isn't that the basis of Sinocentrism? Don't go to Korea, Chen Shui. If you go and get a heart transplant, you'll be dead forever. Let's all go to Zhongnanhai and see who goes to Korea. Chinese people living in Korea should go to the next generation hospital and see who comes. FXXK, I still can't believe it. Uyghurs aren't the only ones who had their organs harvested. If citizens of Guangdong are getting kidnapped, how is China safe? While everyone was reeling from the horror, donor B785551, the girl who miraculously escaped from Xinjiang, was ready to be interviewed. Overcoming her fears, she stepped in front of the cameras of dozens of reporters and held the microphone. Surprisingly, her voice didn't tremble much. My name is Dilava Abdulkahim. My family and I were detained in the Xinjiang Uyghur labor camp because we refused to comply with the Chinese government's orders to change our names to Chinese, she said. Forcing them to change their names was also a huge human rights issue, but the international community couldn't care about that right now, as there were too many other bombs going off. I lived there for 5 months. I had regular medical checkups, and one night, the security guards ordered me to follow them to the cargo parking lot. Deliva fully understood the situation after listening to Nancy's explanation. She felt like she had a responsibility to show the world the horrors of Xinjiang. She spoke calmly, trying to convey as much information as truthfully as possible. There were doctors and people who looked like police there. They put me in a car and drove me to Xinjiang University Hospital. We took the elevator down from the underground parking lot. Deliva's voice trembled a little. That was the organ harvesting room. I was locked in a room that was about 10 square meters wide. I couldn't see other people's faces because the walls were concrete, but I could hear their voices. Most of them were Uyghurs, but there were some people who spoke mainland Chinese. Deliva's experience made Weibo erupt in anger again. Damn it. I told you. They killed Han Chinese there, too. She confirmed it. Deliva went on. The people called that place the living quarters. The people in charge of the living quarters told us to sacrifice our lives for the leadership of the Chinese party. They told us that this was being patriotic, and that we should consider ourselves lucky to have organs that were histocompatible, saying that others couldn't do this even if they wanted to. Deliva paused for a moment. No matter how determined she was, the trauma of being a teenage girl in prison and waiting for an organ transplant was not simple. The faces and voices of the living quarter managers came to her mind as she tried to describe the devastating situation there. She got goosebumps on her arms, and her heart began to pound loudly. Her eyes welled up with tears from the fear and sadness, but she swallowed hard to keep them from falling. She held her trembling arms and barely managed to speak through the tightness in her throat. I was fed 3 times a day. If we refused to eat, we were beaten or tortured with electric shocks. We were told that it was our job to stay healthy until the day of the surgery. Now, tears were rolling down her face. Deliva wiped them away with her hand and continued speaking. Medical staff came and did blood tests and stuff. They didn't tell us the date of the surgery, but we all knew when it was time, Deliva said. Because they didn't give us food the day before the surgery. You have to have an empty stomach to do the surgery. People who didn't get food in the morning cried and screamed like crazy people. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Even death row inmates get a last meal before their execution. This was the headline of an editorial in the People's Daily the next day. The fact that a Chinese newspaper like the People's Daily, not a foreign newspaper, published such a bold editorial signaled a massive shift in power within the party. Just die for the party's honor. That was what some of the officials who were loyal to Chen Shui told him. The dignity of Chen Shui's followers had already collapsed, but he still couldn't let go of his desire to live. He might have been able to go to Zhenbio's next-generation hospital under the radar when he was still in a position of great power, but it was different now. Even his closest aides, who were supposed to help him, were now turning their backs on him. Let's go, Peng Kui said to Chen Shui. My political life will be over if I go there, Chen Shui said. But I still want to live. Peng Kui escorted Chen Shui out. Chen Shui wore shabby jeans, a shirt, and a cap to cover his face. They exited through the back entrance of the Hall of Diligence and got into a medium-sized sedan. This was all done so that they could stay out of the public eye as much as possible. They drove to the Beijing Capital Airport. It was an air base used by Chinese officials to fly overseas or receive state guests. We're going underground now, Peng Kui said into the radio. Their car traveled along the outer perimeter of the airport. What? Chen Shui's eyes narrowed as he looked out the window. In the distance, he could see the airport's outdoor parking lot filled with people. No civilian planes landed at Beijing Capital Airport, as almost everything on the airport's grounds, including the runway, was under security. The only thing that was open to the public was the airport's outdoor parking lot, which was created by recycling surplus land. It was a civic service, much like how the parking lot of the local government office was open to the public on weekends. But even so, very few people parked their cars in the outdoor parking lot because they didn't want to go near an airbase. As such, the parking lot was usually empty. Today, however, it was full of people. Everyone had terrifying gazes. They are all looking for you, sir, Peng Kui said. Me. They're trying to see if you're going to China. There are probably some reporters and politicians who are aligning themselves with Yang Gunyu. Well, don't worry, we won't be going through there, Peng Kui added. But when we're in Korea, it won't be easy to avoid all those people and get to Zhenbio's hospital. 2 days before Peng Kui and Chen Shui left for the airport, Peng Kui informed the South Korean government that Chen Shui was traveling to Seoul. This was a bit of a gamble on Chen Shui's part. If he could truly complete his surgery in secret and return to China with the help of the Korean government, he could maintain his power. However, the Korean government would know a huge weakness of China. Still, it was the only way to avoid the worst-case scenario. As such, Peng Kui relayed this information to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Korea through the Chinese ambassador. Then, the Minister of Foreign Affairs came to see Youngjun with the Chinese ambassador. Dr. Ryu, let's transport the president's heart and do the surgery quietly in another hospital outside the next generation hospital. This will give South Korea a huge advantage diplomatically, said the minister. Instead of replying, Youngjun frowned and took a sip of his tea. Oh, The Chinese ambassador, flustered by the look on Youngjun's face, quickly spoke up. China will give you their full support if you help us just this once. He fumbled for a stack of papers and held them out. Look at this. This is China's economic development plan for the next 5 years. We're trying to turn Guangdong into the Silicon Valley of Asia, and the bioindustry is booming there right now. We'll help Agenbio set up a branch there and get started. Agenbio is capable of branching out into Guangdong without President Chen Shui's help. We could even start right now, Youngjun said. Agenbio is quite popular in Guangdong because we stopped the mosquito crisis. And there's no country or city that wouldn't like us because it increases the size of their healthcare industry. The minister stepped in to intervene as the ambassador was flustered. Dr. Ryu, it's very unusual for the Chinese party to humble themselves like this, he said. And think about this, Dr. Ryu, if the president is able to receive treatment, return to China quietly, and stay in power, we'd be the only ones to know about his surgery. So, in state relations, information is power. We would be in exclusive possession of information that could shake the Chinese government to its core, and that would give us an advantage in diplomacy going forward. The diplomatic benefits would be enormous, the minister said, looking at the ambassador. The Chinese government already knew this would happen. They asked us to cooperate even though they knew. Youngjun closed his eyes. He leaned back on the sofa, lost in thought. I realize that the Chinese party is being humble, he said. But I cannot do that. Youngjun was firm. Dr. Ryu. I can't, Youngjun said again, firmly. The minister and ambassador were speechless. The doctors at Agenbio Next Generation Hospital are the best human resources in Korea. They see up to 100 patients a day. They skip meals regularly because they don't have the time, and they sometimes run around with exam rooms open because opening doors is a waste of time. There are even some doctors who ride segways around the hospital. But if we take something that can be treated and operated there and move it to another hospital, we're going to have to move the entire medical team that's doing the surgery and the artificial heart to comply with biosafety specimen transportation laws, Youngjun said. On top of that, the equipment setup and contamination levels would have to be tested again because the operating room would have changed. I don't want to cause that much trouble to our hospital's medical staff. When I was a full-time scientist working at Agen with nothing, I saw a liver cancer drug called Chelicure disappear. A better drug was destroyed through patent law to keep the company profitable, Youngjun said. From that moment on, I decided that I would never let any falsehood or unethical practice in biology and medicine fly by. Science should always be a search for the truth and a good force to create a better future, not a weapon to cover up the truth and set technology back to suit powerful people and companies. We can gain a permanent diplomatic advantage if we let it go just this once. The minister pleaded once more. It's always about that one time, Youngjun said. That one time is more important to me than those idealistic diplomatic gains. I will forget about our meeting today. Please be careful to not expose your face to the public, Mr. Ambassador, as many eyes are watching. I'm sure you don't want any unnecessary rumors to be made. Now that Youngjun had refused, there was nothing the South Korean government could do about it. Agenbio's Next Generation Hospital was a private hospital, not a state institution. There were also foreign reporters there, not domestic media. What could the government do about them? Even if they banned them and told them to leave, they could just say they were here for medical treatment. There was no legal basis for sanctioning them. Maybe they could do something in China, where Chen Shui could use his power, but the South Korean government couldn't unleash the military to control the hospital. When Chen Shui finally arrived at Agenbio with Peng Kui and a few of his closest aides, he was too scared to get out of the car. At the entrance to the Next Generation Hospital, reporters and citizens were swarming everywhere, including the parking lot, the information desk, the lounge, and more. There are a lot of Chinese people, Chen Shui said quietly. Chinese people working in Korea had also come to the hospital. We just need to get to the operating room. Let's go in quietly. Like Peng Kui, Chen Shui pushed down his cap and walked toward the elevator. They got on the elevator when it was empty and pressed for the 4th floor, where the operating room was located. But just before the elevator doors closed. Excuse me? 3 Chinese men grabbed the elevator door and came inside. They were about to press the button for the 4th floor when they realized the button was already pressed. The 3 men silently gazed at the side of Chen Shui's face. Ni Shizong Tong Ma, one of the men asked Chen Shui. They were asking if he was the president. No, quickly replied Peng Kui, embarrassed. Let's take the escalator. Peng Kui grabbed his hand and got off the elevator hastily. As they walked toward the escalator, the 3 Chinese men shouted behind them. It's Chen Shui. Everyone on the ground floor turned their heads toward the escalator. A few nimble reporters quickly took out their cameras and rushed towards them. Shit. Peng Kui grabbed Chen Shui's arm and ran up the escalator. But reporters were also waiting for them at the top, holding their cameras. Some of them impatiently started running down the escalator, which was going up, with their microphones and cameras pointed at Chen Shui. Cameras were clicking from everywhere. Hey, security guards were running towards them from the 2nd floor. They must be struggling quite a bit right now. Rosaline stood up. There won't be any accidents since there are security guards at the hospital, but they'll be humiliated. He won't be able to stay in power, Youngjun said as he clipped his fingernails. I just don't understand. Rosaline hopped up onto Youngjun's desk. What? Why is he so obsessed with maintaining power? Yeah, the biology of desiring power is simple. The more dominant you are in a group, the more opportunities you have to mate, and the more likely you are to spread your genes. But isn't Chen Shui already past that age? Youngjun chuckled. You're right. He wants to hold on to his position, even at the risk of constantly doing diplomatic damage to his country. Nov. L. B /JNN. Rosaline seemed puzzled. There are a lot of things about this world that are surprisingly hard for me to understand, like that labor camp in Xinjiang where people were locked up. Because that's not biological, Youngjun said. To me, it looks like they all have mental illnesses. Do you think you can cure it? No, it's not a biological illness like schizophrenia. A caveman wouldn't have the desire to lock up millions of people in camp. It's a madness that came from the development of human society. What do you think will happen to the people who were trapped in Xinjiang? I think the international community is going to put a lot of pressure on that region now. There are the things that China has done, they have evidence, and they have reason now, right? Deliva, was it? That girl will keep giving statements about the labor camps. Now, China has no choice but to get rid of them. Really? Or the international community will try to break up Xinjiang and divide it into pieces, and there's only one way to stop that opinion from taking over the international community is to get rid of these camps. They'll say that there are no more human rights violations in the region and that what happened before was a mistake of the previous president. They'll all act friendly to Xinjiang. Do you think the international community would be that united and keep China in check? Absolutely. Xinjiang has coal, oil, and natural gas, it's full of treats. America's probably already got a napkin tied around its neck right now to eat it. Rosaline frowned. They're not worried about the people imprisoned in those abnormal camps? Most people are probably worried, but there aren't many countries or organizations who are willing to fight a large country like China just because they are worried, Youngjun said. If there is, maybe a Genbio. Knock knock. Someone was at Youngjun's office. Mr. Ryu, Dr. Chen is here with a guest. Youngjun could hear Yu Songmi's voice. A guest? Youngjun asked as he opened the door. Chen Jimyang was standing there with an overweight, middle-aged woman. Hello, Dr. Ryu. The woman greeted him. I'm Elsie. I used to work in the life creation department. Youngjun was surprised. Oh, yes, hello. Come in. Huh? Rosaline looked flustered all of a sudden. What's wrong? Youngjun glanced back and asked her in her head. I know her. You know her. I remember. It's a faint memory from a long time ago, but I've felt this person's bioinformation before when I was in a flask. Looks like we have a lot to talk about / Elsie walked in and sat down on the sofa. Thank you, Dr. Chen. Could you let us talk alone for a moment? Youngjun asked. Yes, I can't stay away from the lab long anyway. The orders for artificial organs are still coming in at the moment. I'm sorry. Please keep up the good work, said Youngjun, patting Chen Jimyang on the back. After Chen Jimyang and Yu Songmi left, Elsie took a deep breath. Should we start with Dr. Ref or Rosaline? She asked. You already know why I asked to see you, and you seem to know a lot about it, Youngjun said. He took a bottle of orange juice out of the fridge. Oh, I'll take a Coke. I have Pepsi and Sprite. What would you like? Oh, then Sprite. Youngjun handed her a can of Sprite and sat across from her. Originally, I didn't plan on coming to see you, Dr. Ryu, but seeing Dr. Chen's face after all these years gave me some courage. Dr. Chen kept on convincing me, so I thought I should tell you what I know. What did he say to convince you? He told me that you brought up wanting to see me after the terrorist attack at the GSC conference. He asked if I knew anything about the terrorists, and when I said yes, he squeezed my hand and convinced me that we have to save humanity together. Elsie chuckled. But I might not be able to give you as much information as you're hoping for. As you can see, I'm pretty broken, and I've been away from research for a while now. Elsie shrugged. Dr. Ryu, look at how ruined a scientist gets when the project they've worked on for their entire life fails. What do you mean? You're not ruined, so don't say that. I live off of alcohol and drugs. I'm a failure. I failed to create Rosaline, and I failed to create Dr. Ref. You created Dr. Ref? Youngjun asked. Yes. Did you teach her? No, I literally biologically created her, Elsie said. What do you mean? Are you saying that she's an artificial human or something? I was working at an embryology lab in the United States. We were using intracytoplasmic sperm injection 1, transfection reagents, and talons 2 to genetically modify fertilized eggs. We were developing them and observing what happens, Elsie said. And we made Dr. Ref. We took the best sperm from the sperm bank and fertilized my egg with it. We took the nucleus out, put the nucleus of my somatic cell inside, and engineered some genes. We implanted it in my uterus, and I gave birth to her. What? Youngjun's jaw dropped in shock. Since we used the nucleus of my somatic cells, she's sort of like a clone of me. But we manipulated a lot of genes, and as a result, she has Anglo-Saxon facial features even though I'm Jewish. She's probably around the same age as you in terms of her birth, but she's the same cellular age as me. Are you crazy? How could you? What have you done? Youngjun shouted in shock. I know. It's unethical, right? It's worse than just being unethical. You genetically modified an embryo and gave birth to it yourself. Haha. Elsie laughed a little. I knew you would scold me. It's one of the reasons I was worried about coming to see you n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. Me nagging you isn't the problem right now. A research ethics violation of that magnitude should be. Not at the time, Elsie said. What? It was in the middle of the Cold War. You may not know because you're young, but the United States and the Soviet Union were in the midst of a mad scientific race, Dr. Ryu. It was a time when nuclear weapons were being developed like crazy. Ethics was very slow to react to biology, which had just been born. All sorts of ethical regulations were loose at the time, and it didn't even occur to people that they needed to make those regulations. People were still dealing with the aftermath of World War II, and they were terrified that a more destructive war would break out the longer the Cold War went on. It was a time when any research that could advance science was encouraged. Sigh. Dr. Ryu, research ethics changes with time. But don't you have a conscience? Did you really have no hesitation about playing with human lives like that? How could I not? Elsie said. That's why I gave birth to her myself. Most of the other scientists discouraged it because I could have lost my life if the genetic modification I made caused any problems in development. But I gave birth to her myself. That girl is my daughter and my clone. At the time, science was like an immature adolescent who had just gotten bigger. That's when I got on a boat with her. We crossed the Pacific together on a crappy boat. It was a very risky and reckless experiment, but we believed we had succeeded when she was born safe and sound. As a child, she stunned everyone in the lab with her incredible intelligence, Elsie said. But why did that happen? After I gave birth to her, she didn't feel like a research project anymore, Elsie said. She was my daughter. I wanted her to be free, so I snuck her out and fled to the Middle East where my relatives live. Your relatives? I said I was Jewish, right? Elsie said. Rosalind Elsie Franklin, the woman who was the biggest contributor to discovering the DNA double helix, was also Jewish. She was born in London and British, but she had a lot of relatives who settled in Palestine. One of my uncles was a high commissioner in Palestine, and the other was the prosecutor general. I was born in Palestine. I grew up hearing about Rosalind Franklin. My mother always told me stories about her because she was the same age as my mother. So that's why you named your artificial cell Rosaline. That's right. My name, Elsie, is also Rosalind Franklin's middle name. Elsie took a sip of her Sprite. Rosalind Elsie Franklin, she was a female scientist who had the most unfortunate fate in scientific history. She was at the forefront of the scientific community as a woman during a time when sexism was common. She competed and collaborated with the geniuses of her time, such as Jamie Anderson, and continued her research despite the discrimination she faced. Unsurprisingly, she was also very concerned with human rights and ethics. Rosalind Franklin was active in labor union organizations and the women's suffrage movement, and she later became a member of the London County Council. She also helped resettle Jews fleeing Nazi tyranny. Then, she died of ovarian cancer at the young age of 37. The reason why she died was because she used a lot of X-rays to figure out the structure of DNA, said Elsie. My family fiercely discouraged me when I first said I wanted to do science. My mother regretted telling me about Franklin. Because she died early. That's one of the reasons, but it's because, in the end, Franklin didn't get anything, Elsie said. Dr. Ryu, some people think science belongs to men. There are lots who see it that way. They think women are emotional, delicate creatures, and men are logical, rational creatures. That's the gender stereotype that persists even in the 21st century. It's common even in Northern Europe, where gender equality is very much realized, Elsie said. I don't know if it's true or not. Maybe it occurred because of the Barnum effect, or maybe there are actual biological differences in logical ability, but scientists should be silent about what they can't say. Because science does not accept anecdotal opinions that aren't backed by scientific evidence. That's right. But the scientific community, which is supposed to be so rigorous, is surprisingly full of sexism. It's within the scientific community, but it's worse when you're trying to enter it. Can you imagine? When I told my family that I was going to get a degree, the adults in my family said, that's not something a girl should do. What kind of girl would go into science and get a doctorate? Even an unusually brilliant female scientist like Franklin couldn't survive in that world because, by nature, women don't have scientific minds. Even if women overcome that penalty with their blood, sweat, and tears, all they end up with is ovarian cancer, not a Nobel Prize, Elsie said. All those carcinogenic chemicals, viruses, and bacteria have a bigger impact on a woman's body because they are going to have babies one day. I wanted to show them that they were wrong. I wanted to show them that I was really good at science. That's why you created life. Yes, because it was the most challenging field in biology. Even in this age, where they are conquering cancer, sending humans into space, and modifying genes, Elsie said. The scientific community doesn't have a concept of what a living thing is. Elsie was right. The scientific community had defined living things over 100 times, but they were all wrong, all of them had exceptions. For example, if they defined the ability to absorb and digest something as the standard for living things, then fire could be a living thing as it digests firewood and oxygen by burning it. If they used the ability to bear offspring as the criteria, then infertile couples and animals like mules would be non-living things. Viruses have genetic material, but they are not cells because they're just a clump of proteins. They are also not biologically active until they infect a host, Elsie said. So the biological community has still not decided whether viruses are living things or not. I personally think viruses are living things, Youngjun said. Elsie smiled. How fitting for someone who used to be in the life creation department. Everyone on our team thought so. But what about transposons? What about prions, which are capable of self-replication? Are they living things? Elsie took another sip of her Sprite. The concept of life, the worst and greatest mystery on the planet that no one could figure out. I wanted to solve this and show the success of a female scientist, Elsie said. That's why I did the Rosaline project, and I almost succeeded a couple of times. That's when I realized that this isn't science but in the realm of God. Humans have a nasty habit of reducing things we don't understand scientifically to religion or mysticism, but the creation of life was truly mystical. It was ecstatic. I've used synchronization mode a few times. I was able to observe all life forms that were created before Rosaline and less complex than her. It was a miracle, although it was just for a moment because I barely had any fitness. It was probably a very simple image compared to what you're using right now. Elsie smiled bitterly. The Rosalines I made weren't a living thing. It disappeared in a few hours. They weren't short-lived creatures like mayflies, they weren't living things to begin with. Is that why you gave up on creating Rosaline and created Dr. Ref? I hate saying unscientific things, but I think creating life is something that can only be done by certain people who were carefully selected by some unknown criteria. I thought that would be Dr. Ref, Elsie said. The moment I heard about the successful young scientist in the life creation department, I realized that you had succeeded in what Dr. Ref and I failed at. I felt that Dr. Ref was obsessed with Rosaline. Is that why she is carrying out terrorist attacks? She's a child who has been hurt a lot, Elsie said. But she's not some mad scientist who wants to destroy the world with her pain. She wants to spread Rosaline around the world. What? We thought Rosaline was some kind of virus. Rosaline syndrome, that's the name of the syndrome you've been infected with and are suffering from. 1. A process where a single sperm is injected directly into the egg. 2. A type of restriction enzyme that is used for genetic modification, like CRISPR. W. What are you talking about? Youngjun asked in confusion. Rosaline is a virus? Rosaline syndrome? A disease like that doesn't exist. I never said it was a disease. In medicine, a syndrome is defined as a set of symptoms that occur together, but genetics defines it as any combination of genetic expression, Elsie said. Your intelligence grew to transcend human limits as Rosaline's intelligence genes were expressed, and you were able to look down on the biological world with her power. I named this phenomenon the Rosaline syndrome, a name I arbitrarily chose when I first discovered her. There was a moment of silence. Youngjun glanced at Rosaline, and she looked at Elsie, slightly surprised. Elsie, Rosaline is not a virus, Youngjun said. Well, not compared to the viruses we know. Rosaline is much more complex than that, Elsie said. But think about it, Dr. Ryu. An organism that can't survive outside of its host, uses its host's nutrition and energy sources for its reproduction, is smaller than a single cell, and is bordering between living and non-living things. What kind of organisms fit these criteria? If we were to put Rosaline into the taxonomy of living things on Earth right now, the category she would fit in is viruses. But you know she's not a virus. Of course, not. What I'm saying is that Rosaline has viral characteristics because she is the first organism of the next generation, Elsie said. Humans were 99.9% similar to other humans in terms of DNA. They were 98% similar to chimpanzees and 90% similar to cats. Humans were 60% similar to fruit flies and bananas, and they even shared genes with bacteria, which were classified in a completely different kingdom. This was because all living things on Earth were related. They were common descendants of a primordial cell that first arose on Earth. They were distant relatives, having evolved differently over billions of years, but every living thing on Earth was a blood relative. But Rosaline was different. She was the next generation of life, a completely new, primordial cell. What the first cell, the first form of life looked like has been a great mystery to many biologists, Elsie said. Some people thought it was a peptide with self-replicating properties, others believed it was RNA. It was speculated that the electron transport chain in the cell membrane might have acquired its biological properties as it naturally occurred in hydrothermal vents in the deep ocean. But Dr. Ryu, some people think that the first life forms may have been viruses. As we all know, viruses are strange creatures that are in between living and non-living things. But a virus can only survive if it has a host, so the first life form can't be a virus because it requires a living host, Youngjun said. Perhaps there was one back when our common ancestor was first born. Elsie took another sip of her Sprite. Dr. Ryu, you are infected with a next-generation life form, a next-generation virus called Rosaline. And Rosaline is superior to humans in every way. She is not just better, but superior. Rosaline can look down on all life on Earth because she is a more complex life form. So, Dr. Ref believes we should give Rosaline to everyone. It's a little different. It's not about people sharing Rosaline, it's about Rosaline monopolizing human science. Rosaline monopolizing human science. I don't know if Rosaline is only able to survive in your body right now, but that's not how viruses work. Dr. Ref's idea is for her to infect every human on the planet and then watch what they do. What? Rosaline is like a god. Dr. Ref wants Rosaline to monopolize science and only give the necessary information to people like you, who are researching with good intentions while keeping the rest of science under control. She thinks she can keep humans from misusing science that way. Elsie took a sip of her Sprite. That way, the problems that you've witnessed before getting Rosaline won't happen again. People trying to get rid of Chelicure, people trying to grow a tumor in someone's eyeball to bury a glaucoma treatment, and people trying to harvest organs from living people for transplantation, all of that can be prevented. This doesn't make sense. Dr. Ref herself is a prime example of science being misused, right? Dr. Ref is the one who terrorized the GSC conference and released a virus in Xinjiang. Is that a problem? What happened after she released the virus in Xinjiang? Did things get worse than it was before? Elsie asked. Dr. Ref did the best she could with what she had, because one terrorist organization can't stop the Chinese president and the massive conspiracy in Xinjiang, which holds 1 million people. Well, let's say that's true. What about the GSC? The GSC is a dangerous enemy to Dr. Ref, Dr. Ryu. The GSC isn't that great of an organization, either, but you probably don't know that because you've only been a member for a short period of time. Now that I think about it, who encouraged you to join the GSC? Was he a good person? It was Jamie Anderson. Haha, look, Elsie said, laughing. The GSC is a place where someone like him is celebrated as the greatest biologist in the world, Dr. Ryu. And what about He Jiankui, a GSC member? Who do you think is misusing science more, He Jiankui or Dr. Ref? Elsie asked. Sigh. Elsie, there's bound to be a bully in every neighborhood. Jamie Anderson and He Jiankui are certainly terrible people, but there are also great people like Dr. Messelson. There are good people like you in the GSC, just like how a broken clock is right twice a day. But the GSC as an organization is dangerous. Nov. L. B//JNN. The GSC is dangerous. Yes, the very existence of such an organization is problematic. Why? As you know, the GSC makes recommendations and organizes projects in underdeveloped countries, like water supply projects, vaccine projects, and nuclear power plant construction projects. They provide scientific advice. I'm aware of that, but those projects aren't based on sufficient research and discussion, they're based on unilateral recommendations from the GSC. Can you imagine the difference in the level of science between a poor country in Africa and the GSC? So policymakers in underdeveloped countries don't adopt the policies because they fully understand, they just blindly trust the GSC. That's right. And a hierarchical relationship like that isn't scientific. The GSC is a prime example of the appeal to authority fallacy in Western science. But the GSC is not omnipotent because humans are not perfect, Elsie said. The only thing that is perfect is Rosaline. After some thought, Youngjun said, but Elsie, even so, I don't think the GSC is doing anything wrong. It's true they have more knowledge and science, and there's nothing wrong with giving it away to underdeveloped countries, who need it as soon as possible. Even if there are problems with the process, it's not a crime that they deserve to be terrorized and die for. That would be correct if they were sharing it, Elsie said. Then what? What they're doing is a form of extortion against underdeveloped countries and poor people. Look at He Jiankui. He was taking lower-class individuals in China and doing human experiments, right? Not that I'm in a position to say anything, but, for example, the GSC once wrote a business plan to install water systems in poor cities in countries like Uganda. However, the technology was beyond what the country could afford, so a construction company run by GSC members came in and installed it. The cost was so high that it was beyond what an underdeveloped country could afford, so they did other things instead of taking the money. Elsie went on. For example, they got access to the biological resources of a certain jungle in Uganda, created an HIV drug from the extracts of bacteria and plants in the environment, did clinical trials in Uganda, and then sold it to them. But Uganda doesn't have money again, right? So this time, they take oil rights, then underground resources, and then land. That's how they take everything. I'm not talking about the usual resource looting. I'm talking about taking away the power of those underdeveloped countries to advance science and be technologically independent, Elsie said. They're not going to spend the money to do research on water systems because they already have one, right? As a result, they are dependent on the GSC and live off the pieces of technology that the GSC gives them. They go find the GSC when they have a problem with the water system. Elsie continued. Now, let's think from Dr. Ref's perspective. How dare the GSC's third-rate scientists, who are probably less intelligent than her, monopolize science and dictate the science of an underdeveloped country with such arrogance while claiming to be the authority figure? The appeal to authority fallacy is bound to cause an accident at some point. What He Jiankui did will look like child's play. It could lead to serious catastrophes, like a poorly designed nuclear power plant exploding, land erosion, or desertification. Dr. Ref is trying to destroy the GSC and remove the person at the top of the hierarchy, Elsie said. Because the only person who is fit for that kind of position isn't an organization of Western scientists like the GSC, but Rosaline, who is truly superior. Phew. Youngjun stood up and walked over to the window. He had a bit of a headache. He pulled up the blinds and stared outside. What do you think, Elsie? Youngjun asked. What do I think? Everything you just told me was from Dr. Ref's perspective. What do you think? Do you agree with Dr. Ref's perspective that the GSC should disappear and Rosaline should infect every human to monopolize science? I don't know. Elsie shrugged. The reason I let everything go and lived on drugs was because I couldn't find the answer to that, and I don't want to, she said. But I believe in you, Dr. Ryu. Elsie stood up and walked over. I've been watching you for the past year, and you've been destroying every kind of unethical behavior in the scientific community without any hesitation. You're like a runaway train that never stops. You've come this far, destroying all unethical behavior in your path, even against the Chinese president, one of the most powerful men on earth. You have a bizarrely perfect obsession with bioethics, and you also have a compassion for humanity, Elsie said. Like I said, I think creating life is something that only certain people who were carefully selected by some unknown criteria can do, but maybe that's the criteria. Elsie smiled. That's why I have faith in you. And in the end, you will resolve the conflict between Dr. Ref and the GSC wisely, because you are the only owner of Rosaline, in a luxury apartment near Yungyun University. Beep. The front door opened with a short beep from the door lock. Youngjun took off his shoes and walked inside. It was almost his first time home since returning from China. He didn't even have the time to come home because he had to take care of his backlog of work. He usually ate and slept at a hotel near the company or in his office. But today, the mental fatigue was too much to bear. I'm home, Youngjun said as he walked to the living room. Ryu Ji-won, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, stood up, startled. Hey, what are you doing here all of a sudden without any notice? Do I have to tell you when I'm coming to my own house? Youngjun glanced at the young man who was sitting beside Ryu Ji-won. Hello. Frozen, the young man greeted Youngjun awkwardly. I recognize you. Who is it? Youngjun asked, looking a little puzzled. I'm Ji-won's friend, Yang Dongwook. I came to help her move her stuff when she was moving. Oh, right, I remember now. We introduced ourselves, then, right? Yes. You're hanging out with Ji-won. Where's mom and dad? Youngjun asked Ryu Ji-won. They went on a trip not too long ago. Really? Youngjun nodded. That's why Dongwook is here since they're away. How long have you been dating? We're not. We're not dating. Both of them shook their heads frantically. It's not like I'm going to scold you for dating or anything. Dongwook's lips are red because of your lipstick, Ji-won. I'm sorry, Yang Dongwook said, wiping his lips. It's been a month now. Don't tell dad, it's a secret, Ryu Ji-won said. Youngjun chuckled. Alright. It's not like your kids anymore, so I hope you guys are happy. I'm a little tired, so I'm going to get some sleep. Wake me up if you need anything. Youngjun went to his room, closed the door, and collapsed on the bed. Ryu Ji-won, who was watching him, glanced at Yang Dongwook. I wonder why he looks so unenergetic. Ryu Ji-won said. Do you think something happened at work? Rosaline approached Youngjun, who was lying down on his bed. What do you think about what Elsie said? He asked. I don't know. Rosaline laid down beside him. It looked like a girl the size of Ryu Sae was lying down, but the bed didn't bounce because she was actually a cell. But I did see a lot of scientists who misused science in my time with you. There was Kim Hyun-taek, who got rid of Chelicure, or schematics, who committed medical malpractice to get rid of a glaucoma treatment. There was also Jamie Anderson who recklessly used a treatment that had a risk of hyperprogression for his Nobel Prize. Rosaline went on, explaining everything she had seen. I was a little shocked when I saw the facilities in Xinjiang where 3 million Uyghurs were being held. It was extremely unnatural and inefficient. I've never seen you that shocked. I think humans are imperfect and immature, and I've always thought that. Humans are essentially impulsive and self-centered creatures, and that's why they make mistakes, like when Ji Kwang Man tried to get his thugs to murder you. Rosaline continued. And the higher the level of science, the greater the damage when you make a mistake. You could go from throwing a rock to pushing the button on a nuclear missile because you couldn't control your emotions in the heat of the moment. Maybe human science should be controlled. If I could infect all of humanity, I could do that. It's kind of like how countries like the US are trying to control guns. I'll evaluate intellect and morality, and I'll share science based on that. So you're going to stop schools from teaching science, too. I don't think anyone's going to want to study science if scientific knowledge that is difficult to gain, even with decades of studying, is given to a select few in a matter of seconds. Rosaline went on. Schools would teach more about ethics and morality instead of science, and science would be led in a more constructive and safe direction by people like you who are moral enough. Do you agree with Elsie about the GSC? Youngjun asked. I don't hate humans, but I do agree that groups like the GSC have too much power and authority that they don't deserve. They're human, after all. It seems problematic to me that underdeveloped countries are accepting their policies simply based on their name value. So you want to monopolize and manage the science of humanity yourself. I don't know. Rosaline seemed hesitant. What I've been talking about is capability, which isn't the same thing as desire. In terms of capability, if I were to infect and dominate all of humanity as Dr. Ref said, I'm confident I'd do well. Probably. I told you how to wipe out the flu before, right? You said I should put the flu gene into the cold virus, which is less virulent, and spread it around the world. I'm not going to choose a route that radical anymore. I'm no longer seeking extreme efficiency. Rosaline explained to Youngjun. I learned bioethics from you. You do not treat anyone as a means or a sacrifice. That's the standard of your behavioral patterns that I've analyzed. You only need to select people who have those principles and give them my science based on the situation. Rosaline was dry. She was only delivering objective facts without the slightest hint of emotion, and Youngjun could see that as well. Rosaline was really that intelligent and knowledgeable. If she did what Dr. Ref said, she would do very well. Maybe she would do better than me. But desire is a different matter. I don't have that kind of desire. Rosaline was certain. Really? I don't know about the future, but so far, yes. I desired your desires. Rosaline only raised her head from the bed and stared at Youngjun. Was I born that way? Was I born to have no desires? You like ATP. Wanting ATP is also a desire. Not things like that. I don't know. Anyway, Dr. Ref's idea that Elsie mentioned earlier was a little strange. Dr. Ref wants you to be independent from me. She wants you to be a powerful force that rules the world, not my personal scientific vending machine. But I can't survive outside your body. In the past, Dr. Ref had criticized Rosaline, calling her an incomplete organism with no desire to reproduce. She told Rosaline that she would complete her if she came to her. I know what you're thinking right now. Rosaline stared at Youngjun, her face right in front of his. If you think about it based on virology, infection is reproduction for a virus, Youngjun said. If you could infect other people, that in itself is reproduction if you really are the first life form with viral characteristics. That's right. Rosaline agreed with Youngjun. I don't have the ability to reproduce, nor do I have the desire to. Rosaline shrugged. Am I really an organism? Rosaline wondered. An organism like me doesn't exist. Maybe I'm less of an organism than a virus. I always thought I knew myself perfectly, but now I'm not so sure. Rosaline signed. A lot has changed, Ryu Youngjun. Do you remember when I told you I wanted to sleep? I remember. I can barely tolerate it nowadays. I used a lot of fitness, especially when I replicated an iris in Xinjiang to open a door. I've been tired ever since. Rosaline went on. If I really am incomplete, there's one possible reason that I can think of. What is it? Rosaline sat up from the bed. Do you remember the pathogen that infected director Kim Hyun-taek and left him brain dead? Youngjun's eyes narrowed. At the time, it was right before Agen's past work on anthrax bioweapons was going to be revealed. Kim Hyun-taek had come to Lab 6 and collapsed in the life creation department, infected with an unknown pathogen. The pathogen looked Vantablack in Rosaline's simulation mode, and it was a highly toxic substance that knocked HIV, anthrax, and Ebola out of the park. Rosaline went inside Kim Hyun-taek's body to see what it was, but she unleashed Perforin and destroyed the pathogen. It tried to attack me as if it were alive. When I destroyed it, some chemicals came out of it. Chemicals. They were prednisolone and pentoxyphyllene. What is that? Why did that come out of it? You don't know what this is? Youngjun tilted his head in confusion. I've never heard of it. Biologists don't know much about chemicals except how to use them. Rosaline snapped her fingers in front of Youngjun's eyes. Rosaline LV22. Metastatic status, heart, 9%, liver, 47%, brain, 12%, kidney, 15%, spinal cord, 9%, synchronization, 33%, cell fitness, 20.5. Rosaline pressed the button below the status window to look at the message history. Activate synchronization mode, observe artificial organ. The most recent messages popped up. DRRRR. Rosaline scrolled down quite a bit. Simulation mode, mosquito reproduction in Guangdong. Simulation mode, medical examination of Li Yuna's condition. Synchronization mode, analyzing the 6 stages of Alzheimer's. Fitness consumption rate, 0.7/second. Where are you scrolling to? Wait a second. Rosaline kept scrolling. The current message and status window is created by the artificial cell manipulating your cerebral cortex. It analyzes the memories in your hippocampus and presents information to you with the UI design most familiar to you. I will remind you of the moment when you created life. This is the beginning, right? Yes. We have to go all the way to the beginning. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. What? Youngjun, who was about to ask what she was looking for, froze. The artificial cell is beginning to break down the orally administered drug. Has broken down 30 milligrams of prednisolone. Has broken down 400 milligrams of pentoxyphyllene. The artificial cell has recovered your body. This is even before you named me, the point of my birth. You had hepatitis from alcoholism and you were taking medication for it. You had those substances in your blood. Oh my god. This is. Even when you pricked your finger on a piece of glass while observing a sample of Rosaline V4.87 and bled even when I was being created by your ATP. Rosaline went on. That blood contained the hepatitis medicine. And those chemicals were in the pathogen that caused Kim Hyun-taek to become brain dead. The hepatitis drugs were chemicals that don't occur in nature. Biology is chemical reactions in the microworld. If the hepatitis drugs interfered with the chemical reactions at the time of my birth in some way, Rosaline paused. That's where I could have divided from. Wait, so you're saying that the reason you split with the pathogen that infected Kim Hyun-taek was because of the hepatitis medication I was taking at the time? Youngjun asked. I'm talking about a possibility. Even I don't know what happened then. Youngjun thought for a moment. You've grown a lot since then, right? If we go back to Kim Hyun-taek, do you think we'll be able to learn more about the pathogen? Maybe. Youngjun paused, then said, now that I think of it. Rosaline, you once told me that Kim Hyun-taek was so badly damaged that there was no way to recover him, right? Yes. Do you think it's possible now? Rosaline frowned slightly. I'll have to see. Click. Youngjun opened the door and walked out. Ryu Ji-won, who was hugging Yang Dong-wook, pulled away in surprise. I thought you were sleeping. I have something to do. I'll be back soon. Youngjun put on his jacket and ran out the front door. Asterisk. What did you just say? Park Dong-hyun asked in disbelief. All the other members of the life creation department looked baffled. Maybe we can bring director Kim Hyun-taek back to life, Song Ji-hyun asked. Kelly Jenner regularly visited Lab 7 to conduct follow-up research after the development of the running microdust reduction device. Today, Song Ji-hyun suddenly requested a meeting with the members of the life creation department and made this outrageous statement. I've seen the reports on the artificial organs you've transplanted into the Chinese officials, heart, liver, lungs, pancreas, and the small intestine. You've made a lot of progress, right? So you're suggesting we put them in Kim Hyun-taek's body and try to save him? Bae Sunmi asked. Dr. Song, the human body is not a doll, Koh Soon-yeol said, bewildered. No, I'm not saying this as a joke, Song Ji-hyun said, blushing. But why do you want to save Kim Hyun-taek? Chun Ji-myung asked. I thought you really hated him, Dr. Song. He's the one who destroyed Chelly Cure. I don't like him, Song Ji-hyun said, frowning. He's certainly guilty of many things, developing an anthrax bioweapon and deliberately destroying Chelly Cure. But it should be the law that punishes director Kim Hyun-taek, not some unknown pathogen. I believe that only humans have the right to punish human wrongdoing. Some people believe that Kim Hyun-taek has been punished by God, but a scientist shouldn't accept a punishment like that. Kim Hyun-taek is bedridden because he contracted an unknown disease, and we have an obligation to explore it and try to cure him. But Dr. Song, realistically, it's too difficult. Kim Hyun-taek is brain dead, Chun Ji-myung said. That's right. It's a bit difficult to revive a brain-dead person whose brain stem is dead, even with artificial organs. Park Dong-hyun scratched his head. To put it another way, all we need to do is revive the dead brainstem. The rest. Well, it feels a little wrong to put it this way, but, Song Ji-hyun said. We can get the rest of the parts from AgenBio since you can make artificial organs. The life creation team thought for a moment. It was possible to do this if they removed somatic cells from Kim Hyun-taek's body, dedifferentiated them into stem cells and then differentiated them into individual organs. The problem was the brain. We haven't developed an artificial brain yet, Park Dong-hyun said. That's right, Dr. Song. Brain death is one of the conditions that people use to pronounce someone dead in modern medicine because there is no way to reverse the complete loss of brain function, Bae Sunmi added. There were two criteria for pronouncing someone dead. It was the irreversible loss of cardiopulmonary function and the irreversible loss of function of the entire brain. If either of these two things happened, doctors declared patients dead. While few people questioned the first criterion, the second was still often debated. Those who viewed brain death as true death believed that the loss of the brain function, including the brainstem, was irreversible. There were some stories about people coming back to life after brain death, but they believed that they were never brain dead in the first place. Diagnosing brain death was a difficult task, and they just suspected that cases of brain death survival were due to misdiagnosis, where temporary abnormalities in functioning were mistakenly diagnosed as brain death. Conversely, those who did not consider brain death to be true death argued that brain death was a social consensus rather than the result of scientific evidence. Patients who were brain dead and on life support to maintain their cardiopulmonary function were costly for society to maintain. They argued that brain death was agreed upon as the criterion for death because they needed a reasonable definition of death for organ harvesting. This long-standing issue in medicine sparked a long and tedious war between many doctors and scientists. However, there were two things that both sides could agree on with certainty. The first was that a brain-dead patient was not dead if the damage could be reversed, and the second was that technology to reverse brain death currently did not exist. I have an idea for that part, Song Ji-hyun said. You have an idea? To recover the brainstem? How? Neural stem cells exist in two locations in the human brain, the subventricular zone, SVZ, and the subgranular layer of the senate gyrus. We're going to focus on the SVZ, Song Ji-hyun said. The subventricular zone has a few characteristics. It is responsible for the sharing of nutrients and signaling substances in the cerebrospinal fluid within the ventricles, and it is almost always hypoperfused. Why is that? Wait, when did you become an expert in neuroscience? Switching your expertise like our CEO, said Park Dong-hyun, surprised. Song Ji-hyun blushed slightly. The reason hypoperfusion is maintained is to prevent the neural stem cells there from differentiating, a property called quiescence in stem cells, Song Ji-hyun said. But as soon as there's a slight damage to the brainstem, the blood flow there immediately increases. The neural stem cells differentiate and regenerate the brainstem. People become brain dead because there's nothing that can be done about major damage, but the body can repair minor damage. I get the point, Chun Ji-myung said. We inject our induced pluripotent stem cells into the subventricular zone and cause neural differentiation. Our target is the subventricular zone below the fourth ventricle. It's a very small location, so it's going to be an incredibly delicate and difficult surgery, Song Ji-hyun said. And we're going to use some vasodilators to increase the blood flow, and we're going to inject a large dose of dopamine, Song Ji-hyun said. Dopamine. It's the main neurotransmitter that works in the brain. It stimulates the neurons, Song Ji-hyun said. How did you figure this out? I thought you worked on liver cancer, Park Dong-hyun said. Song Ji-hyun shrugged, slightly embarrassed, and ran her hand through her hair. Actually, my brother has schizophrenia, she said. Because of that, I've actually been more interested in neuroscience and cancer drugs. I've been active in the Neurological Society for a long time, and I've read most of the clinical papers related to the brain. I've even done some research in that direction myself, although my brother ended up being treated by Dr. Ryu. I see. With this strategy, Dr. Song, I don't think you had to ask us for help, Chen Jimyong said. Kelly Jenner could have done this from the preclinical stage. Our artificial organ production is already close to being commercialized, and your idea for regenerating the brainstem makes a lot of sense. Why would you bring such an important idea to AgenBio? Is it to repay us for the microdust reduction device, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om? Haha, of course not. Song Ji-hyun shook her hand. This research won't happen without a giant company like AgenBio and Mr. Ryu's name on it. Why? Young Harim asked. Oh, I think I know. KOH Sunyal nodded. What is it? Park Dong-hyun asked. This won't start if it's not for the power of our CEO. Song Ji-hyun smiled bitterly at KOH Sunyal's comment. That's right. We can get it to the preclinical stage, but it won't be a clinical trial when it comes to Kim Hyun-taik. What? Park Dong-hyun asked, frowning. Legally, clinical trials are for living people, but a brain-dead person is not a living person under current law. It's been over 6 months already, so the doctors must have declared him dead. No, then. This is illegal research. This project can only be started after completely changing the law. This is crazy. This is why people haven't been able to do clinical trials on brain-dead patients for a long time. Companies like BioCork in Philadelphia have jumped into this challenging field a few times, but it didn't go well. Most of the clinical research on brain death has been focused on restoring consciousness in brain-dead people. If Dr. Song's idea works, it would really shock the world. It's literally bringing the dead back to life, right? Bae Sun-mi said. Song Ji-hyun nodded. In a sense, this could be equivalent to conquering cancer. A recovery from an extreme condition that had previously been declared as death. All 5 people knew what that meant. How many brain-dead people in South Korea are still on life support? Park Dong-hyun asked Song Ji-hyun. I don't think there's anyone who's been alive for more than 6 months other than Kim Hyun-taik, and that's why we want to do it on Kim Hyun-taik. By the way, why is Kim Hyun-taik still on a respirator? Don't people usually hold a funeral after doctors declare someone dead? Park Dong-hyun asked. I think his family is against it, Song Ji-hyun said. They're against it. They think Dr. Ryu will save him. Park Dong-hyun scratched his head. Those people. Wasn't that before artificial organs and stuff? But they just trusted our CEO and waited for him? They kept him on life support for half a year? No matter how good our CEO is, it's not like he's God. Besides, how could they be so shameless when they know about their relationship? It's not like that. Director Kim Hyun-taik's family are good people, Song Ji-hyun said. You've met them? Yes. When the Chelicure incident was revealed, Director Kim's wife came to our office and apologized, saying her husband had caused trouble. I can't believe it. Director Kim has a wife like that. Park Dong-hyun said in shock. I know Kim Hyun-taik did a lot of bad things, but he must have been a family man at home. Asterisk. Youngjun arrived at the intensive care unit at Yonsei University Hospital. After requesting to see Kim Hyun-taik at the reception desk, a nurse escorted him to his room. Oh, Dr. Ryu, please convince his wife when you go inside. I can't stand seeing her in pain. We need to let him go, the nurse said to Youngjun. Click. Then, the nurse opened the door. Hello. The nurse greeted Kim Hyun-taik's wife. MMR Ryu. Kim Hyun-taik's wife looked at Youngjun in surprise. But Youngjun was looking past her at Kim Hyun-taik, who was lying in bed behind her. Synchronization mode activated. Brain death. A message window popped. Oh my god. Kim Hyun-taik's wife put down the towel and toothbrush she was carrying on the table. She hurried over to Youngjun. Hello, Mr. Ryu. I'm Lee Mi-suk, Kim Hyun-taik's wife, she said, bowing to Youngjun. Nice to meet you. Then, I'll be on my way. Please call me if there's anything you need, said the nurse, leaving the room. Lee Mi-suk, who made sure the door was fully closed, cautiously spoke to Youngjun. What brings you here? You're probably incredibly busy. Youngjun felt like he knew what she was expecting. If he's brain dead, he should have been declared dead already, but he's been on life support for nearly 6 months, Youngjun said. I know he did a lot of bad things, but he was a family man and a father, Lee Mi-suk said. He was afraid of being hated by his family, so he didn't talk much about his work at home. That's why I didn't know about the anthrax weapon and Chelicure until later. I see. I visited Dr. Song once, and I apologized to her many times. I should have visited you as well. Lee Mi-suk bowed. I'm so sorry, Mr. Ryu. No, it's okay. You haven't done anything to me directly. Youngjun stared at Kim Hyun-taik. He's been on life support for around 6 months now, right? How are the medical bills? Youngjun asked. It's quite a lot, but we have some insurance. Lee Mi-suk smiled bitterly. Nov. L. B / JNN. We sold our house, and we had some money saved up for retirement. We're doing okay. Oh my, you're a guest and I haven't gotten anything for you. I'll go to the convenience store downstairs and get you something to drink. Just sit right. Oh, it's all right. No, please. Give me a moment. Lee Mi-suk hastily left the room. Youngjun stared at her for a moment, then pressed the button on the message window. Synchronization mode, brain death. Acknowledge. Youngjun clutched his head. It felt like his whole soul was being sucked into the vastness of outer space. It was like someone was squeezing his brain in one hand. This is unbelievable. The synchronization mode Rosaline was using right now was the most complex she had ever used. In Youngjun's eyes, whose sight was completely merged with Rosaline's consciousness, Kim Hyun-taek was being perceived as a robot. Kim Hyun-taek's liver, lungs, pancreas, and stomach were severely damaged. But it was his brain that was the most damaged. There were no electrical signals coming from his brain. Everything was completely dead, including the midbrain, pons, and the medulla oblongata. The brainstem contained the hypothalamus. It was the most complex central nerve that controlled the movement of the internal organs and blood vessels, and it also controlled the autonomic nervous system and the endocrine system. As it was severely damaged, thermoregulation, endocrine metabolism, digestive activity, and cardiac function were all lost. The patient's pulse was maintained through life support, and homeostasis was maintained by fluids pumped into the bloodstream. The three components of the midbrain were still dead but had a chance of functioning, like how engine parts of a broken-down car could still be used. There were some salvageable efferent nerve bundles in the ventral area, but the neurons near the spinal cord were almost hopeless. Then, Rosaline stopped in the cerebellum, the space between the cerebrum and the medulla oblongata, the fourth ventricle. A message popped up in front of Youngjun's eyes. He could already see dead adult neurons in the subventricular zone. The blood flow in this space was very low, but if they injected neurons in here... Bleep. The bed that Kim Hyun-taek was lying on appeared in front of Youngjun's eyes. He exited the microscopic insight, where he was floating through each part of the brain. Synchronization mode ended. There was a message in front of his eyes. What? Youngjun opened his status window. Fitness, 8.5. He still had a lot of fitness left. Rosaline. Youngjun scratched his head. He saw Rosaline standing across from him, with the bed in between them. Synchronization mode turned off. I turned it off. Why? I found something interesting. Interesting. Rosaline gathered her thoughts, looking a little confused. All right, Ryu Youngjun. We need to talk before we do this. About what? I don't think Kim Hyun-taek is qualified as a scientist. This person got rid of Chelicure and created an anthrax bioweapon to sell to the United States. That's right. If we let this person live, he will do science again somewhere else. He may not be able to come back to Agen, but he'll leave and become a university professor in some other country. He's good enough for that. That's most likely after he's punished for what he's done. Even if he can't become a professor, he'll teach biology or write a book or something. Do you think that's right? Youngjun smiled. Rosaline, you're puzzled because of Dr. Ref, right? Honestly, yes. But I'm not a doctor, and I'm not treating one person named Kim Hyun-taek. I'm a scientist who is trying to find a way to treat brain death. And that treatment can save countless other brain-dead patients, not just Kim Hyun-taek. That's the problem. Rosaline interfered. Your science benefits everyone and gives everyone a chance. It allows people like Kim Hyun-taek to come back to life and do science again. When you think about the problem that Dr. Ref raised, don't you think that we're missing some sort of safety mechanism? Youngjun understood what Rosaline was thinking. We can't guarantee it, but we can't put off developing new technology because of that, Youngjun said. If Kim Hyun-taek comes back and tries to do something bad again, it will be science that stops it. Rosaline frowned. I don't know. Rosaline dropped her head. When we developed the glaucoma treatment before, we used a mechanism where the stem cells injected into the eye would aggregate and self-destruct, remember? Of course. I think we need something similar to that, a technology that puts constraints on people who do unethical things, like destroying Chelicure, trying to harvest organs from living people, or stealing someone else's research data. Youngjun understood what Rosaline was talking about. Rosaline was different from humans. She was an extremely rational and logical creature. She would only be satisfied when she could calculate and control all possibilities herself. She didn't like to rely on vague hopes, like trusting people or hoping that better laws would be developed. But realistically, something like that is difficult. Then I'm a little skeptical about saving Kim Hyun-taek. Rosaline seemed doubtful. Like Elsie said, humanity's science was like an immature boy who just got bigger, and it still is. You don't know for sure that Kim Hyun-taek won't make another mistake after he wakes up, and you have no device to prevent him from doing so. But you are sure that you want to bring him back to life? Yes. Youngjun was adamant. I see what you're pointing out, and it's a reasonable argument. It's also true that I don't have the answers to the questions Dr. Ref raised, but I'm still going to bring Kim Hyun-taek back to life because I know that's the right thing to do. If Kim Hyun-taek wakes up and does something bad again, it's because society didn't have a system in place to stop him, not because we saved him. Do you understand what I mean? Youngjun stared at Rosaline. I'm going to bring him back, and I'm going to help his family, who sold their house to hold on to him for 6 months and keep him alive. And I'm going to make sure that he gets the punishment he deserves in court for developing biological weapons and trying to destroy Chelicure, Youngjun said. I think that's the right thing to do. Rosaline was quiet. They glared at each other for a moment. Fine. Rosaline gave in. Honestly, I don't understand it fully, but I get what you're talking about. I'll accept it. Rosaline stood beside Kim Hyun-taek. To me, Ryu Youngjun, science and ethics aren't all that important. The fact that 3 million people are being held in Xinjiang or that Kim Hyun-taek destroyed Chelicure is not that big of a deal. The reason I cared about those things is because you cared about them. You are my world, and you are more important to me than all of humanity on this planet. Synchronization mode activated. A message popped up. So, I will do as you please, as long as you don't get hurt or lose anything. Rosaline moved to the subventricular zone of the fourth ventricle in Kim Hyun-taek's brain. I told you I found something interesting here earlier, right? What is it? It's a fragment of the pathogen I destroyed. It's in there. It's completely inactive. There's no movement. But it's difficult to say that it is dead. You said you completely destroyed it. I did. But we're digging into the concept of death, right? We can't use it here if we don't even know what the word means. True. We might be able to regenerate the brain stem if we inject stem cells here and promote differentiation. But we can't be sure how this fragment of the pathogen will react. Asterisk. Is it possible that this will conflict with religious organizations? Chen Jimyung asked. Dr. Song, if a brain-dead patient is medically dead, it means that they are coming back to life, right? It's the opposite. If we succeed in bringing them back, Kim Hyun-taek was never dead in the first place, Song Ji-hyun said. We declare brain death as death because there's no way to reverse it right now, but if we can, the criteria for death would become clearer. So reviving Kim Hyun-taek could put a lot of psychological pressure on the doctors who used to remove the respiratory device from the brain-dead patients and harvest their organs, or the people who received those organs, Young Harim said. Honestly, I don't know. Don't be afraid. We're doing the right thing. Science is not just a tool to be used for the development and convenience of civilization, Song Ji-hyun said. Do you know this saying? Science allows us to understand the world accurately. Science and everyday life cannot and should not be separated. My favorite scientist said this. Is it our CEO? No. Song Ji-hyun shook her head, surprised. It's a scientist named Rosaline Franklin. She thought that science was not a tool for the development of civilization, but the process of human beings understanding the world correctly. Our understanding of death needs to be more accurate as well if the brain-dead people are not actually dead by the intricacies of biology, Song Ji-hyun said. No matter what kind of pressure and resistance there is, we have to do this research, because that's what science is. Rosaline looked more closely at the fragments of the pathogen. It looked black in the simulation before because it was highly toxic. Rosaline observed the pathogen. Yeah, it's still black, like what we saw in the simulation. It's the color of Vanta black that absorbs all light. Rosaline carefully picked at the shards. It might be better to get rid of it now if we don't want it to get in the way when we inject the stem cells into the subventricular zone. Can you do that? Any unknown organism is eventually similar if you look at its components at the picometer level. It's all just matter that can be understood at the atomic level. And the fragments of this pathogen are composed of proteins, lipids, and trace amounts of nucleic acids. 180% overexpression of ligase. 227% overexpression of protease. Then I can turn on a couple of genes and destroy it by ejecting this from my membrane. Rosaline began overexpressing some genes. I used perforin before to poke holes in it, but this time, we're going to throw it in a blender. The lipase and protease, which were created inside her, spewed out. They clung to the surface of the pathogen and began to create a chemical reaction, breaking it down into tiny monomers. Don't overdo it, Youngjun said. Don't worry, it's going well. PSHH. Nucleic acid shot up from the destroyed pathogen and pierced Rosaline's cell membrane. It looked like a sharp needle puncturing a soap bubble. Rosaline. It's okay. Rosaline reassured Youngjun. She created an endosome, which gently wrapped around the pathogen's nucleic acid. The endosome moved slowly through the cell, then settled in a nook inside the nucleus. I was a bit surprised by the unexpected movement, but I can control it. Rosaline calmed down. I'm going to store this nucleic acid in my cell. You're not going to destroy it. Nucleic acid contains DNA. There's a bit of a risk, but it will be safer in my hands if it divided from me when I was created. There might be a use for it, too. BZZ, Youngjun's phone rang. Carpentier, n/o/vel/b//n.c//om. Youngjun tilted his head, puzzled. This is Carpentier. Could you give me a call when you have time? I think we'll be able to start an interesting project. An interesting project. As he was about to call Carpentier, he heard Lee Mi-suk's voice from behind. Dr. Ryu. She came into the hospital room with a bright smile on her face. Phew, you're still here, thank goodness. Have some of this, and we can chat for a little bit. Lee Mi-suk opened the gift drink set and handed Youngjun some orange juice. Thank you. Youngjun took the juice from her. I wanted to come see you and apologize, she said. But you were so busy, being overseas for 2 weeks at a time. Even when you were in Korea, you're not the kind of person you can just meet without making an appointment. But to make an appointment and apologize, I felt like I was bothering such a busy person, which was more of a nuisance. You don't have to feel bad about it. Life is so strange, right? Lee Mi-suk said. I don't know much because I'm a stay-at-home mom, but I heard that my husband demoted you to the life creation department or something after you argued with him for destroying Chelicure. He did. But now he's lying in a hospital bed. Chelicure became a successful drug in the cancer market, and you became the CEO of Agen. Lee Mi-suk took a sip of the orange juice, then glanced at Youngjun. Honestly, the reason I haven't let him go yet is because of you, Dr. Ryu, she said. But I think brain-dead people are still alive, and I believe that you will figure out how to bring them back one day. Am I too cunning? I'm hiding behind him so shamelessly, keeping him barely breathing, still having hope that you will save his life when you've suffered the most because of him. Lee Mi-suk smiled bitterly. But this is all I can do, Dr. Ryu. I know this man was a bad person, and I know that he was being punished by God when he collapsed. It's not like that, Youngjun said. It's just a pathogen that medicine doesn't understand yet. I see. Lee Mi-suk took a few more sips of her drink and set it on the table. She hesitated, her lips trembling, and finally turned to Youngjun. I'm sorry, she said. I also apologize for not apologizing sooner. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for everything that happened. I'm so sorry. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. All right, let's do it, Chen Ji-myung said. Dr. Song, nothing my team has ever done at Agenbio has been normal, but this is a crazy idea. But we like that. Let's do it. Song Ji-hyun nodded with a smile on her face. It's been a while since Agenbio succeeded on the Alzheimer's drug, right? You've gotten pretty good at regenerating neurons with stem cells, and you lead the market in this field, so I think it's worth a shot. I'll draft a proposal, and the PI, principal investigator, will be Dr. Song. There's someone else who will be the PI of this project, Song Ji-hyun said. Who? Carpent. BZZZ. Song Ji-hyun's phone rang. Carpentier. Who is it? Park Dong-hyun asked. It's Dr. Carpentier. Speak of the devil, much. He's part of Lab 7, right? Yes. And you know Dr. Carpentier. He's an advisor to the Neurological Society. I've known him before ABIO was created, and we've met a few times as well. Oh, I see. Shin Ji-myung nodded in understanding. Dr. Carpentier was the greatest expert in regenerative medicine for the central nervous system. Actually, Song Ji-hyun said, a little embarrassed. I told Dr. Carpentier about this project before coming here. I asked if it would be possible to regenerate the brainstem with the method I talked about. Did he say it would work? He said we should try. He's going to draft the proposal for Mr. Ryu. Song Ji-hyun then picked up the phone. Dr. Song, it's Carpentier. You asked for a quick meeting at the end of the day tomorrow, right? We could also meet today, since there's a chance that someone who is super busy might be able to join us today. Someone busy. Our CEO. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Before Youngjun invented induced pluripotent stem cells, Carpentier, who was a Nobel Prize recipient, was at the top of the regenerative medicine world. He was particularly focused on regenerating cranial nerves, and that was because of the woman he was engaged to. She had full body paralysis from a car accident. She had consciousness and could move her right eye, but she couldn't do anything besides that. It was locked-in syndrome, meaning that she was locked up in her own body. When Carpentier and Song Ji-hyun first met at a conference, they shared a deep connection. They were both family members or fiancés of patients with severe neurological diseases. The motor area in the frontal lobe of the brain had died, so she lost the ability to control her voluntary movements and skeletal muscle contractions, Carpentier said as he burned out his cigarette. There was no cure, so Lila suffered for a year before she died quietly. What I realized then is that out of all of the diseases that can happen to a human being, that's the worst. It's worse than cancer, and it's more evil than dementia. The pain of being locked up in your own body is beyond imagination. Carpentier sighed. I wanted to regenerate the neurons and treat patients in locked-in syndrome or PVS, persistent vegetative state. That dream is already 30 years old. Carpentier had come to Agenbio as the dream, which he had almost given up on, suddenly seemed possible. And now, Carpentier was tackling something much bigger than locked-in syndrome, where the brain's motor area was dead, or PVS, where there was no consciousness. He was now targeting brain death, a near-death condition in which the entire brain ceased to function. What's with all the people? Youngjun asked, surprised. All he did was call Carpentier, but all the members of the life creation team showed up, including Song Ji-hyun. You said to call more people who could help, right? Carpentier smiled. That's true. I asked Secretary Yu to book a small conference room, but I should have gotten a bigger one. It's all right. Park Dong-hyun said. All right, then why don't we have a quick meeting? Youngjun said. Ahem. Song Ji-hyun pulled up the research strategy on the screen. We will make induced pluripotent stem cells from the patient's somatic cells, transfect them with the genetic material to differentiate them into neurons, and then inject them into the subventricular zone below the fourth ventricle. The subventricular zone? Youngjun asked. Yes. Song Ji-hyun nodded. Next, we'll dissolve 10 milligrams of dopamine and norepinephrine and inject it. Youngjun silently listened to the experiment with his chin resting on his hand. No one could see it, but Rosaline was floating beside him, listening to Song Ji-hyun's presentation. Incredible. Rosaline was surprised. It really is. I knew Dr. Song was smart, but I didn't think she was this smart. This is almost exactly the same as your strategy, right? Youngjun's eyes were fixed on the monitor as he talked to Rosaline. It's a little different. It is possible that brain death could be cured with that method, but recovery will take longer. Rosaline began chattering with Youngjun in his head. And if you don't follow up well enough, they can get stuck in a vegetative state. But that's still a big deal. A brain-dead person is dead, but a vegetative person is alive. By human standards. Even the old Rosaline couldn't analyze that cure, and she came up with it all on her own. I did fail once, but I would have succeeded if we increased my fitness with drugs. I just didn't have the fitness to run the synchronization as complex enough. Does that hurt your ego? Youngjun asked playfully. What really hurts my ego is you mentioning that when I'm competing against humans. I think Dr. Song is better than Dr. Ref. She's even better than Rosaline used to be. Rosaline snapped back. Hey, don't pout. You're the best, you know that, right? Rosaline. Youngjun turned to Rosaline when she didn't reply. Rosaline. Rosaline, who was just floating next to him, had disappeared. What? Where did you go? Rosaline? I was kidding. You're obviously better than Dr. Song, even me. Youngjun looked around, rolling his eyes, but Rosaline was nowhere to be seen. Wait. Youngjun stood up. Let's take a 5-minute break. Something urgent just came up. Youngjun quickly stopped the meeting and ran outside. He called out to Rosaline as he walked toward his office. Rosaline. There was no response. The status window didn't even pop up. Damn it. Youngjun clutched his head as he entered his office. This was because of the pathogen. It must have caused something to go wrong. That's why I told her to just destroy it. I'm not going to destroy it. Rosaline's message popped up. Rosaline. Youngjun shouted. Where did you go? Are you okay? I'm fine. I'm feeling a little nauseous, though. Rosaline popped out of Youngjun's body. She changed into Ryu Sae and immediately flopped down on the couch. I'm really tired. Lying down, Rosaline rolled her feet on the bed. Do you remember when I told you that I was becoming more and more like you, and that I was getting tired and craving sleep? Of course. I'm like that right now. Rosaline laid on the bed. It's kind of like when you pass out into bed with a high fever when you catch a strong flu virus. Is it related to the pathogen you absorbed? Yes. Rosaline was calmly lying on the bed. I never knew I could get infected with pathogens. Why don't you just spit out that gene? Rosaline thought for a moment. It was hard to put it into words, but the gene fit Rosaline like the final piece of a puzzle. It was probably because it was always a part of her. I think it will be better if I hold on to it. Really. I was able to grow tremendously by going through the trauma of Ryu Sae in your brain. That's when you were able to walk about outside of my body as Sae. I think I might be able to grow like that if this turns out well. Rosaline sounded confident. Give me a little more time. I'll try to absorb this. And I might fall asleep again, so don't be surprised if I do. Youngjun stared at Rosaline with a slight frown on his face. Why are you looking at me like that? Rosaline looked up at Youngjun. I'm just a little worried. What? About me? What if you push yourself and get hurt? Haha, if I disappear, I guess it will be a major setback to your future research. But don't worry, you already think a lot differently than a normal human being. You've developed an eye for reading the fundamentals of biology. That's not it, Youngjun said. We've used the same body for over a year now, and you're my closest friend. Sometimes, you're like a kid, so I wonder if this is what it feels like to have a daughter. You look at Sae, so it sometimes feels like she's come back alive. You're like my little sister. Don't push yourself. Please. And don't get hurt, kiddo. Youngjun chuckled and pretended to flick Rosaline on the head. Then, he went back to the conference room. I'm sorry, something urgent came up, but I took care of it. Where were we? Youngjun asked. We were talking about how we need to amend the law on clinical trials, Song Ji-hyun said. Oh, right. Youngjun nodded. All right. I'll run it through our legal team. The meeting was over in about 2 hours. We'll gather more data and meet again at this time next week, said Youngjun as he stood up. Nov. L. B /JNN. As he was about to leave, Song Ji-hyun stopped him. Dr. Ryu, do you want to have dinner together? She asked. Park Dong-hyun, who heard them from behind, walked up to them. Oh, nice. We should. Young Harim pinched his shoulder and stopped him from talking. We have a team dinner planned, so. Young Harim dragged Park Dong-hyun out with an awkward laugh. And you're not invited today, sir, Chen Ji-myung said jokingly and followed them out. But Nobel Prize recipients are welcome, Bae Sunmi said, taking Carpentier out with them. Youngjun shrugged his shoulders in disbelief as he watched them. Well, I guess they're off to dinner. Where should we go? Youngjun asked. There's a new Korean restaurant in front of here. Do you want to go there? You still live near Yungyun University, right? Yes. Then what about the izakaya we went to before? Izakaya. You know, the one we went to the first time we met. Late night kioi. Oh, Song Ji-hyun nodded. Sure. When Youngjun and Song Ji-hyun had just met, they had a drink together in a private room at a bar near Yungyun University. Is it the first time we've had a drink together since then? Youngjun asked. No. We've had wine while having dinner together before, and we had a drink at the celebration party after the biocancer laboratory was completed, Song Ji-hyun said. But you rarely drank. I see. Actually, someone's always nagging me when I drink. But are you drinking today? Song Ji-hyun asked as Youngjun raised his glass. Then, he shrugged. They're probably sleeping today. Sleeping. They got a stomachache after eating something weird, so they took some medicine and fell asleep. I can probably drink today. I'm not sleeping. Don't drink. Rosaline sent him a message. Youngjun flinched. He quietly put down his glass. I should just stick to Coke. I wonder who it is, Song Ji-hyun said. The person who's nagging me. Yes. Is it your girlfriend? Haha, no, of course not. Youngjun shook his hand in denial. Song Ji-hyun was a little relieved. Did you take care of the urgent business that you had earlier? She asked. Yes, it ended well. I didn't take up too much time, did I? Yes. But I thought you were in trouble when you walked out because you were completely pale. We were going to pack up because we thought the meeting was over, but we were surprised since you came back sooner than we expected. What happened? Song Ji-hyun asked. I actually asked you to dinner because I was worried about that. Youngjun took a few sips of his coke. He couldn't explain anything about Rosaline, not because he didn't trust her, but because he was worried about how crazy it sounded to have a biologically omniscient genius cell living inside his body. As such, Youngjun deflected the conversation by asking another question. Dr. Song, Youngjun said, what do you think about scientists who misuse science? He was just trying to change the subject, but after asking, he became genuinely curious. Rosaline and he had been arguing about this, but they hadn't come to a conclusion yet. A scientist who misuses science. That's the dilemma I've always felt while running Agenbio. I'm talking about people like President Chen Xiu, for example, Youngjun said. In the end, he got an artificial heart transplant at Next Generation Hospital, right? A regime change seems to be happening in China centered around Governor Yang Gunyu, but the president who did the crazy act of kidnapping and killing healthy people for organ harvesting is still alive. Sure. He's alive because of the technology one developed, Youngjun said. You know the virus that went around in Xinjiang? Yes. Some terrorists from the Middle East developed that, and they did a lot of genetic engineering to create that virus. They probably used CRISPR-Cas9 for that, since it's the easiest and most convenient genetic scissors, Youngjun said. And as you know, I invented Cas9. And people like He Jiankui used those genetic scissors to manipulate human genes and give birth to immunodeficient babies. Do you feel guilty? Song Ji-hyun asked. No, not necessarily, but it makes you a little uncomfortable, right? Yes. Song Ji-hyun took a sip of her drink. The reason it makes you feel that way is because you're an ethical person, Dr. Ryu, she said. It would be great if only people like you did science in the world, but that's not realistic. About 10 years ago, a scientist who was the chief scientific advisor to the British government published something called the Universal Ethical Code for Scientists. The Universal Ethical Code for Scientists. It was announced because he thought scientists should also have something like the Hippocratic Oath for doctors, but it didn't have much of an impact. It wasn't well known, either, Song Ji-hyun. Even you don't know it, and you're the most powerful ethical scientist in the world. Youngjun's ears were flushed in embarrassment. It's because scientists don't really care about codes of ethics and things like that. And frankly, scientists are mostly arrogant in nature and kind of insensitive to ethics, Song Ji-hyun said. But Dr. Ryu, Song Ji-hyun leaned into Youngjun. The whole academic community was impacted when you held a conference in Beijing to announce the moratorium. Did you know that? All the top scientists swarmed to the conference, and subsequent declarations of the moratorium came from all over the world. Even though it was a declaration to slow down the pace of research, they all agreed based on bioethics and followed you, Dr. Ryu. You haven't just been making advances in technology, Song Ji-hyun said. The academic world is changing. The battlefield that you've been fighting isn't just about humanity and disease, it's also the battlefield of scientists and unethicality. And I think you've had a lot of victories there as well. Do you think so? Yes, so don't worry too much. Song Ji-hyun poured Youngjun a glass of liquor. Shall we toast for the ethical and progressive future of science? Song Ji-hyun raised her own glass, then paused. Oh, you said you weren't going to drink. Right. 1 glass. Rosaline sent a message. I'll let you have 1 glass. I'll have just 1 glass, then. Youngjun chuckled and raised his glass. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You're really good at making lawyers suffer, you know that. Park Dong-hyun complained to Youngjun. This is the only pharmaceutical company in the world that asks the National Assembly to change the law so they can conduct clinical trials on cadavers. I'm sorry. Please keep up the good work, Youngjun said. Are you going to kidnap some aliens next year and ask me to help you do clinical trials on them? I hadn't thought of that, but that's a really good idea. Geez. So, how's it going? Youngjun asked, leaning back against the desk. Well, we're first looking for people in the assembly who can initiate and push for an amendment to the Pharmaceutical Affairs Act. A congresswoman named Yang Hae-suk is going to propose the amendment for us. Yang Hae-suk. Yeah, she used to teach biological engineering at Yungyun University. Wait, I think I know her. Youngjun's eyes widened. You probably do because it hasn't been long since she gave up her professorship and went into politics. She was probably there when you were doing your degree, Park Joo-hyuk said. Oh, I should go see her. You're going to see Congresswoman Yang Hae-suk? Park Dong-hyun asked. Yeah, Youngjun nodded. Park Joo-hyuk scratched his head like something was strange. It won't be hard to get the motion passed, and it won't take long. You don't have to meet the sponsor yourself. It's not like that. I just want to meet her again. Okay, I'll talk to her since I'm talking to her already. No, I'll contact her. It's personal. It'll be funny if you call and tell her that your CEO wants to meet her. I'm her student. Oh, okay. Do you have her contact information? You'll have to give me that, Youngjun said. Yang Hae-suk was one of the people Youngjun was indebted to when he was in university. About 10 years ago, Youngjun, who was a freshman biomedical engineering student at Yungyun University, was living in poverty. He was always on edge due to his victim mentality and low self-esteem. Half of the students who came to a prestigious university like Yungyun University were from wealthy families. They were pampered with lots of love from their affluent families, received the best private education, and studied abroad. They were able to go shopping in department stores after lunch, swiping their credit cards like it was nothing. Youngjun felt inferior to them. There were many times when he would slip away from his friend group who were going to get lunch, saying he had something to do, to hide in a convenience store and eat instant noodles. It was pretty hard back then. Youngjun reminisced back to about a decade ago. He worked 2 part-time jobs. Tuition and living expenses were awful, and just breathing cost him money. And the person who helped him then was Professor Yang Hae-suk. It wasn't just consolation or encouragement, but actual financial help. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I was going to come see you before graduation, but your number changed, and the office wouldn't tell me the new one. I also sent an email back then, but I thought you were busy since you didn't respond, Youngjun said. He was having dinner in a restaurant near Yang Hae-suk's studio apartment. I was probably just entering politics at the time, so I was too busy for anything. I had told the office multiple times to not give out my personal information as well, Yang Hae-suk said. Because rumors could come up if I was still connected to the university. I see. I completely forgot about contacting you after I went to graduate school because I was so busy, but now, I'm seeing you as a congresswoman. I was really surprised. You're like a completely different person. Haha, speak for yourself, Yang Hae-suk said. A kid who had to work 2 part-time jobs and skip meals because he couldn't pay tuition shows up as the owner of one of the largest companies in the world. You've succeeded so much I wouldn't even recognize you. Thank you, Youngjun smiled. Why didn't I just give you a loan instead of giving you chicken feed? Then, I would have made a lot of money, right? Chicken feed? What do you mean? That money helped me out a lot, Youngjun said. I was going to have to take a year off because I didn't have the tuition, but I was so surprised when the department office told me that I was enrolled. I still remember that day vividly. When I teach students, I can see the ones who have difficult circumstances, Yang Hae-suk. You also came and talked to me. Youngjun slowly nodded. With Yang Hae-suk's help, he was able to continue his studies without taking a year off and later graduated with a scholarship. I wanted to join your lab when I graduated, Youngjun said. After graduation, Yang Hae-suk hired Youngjun as a research student and let him study while giving him a salary that was slightly better than a part-time job. She was basically giving him money for living expenses. I did. If you had come to work for me, we would have taken over Pfizer or Conson and Coulson by now. Haha. You couldn't do it because you went to work for someone naive like Professor Ban Duil. But Professor Ban Duil is a really great person. He helped me out a lot. There was someone from the lab next door. Who was it? Oh, Professor Park Hyungbum? I had some friction with one of his graduate students, and it turned into a fight with him. You fought with Professor Park. Yang Hae-suk was shocked. The situation was complicated. That graduate student had reserved the only ultracentrifuge in the building before me, but he didn't take the sample out after using it and put a lock on the equipment. I obviously couldn't touch it because it wasn't mine, right? Youngjun said. So I called his lab, and they said he wasn't there. I asked where he was and it was crazy. I was so shocked that I still remember it. Do you know what he said? What did they say? He said that the student went to work as a valet because Professor Park's daughter was getting married. Ha ha ha. Yang Hae-suk burst into laughter. No, it's not funny. I was shocked when I first heard it. All of his students went to that wedding. They took pictures and clapped for them. They weren't just guests, but they were working for the venue for free. They couldn't refuse because their professor asked them to do it, Youngjun said. This is why even people in the same industry talk crap about graduate school, Yang Hae-suk replied. They say that when people do wrong, they go to jail, but when university students do wrong, they go to graduate school. Haha, yeah. Someone put that on the bulletin board in front of the school before. The students were also dragged there all of a sudden, so they didn't even remember to return the equipment, let alone anything else. I was in a hurry to finish my experiment, so I got annoyed and argued with the student that he should have still taken out the samples, but Professor Park came into the lab and asked what was going on. So you argued with Professor Park as well? Yes. It was huge. We were talking and then shouting. You know he has a temper, right? He was so angry that a greenhorn who was still doing his masters was talking back to him that he angrily screamed, calling me arrogant and stuff. He almost punched me in the face. Considering your personality, you probably would have reported him if... Probably. Anyway, people were trying to stop us, when Professor Ban came in and cleared things up. I thought he was going to punish me because I still yelled at a professor, but he didn't say anything. He defended you. Yes. He firmly said that it was Professor Park's fault and that I didn't do anything wrong. I was so touched by that. Yang Hae-suk smiled, then nodded. Professor Ban is a good person, and he's by the book. And Professor Park is insane. How could he call his own students, tell them to come to the ceremony, and make them work for the venue? The students there were always so tired that they walked around the lab like zombies. Why don't you try looking out for the human rights of those poor graduate students? Yang Hae-suk said, laughing. Isn't that what you're supposed to do as a member of the National Assembly? Youngjun said. The laws are slow and dull, so there's only so much it can do to catch professors who are ruling like kings in the little kingdom-like labs. I see. Even if the Research Foundation creates a law to pay students research funding as a stipend, there are some professors who take that away. That's extortion. Are there really people like that? You just don't know any, but there are quite a few. There are some professors who are so bad that they make Professor Park, who makes his students work as a parking attendant, like a saint. And I'm one of the people who decided to leave that. I should look into it. I don't know about other schools, but I don't want something like that happening in my alma mater and my juniors. Good idea. I think someone in your position has an obligation to care about the students, Yang Haisuk said. You're not just a businessman or scientist, you are this society's leader and intellectual. I'm not that big. Anyways, enough about that. Youngjun, does the research you're doing this time reverse brain death? Yang Haisuk asked. That's what we're aiming for. Yang Haisuk cut a small piece of her steak and stared at Youngjun while eating it. How much research have you done? She asked. We're working with Chelly Jenner, and Dr. Song Ji Hyun is working on it aggressively. Professor Carpentier and our team members are incredibly talented, so we're making a lot of progress, Youngjun replied. We'll probably be able to finish preclinical trials within a few weeks. Then, we'll move on to clinical trials in brain-dead patients. I'm pushing for an amendment to the bill as the primary sponsor, Yang Haisuk said. But even if this amendment passes, you won't be able to conduct clinical trials on brain-dead people right away. There is a brain-dead man named Kim Hyun-taik. He's been on life support for 6 months now, and we have his family's consent. They agreed because of your reputation, Yang Haisuk pointed out. Pardon, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. But the fundamental rule of clinical trials is informed consent of the patient. You know that, right? The principle of clinical trials was that the patients themselves must give their consent. If a patient was too cognitively impaired to understand and give consent, a proxy could give consent on their behalf. However, they still had to make sure that the subject understood as much information as much as their cognitive abilities allowed them to. And, if possible, they had the patient's signature and date in their own handwriting. But isn't the consent of the guardian enough to allow a patient in a persistent vegetative state to participate in a clinical trial? Not quite. The types of clinical trials aimed at improving PVS, persistent vegetative state, are limited, and they are protected under the Clinical Trials Act as a living person. However, because brain-dead people are dead people under current law, we have to take into account the possibility that some scientists will use their freshly dead bodies to perform various cell biology experiments they want, potentially compromising their dignity. Wait, what is? You're saying that the patient's consent must be strictly obtained because it's a clinical trial, but the Clinical Trials Act doesn't apply because they're dead. No, you still have to be strict about informed consent when dealing with a person who is living under the Clinical Trials Act, but the laws become stricter about informed consent when dealing with a dead person who is not protected by the Clinical Trials Act. I don't understand. If we're treating them as a dead person, it means that they lack life rather than ambiguous dignity. But you're saying that the law is stricter on that. A human being who has just died has very high legal importance. Why? Because inheritance laws are triggered at the point of death, Yang Haisuk said. Inheritance laws? Youngjun asked. Yes. For example, let's say a nouveau-riche father became brain-dead from a car accident shortly after adopting a son. The son's inheritance rights won't kick in until a few days later because the adoption process hasn't been fully processed by the lawyer yet, but the biological son wants to kill his father as quickly as possible because he doesn't want to share the inheritance. Think about that, Yang Haisuk said. Both the adopted son, who wants to delay the declaration by a few days on life support, and the biological son, who wants to declare his father's death as fast as possible, could consider a brain death clinical trial. The adopted son would have justification to stop the declaration of death as a clinical trial was going on. On the other hand, the biological son who wants death could use the trial to induce cardiopulmonary arrest. Once cardiopulmonary arrest occurs, it's over. There is no room for doctors to adjust the declaration of death by even a few days. That's why the patient's own consent is more important than the consent of their proxy. What kind of nonsense is that? Something more dramatic than drama happens once in a while. That's why no matter how much you try to make the law more polished and tight, something always finds a loophole and slips through. Our job is to make laws so that things like that don't happen, so we try to be as conservative as possible, Yang Haisuk said. Then why don't we just declare brain-dead people as alive and include them in the Clinical Trials Act? Then, it's easier to protect them, right? Youngjun asked. If we're to include them, we have to assume that brain-dead patients are living people, but that's still in the hypothesis stage, which is what you need to prove with this experiment. Well, then, what can we do? We can't get consent from brain-dead people, right? So the amended bill will most likely limit the scope to brain-dead patients who have given informed consent in advance to medical experimentation aimed at restoring the function of some central nervous system organs, such as the brainstem, in the brain-dead state, Yang Haisuk said. In advance. Organ donation is also advance consent. Youngjun frowned a little. But then it would take a long time for the bill to be publicized. There would need to be enough people who consent, and the people would have to be brain-dead without cardiopulmonary damage. Even if we're able to bring them back, there would be scientists who would argue whether they were really brain-dead in the first place. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Yang Haisuk nodded. So, Youngjun, I've been thinking. Instead of pushing for an amendment to the bill, let's make this a special law. A special law? Youngjun asked. Yeah. You want to do a clinical trial on Kim Hyun-taik, who's been brain-dead for 6 months, right? If you succeed on him, it will be much easier to argue that brain death is not really death, but a treatable medical condition, Yang Haisuk said. She was right. Bringing back a patient who became brain dead 2 days earlier wasn't going to make the skepticism go away all at once. The accumulation of many clinical trials would eventually make people believe, but they didn't have to take the long way around if they could prove it with one case. Kim Hyun-taek had been brain dead for over 6 months, and countless doctors had already checked his condition. Not many people have been on life support for this long, and since he had been brain dead for so long, it was proven that his brain stem had permanently lost its function. Otherwise, he would have already shown signs of potential recovery in his electroencephalogram in those 6 months. That's right, Young-jun said. Given the pace of the research and the likelihood of achieving results, Kim Hyun-taek is the best choice, and I am confident. Exactly, which is why you'd want to conduct the test on an enemy like Kim Hyun-taek. Even if Young-jun succeeded, Kim Hyun-taek was an enemy with a complicated history. If he failed, it was the first crack in the legend of Ryu Young-jun. It would be better for him to pass the amended law and conduct the clinical trial on safe brain-dead patients who had consented beforehand. If we push for a special law, will we be able to conduct the clinical trial on Kim Hyun-taek with only his guardian's consent? Young-jun asked. A special law is a law that goes beyond general law. It is a limited law that is bound to a specific person, situation, and context. I think it'll be possible, Yang Haisuk said. Here's what I'm thinking. First, you use the Kim Hyun-taek law to conduct clinical trials on designated brain-dead patients, including Kim Hyun-taek, after obtaining their guardian's consent. The purpose of the trial is to restore the function of the brainstem in the body of a brain-dead patient. If you succeed on just Kim Hyun-taek, that's enough. She snapped her fingers. If you give me the results of that trial, I'll use it to target a revision to the Medical Service Act, not the Clinical Trials Act. We can amend the law so that brain-dead people aren't considered dead at all. So that automatically puts them within the boundaries of the Clinical Trials Act. That's right. Of course, we'll have to create an additional law to cover the procedures for conducting clinical trials on brain-dead individuals as a subset of the Clinical Trials Act. Young-jun nodded. That sounds like a good idea. When will that special law be proposed? We can do it anytime. Another advantage of special legislation is that it doesn't take long to get to the floor and pass like general legislation, Yang Haisuk said. It can be done in as fast as 2 weeks. That's good. But we have to convince the members during the plenary session to make it pass at once, Yang Haisuk said. You'll probably have to attend the National Assembly for that. The National Assembly? Young-jun asked, surprised. Of course. It's pretty rare for the subject of rights specified by special laws to be a particular business entity or organization, Yang Haisuk said. And this is a monumental experiment that may turn the Medical Service Act upside down, and it's deeply intertwined with bioethics. There will definitely be public hearings, and a lot of experts will be invited to discuss it. You'll definitely need someone who represents your company to attend and explain the need for this bill and destroy arguments against it. All right, Young-jun replied. Please let me know when the date is finalized. I'll be there. Good. Yang Haisuk looked at him with a satisfied smile. I'm so happy to see you all grown up like this, she said. I was a little surprised to hear that you became a congresswoman, but now I think it's a relief that you did. A relief. Because I don't think it would have been possible to do it in this way without you. Yang Haisuk took a sip of her wine. The way I see it, scientists should do politics in the 21st century. You think so? They should be trained in hard science at the very least. The reason why our politics is so bad is because they don't know science. It's like this because they don't base their policies on statistics, logic, practicality, and empirical evidence, Yang Haisuk said. Science has been playing in a league of its own for far too long. It's been relegated to a group of nerds that society doesn't understand, but it shouldn't be that way. Science shouldn't just be building blocks for the elite. It should be more politically engaged and serve as a gateway for ordinary citizens to understand the world. Middle-aged women who work at restaurants or elderly people who pick up scrap paper should be able to recite the central dogma of biology or the periodic table. Isn't that a little far-fetched? But think about it, a world where citizens can run a t-test to test the credibility of a crazy statistic from an article. Imagine how well a society would function if it had politicians who specialized in scientific thinking. I don't know. Isn't science considered boring unless they're geeks like us? Haha, you'll see. I think we'll see a world where science becomes democratized, thanks to my genius student. And I'll work harder to push for it in the National Assembly, said Yang Haisuk. Anyway, keep up the good work until then. Do a good job at the public hearing in the National Assembly. *****. The legal team at AgenBio drafted a collaborative research agreement with Chelie Jenner. All resources for the research would be provided by AgenBio. In return, they would receive a larger share of the patent rights and profits from commercialization. Cellular-level experiments would be conducted independently in each company's labs, and they would discuss them during weekly meetings. However, all animal testing was to be done at Lab 7 in AgenBio. While Chelie Jenner had grown rapidly and now had fairly large laboratories, they were not yet comparable to AgenBio in terms of scale and sophistication of the equipment. Because the experiments were unimaginably difficult, they were in desperate need of advanced equipment and research support systems. The lights are still on. Young-jun, who came to visit Lab 7 late at night after meeting Yang Haisuk, stepped onto the elevator. Someone was sitting and reading an academic article in a lab on the third floor. It was Song Ji-hyun. Are you not going home? Youngjun asked as he stepped inside. Oh, hello. Song Ji-hyun put down the paper. People are going to think you work for Agenbio. Staying here until this hour. I'm going to study for a little longer. What's the paper about? Youngjun asked, approaching her. It's a paper that was published by Yale last year, where they isolated the brains of slaughtered pigs and managed to reactivate some of the neurons with drugs. I think I've read it before, Youngjun said. But we need to restore tissue that can fully perform the function of the brainstem, not just some cells. That's right. That's why we're all working hard, but it's not easy. Song Ji-hyun smiled bitterly. What's the problem? Youngjun asked. The preclinical study. We injected stem cells into the subventricular zone next to the brainstem in rats and beagles, then injected dopamine and epinephrine with a microZ ring, but recovery isn't easy. Are you experimenting right now? Youngjun asked. Yes. I think we'll have to sacrifice the 2 beagles we used today. 1. Let's take a look. Youngjun took Song Ji-hyun and began walking. Oh, okay. Song Ji-hyun quickly followed him, although she was surprised at how enthusiastic he seemed. Youngjun went to the animal lab on the floor below. 2 large beagles were lying there, and they were attached to restraints and monitoring equipment. We removed a portion of the beagle's skull at the back of the head and injected drugs to shut down brain function, she said. I see. Youngjun could see stickers stuck all over the beagle's head, and they were connected to some wires. They were beeping, but the signal on the monitor was silent. It's an electroencephalogram. It usually shows alpha and delta waves, but there aren't any signals right now because we made it brain dead, Song Ji-hyun explained. I see. Youngjun pulled a syringe out of a drawer and a brown vial from the refrigerator. ATP. That's. Surprised, Song Ji-hyun let out a scream. After sucking 3 milliliters of the drug into the syringe, Youngjun pierced it into the back of the beagle's head. One sacrifice refers to stopping treatment/experimentation and dissecting them to check the efficacy of the drug. What? Song Ji-hyun's eyes widened. What are you doing? She rushed to the beagles, screaming. What are you injecting them with? ATP. It was best to avoid adding new variables to a failed experiment because it made it difficult to trace causality later. We were going to sacrifice those beagles. If we open its brain and find something unusual, we won't know if it's because of the original treatment or the massive injection of ATP. Song Ji-hyun paused. It was because a very weak signal showed up on the electroencephalogram. Your strategy was almost right, Dr. Song, Youngjun said. However, the stem cells need a lot of energy to divide in large enough numbers to repair the tissue as they differentiate into new tissue. ATP is a molecular energy source, a typical chemical used in cell biology. If we put glucose along with dopamine, they would have automatically and safely produced ATP through pyruvic acid. But the timing was late this time, so I injected ATP directly. The method I used right now isn't the best option because the residual ATP that is not absorbed into the cells may remain in the blood and tissue, creating an oxidative environment. Next time, we should add glucose at a concentration of 1% when injecting dopamine, Youngjun said. No way. The amplitude of the delta waves began to build up in cycles on the EEG monitor 1. The pattern was similar to brain waves seen during deep sleep. The waves were still low in frequency and number, but they quickly stabilized. The reason it's less than a normal delta wave is because of the rate of cell division. By tomorrow afternoon, we should be able to remove the life support from the beagle's body. He'll go into SPVS, and he'll need a few follow UPS to restore cognitive function. Song Ji-hyun had just witnessed the miracle of the dead beagle's brain stem beginning to regenerate. But she was even more amazed at what Youngjun had done. How is this possible? How can this person see through everything with just one look? The amount of knowledge he had was incredible, but the speed at which he understood the problem was insane. He took one look at the beagle and listened to one explanation of the experimental method, which was enough for him to be so confident in the experiment that he stabbed a syringe into the back of the beagle's head. Dr. Ryu. Song Ji-hyun could barely speak from the shock. You are incredible. How could you think of this? She said. Well, I did a lot of research on cellular level differentiation and stem cells in the life creation department, too. Youngjun smiled. I was told that a scientist's success doesn't depend on being good at something but on tolerating something you're bad at. Because it's like searching for the exit in a dark room, Youngjun said. Yeah, but sometimes, Dr. Ryu, you don't seem to fit into the context of traditional science at all. She chuckled, but it felt dejected. To be honest, I feel inferior, and I'm jealous. Nov. L. B/JNN. Song Ji-hyun shrugged. I've been studying and researching this for a long time, so I thought I'd be the one doing most of the problem solving. What are you going to do? You killed her spirit. Rosaline sent him a message. I didn't know this would happen. Youngjun scratched his head. Well, so what? It worked out in the end, and it's okay if ordinary people who live in the same era as geniuses are disappointed, said Song Ji-hyun. It would have taken me weeks to find the cause if I had done it myself. Thank you, Dr. Ryu. And no, you did all the work, Dr. Song. Song Ji-hyun chuckled and playfully patted Youngjun on the shoulder. Of course. I came up with the main idea and the base experiment, so I did do most of the work. First authorship is mine, she said. I'll put you as an author since you helped me with the ATP part. Wow, thank you so much, Youngjun said sarcastically. "Oh, Dr. Song, do you mind if I use this experimental data in the public hearing?" "A public hearing? I think there's going to be one at the National Assembly. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What the hell happened last night?" It was 6 o'clock in the morning. Koh Sunyal, who came to work 3 hours early because he was so curious about the beagle's condition, looked shocked. The beagles that they thought had failed had come back to life. They showed no movement, but the brain waves from the brainstem were almost identical to those of a living beagle. Cerebral blood flow imaging with an fMRI also confirmed that the brain had recovered. The brainstem and the subventricular zone had blood flow, and the neurons had neurological activity. From the perspective of modern medicine, these beagles had literally come back from the dead. "Oh, you're here already." Song Ji-hyun entered the lab with a toothbrush and toothpaste. What? Did you sleep here?" Koh Sunyal asked in surprise. "I stayed up all night to watch our beagles recover." Song Ji-hyun smiled as she looked at the electroencephalogram, which showed normal waves. Koh Sunyal's jaw dropped. "Oh my god. Did we really succeed? Mr. Ryu came in late last night and helped me out a bit." Click. The door to the lab opened, and Young Harim walked in. "Huh? Why are there 2 people already at this hour?" she asked, surprised. "Come take a look at this." Koh Sunyal pointed to the EEG monitor. Young Harim looked just as shocked as him. "What happened? I thought things weren't going well yesterday. If I knew this was going to happen, I would have stayed." "After we got off work, Dr. Ryu came and played around with it," Koh Sunyal said. "Wow, I didn't know he came to the company that late. I'm getting goosebumps." "Did he stay overnight at the company, too?" "No, he didn't. He left after that. I stayed up all night by myself." Song Ji-hyun. "You really worked hard." "It's okay, I took my time collecting the data on brainwave recovery." "You didn't have to. You even organized the data," Young Harim said, looking at the stacks of files on her computer. "Mr. Ryu wants to use it for the public hearing." Public hearing. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The public hearing for the National Assembly took place about 2 weeks after the successful experiment. So far, Agenbio hadn't announced any specific experimental strategy for the brainstem function recovery project in brain-dead patients. However, things started getting noisy with Youngjun's appearance in the National Assembly. The name of the bill, the Ryu Youngjun Special Act, was interesting in itself, but it was unusual that the type of bill was about the Clinical Trial Act, and they were even holding a public hearing at the National Assembly. This situation itself drew the attention of the media, so people wondered what it was for. Ryu Youngjun, now tackling bringing people back from the dead. Sensational and provocative articles popped up everywhere, though they were in a slightly different direction from the actual experiment. In the midst of this, an unusual public hearing began, with many experts in biology and medicine participating. Ordinary citizens and reporters had the right to participate in National Assembly legislative public hearings. Only political reporters attended public hearings since people usually didn't care, but this time, it was filled with ordinary citizens. Among them were representatives from Agenbio and Kelly Jenner. "I'm a little nervous," Park Dong-hyun said to Chun Ji-myung. "He'll do well." Chun Ji-myung pulled out a bag of potato chips from his bag. "It's instead of popcorn. You want some? Are you here for a show or something? It's kind of like the UFC. Do you have some Coke?" Park Dong-hyun asked. Due to the nature of the issue, the hearing was organized as a debate among experts on the issues. "We will now hear from the opposition," the speaker said. There were 3 experts on the opposing side of the debate, a neuroscientist and 2 ethicists who were concerned about the brain death recovery project. Dr. Hong Young-ho, a scientist well-versed in neuroscience and a professor of cardiothoracic surgery, took the microphone. "The loss of brainstem function is synonymous with death," he said. "You say that someone appears to be alive if you put them on life support and maintain their cardiopulmonary function, but that's not medically true. Even if you put them on life support, they die within 2 weeks in most cases. There were rare cases where you succeeded in keeping them alive for a long period of time, like in the case of Kim Hyun-taek, the subject that Agenbio chose, but none of them came back to life." Hong Young-ho glanced at Youngjun, who was sitting across from him. He looked relaxed and not the least bit nervous or worried. "Let's talk about Giuliano Pinto, the man who did the first kick of the 2014 World Cup in Brazil. He was completely paralyzed from the waist down, but how did he do the first kick?" Hong Young-ho asked. "He wore a brainwave detector on his head and an exoskeleton on his lower body that was connected to it, and he used his brainwaves to move his legs. Then, he received electrical impulses back to his brain that told him he kicked the ball, so he was able to recognize that." Hong Young-ho went on. "But no one said that the motor nerves in his lower body had been recovered. The legs were still biologically paralyzed, and it was just a machine called an exoskeleton that moved them. This is exactly the same thing. A brain-dead person is biologically dead even though they are on life support. It's just a machine that keeps their blood pumping, injecting glucose and sodium to maintain their osmolarity. They're doing this to sort of embalm the patient so their cells don't become damaged anymore. The stomach cannot digest food even if it is administered through a feeding tube, and they cannot breathe on their own. Over time, the cardiopulmonary function that is being maintained by the machine will eventually become paralyzed, and their body temperature will drop. That is painful to watch for both the doctors and the caregivers. That's why we don't look at brain-dead individuals as requiring treatment or put them on life support. Unlike patients in a persistent vegetative state, brain-dead patients are clearly dead, Hong Yung-ho said. Attempting to revive someone who has passed is a clear violation of the Medical Service Act and a deception of the dead. Additionally, granting exclusive permission to conduct this research to a certain individual for that purpose is a violation of the fairness of research. This special act should not be passed. Camera flashes went off one after another. Yang Hae-suk smiled softly, then nodded to Youngjun. Youngjun picked up the microphone. First of all, this bill does not grant AgenBio exclusive rights, but limits the clinical scope of AgenBio's original research on the restoration of brainstem function in brain-dead individuals to a specific period of time and person, Youngjun said. Thank you for your opinion, Dr. Hong. It was known in conventional medicine that brain death is death and there is no way to reverse it. But humanity has never defined death in absolute terms because it is the most mysterious event at the root of life. We believe that there is still life in the brain dead, though it is very faint. How can you prove that? Hong Yung-ho asked. Let's start from a point where death is much more obvious, Youngjun said. This experiment was conducted last year by a team led by Naynod Seston, a brain scientist at Yale University. They isolated the brains of slaughtered pigs and then recovered some of their neurons. Oh, that paper. Song Ji-hyun, who was sitting among Seligener's employees, was surprised. It was the paper she was reading the night of Youngjun and her first successful beagle experiment. They took 100 to 300 brains from pigs that had been slaughtered at the slaughterhouse for less than 4 hours, and they used an amazing technology to keep the blood circulating in the brain to partially protect the cells from dying, Youngjun said. The scientists used a system called BrainX, which consisted of a looped tube, a pump, and a small reservoir of red liquid. The tube was connected to the pump, which then pumped blood into the freshly extracted pig brains at a computer-calculated speed and pressure that mimicked the rhythm of the heart. As a result, they found healthy neural activity in billions of individual cells, Youngjun said. An additional mysterious phenomenon was discovered here. Some cells that were already thought to be dead managed to recover. And the brain cells barely died for a long time afterward. The brain dies much more slowly than we think, especially if we manage it with life support machines. Yang Hae-suk's secretary turned on the screen to present evidence. Now, I'm going to show you the preclinical results of AgenBio and Seligener's work on how to restore brainstem function. 1 electroencephalogram. 2 functional MRI. The past 2 weeks of preclinical experiments were nothing but miraculous. This experiment is magnificent. That was the thought Chen Ji-myung had on the day the beagle raised its head and grunted. The life creation team who carried out the entire experiment themselves, Carpentier, Song Ji-hyun, and the cell experiment experts at Seligener all knew that this wasn't just a remarkable achievement or an outstanding result. Humanity was touching the line related to the secret of life. We removed a part of the skull outside the occipital lobe, and then injected chloroform and ethanol with a microsyringe to wipe out all brain function. Then, we attached a cardiopulmonary support device to the beagle to restart the heart to keep it alive, Youngjun said. We harvested the beagle's somatic cells and created induced pluripotent stem cells. We injected about 100,000 of them under the fourth ventricles and administered dopamine, epinephrine, ATP, or glucose, to differentiate the stem cells. The fourth ventricle is the organ that is responsible for repairing damage to the brainstem, and the stem cells placed here will differentiate into the neurons that make up the brainstem. Youngjun flipped through the slides. For the last 2 weeks, everything about the beagle was recorded on video. Not a second was missing. Youngjun had also included the electroencephalogram and the fMRI data. He presented them on 3 separate screens. An fMRI is magnetic resonance imaging that measures the amount of blood flow. When blood flow increases in the brain, the neurons in that region tend to get excited. As such, we used this device to detect the flow of blood in the brain. The video now showed the blood flow in the lower part of the beagle's brain in red. The beagle's heart keeps beating through a life support system. The stem cells injected into the ventricle have differentiated due to dopamine and produced a K11 signal, which dilates the blood vessels. This allows the blood that flowed from the heart and through the cerebral artery to collect at the ventricle, Youngjun explained. And this is the result. Youngjun pointed at the electroencephalogram on the other screen. The amplitudes are small, but it has picked up delta waves, a type of brain wave. Now, I will speed up the video. Youngjun sped up the video to 1,000 times its original speed. There was one thing that showed up too much in the video. Even though the video was 1,000 times its speed, Song Ji-hyun and the life creation team were constantly on the video. Everyone could feel that these scientists worked on this experiment day and night, basically having no personal lives. Click. Youngjun paused the tape for a moment. The beagle is still unable to move, but a lot of things are happening on the fMRI. Can you see this? Youngjun pointed to the fMRI video. The blood flow to the medulla was fluctuating, but it stabilized after 6 hours. The medulla was an extension of the spinal cord, located at the very bottom of the brain. It was also the most important part that was responsible for life. It contained all the ascending and descending nerve tracts that connected the brain and the spinal cord. Out of the 12 pairs of brain nerves, 10 of the peripheral nerves, excluding the optic nerves, went through the medulla. The reason the medulla is important is because it contains the core of the autonomic nervous system that controls things like breathing, beating of the heart, and gastrointestinal activity. This means that living beings can breathe, beat their own heart, and digest food on their own. These functions are the basis of life, and they are the last to be lost before death, Youngjun said. As such, we predicted the possibility of the medulla recovering its function when blood began to rapidly flow there, and we injected 2 chemicals that dye cells to visualize whether the nerves were recovered. The red one is propydium iodide, which dyes dead cells, and the blue is live cell DAPI, which dyes living cells. They can both be observed with a fluorescent microscope. Now, I will show you the data. Youngjun played the video that was taken 44 hours after administering the DO. There was a very small number of blue cells at the very bottom of the medulla, but 99% of the medulla was red. It is showing up as red because the medulla of the beagle was already dead, Youngjun explained. But as time went on, the blue cells began to increase and expand into the upper region. The magnification of the microscope was very high, and they could even see the cytosol, the outer part of the nucleus, of the blue cells. Over the course of 2 days, the blue cells stretched out like string cheese. They expanded their power towards the upper region aggressively. Wow! Not just the citizens, but even the experts who were invited to represent the opposition exclaimed in amazement. And when 38 hours had passed, beep! One of the nerves in the medulla began emitting a strong blue fluorescence. The broken engine had fired back up. The nucleus of one of the autonomic nerves in the growing medulla had finally succeeded in secreting adrenaline and communicating with the sinoatrial node, a cluster of muscle cells in the heart. The sinoatrial node was like the heart's local government. They received messages from the brain and regulated the heartbeat. The sinoatrial node hadn't been functioning properly because the medulla, which was like the federal government, hadn't been working. The machine was just sending electrical signals to the heart to make it beat. But now, the new government established in the medulla was connected to the local government of the heart. The node now received biological signals from the heart and began to manage it. Youngjun reset the video's speed back to normal. Then, Carpentier slowly removed the beagle's pacemaker in the video. Beep, beep, beep. However, the electrocardiogram on the monitor still showed a steady heartbeat. Now, this beagle is entering a persistent vegetative state similar to humans, Youngjun said. Brain death is not really death. We can now revive brain-dead individuals. AgenBio succeeds in recovering a brain-dead patient to a persistent vegetative state. News articles were pouring in real time. The world was becoming noisy, but the public hearing continued. Youngjun started the video again and continued to explain the experiment. After the function of the medulla was restored, things took off from there. Nerve cells that were dyed blue also grew in the pons and the midbrain, the other key organs that made up the brainstem. And the growth of these cells didn't stop there. Soon, they occupied and connected the junction of the diencephalon at the top of the brainstem and the cerebellum at the back. Mysteriously, as the brainstem's function was restored, neural signals began to fire intensely to the frontal lobe of the brain. It was waking up sleeping brain cells in the cerebrum. And on the 9th day, wow! An exclamation of astonishment erupted from the audience. The beagle in the video had opened its eyes. The beagle had come back to life after suffering from a deadly condition caused by the loss of function of the brainstem. The poor animal let out a grunt and licked Chen Ji-hyam's fingertips. Hong Young-ho and other opposing experts were speechless at the unbelievable sight. Death is a much more elusive concept than we realize, Youngjun said. For example, a patient with a problem in the sinoatrial node of the heart will die within minutes because the heart no longer beats, but modern medicine can save them by surgically implanting an artificial pacemaker under the left collarbone. Youngjun pulled up a diagram of how a pacemaker worked and how it was operated. This machine has a built-in battery. Wires are connected to the heart to help it beat. It takes over the role of the failed sinoatrial node, and the pacemaker can be used for 10 to 15 years without having to be replaced, Youngjun said. In the past, the loss of function of the heart's sinoatrial node was understood to be a form of cardiopulmonary death. Because the technology didn't exist, patients with damaged nodes were considered dead because their hearts weren't beating. But not now. Youngjun closed the data pile. What point should be considered death depends on the level of technology and what science understands. If the definition of death changes and the concept of brain death is removed from death, it doesn't really change that much, Youngjun said. It just allows us to understand humans and the world more precisely, and that's what science does. Now, let's watch the last point in the video. Youngjun fast-forwarded the recording again. By the 13th day, the beagle was off all life support machines, even the intravenous fluids. On the 14th day, the beagle ate some kibble that was softened like porridge, though it still couldn't stand up. This is the end of my evidence. The same experiment was repeated on a total of 7 beagles, and no adverse effects were observed. Youngjun finished his statement and sat down. Everyone mumbled for a while, and the media was rushing to report that the beagles had come back to life and were licking the food. The lawmakers seemed quite surprised by the unconventional hearing. The debate was full of biology jargon. Although they didn't understand many of the details, they got the gist of what was going on. Opposition, please speak. The speaker continued the debate. Hong Young-ho, the expert from the opposition, hesitated to speak. I'm not sure, he said. I don't know how to take in something like this. Brain-dead individuals have been medically declared dead for a long time. We've known that the heart just beats mechanically by life support, but the person is biologically dead. He bit his lip. For years, surgeons stopped treating the brain-dead when their electrocardiograms peaked. Their bodies were warm, and we were pumping their lungs with a respiratory device, he said. Unlike cardiopulmonary death, which showed a straight line on an electrocardiogram with a long beep. The brain dead still had a signal when they were pronounced dead. From the outside, it really looked like they were just sleeping. There were no signs of death except that the brain was not generating any electrical signals. At that point, doctors would remove the respiratory machines and perform open surgery to remove their organs and transplant them to another patient. This kind of task was daunting, even for a doctor. The reason this was possible was because they were confident in their medical opinion that the brain-dead person was really dead. By the time the electrocardiogram eventually stopped after several weeks, the organs would already be damaged and have the possibility of causing problems in the transplant recipient. But if they were alive, horrendous thoughts were going through the doctors' heads. There's no need to blame yourselves. It was true that there was no way to reverse brain death, Youngjun said. There's a difference between being unable to treat and stopping treatment, Hong Young-ho said. Doctors have been murdering. He covered his mouth, feeling choked up. Medicine has only done its best to save those who could be saved. Youngjun summarized Hong Young-ho's remarks. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. And that best has now been extended a little further. We can provide artificial organs to the vast number of organ transplant recipients who are dying waiting for organs from brain-dead people. Now, it looks like we may be able to treat brain-dead patients as well, Youngjun said. This is why we need this special act to pass. Please pass this bill. The public hearing was over 3 days later. The debate couldn't be conducted after Youngjun's statement about the experimental result because there was nothing the opposition could say. Thank you for the amazing debate. No, the amazing lecture. The congresspeople rushed to him with big smiles on their faces. Shall we take a picture? How commemorative is it that the genius of the century invented the technology of the century and that his first presentation was at the National Assembly? The congresspeople wrapped their arms around Youngjun's shoulders and gestured to their secretaries. Cameras, cameras. Arrange the reporters quickly. Why don't we have a meal after this? One of the congressmen asked. I'm sorry, but I have something scheduled after this. The congresspeople quickly stopped Youngjun, who was gently declining their offer. You're no fun. Don't worry, we can't eat anything expensive anyway because of the Kim Young-ran Act 1. And we can split the bill, too. Maybe Dr. Ryu can explain more about this experiment while we eat. Yes, I already have the votes ready to go, but we should know more. I'm a humanities kid, and I saw a whole new world today, but I don't really understand it. Ha ha ha. Someone walked up to Youngjun while the congresspeople were chattering. It was Yang Hae-suk. She smiled and pulled Youngjun away. Let's speak in my room for a bit. Yang Hae-suk took him to her office in the legislative office building. Click. Whoa. When she opened the door, the interns, aides, and other staff in the office jumped up in surprise. They were all watching Youngjun's public hearing on the internet. Dr. Ryu. Relax, Yang Hae-suk said to them. Then, she took a drink out of the refrigerator and held it out to Youngjun. Your experimental results were better than I thought they would be. That's because our scientists and Chelly Jenner did a great job, Youngjun said. Yang Hae-suk glanced at Youngjun. I asked you to come here because there's someone I want to introduce you to. You want to introduce me to someone? They were in my room. I don't know where they went. Yang Hae-suk shrugged. The director just left, asking for the restroom. The other one went outside for a smoke break, said the intern. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Then, they'll be back soon. Yang Hae-suk nodded. Who is it? As soon as Youngjun asked, the door opened, and 2 men walked inside. It was Professor Ban Du-il and Nicholas Kim, the former CTO of Agen. Oh, Youngjun was surprised. How are the 2 of you? Haha, it's been a while, Dr. Ryu. How have you been? The 2 patted Youngjun on the shoulder like they were glad to see him. Yes, of course. What brings you here? Well, I'm going to be the director of the Office of Strategic R&D Planning soon, Nicholas said. I haven't gotten the job yet, but I've been thinking about what I'm going to do when I start. That's what I'm here for. What are you going to do? Youngjun asked. Your legendary success has made Korea crazy about science. I don't know if you know this, but the word science has long been used to promote unscientific products, Nicholas said. The credibility of a product skyrockets infinitely when words like scientific, statistical, clinical, FDA approved, are used. But you're doing extremely advanced experiments with cutting-edge technology and bringing it back to the masses. Thanks to you, words like Ca9 and induced pluripotent stem cells are familiar to the public. Scientists are being invited to give tons of lectures, and there are all these events where scientists can interact with the public, like the humanities healing camps that used to be popular. Dr. Nicholas, your preamble is too long. Professor Ban Du-il laughed. Oh, sorry. What I'm saying is that we're about to have a science boom, and we need to be ready for it. I told you, right? Even an old man who picks up paper should be able to memorize, Yang Hae-suk said, but the 2 quickly cut her off. No, that's too far. Yeah, that's a little extreme. Ban Du-il shook his head. Anyways, Youngjun, both these people are very interested in democratizing science and improving the level of scientific knowledge of the public as a congresswoman and a national CTO, Ban Du-il said. That's why they invited me, the person who raised the greatest intellectual in the history of humanity, Ryu Youngjun, for a discussion. You have more joy than I remember, Professor. My life is joyful these days because of you. You know, our lab was pretty niche in the department, right? But now, it's the most popular lab in the whole university. I get a thrill every time I see the look of disdain on Professor Park's face. Anyway, we're going to focus more on science education, and we're going to bring in more professors. We'll also have to cooperate with the Ministry of Education. Our final goal is, Yang Haisuk said, is to nurture the next Kelly Jenner and provide talented individuals that fit the new wave of technology that a giant like Agenbio is going to create. By the way, Youngjun, the Department of Biotechnology at Yungyun University has been raised to an undergraduate program, and they established a stem cell department within it, Ban Du said. Really? Youngjun asked. Yeah, don't you see the obvious angle here? The level of crazy technology you've created is too advanced, and there aren't enough technicians to service it. We need to nurture talented individuals at the state level, Ban Du said. We're looking at increasing scholarships and investing heavily at the government level, Nicholas added. Then Agenbio will also fund the scholarship program, Youngjun said. I still need to discuss this with the Ministry of Education, so I'll let you know when it's finalized. If I need your help, I'll ask for it then, Yang Haisuk said. Anyway, from now on, we will take over this side and drive it. I want you to keep going straight without faltering, just like you've been doing until now. I'm thinking that's why you sent me to be the national CTO, Nicholas said, laughing. Not really, but thank you all so much. Youngjun bowed to the three of them. I have a lot of really good teachers. I'm glad you know that. You should go now, do your next research. Ban Du playfully patted him on the shoulder. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On the way out of the legislative office building and through the front doors of the National Assembly. Oh, Youngjun saw a huge crowd rushing towards him at the entrance. He expected this, but it was more than he could have imagined. There was no way these people were just ordinary citizens who came to see the public hearing out of curiosity. They had been waiting here for a long time, even when Youngjun was meeting with industry seniors in the legislative office building. Dr. Ryu, can you wake up someone in a persistent vegetative state? My daughter is paralyzed from the waist down. If you can wake up a dead person, you can do this too, right? My husband was in a car accident and injured his brain. He lost a lot of his memory and I have someone in my family who is in a coma. Can you cure this, too? They screamed and shouted, reaching out their hands, even as the guards formed a wall and kept people out. Wait, Dr. Ryu, just tell us one thing, please. In the meantime, some people were getting desperate and arguing with the guards. Don't block us. It's not like we're harming him or anything. Just let us talk. Please, Dr. Ryu, it will only take a moment. Can a fully paralyzed person recover? He got hurt while diving. Youngjun stared at them like he was in a difficult situation. Youngjun's brain death recovery experiment had caused quite a stir. This situation was nothing compared to what was going to happen. The entire world was paying attention to this shocking technology. Youngjun had defeated powerful diseases like pancreatic cancer, Alzheimer's, and HIV before, but this was different. While they had previously just cured patients, this looked like they were bringing the dead back to life. From an omniscient perspective like Rosaline's, treating Alzheimer's and treating the brain dead were essentially the same thing. The former focused on rebuilding neurons in the cerebral cortex and the latter in the brainstem, but the context was similar, the differentiation of neurons and the reorganization of tissues to perform specific functions. But in the eyes of the public, it was something else entirely. It was something miraculous, like bringing the dead back to life. It was somewhat natural, as this experiment was mysterious and fascinating to even the scientists who performed the experiments while knowing the principles. That's why they were asking him whether paraplegia could be cured. The spinal nerves and the autonomic nerves in the brainstem were completely different tissues, but they were holding out hope for a technology that seemed to be able to bring back people from the dead. I think some will be possible with this technology, but some things are not, Youngjun said. Please, I beg you, I'll do anything to make my daughter walk. I will try harder, Youngjun said. Let's go this way, Kim Chul-kwan said to Youngjun. He led Youngjun down the path he had secured beforehand. At the end of it, a limousine was waiting. Click. Secretary Yu Songmi opened the back door for him. Youngjun could see Carpentier and the life creation team sitting inside, smiling. Phew. Youngjun, who got on the limousine, let out a small sigh. Good work, Carpentier said. All I did was present the experiments you did. We've cleared all the major hurdles, so all we have left is the clinical trial. The act hasn't been passed yet. Didn't they say they were going to vote for the bill after dinner time? Yes. Given the climate right now, it will pass, Carpentier said. He touched a locket of a necklace he had taken out of his pocket with his left hand. The locket had a picture of a young woman inside. Who is that? Youngjun asked. She was going to be my wife. Carpentier stared out the window, glancing at the numerous citizens. I would have been one of them if it was 30 years ago. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Youngjun returned home, and he ran into another unexpected visitor. Dong-wook. This time, he remembered his name. Hello. Yang Dong-wook greeted him hesitantly. Where's Ji-won? She went out to get something. Is the house empty today, too? Until now. Okay. Youngjun chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. Have fun. As he was about to go into his room, Yang Dong-wook stopped him. Wait, Sunbi. Yang Dong-wook shouted. Yeah, I went into the stem cell department. I'm doing a major there, he said. And I'm going to apply to Agenbio after I graduate. We only accept people with a master's and above for research positions. After I do my doctorate, Yang Dongwook quickly added. Youngjun slowly nodded. Our work is intense. Did you see the video of the 14-day experiment presented at the public hearing today? Yes. You won't have a personal life if you work here, so be prepared. Yang Dongwook smiled shyly. The news of the public hearing was playing on TV. Breaking news, Ryu Youngjun Act passed by the National Assembly plenary session. After seeing that, Youngjun went into his room. Then, Rosaline popped out of his body. She scurried to the window side, then stopped and turned to face Youngjun. It was quite interesting today. What was? Because you, Dr. Raf, Song Ji-hyun, Congresswoman Yang Hae-suk, Nicholas, and Ban Du-il all think differently about science. That's expected. To be honest, this is more interesting to me than restoring the brainstems of brain-dead people. Humans are so variable. Really. Youngjun flopped down on the bed. Ryu Youngjun. Rosaline jumped up and sat beside him. I'm going to insert the pathogen's DNA into my genome and absorb it completely. Youngjun looked uncomfortable. Are you sure? Is it safe? I don't know. You don't know. Youngjun was surprised. Then don't do it. Why would you do something dangerous? Because I can't stay like this any longer. Rosaline seemed adamant. What? Rosaline hesitated, then responded. Do you remember when I made the iris in Xinjiang? Rosaline gathered her cells together and formed a very thin, vinyl-like material in front of Youngjun's eyes. It was the epidermal tissue of a million cells that resembled the iris pattern. I've always felt this while observing humans. Your efforts to save even a grand villain like Kim Hyun-taek, people with different thoughts on science, your sense of responsibility, and Yang Dongwook's admiration for you, I felt them all. Rosaline went on. Dr. Ref said that humans don't deserve science, but now I want to be more affirming of humans. And I want to have a body. Then, Rosaline absorbed the iris cell mass that was in front of Youngjun. 1. The improper solicitation and graft act. You want a body? Youngjun asked. Yes. I think I will be able to understand humans better if I have the same vision as them. Is it possible? Humans don't know the boundary between living and non-living organisms yet, right? That's why they are making such a fuss over the resurrection of the brain-dead. Rosaline paused for a moment. But I know the answer. What is it? Living things have bodies. Not just a collection of atoms, but a body in the sense that it's a unique living space that cannot be interfered with by the outside world. Rosaline went on. The collection of all the spaces corresponding to the inside of a shell of skin or a face enclosed by a phospholipid bilayer, and the desire to eliminate external threats to that space. That's what it means to be a living thing. I have a body at the cellular level as well, but it's an incomplete thing that can't survive outside of your body. That's the reason why I have to absorb this pathogen. The hepatitis medication you were taking when I was created caused an organic chemical reaction. If that caused my DNA to break apart, the only way to make myself whole is to get it back and absorb it. Rosaline was firm. I will become a living organism with a complete body. Youngjun stroked his chin and thought for a moment. The pathogen is aggressive, Youngjun said. I know what you are worried about. Rosaline assured Youngjun. You're worried that I'll absorb the pathogen and then attack people, right? The emergence and flourishing of a superior species always meant the demise of the existing ones. What were the consequences of fish like the snakehead being introduced into American streams? With its high survivability, aggressiveness, and ravenous appetite, the snakehead nearly wiped out the native base in the Potomac River in Washington. So, what if Rosaline, an extremely intelligent species, thrived on this land? If Rosaline was the snakehead, who was the base in the stream of this earth, it would be dangerous if that was my instinct from an ecological perspective. Rosaline explained. But don't worry. I'm friendly to humans. I've seen a lot of horrible things with you, but I've also seen beautiful things. That's not what I'm worried about, Youngjun said. I trust you. You sometimes have scary thoughts for the sake of efficacy, but you're not a monster who likes to hurt people. And I'm sure absorbing that pathogen won't make you more aggressive. You're excellent, Youngjun said. I'm just worried you'll get hurt. Me? That pathogen infected Kim Hyun-taek, quickly left him brain dead and damaged many of his organs. You know that, right? Yes. You've lost your consciousness once just by keeping it in your cells. But what happens if you insert it in your genome? Rosaline shrugged. You're like a young, inexperienced father overprotecting his child. This isn't overprotection. Anyone would be worried. I didn't mean it in a bad way, but it's really okay. I'll be able to control everything. Rosaline reassured Youngjun. Did you forget that I'm an organism who is omniscient in biology? You're not going to listen to me even if I tell you not to do it, right? Yes. Rosaline laughed like there was nothing she could do. How are you going to absorb that DNA? Youngjun asked. I'm going to use a transposon. Transposons were pieces of human DNA. These pieces, which just seemed like ordinary genes from the outside, were surprisingly not originally human. Transposons were viral DNA. Some viruses could infect human cells and insert their own DNA into human DNA. Then, they lived there as if they were just part of the human DNA. It did nothing, and it just replicated when human somatic and reproductive cells divided. It was part of the virus, but it had just become a part of the human. I'm going to start now. Rosaline came off the bed and stood up straight. A white glow emanated from her body. The DNA work was being done while she was in her single-cell form, not Ryu-sae. Rosaline carefully picked up a fragment of the pathogen's DNA. It was about 1.2 million BP1, so it wasn't very big. Rosaline bundled the pathogen DNA into a circle and attached a molecular structure called a TSD to each end. Then, she slowly moved it toward her DNA. This process was similar to a spaceship docking. She took out a biomolecule called transposase, and she tied it to the end of both DNA. Snap! The DNA of the pathogen became attached when one side of Rosaline's DNA was severed. Rosaline tied them together like sutures. It's done. You're done. Yes. There aren't any changes. Yeah. Rosaline looked down at her hands, tilting her head in puzzlement. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At noon today, AgenBio will conduct a clinical trial to recover a brain-dead patient, Mr. Kim Hyun-taik, at the Next Generation Hospital. The news was on TV, which Youngjun was watching at the Next Generation Hospital. Brain-dead patients are still considered dead, and the Clinical Trial Act is still restricted to conducting clinical trials on living people. As such, AgenBio has pushed for the Ryu Youngjun Special Act. The news anchor spoke into the camera. We are very excited about the results of this trial, given the remarkable results of the preclinical trials that Dr. Ryu Youngjun showed at the public hearing. If the treatment is successful, Mr. Kim will be the first case of a person who has been brought back from the dead under medical law. Nov. L.B//JNN. He didn't come back to life, he was alive to begin with, Youngjun said. That's right, said Professor Miguel from the Department of Neurology. Miguel was a leading expert in neuroscience. I'm not even a doctor at the Next Generation Hospital, just a visiting physician, and I never thought I'd be asked to lead such an amazing experimental surgery. We were so fortunate to have someone like you at the Next Generation Hospital at this time, Dr. Miguel, Youngjun said. I came here to study. I was originally planning to go back to Germany in the second half of next year. A professor of your caliber has something to learn here. Haha, don't be so humble. There is nowhere that can match AgenBio in stem cell and neural regenerative medicine in Korea, even the United States, Miguel said. Youngjun grinned. Still, I'm sure it's a lot of pressure with all the attention, but I appreciate your willingness to take it on, Youngjun said. I'm studying here for free, so I should at least make it worth your while. It was free. The director of the hospital waived my tuition fee as a condition for me working here. I see. Considering how much you're worth, the director made a good deal. Meanwhile, protests against AgenBio's research have begun, saying it touches on the fundamental parts of life. The news anchor continued. On the morning of the 9th, a Christian group rallied in front of AgenBio's headquarters. Let's take a look at the scene. The scene of the rally showed up on the news screen. A representative of the rally took the microphone and shouted, "Life is something that only God can give. Resurrecting the dead is something that cannot and should not be done. AgenBio should stop performing evil magic to resurrect the dead and focus on its real business, curing the diseases of the living." I'm not telling you, they're not dead. Youngjun shrugged. It will take a while for the public to digest this, Miguel said. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The brainstem was the innermost part of the human brain, right in the center. If a straight, vertical line was drawn from the middle of the eyebrows to the back of the head and a straight horizontal line connected the temples, the intersection would be where the brainstem was too. The brainstem was surrounded by the cerebrum, cerebellum, and diencephalon, and the outside was covered with the skull. Simply put, it was in a difficult location to reach. They were able to remove part of the skull at the back of the head and inject the needle into the brain in a slightly crude way for the Beagle experiment, but they had to be careful of using this method in humans. Originally, they were going to take a few more months to develop a drug delivery method, but they had Professor Miguel. Let's go with an intranasal injection, said Miguel. They were having a meeting for the brainstem regeneration project. The human nose was one of the easiest passages to access the brain. Miguel proposed a way to access the brainstem, which was by sticking a very long, thin needle into the nostril. For a trial of this magnitude, we need to reduce the variables as much as possible. Because if it fails, we don't know if the drug delivery method was wrong, or if the stem cell therapy is inappropriate in the human brainstem, Miguel said. But intranasal injection is already a widely recognized technique. The technique itself is difficult, so we won't be able to commercialize it as is, but it will be a major step in showing that brainstem regeneration with stem cells is possible and brain death is not death. You're suggesting we take it step by step? Carpentier said. That's right. Once we've established that the brain dead are alive and recoverable using a known method called intranasal injection, it will be much easier to develop drug delivery methods because the patients will be included in the Clinical Trial Act. Amid the beeps of the electrocardiogram graph and the sound of other machinery, 100,000 induced pluripotent stem cells arrived. With the help of the medical team, Miguel began to push the syringe needle up his nose while keeping an eye on the monitor. What do you think? Youngjun asked Rosalie in his mind. He was standing outside and watching the surgery from the gallery. It will be fine. Rosaline also watched them, standing beside Youngjun. How are you feeling? Me? It's been almost 2 weeks since then, and nothing seems to be wrong so far. You don't seem to have changed much. Yeah. Rosaline shrugged. Synchronization mode, brain death. Rosaline activated synchronization mode. Let's see if the surgery is going well. Youngjun's vision zoomed in until he could see a single cell. Then, an enormous needle, which was completely different from its name, a microneedle, appeared. It entered the nostril, and traveled through the squamous mucosa of the nasal cavity, closely adhering to the bridge of the nose. After a moment, it reached the superior nasal concha deep inside the nostrils. Miguel was pushing the needle in very slowly and carefully while watching the monitor. Above it was the olfactory epithelium. In terms of anatomical location, the needle was now closer to the eye than the nose. The needle paused right in front. Phew. Sweat broke out on the nape of Miguel's neck. Now, he really had to be careful. A few millimeters above the needle was the cribriform plate, which was a skeletal structure that was like a gateway to the brain. This region was covered with mucous membranes, which were packed with cell bodies of olfactory receptors. But between the mucous membranes, there was a very small gap between the bones. That was where the needle was going to go. This required control in increments smaller than millimeters. Miguel attached a microelectric motor to the end of the syringe, then turned the coarse adjustment knob to push the needle up a few micrometers. They had to stop just before the olfactory bulb. This was where the olfactory receptors transmitted the signals they received to the brain. Cerebrospinal fluid flowed between the olfactory bulb and the cribriform plate. Miguel took his hand off the coarse adjustment knob. "I think we've arrived," Youngjun said into the monitor. But it didn't end there. Miguel's syringe moved slowly along the tube through which cerebrospinal fluid flowed. It was only a few centimeters away, but it felt so far away. They were at the front of the fourth ventricle. "I'm going to inject it now." Miguel pressed down on the syringe plunger. "It's going in." Youngjun frowned while watching them. 100,000 induced pluripotent stem cells were flowing into the fourth ventricle. 1 base pairs, the unit for measuring DNA. 2 This isn't actually the anatomical location of the brainstem. Wait. Rosaline flinched. "Why? The cerebrospinal fluid is refluxing as the needle goes in. We can't inject stem cells now." "What?" Surprised, Youngjun checked the monitor again. A machine called a dynamic digital radiography took pictures of his nose and upper eyes, sending those pictures to the monitor. It could zoom in on a very small area and take high-resolution images, even the space between the olfactory bulb and the cribriform plate. But there was one problem: the flow of the liquid was not measured accurately. Normally, the chances of something going wrong with such a tiny microneedle were very slim, but they hit the jackpot with extremely bad luck. Damn it. Youngjun took a closer look after Rosaline mentioned it, and now he could see it, too. In synchronization mode, he could see the cerebrospinal fluid flowing in the opposite direction at a very slow speed. "Wait, stop!" Youngjun shouted. If the stem cells were injected now, they were going to reflux and not travel to the subventricular zone. It didn't matter if they ended up in the wrong place, as these stem cells had the same safety mechanism in place as the glaucoma treatment, but failing the experiment was problematic in many ways. "Stop." Miguel stopped the injection and turned to Youngjun. The volume of that needle might have caused the cerebrospinal fluid to reflux. It should return to normal in a moment. "Let's wait for 30 seconds. "We can't." Rosaline intervened from the side. "We can't. There are only 80,000 stem cells left in that syringe. There is a lot left because we stopped the injection quickly, but we need the 20,000 we lost. The medulla will be recovered with that amount, but the treatment will only get Kim Hyun-taek into a vegetative state. We can't do that difficult procedure twice," Rosaline explained to Youngjun. "But I'll go." Rosaline jumped up to the vent. "Rosaline, don't worry." She moved straight for the air filter connected to the operating room. Sterile HEPA filters used air decompression and airflow to prevent foreign particles from entering the operating room. The airflow was powerful enough to keep out most dust, bacteria, and viruses. But not to Rosaline. The wind is quite strong. It cycles over 20 times an hour. Since it's a high-risk surgery that involves the brain, you can still stop and come back. It's all right. Rosaline flew straight through the fierce gust of wind that rushed in from the front. Ironically, Rosaline had infiltrated the operating room through the air purification system designed to keep the outside out. "I'm going into this man's body twice." Rosaline then entered Kim Hyun-taek's nostrils, crossed the squamous mucosa and the superior nasal concha, and reached the olfactory epithelium. "I've arrived." She stuck her head through the gap between the cribriform plate and checked the flow of the cerebrospinal fluid. It was flowing very slowly, like a sticky, viscous liquid, out of the subventricular zone in the opposite direction. It was full of induced pluripotent stem cells. Rosaline dived into the cerebrospinal fluid. It was a tiny amount of fluid flowing through the lymphatic vessels, barely visible to the human eye, but it was like a mighty river to the cells. Rosaline swam against the cerebrospinal fluid that was flowing in the opposite direction, dodging the stem cells floating around her. The cerebrospinal fluid is produced in the central cerebral aqueduct called the choroid plexus. It's a type of venous plexus in the fourth ventricle, Rosaline explained to Youngjun. And the choroid plexus also regulates the flow of cerebrospinal fluid. "Since our destination is below the fourth ventricle, I'm going to hit the ventricle." Rosaline was right in front of the choroid plexus. She placed her hand on the tissue and used her fitness. Overexpression of CSFF1. Overexpression of CSFF2/3, the triggered genes made several biopolymers, which burst out and mixed into the cerebrospinal fluid. They stuck to the lymphatic vessels, which the cerebrospinal fluid was flowing through, and began to regulate it. KRRR. Rosaline could feel the wave of fluid rushing in her direction from the far end. "It's done. Tell him to inject it again," Rosaline told Youngjun. "I think it's okay now. Let's do the injection again," Youngjun said. And in his head, Youngjun spoke to Rosaline. "But are you okay? You have to get out now. The flow of the cerebrospinal fluid will get in the way, but I went through the HEPA filter." Rosaline shrugged like it was nothing. She could feel tremendous biopressure from where the cerebrospinal fluid was coming from. 80,000 stem cells, injected by the microneedle, were being pushed this way by the flow of the fluid. I'm going back now. Rosaline tried to move back across the flow of cerebrospinal fluid, and at that moment, an accident that neither of them could have predicted opened. Oh, Rosaline halted. A massive surge of ATP was washing over her. The differentiation of stem cells to repair the brainstem relied on large amounts of ATP. But this much this fast? This is what? Youngjun could see Rosaline's fitness spiking through the status window. I can't control the fitness. There's too much ATP that. Rosaline began cutting out. Ryu Youngjun, help me. Bleep, boom, the message window disappeared. A rush of cerebrospinal fluid swept over Rosaline. We're done, Miguel said. Youngjun froze, speechless. Dr. Ryu, Carpentier said, standing beside him. Yes, Youngjun said. Good work. Thank you, everyone. Let's clean up and get some rest. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Rosaline sat in the subventricular zone and thought. She didn't expect the ATP to spike so quickly. Most of the tissue in the subventricular zone was already dead. When she looked at it in synchronization mode, she definitely thought she had plenty of time to escape. When exploring the root of life, can something happen that even I can't predict? Rosaline looked at the rapidly growing stem cells. Or did something happen to my powers because I absorbed the pathogen's DNA? Rosaline stood up and sent Youngjun a message. Ryu Youngjun. But he didn't respond. It seemed like their connection was severed. Rosaline took a closer look at the pathogen's DNA. DNA was the language of molecular biology. Like the code of a computer program, it contained key information about the encoded genes. Rosaline turned on the genes inside the DNA, then dropped them outside the cell. Oh, Rosaline understood the situation and nodded. I wasn't wrong. The difference between a fertilized egg and a stem cell was that stem cells were pluripotent, meaning that they could differentiate into any type of cell. However, implanting a stem cell in a woman's uterus did not result in a baby. A fertilized egg had more power. A fertilized egg was totipotent, not pluripotent. It could produce stem cells that could differentiate into all human cells, and it could also produce a placenta. The placenta was attached to the wall of the uterus and collected the mother's nutrients to feed it through the umbilical cord. The power to suck nutrients from the world was totipotence, and the DNA of the pathogen had this power. No wonder Kim Hyun-taek's body was destroyed because of this. This was not a disease-causing pathogen, like a virus or bacteria, but a rampaging force that was absorbing the world's energy to create new life. The huge amount of energy was stored in the pathogen as ATP, which reacted when Rosaline entered the body. Because this DNA and the energy it contains were mine. Now that Rosaline knew why this happened, she knew how to get out. Rosaline triggered the pathogen's genes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Dr. Ryu. Song Ji-hyun was surprised to see Youngjun. He had shown up to the next generation hospital at this late hour, and he had a stern expression on his face. You didn't leave yet, Dr. Song? Youngjun asked. Yes. Something might happen to Kim Hyun-taek while I'm gone. Nothing will happen at least until the morning. We're using an fMRI to measure cerebral blood flow, so it'll be okay, Youngjun said. The medical staff at the hospital all went home except for the people on call, so you can go home now. Sure, but a little bit later, Song Ji-hyun said. The two sat down next to the hospital bed where Kim Hyun-taek was lying and remained silent for a while. It's ironic, isn't it? Song Ji-hyun said. What is? Your demotion and legendary success started when Kim Hyun-taek destroyed Chelicure, and I was the developer of Chelicure. I think we were probably the two people who hated Kim Hyun-taek the most in the world. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Song Ji-hyun chuckled. But now, we're sitting here side by side, watching Kim Hyun-taek's progress. I find this situation weird and strange. Youngjun nodded. The department I was in was the Life Creation Department. At first, I thought it was a really nerdy name. Creating life? It's like building castles in the air. It is something that sounds more like religion than science, Song Ji-hyun replied. Looking back on it now, it seems like one huge metaphor, life creation, or brain death. Youngjun said, Kim Hyun-taek was just one of many villains in this industry. Science has been the servant of the powerful, working to fool the public and protect vested interests. Recently, one of my teachers told me that anything with the word scientific in it becomes more credible, and it's true. In any case, the development of new technology advances civilization, but it only distributes the technology, not the science. The world has been missing a few screws for a long time, and it wasn't safe. Youngjun let out a small sigh. Dr. Ryu, you may think I'm too obsessed with research ethics, but I think science without ethics is akin to brain death. Yes, and we've been resurrecting it in the scientific community for a while. Just like how I made stem cells in the Life Creation Department, ABio, or Kelly Jenner may be the stem cells that will bring the scientific community back to life. That's very metaphorical. There's nothing more literary than science. Youngjun grinned. And I lost that symbol today. Pardon. My favorite friend disappeared today. They disappeared. They're missing. They were a really good person. Oh. Song Ji-hyun was flustered. You did look depressed when you came in earlier. Did I? Yes. Dr. Song, could you bring me a warm cup of water? Youngjun asked. Of course. Just a minute. When Dr. Song stepped outside, Youngjun stood up. He pulled out a sterilized iron canister from his pocket. Click. He opened the lid, and there was a fine needle inside. It was just the pin part of the syringe. Youngjun picked it up and walked over to Kim Hyun-taik. Activate synchronization mode. Rosaline didn't reply since she disappeared, but the feature was alive and well. All he needed to do was stick the pin he had into the subventricular zone. If Rosaline was stuck there, he could pull her back out with this. Youngjun's hand trembled. Was this a really good idea? Was this okay? Would this hurt Kim Hyun-taik? Will the treatment fail? All sorts of worries went through his mind. Rosaline was his savior who had helped him devotedly, and Kim Hyun-taik was the villain who had demoted him to exile. Did it make sense to hesitate in this situation because he was worried about Kim Hyun-taik? Especially when he was basically a corpse. Youngjun's fingers were sweaty. He breathed heavily as he stared at the analyzed subventricular zone and the route leading to it in synchronization mode. Clatter. He finally put the needle down. This was against bioethics. Tears formed in Youngjun's eyes. Sigh. He took a deep breath. Rosaline is in a difficult situation, and I can't even help her. Youngjun clenched his fists tightly. Who's helping who? Ack. Youngjun screamed and fell to the floor when he heard a voice from behind him. Rosaline was sitting in the guardian's chair, smiling cutely. Why are you naked? Youngjun asked. Because the clothes I've been wearing are remnants of what Ryu-sae was wearing in your trauma. Rosaline jumped out of the chair. Thud. They could hear the sound of a 9-year-old child's foot hitting the floor of the hospital room. AHH. Rosaline shuddered at the feeling. For a moment, Youngjun's brain stopped working. Are you surprised? Rosaline asked. What happened? You're not a hallucination that only I can see? You're real, Youngjun asked, stuttering in amazement. This body is a multicellular system that currently exists in the physical world right now, Rosaline said. What the hell happened? Where did you pop out from? I didn't just pop out. I flowed out of Kim Hyun-taik's body, became trillions of cells and minerals, and floated around this room. Trillions. 9-year-old Ryu-sae's body was made up of about 8 trillion cells. You can create a human body like this if you concentrate them in one area, but you can't distinguish them with the human eye if you scatter the minerals at the atomic level and take the individual cells apart, Rosaline said. I was capable of making a body like this a long time ago, but I wanted to surprise you. So, I've been watching you a bit, and I wondered what you were going to do. I can't believe you gave up on me. Rosaline scolded Youngjun playfully. I didn't give up on you. I was going to try to find another way. I wasn't disappointed. I thought you reacted like yourself, Rosaline said. And just so you know, I gathered the cells and glued them together, so it's hard to take them apart again. You really scared the hell out of me. You could have at least given me a hint or something. Do you know how worried I was? Youngjun asked. Haha, I'm sorry. But the mystery of life is really quite strange. I've never gone that deep before, so I'm learning things for the first time, too. Rosaline poked and pinched her wrists and knees with her fingers. It's all so new and exhilarating. So you're going to live in that body now? Youngjun asked. Unfortunately, this is only temporary. Really? There was a huge amount of ATP stored in Kim Hyun-taik's body. I see. And it wasn't because of the drugs we injected him with. Look. Kim Hyun-taik is a semi-dead body now, but he used to be in pretty good shape, even though he was full of cigarettes and alcohol and had a bit of a fatty liver. He weighed close to 80 kilograms. But now, he's only 50. What do you think happened to the other 30 kilograms? No way. Yes. About 10 kilograms were decomposed and diffused by the laws of thermodynamics, and the remaining 20 kilograms were being fed to another dimension via the placenta and umbilical cord that formed when life was born. I don't know what you're talking about. Life creation is in God's domain. It won't be easy to understand with a human mind, because even I didn't know it at first, Rosaline said. The ATP that carried me up to the subventricular zone was only a tiny fraction of the total energy source. If the accumulated energy was a water tank, the energy that swept me away was only a cup of water, and I took out all the water from the water tank in Kim Hyun-taik's subventricular zone. It was a huge amount of fitness, and that's how I recreated this 20-kilogram boy of Ryu-sae. I created cells and minerals and blew them out of Kim Hyun-taik's body one by one. Then, I collected them outside and glued them together. But why is that body temporary? That is. Rosaline brushed her arms. But is this what being cold is? There's a tingling sensation, the hairs on the surface of my skin are contracting, and the hardness of my epidermal cells is increasing. Probably is. I'm sorry. I was in such a shock right now that I didn't pay attention. Youngjun took off his coat and put it on Rosaline. Eek. The feeling of the coat made Rosaline shiver again. It's so slippery. Rosaline rubbed the coat's lining curiously. She looked exactly like Ryu-sae, who was only 9 years old. Youngjun's coat was very big on her, so the bottom of the coat dragged all over the floor. Anyway, the reason my body is temporary is because it's created by fitness, which was created by absorbing a lot of ATP, similar to doping. And over time, that body will disappear, just like the ATP-induced fitness that disappears over time. Exactly. But conversely, it means I might have a stable body if I gather the fitness myself. Rosaline shouted with a bright smile. The limit for my fitness disappeared as I absorbed the pathogen's DNA. Then, doesn't that mean you can build a body right away? Unfortunately, my fitness is slow to recover. But your fitness will recover if you don't use fitness and sleep for a few days, right? Haha, it's not that simple. Would you like to open the status window? It should open now. Youngjun opened the status window, and a shocking status appeared in front of him. Rosaline LV 35. Metastatic status, heart, 9%, liver, 47%, brain, 9%, kidney, 15%, spinal cord, 8%, synchronization, 24%. Cell fitness, 8197 447, plus 8197 432.6 due to ATP. This is a crazy amount of fitness. Youngjun barely stopped himself from screaming in disbelief. The last time he looked, it was just over 10. Now, it was over 80 million. I won't be able to maintain this body without that ATP. I'll probably just scatter and disappear again, like dust, Rosaline said. What happens then? It will be the same as before. I'll live in your body, and I'll keep collecting fitness, like a savings account. But it will take a very long time. Then, can you still use the message window? Youngjun asked. Rosaline smiled and tilted her head slightly. Like this? A message window popped up in front of Youngjun's eyes. It works well. Youngjun let out a sigh of relief. Click. The door opened, and Song Ji-hyun walked inside. I brought hot cocoa instead of water. Is this? She stopped in her tracks. Huh. Then, she looked like she had all kinds of questions. Youngjun swallowed nervously. Who is it? Song Ji-hyun asked. She's a distant relative, Youngjun said, scratching his head. I see. I was surprised to see a little kid wrapped up in your coat. She said she was cold, so. Youngjun tightened the coat on Rosaline more carefully. Song Ji-hyun set the cup of cocoa down on the table. She looks a lot like you, Dr. Ryu. Haha. My family's genes are quite strong, but do we really look that similar? Youngjun asked Song Ji-hyun, glancing at Rosaline. Of course. At first, I thought she was your secret daughter or something, but I'm glad she's not. What a relief. A relief? Rosaline asked. Oh, it's just that. Because the reporters might make a scandal out of it, Song Ji-hyuk said, brushing her hand through her hair. It's Dr. Song, right? Rosaline asked. Song Ji-hyun looked surprised again. Yeah, it's Song Ji-hyun. What's your name? It's Rosaline. Rosaline held out her hand and shook hands with Song Ji-hyun. As Rosaline shook her hand, she sent Youngjun a message. This is how you do it, right? Yeah, this is exhilarating. I can't believe I'm talking to Dr. Song myself. This is cool. Rosaline seemed excited. I've heard a lot about you, Dr. Song. It's so nice to meet you in person. How have you been? Rosaline's voice was full of confidence. Youngjun, who was about to take a sip of the cocoa, almost burnt the roof of his mouth. Oh, you sound like a grown-up doing business. You speak so well. Song Ji-hyun laughed in amusement. But it was difficult to laugh at what Rosaline said next. Of course, Dr. Song, you have less cross-linking of collagen molecules in the skin of your fingers than Ryu Youngjun, so it feels more like the lining of this coat. And your hands are a little cold. I don't think it's an illness, but you could use a little more blood flow to your fingertips. Song Ji-hyun froze, and Youngjun sighed inside, putting his hand on his forehead. No, that's not it, Youngjun said to Rosaline in his head. Was it a little awkward? I thought it would be okay since Dr. Song is a scientist, too. As you know, I've only ever had conversations like this. Rosaline shrugged with a smile on her face. Usually, kids your age don't talk like that. It probably looked really awkward. I don't have to be like kids, right? Just Song Ji-hyun needs to understand what I'm saying. Will there be a problem with the conversation if I don't sound like a kid? No, but it's going to be difficult to explain about you to Dr. Song. Youngjun made up an excuse for Song Ji-hyun, who was still flustered. She's very smart, haha, but she's just saying things she memorized from TV. I see. Song Ji-hyun calmed herself down. Rosaline, how old are you? Rosaline thought carefully about her answer. Right now, she was born less than 2 years ago, so she was technically 1 year old. However, Ryu Sae's body was about 9 years old by human standards. Pointing to her body, Rosaline said, this body is 9 years old right now. She looked at Youngjun like a puppy looking for praise, as if she was proud of her wise answer. But Song Ji-hyun took the awkward sentence differently and laughed. I see. Rosaline, you have the same name as my favorite scientist. Are you from overseas? You have a unique hair color, Song Ji-hyun asked. No, she's from the United States. Rosaline and Youngjun answered simultaneously with completely opposite answers. Youngjun glanced at Rosaline, then spoke quickly. Her father is American, and she was born in the United States. She lived there her entire life. It's a globalized world, right? Youngjun smiled awkwardly. Is this okay? n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Rosaline intervened. Pretend you're not good at Korean, so I can cover up your mistakes, Youngjun said. I see. Song Ji-hyun grabbed a chair and sat in front of them. So, what brings her to the hospital at this hour? After some hesitation, Youngjun responded. I'm watching her for a little bit. But there was no one at home to watch her, so I brought her here. Then where was she when you came in here earlier? Can I have this? Rosaline interrupted, cutting Song Ji-hyun off. Rosaline gestured to the cocoa. Oh. Song Ji-hyun glanced at Youngjun, flustered. Youngjun nodded. Sure. Youngjun took a closer look at the cocoa once Youngjun gave her permission. Oh my god. What vending machine is this from? They didn't change the filter. There are sugar impurities and bacteria in the solution. Ack. Youngjun jumped up to his feet. I just remembered something urgent. I'll be on my way. You should get home, too, Dr. Song. Youngjun picked up Rosaline in his arms and opened the door. What are you doing? Let's go home first. Something was definitely going to happen if they stayed. Youngjun was sure of it. Youngjun waved goodbye to Song Ji-hyun and hurried out. Song Ji-hyun stared at Rosaline, who was being carried out by Youngjun. What a strange girl. Song Ji-hyun wished she could have talked to them more, but she waved goodbye. Take care. *****. Carpentier visited the hospital room early in the morning. He was with Professor Miguel. They checked the cerebral blood flow records from the fMRI, and there was a huge amount of blood flow in the medulla. This was the same progression as the beagles from the preclinical experiments. I'll call Dr. Ryu. I think the cardiopulmonary function has returned, Miguel said. Carpentier called Youngjun, but he didn't answer. He's not picking up. Carpentier scratched his head. It is pretty early. Maybe he hasn't come to work yet, Miguel said. All right. In that case, let's save the data in the fMRI now and report back to Dr. Ryu later. We have to be careful with removing the life support devices before we transplant the heart and lungs anyway, Miguel said. Yes. Agenbio is probably making the artificial heart and lungs right now. Once they're ready, we'll proceed according to your clinical opinion. Let's report the fMRI data to Mr. Ryu first, get his approval, then, Carpentier said. Creak. The door to the hospital room opened. Park Dong-hyun and Young Harem from the life creation team walked inside. Oh, I didn't expect anyone else to be here, Park Dong-hyun said. You're here early, Carpentier said, greeting them with a smile. Of course. We're here to check the fMRI. Soon Yal, Principal Chen, and Lead Bae are coming up right now. So, we're waiting for Dr. Song and Mr. Ryu. Carpentier asked. Dr. Song stayed up all night, so she went home to wash up. Mr. Ryu isn't coming today, Young Harem said. He's not coming. Yes. There was a moment of silence. Carpentier looked at the two of them like he didn't understand. Am I not understanding something because my Korean isn't good enough? He's not coming today, Park Dong-hyun said in English. Wait, why? Is something wrong? Carpentier asked. Well, to my surprise, our CEO took the day off. Some of the executives are jokingly talking about making today a company anniversary, the presidential vacation day. At this time, when we're trying to bring a brain-dead person back to life. I think he sent out an email this morning to the people working on this project. I think I saw your email address, too, Dr. Carpentier. I should check my inbox. He basically said to proceed independently in accordance with Dr. Miguel's opinion. He said that we don't have to check in with him since Dr. Carpentier is running this project. He also wrote us the clinical procedure afterwards. He says to do a heart and lung transplant first, then remove life support, which will put him in a vegetative state. And after that, well, we wait. Park Dong-hyun shrugged. But how come our CEO used his day off? From what I remember, he worked on Christmas and Chuseok 1, 2. He's a workaholic and a real scientist obsessed with research. But today, I don't know. Park Dong-hyun tilted his head in confusion. He said something important came up and to not look for him today. Asterisk. Wake up. Rosaline, who was standing beside Youngjun, poked him in the shoulder. Just 10 more minutes. I barely slept yesterday, Youngjun mumbled, half asleep. Then, a message popped up in front of his eyes, even though they were closed. 280% overexpression of cortisol. It's a stimulant hormone released from the adrenal cortex. It activates the sympathetic nervous system and puts you in a state of alertness. It has very little effect on the body, and it's a wake-up pill that is secreted in the morning. You're not sleepy anymore, right? Rosaline asked. You really are. Slowly opening his eyes, Youngjun chuckled as he saw Rosaline's cheeky smile. You act just like Sae. He patted Rosaline's head. She also used to come to my bed on the weekends and wake me up with her chatter. I don't have a lot of time, Rosaline said. I know. I'm sorry. Youngjun sat up. But it's because you bothered me so much last night that I couldn't sleep. I'm sorry. Youngjun stretched and stood up. Let me get cleaned up, then we'll go out. You'll behave yourself today, right? Yes. The night had been hell. Even the ride home was not easy. Rosaline made a fuss about how her ears were plugged as they took the elevator down to the underground parking lot at Agenbio. This is caused by the eardrum retracting inward as the increased pressure in the outer ear exerts a force against the middle ear, where the pressure is relatively low. The eustachian tube has to open to regulate the pressure. The human body has such an interesting system. Sure. Can I push the elevator button? Rosaline asked. I already pressed the button for the 5th floor of the basement. The car is parked there. No, the other buttons. No. Rosaline was a little disappointed, but she pushed the open button repeatedly when she got to the 5th floor of the basement. Then, she screamed when Youngjun sat her down in the passenger seat. She said. I think I've mentioned this a couple of times in my messages before, but there are some organic compounds in this car that are a bit harmful to humans, like formaldehyde from the preservative-treated leather seats and ethylbenzene from the adhesives in the plastic material and safety glass. You have to get this smell out. Alright. I could do some simple chemistry myself to get it out, but I don't want to do it because I need to save my fitness. Do you mind if I open the window? Sure. Then, Rosaline opened the window. She stared at the window, which lowered with a mechanical sound as she pressed the button. Hehe. Then, she began to play with the window, opening and closing it. Is it cool? Well, not the window itself, that's kind of just an engineering thing, but it's fun, Rosaline said. It's cool that my finger is pushing a button in this physical world to move a window. Yeah. If you could cruise around other galaxies in a space probe the size of a planet, or get warm beside the sun like it was a bonfire, you would do it all day. Rosaline bucked and unbuckled her seatbelt about 15 times, and she made a scratch in the leather seat with her fingernails and other tools. It was dawn when Youngjun returned to his apartment after a whole lot of suffering. He first checked to see if anyone was home. His parents were still traveling, and Ryu Ji-won was sleeping over at a friend's house. What a relief. He didn't have the words or the strength to explain Ryu Sae, who had returned with red hair. I know my mom didn't throw Sae's clothes away. I think she takes them out sometimes n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Youngjun pulled Ryu Sae's old clothes out of the closet. Rosaline's jaw dropped. Can I try them all on? Yeah, but don't make a mess. Youngjun gave her the clothes and went into the bathroom to take a shower. That was the mistake. When he came back, the front of the closet was a war zone. Why did you take out Ji-won's old swimsuit? Even with all those clothes scattered on the floor, Rosaline was wearing nothing. She was naked, jumping on the bed like a trampoline. Who? You. Youngjun felt a little dizzy. He brought Rosaline inside, teaching her that she had to wear at least some clothes, even inside the house. Fine, Rosaline answered half-heartedly, then ran into the washroom. Then, she turned the dry washroom into a water park. Oh my god. The hot water even burned Rosaline. I got a burn on my shoulder, she said, pointing to her shoulder. I turned the faucet and the hot water just spilled out. But why are you smiling so much? It was so fun. The feeling of water splashing was. It's a whole new world. You're not going to treat it. It's only a first-degree burn anyway. It's red and aching a little, but it doesn't really hurt that much. In fact, I'd like to keep feeling this pain. Then, let's get some ointment on it and stop the heat. Okay. Youngjun brought some ointment and an ice bag and sat down beside Rosaline. It's going to be a bit cold. Okay. Rosaline's shoulder was petite and soft. Now that I see you, you're pretty skinny. I copied Ryu Sae's body type. Well, she was sick. Youngjun gently rubbed the ointment into Rosaline's shoulder. You like having a body. I love it. How long do you think it will last? The ATP doping will last 3 days at most, Rosaline said. It'll probably disappear without a trace by the end of this weekend. It will take a long time to build my next body, and even longer if I use synchronization mode or simulation for new experiments. I won't tell you to save your fitness because you're important to me, too. What do you want to do most with that body? Rosaline thought for a moment. I want to go to school. School. I want to see how humans build and reproduce knowledge. And I'm curious about what children this age study. You'll be really bored if you take those classes. And what did the teacher teaching you science do wrong? Youngjun said, laughing. But I still want to go. But there's no way you can go to school in 3 days, and... Is there anything you want to do this time in particular? What do I want to do? Let's spend the whole day tomorrow doing whatever you want to do. Rosaline's head snapped toward him. Really? Tomorrow? What about Kim Hyun-taek's clinical trial? Our scientists are not ordinary people. Even if I'm not there for a day, they can handle a clinical trial that's quite far along in its trajectory. And the company? I can ask Director Kim and Pak Ju-hyuk to take care of it, Youngjun said. As for the trial, I'll have to write them an email to let them know how to proceed. Yay! Rosaline exclaimed, jumping to her feet. So, where do you want to go? Let me think about it. We can go to 2 or 3 places. I'm going to use my vacation day tomorrow, Youngjun said. I'll help you write an email, and I'll send some cells to Kim Hyun-taek right now to see how he's doing, Rosaline said. Asterisk. Carpentier read the mail slowly. Youngjun was being a prophet again. To Dr. Carpentier. Around 8 in the morning, the fMRI will show an increase in cerebral blood flow in the medulla area, with the processing value of the bold, blood oxygenation level dependent signal, exceeding 7.5. My god. Carpentier clicked his tongue. Chills ran down his spine because Youngjun was correct. Life support can normally be removed at this point. However, in Kim Hyun-taek's case, I think it will be better if a heart and lung transplant is done first. Dr. Wang Yun-sung's physical examination indicates acute myocardial injury with a sharply elevated CTN. He also indicated acute ischemia, regional wall motion abnormalities, and coronary thrombosis. He also had pulmonary arterial hypertension and emphysema due to this, which is why he requires both a heart and lung transplant. Carpenter wrote back to Youngjun. The team is currently differentiating Kim Hyun-taek's somatic cells and differentiating them into the heart and lungs. They'll probably be done tomorrow morning, at which point we'll perform the transplant, take him off life support, and monitor his progress. Asterisk. He was already pronounced dead because his heart and lungs were on the verge of death and his whole brain function was gone, Youngjun said on the way out of the house. It must be a lot of pressure for Professor Carpentier to be the one in charge of bringing him back to life. All they have to do today is just a few simple treatments, but I still feel bad. He'll do well, don't worry, Rosaline said. Of course he will. Carpentier is a Nobel Prize recipient, and we have the best surgeon in the world, Professor Miguel. The life creation team is the best at making artificial organs in the world, and we even have Dr. Song, who was better than the old Rosaline. Exactly. So where should we go? I want to go to the lab, Rosaline said. One Chuseok is an autumn festival similar to Thanksgiving. The lab? Youngjun asked. Yes, Rosaline replied. I thought you were going to say something like a zoo or an amusement park. Well, I really want to go there, too. But I want to go to the lab, hold a pipette, and do cell experiments myself, Rosaline said. Since I've only done experiments indirectly through you, you've had control of my hands, though. You don't know what that feels like. It just feels like controlling a robot with a joystick, not actually controlling your own body, Rosaline said. I controlled your body when you were unconscious from a car accident before, but I wasn't impressed. I see. Youngjun nodded. And there's something I want to check in the lab. What is it? Why did the creation of life only happen in your hands? Rosaline said. Elsie and Dr. Ref said they failed, right? I thought life creation had something to do with your obsessive sense of ethics, and Elsie said something similar recently. But, no. Do you honestly think your obsession with bioethics is humanly comprehensible? You even tried to give me up instead of sticking a pin inside Kim Hyun-taek's nose. I didn't give up. I was just trying to find another way, Youngjun said apologetically. I'm not blaming you. I knew you would do that. Your obsession with morality, especially for bioethics, is almost pathological and certainly far above the norm for humans. If that has some sort of genetic basis, and if that's what led to my creation, it explains everything. Wait a minute. Youngjun cleared his throat. When you say genetics, you mean there's like a morality gene or something? Yes. It had long been suggested that there were genes in the human body that regulated morality, and certain research groups in biology had been studying it for a while. They took monks and other respected teachers from various religious groups to analyze their genes and find out what made them different from the average person. Unsurprisingly, these attempts were often criticized at the hypothesis stage. Morality is genetic, it's social, Youngjun said. For example, some villages in India think it's immoral for widows to eat fish. But in other parts of the world, it's not. Morality is a reflection of the culture of each region and time period. Genes don't determine the details, Rosaline said, but the propensity to choose a learned code of ethics over immediate gain in a moment of moral crisis leans heavily on genetics. Really? Because it's our genes that mold much of our personality. There's a disease called Williams-Beuren syndrome. People with this disease are overly friendly to other people and don't shy away from strangers at all. They're incredibly sociable, even though they have a slight decrease in intelligence and problems with their health and appearance, Rosaline said. The cause of this disease lies in a mutation on chromosome 7. And empathy is also determined by how much GABA1 is released by the SST inhibitory neurons in the anterior cingulate cortex. If this doesn't work well, you become a psychopath. Conversely, if you fix it, a psychopath can gain empathy, Rosaline said. Compassion, altruism, and the ability to self-reflect are all deeply rooted in genes. And morality, of course, is heavily influenced by that. Youngjun thought for a moment, confused. Do you know the location of those genes in the DNA? He asked. It's not caused by a single gene, but by the interaction of more than 200 genes. It's so complicated that we've never been able to find it with such little fitness, even in synchronization mode. But now that your fitness is 80 million, you can find it. No, then I'll be using too much fitness. I'm going to save it, and that's why I want to experiment, Rosaline said. Asterisk. Youngjun chose the life creation department for Rosaline's lab. It was for two reasons. One was that it was a meaningful place to her because she was created there, and the other was that the lab was still empty. He could walk around with Rosaline and not disturb people or draw attention. But still, there was nothing Youngjun could do about drawing attention to himself at the entrance to the lab. I'm probably the only CEO who is crazy enough to go to the company on his day off. I'll be badmouthed by my employees for this. Youngjun held Rosaline's hand and walked into the lab. The employees at the entrance stared at him with wide eyes. Then, they began to approach him, one by one. Sir, I thought you weren't coming in today. Wait, you used your vacation day to not do your duties as the CEO and come to Lab 6 instead. The employees at Lab 6 stared at him in disbelief. Haha. I just dropped by for a visit. Don't mind me, and continue with what you were doing. The employees also took an interest in Rosaline. Who is she? Is she your daughter? She looks just like you? I'm not married. She's a relative from the United States. Youngjun smiled awkwardly and went inside, holding Rosaline's hand. Oh, Mr. Ryu, shouted someone from above, rushing down the stairs. It was Gil Hyungjun, the director of Lab 6. What brings you here all of a sudden and without any notice? We didn't prepare anything to welcome you. Gil Hyungjun was very confused. Usually, he would go to the headquarters to meet with Youngjun for the lab director meeting. Youngjun rarely came to the lab, and when he did, he usually called ahead. In his head, Gil Hyungjun was quickly counting the number of lab safety violations that were present right now. They were probably breaking small rules that were easy to break, such as not storing glass reagent bottles on high shelves. Normally, they would do a full inspection and hide or move things around when an audit came up, but they didn't have the time for that this time. Plus, Youngjun was scarier than an audit. I heard you had a day off. I did, but there's an experiment I want to do. It's a simple one. I was thinking about where to do it, and I thought that the old lab for the life creation department would be empty. Can I use it? Sure. Are you just going to be inside? Yeah. Don't worry, I won't look around the lab or anything, Youngjun said with a smile. Gil Hyungjun was finally able to relax. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. But who's the kid beside you? He asked. She's my niece. She wanted to look around the company. Asterisk. Youngjun came into the life creation department's lab with Rosaline. You don't know what this place feels like to me, Rosaline said as she heated up some cell culture medium. Most of the samples were discarded or transferred as the life creation team moved to AgenBio headquarters, but the lab still had memories of that time. Thick data sheets rolled in the drawers, and unused cell lines sat idle in the deep freezer. Does it feel like home? Kind of. It's nice to come back. This is where Youngjun was transferred, where Rosaline was born, and where Kim Hyun-taek collapsed. We still have the liquid nitrogen. Do you want to see it? They're the cells that couldn't become you. Youngjun pulled out an iron rack out of the liquid nitrogen tank. Inside were sample boxes containing numerous Rosaline experiments. Rosaline V1.1, Rosaline V1.12, Rosaline V1.2. It's weird seeing them like this, Rosaline said. Then, she took out a small needle from the shelf. Shall we begin? She glanced at Youngjun as she shook the needle. He held out his arm, and she drew some blood. Thank you. I can't believe a day has come where you're doing experiments on me, Rosaline. My ancestors in the liquid nitrogen tank must be shocked. Rosaline centrifuged the blood and carefully transferred and collected the blood cells that had settled to the bottom. AgenBio is working on a genome sequencing project of 100 million people, right? Rosaline said. Yeah. If we compare the average from them with your morality genes, there will be a huge difference in expression and the pattern. You have a mutation in those genes, Rosaline said. We'll be able to get a rough idea of where those genes are if we trace them. She took some of her own cells and spread them on the bottom of a petri dish, set up a semi-permeable membrane, and placed Youngjun's blood cells on top. Transwell co-culture assay. Youngjun knew what Rosaline's experimental setup was. It's one of the experimental methods used to determine the relationship between two cells. Under this setup, the substances secreted by Youngjun were transferred to Rosaline's cells. I'm going to manipulate a small group of candidate morality genes in your cells that are isolated at the top of this dish. They are loci that significantly differed from the average data of the genome project. If those genes are essential for my birth and survival, then messing with them will change the substance your cells release, which will make my cells worse. Is it okay to use fitness to manipulate genes? Youngjun asked. Testing all 200 genes in simulation mode would be a huge fitness drain, but setting up a real-world experiment like this and changing the expression of the genes slightly is fine, Rosaline said. Then, she began to manipulate groups of genes in Youngjun's cells in small increments. Asterisk. At the next generation hospital on the next morning, a major operation that was rescuing the person who was closest to death was beginning. The members of the life creation team brought the artificial heart and lungs. The standard of death was cardiopulmonary and brain death. They were going to replace both the heart and the lungs, the two key elements, and revive the dead brainstem. 10 people were involved in the transplant surgery, including nurses and 2 professors of cardiothoracic surgery. The medical team looked a little nervous. Youngjun arrived at the operating room a little late. He was watching the operation through a monitor outside. I can really use synchronization mode, right? Youngjun asked Rosaline. Of course. Watching surgery for a couple of hours doesn't consume that much fitness. Don't cause any problems while I'm gone. Rosaline was in the hospital director's office right now. She didn't need anyone else's protection, but he couldn't leave her alone or bring her into the operating room. But I broke a plant pot. Oh, but the director said it was okay. Don't worry. I don't think it's okay. Let's begin, said Professor Kang Sung-guk, the surgeon leading the operation, from inside the operating room. Youngjun turned on synchronization mode. 1-gamma-aminobutyric acid is a type of neurotransmitter. The scalpel made a cut through the chest, and they inserted a double-lumen endotracheal tube for independent ventilation of both lungs. In a total pneumonectomy, it was important to be mindful of damaging the phrenic nerve and the glossopharyngeal nerve. Professor Kang Sung-guk carefully cut the inferior pulmonary ligament. He felt confused in many ways, even while performing the surgery. Kim Hyun-taek was not just medically and legally deceased, Kang Sung-guk also thought of him as deceased. It felt like he was practicing on a cadaver with his students rather than opening up a person to treat them. Can he really be revived? Kang Sung-guk performed a total lung resection while maintaining lung ventilation. He took out the artificial lung that AgenBio made for transplantation. These lungs, which were being stored in dry ice, were fresh, but not anymore. They had to work fast now that it was out of the styrofoam box. They positioned the artificial lung in the posterior chest cavity and anastomosed the bronchus using the intussusception method. Now, it was time to transplant the heart. The aorta, superior vena cava, and inferior vena cava were cannulated and connected to the cardiopulmonary bypass. The same arteries and veins were blocked to prevent blood supply to the heart. Then, the heart was harvested by cutting the superior vena cava, aorta, pulmonary artery, and then the inferior vena cava. The left atrium was left intact. This was because the procedure was an orthopedic heart transplantation, where the artificial heart was transplanted while anastomosing the left atrium. AgenBio's artificial heart was placed in the cavity and each blood vessel was reopened. This difficult surgery took 8 whole hours. Performing a heart-lung transplant simultaneously was not an easy task, even for experienced doctors. Even observing the operation for that long was difficult, so the stress and exhaustion of the medical staff performing the operation was unimaginable. Youngjun could feel that everyone was getting tired toward the end of the surgery. Youngjun could see these incredible tasks on a much smaller scale. They succeeded. Did they? Rosaline read his thoughts and sent him a message. They don't know yet, but they did. The sinoatrial node of the transplanted right atrium received a message from the revived brainstem. The epinephrine that had been pumped into the vein the moment the blood vessel was opened had ordered the node to beat. We're done, Kang Sunguk said. Let's keep him on intubation and the ventilator. He still has an IABP, intra-aortic balloon pump, which we'll remove tomorrow. His voice was filled with exhaustion. Good work, Youngjun said to Kang Sunguk and the medical staff who were coming out of the operating room. Well, thank you, Kang Sunguk said. But Dr. Ryu, to be honest, I don't have much hope that he will come back to life. Really? Youngjun replied. Well, we did our best, but as a doctor, treating a patient feels different from dissecting a cadaver. And to be honest, this patient feels like the latter, Kang Sunguk said. Of course, I'm not saying this based on medical evidence, it's just my personal opinion from experience. Your reputation will take a hit if it fails, so you should brace yourself. Youngjun smiled faintly. Thank you for your concern, he said. When are you thinking of removing the ventilator? That's for you to decide, Dr. Ryu. We'll remove the rest within 2 days, but the respiratory device is the last thing keeping the brain-dead patient's body alive. Then let's remove the respiratory device on the second day as well, Youngjun said. All right. You and the medical staff's hard work today will be rewarded. Rewarded? Kang Sunguk scratched his head, puzzled. Dr. Ryu, I am a doctor at the Next Generation Hospital, and I get paid a salary. You don't have to compensate me for the clinical trial. Not a monetary reward, Youngjun said. In 6 days from now, next Wednesday, that patient will regain consciousness. Asterisk. Lee Inju, the hospital director of the Next Generation Hospital, was having a bit of trouble because of the guest in her office, the child Youngjun left here. She's my niece, but I don't have anyone to take care of her right now. Can she stay here until the surgery is over? Youngjun asked. Lee Inju wanted to decline because he wasn't confident in taking care of a kid, but this was Youngjun, and he was the owner of the Next Generation Hospital. Youngjun wasn't involved in running the hospital, and he didn't own any shares either. However, the hospital was established with donations from a public welfare foundation, and the owner of that foundation was Agenbio. And since Youngjun was the owner of Agenbio, he was basically the owner of the Next Generation Hospital. Plus, the Next Generation Hospital was where the incredible new technologies pouring out from Agenbio were first applied. Amazed by this, talented doctors from all over the world flocked to this hospital to train and share their knowledge. Eventually, the reputation of this hospital, which was armed with new technology, state-of-the-art equipment, and experienced medical professors, grew rapidly. Now that there was talk of bringing someone back from the dead, Lee Inju had too much leaning on Youngjun as a business partner. Yes, of course. My grandchild is about her age. What's your name? Rosaline, Rosaline replied. You can stay with me until Dr. Ryu is done working, okay, Lee Inju said with a friendly smile on his face. That was the beginning of unfortunate events. This pretty child broke a flower pot in the first 10 minutes, and she was extremely distracted. She wanted to touch almost everything in the room. She even got her hands on Lee Inju's e-cigarette and lighter. Can you just sit still for a minute? Lee Inju pleaded as he took the lighter from Rosaline. I only made a mistake with the flower pot earlier because I didn't comprehend the weight of it. Don't worry, I won't vandalize your office anymore. The words Rosaline used weren't normal for a 9-year-old, and she didn't sound like one either. She didn't shoot out scientific knowledge like a machine gun as Youngjun had warned her beforehand, but that was the limit. It was difficult for Rosaline to portray the immaturity of a 9-year-old. I know Dr. Ryu said she was his niece, but where did he get this weirdo from? Lee Inju sighed inside. But even in this distracting environment, he had to continue working. Knock knock. Someone came into his office with a knock. Hello, doctor. An exotic-looking man with a beard walked in. Hello, it's been a long time, Yasir. Lee Inju greeted him like he was happy to see him. Even though our company has gotten much bigger, I'm here again because there aren't many good English speakers, said the man, stroking his beard. His name was Yasir, and he was a salesperson and scientist at Philistines, a pharmaceutical company in Egypt. He often came to the Next Generation Hospital to make some supply agreements for a few pharmaceuticals. He couldn't speak Korean, but it didn't matter as Lee Inju was fluent in English. It's been a while, like 6 months. But I see you have a guest, Yasir said, glancing at Rosaline. She's very cute. Is she your granddaughter? Nov, L, B //JNN. No, she's a relative of Dr. Ryu. He asked me to babysit her for a little. A relative. Yasir tilted his head in puzzlement. He stared at her quietly. You're here to make a supply agreement, right? Asked Lee Inju. Yes, that's right. Yasir walked over to the sofa and sat down. It's time we renew the agreement for Medivoto, the botulinum toxin type A that we sell. Yasir took out the documents from his bag. It must have been tiring to come all this way. How long did it take you to get here from Egypt? Lee Inju asked as he read the documents. It took about 18 hours to get here from Cairo, with a layover in Abu Dhabi, Yasser replied. Thank you for coming here. I wish Agenbio could produce Medivoto as well, Li Inju said as he read the paperwork. Haha, don't say that. Then what's a small pharmaceutical company like us to do? Such humble words, Li Inju said, chuckling. It was only 4 years ago that Allergan, the US pharmaceutical company, controlled 90% of the botulinum toxin market. But now it's down to less than half, thanks to Medivoto being produced in Egypt. You took their market shares. We got lucky, Yasser said, chuckling along. There aren't many companies that have the technology to mass-produce botulinum toxins type A and B at this level of purity. You've only been in business for a short time, and you already have this much output, which means you have pretty impressive technology. Even if you do other things, your company, Philistin. Yes, that's right, haha. I'm getting forgetful these days because I'm old. I'm sure Philistin will succeed in whatever they do now, like the next Agenbio. Thank you, Yasser grinned widely. Li Inju put his glasses up on his head and began to read the contract carefully. In the meantime, Yasser glanced at Rosaline. What's your name? He asked. Oh, do you not speak English? Yasser said, a little embarrassed, when Rosaline didn't respond. Li Inju intervened while reading the document. Maybe. She's very fluent in Korean, and I haven't seen her speak English. I thought she would be good at English since she's from the United States. She's from the United States? Yasser asked. Yes, that's what Dr. Ryu said. Her hair is red, too. And she also has an English name. Rosaline, was it? Rosaline. Yasser was frightened. Yes. What is it? Oh, haha, it's nothing. It's a common name. Yes, it is. Well, she could have just learned nothing but Korean there, so maybe she can't speak English. My nephew went to the United States to learn English when he was in university, but he didn't learn any English because he lived in Koreatown. He just wasted a bunch of money. I helped pay for it, too, Li Inju said. I'm almost done with the paperwork, so it won't be too long. Yasser silently stared at Rosaline. Then, he asked, if she's a relative of Dr. Ryu, is she also smart like him? She's a bit odd. She might have attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. She was the one who broke the flower pot, haha. Knock knock. Someone knocked on Li Inju's door. Come in, he said. I'm back from the operation. Thank you for taking care of her, Youngjun said as he walked in. I see you have a visitor. He's from a pharmaceutical company in Egypt called Philistin. Li Inju introduced Yasser to Youngjun. Hello, Dr. Ryu. It's an honor to meet you. Yasser jumped up to his feet and held out his hand in the most respectful way possible. Youngjun shook his hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Ryu Youngjun. I heard you're reviving brain-dead patients now. We're still conducting the study. Has the word gotten out as far as Egypt? Youngjun replied with a chuckle. Everyone in the industry is watching with interest, and I'm a fan of yours, Dr. Ryu, Yasser said. I'm a member of your fan club. Things about your personal life come up once in a while, but I've never heard of a relative of yours living in the United States. Youngjun grinned. She's a distant relative. I haven't spoken to her in a long time as well. She's heading back soon, he said. Anyway, you're the company that supplies Medivoto. Youngjun glanced at the papers on the table. Li Inju was keeping them as a record. That's right. It's our flagship product. It's a drug made by processing botulinum toxin, right? Yes. It's type A, Yasser replied. Botulinum toxin type H is the most deadly toxin known to man. Just 2 billionth of a gram is enough to kill an adult man, Youngjun said. Type A and B are less toxic and are used as a drug for neuroparalysis, but you should still be careful when handling them. Yasser smiled faintly. Of course. We have it fully under control, so don't worry. Would it be possible to look at one of your products right now? Youngjun asked. Unfortunately, I'm only here to renew the agreement today, Yasser said. Dr. Lee can send you a bottle once the next shipment comes in. You can see it then. All right, Youngjun replied. You're not trying to make a small business like us go out of business, right? Yasser asked playfully. I was just curious, Youngjun said. Haha, that's a relief. The botulinum toxin market is nothing compared to the anti-cancer drug market. It's too small for a big shot like Agenbio or you to enter. Then, I'll be on my way. See you? Yasser respectfully bowed to them, picked up his briefcase and headed out. He's an incredible person. Li Inju complimented him. Yasser, he's not just a salesman, he's also a scientist. He did his PhD research in botulinum toxin at Stanford or something, and he and his colleagues started a company in Egypt. So, they are co-founders. Yeah, but he's not involved in the business aspect. He just handles the big contracts and the research, just like how you left the next generation hospital in my hands, Dr. Ryu. What kind of company is Philistin's? Youngjun asked. I think they're as good as Chelly Jenner in terms of innovation and growth, but not as good as Agenbio, Li Inju replied. Really? They've only been around for a few years. They're a really young company, but they've grown so fast in a short period of time. Now, they're a pretty prominent company in the Middle East, and Medivoto is their only product. Yes. They said they're developing other drugs, but they have a long way to go because it's still in the discovery phase. But their technology for Medivoto is amazing. It's not easy to produce botulinum toxin in such purity and dosage at such a low cost, though I don't know much about drug production. Director Lee, botulinum toxin is such a toxic substance that they don't give research permits to just anyone. It wouldn't have been easy for a startup company to take it on. Maybe the regulations are different in Egypt, Lee In-ju said, not thinking much of it. Anyways, the company is trying to take over the botulinum market in 2 years with Medivoto. It's really amazing that such an innovative company has come out of Egypt. As you know, medicine is not just about the hard work of scientists. You always need money, Youngjun replied. That's right. I didn't know that the Egyptian government invested so much in science. But seeing a venture company boom like that, the rosy outlook about the Middle East or Africa is quite plausible. Lee In-ju approached Ryu Youngjun with a friendly chuckle. Anyway, did the surgery go well? Yes, I think so, Youngjun replied dryly. Asterisk. Botulinum toxin was extracted from a bacteria called Clostridium botulinum. It was the most powerful toxin in the world, almost 1,000,000 times more potent than the infamous cyanide. Just nanograms of it could kill someone. It was fascinating that such an insane toxin could be used in medicine. Botulinum toxin could be diluted to a very low concentration and then injected to paralyze only certain nerves and localized tissues. Nowadays, it was used in dermatology or neurology for hyperhidrosis, chronic migraines, and pinched nerves, but the biggest market for it was anti-aging. Allergan was the first company to redevelop botulinum toxin into a pharmaceutical product, and it was called Botox, Youngjun said to Rosaline. Youngjun took a separate car from his security team. Rosaline was in the passenger seat, and he was driving. On the way back, they were talking about Yasir and Philistines. Allergan worked really hard to make that drug since it's pretty revolutionary and high quality. It succeeded because the quality control was good enough to handle a poison like that safely, Youngjun said. That's why Botox has replaced the name of the original ingredient and become synonymous with botulinum toxin formulation even though it's just a single drug. It's like how Tylenol's image took over all acetaminophen-based painkillers. Botox's position in that market is crazy. It's surprising that it lost half its market share in just a few years, though, Rosaline said. Right? It's hard to push out a company that has already dominated the market, especially for drugs. This means that Philistins's technology is incredible in terms of quality and price. Am I overreacting? Why do I think that Dr. Ref might be behind their technology? She might be. The methods for purifying botulinum toxin from bacteria are probably all pretty similar. The best that a pharmaceutical venture company could do to revolutionize the technology would be to manipulate the bacteria to increase the production itself. Considering the virus she released in the Xinjiang camps and the anthrax weapon she used at the GSC conference, Dr. Ref seems to be quite adept at genome engineering and metabolic engineering of microbes by human standards. A new startup pharmaceutical company in Egypt came out of nowhere and grew at an incredible pace, and the drug they're dealing with is one of the most potent toxins on the planet. On top of that, the conflict zone between Israel and Palestine is right beside Egypt. It's strange. She might still try to use them even if she doesn't actually have anything to do with starting and growing the company because they can mass-produce botulinum toxin. I need to see how Korea does QC1 when importing pharmaceuticals, Youngjun said. Asterisk. Youngjun stopped by Lab 6 on his way to Agenbio. As people were slowly preparing to leave for the day, Youngjun and Rosaline went to the life creation lab. It's what I expected, Rosaline said as she took out the culture plates. The gene said I manipulated was correct. All my genes only died on this side of the plate. Rosaline felt a little strange. These 200 morality genes are in all humans, but you have variants of them that have higher expression. That was the final key to creating me. Your obsession with ethics created me, and now it's biologically proven, Rosaline said. Should we call this group of genes the Ryu Youngjun genes? Don't. It's embarrassing, Youngjun replied, laughing. Rosaline stared at the petri dish. Youngjun stared at the side of her face. Rosaline had found the secret of her creation. She obtained the missing fragment of her DNA, and she got a body, although it was a temporary one. Youngjun thought back to the time when Rosaline only sent him system messages because she didn't have a sense of self. Thinking about her now, she had changed and grown so much. She was transcendent yet human. She was omniscient and like science itself, yet still innocent. What do you want to do now? Youngjun asked. Do what? Rosaline replied. You still have about a day left, right? I think it's going to wear out by next morning. Is there anything you want to do? I don't know, let's see. Rosaline shrugged. She was a genius that had the answers to everything but her own tastes and preferences. Youngjun felt a little bad and sorry for her. Come here. Oh. Youngjun pulled Rosaline and hugged her gently. Sae always used to say she wanted to go to the amusement park when she got better, Youngjun said. In the end, she never left the hospital room and passed away, but, what about you? Do you want to go? Can I? Rosaline asked. Of course. It's the evening right now, so we can go to the night opening at Everland 2. I do want to go, but I don't feel the thrill from roller coasters or anything, so, then let's just go. It'll be fun. What do you think? Rosaline grinned. All right. Youngjun took her and got back in the car. Asterisk. They entered the amusement park during the night opening, but the sun hadn't set yet. Rosaline didn't seem too interested at first, but once they got to the park, she was jumping in joy. The T-Express. 3. Rosaline yanked Youngjun in front of the roller coaster that was notorious for being the most terrifying one at the amusement park. Didn't you say you won't get much of a thrill from these rides? That's why we have to ride the scariest one. Wait. You can't ride it anyway because you're not tall enough. I see. Give me a few seconds to rearrange my cells. What are you doing? Rosaline took some of her fat and lengthened her legs and waist, making herself about 5 centimeters taller. Then, she took Youngjun, who was frozen in shock, and ran towards the line. Damn it. To be honest, Youngjun didn't want to ride the T-Express. After riding a few of the rides, Rosaline and Youngjun walked towards the food court in the amusement park. I'm hungry, Rosaline said. You already had a hot dog, churros, and ice cream in the past 2 hours, didn't you? But I can't eat starting tomorrow. Should we have that? Rosaline pointed at the roasted turkey leg that was being sold in front of the dinosaur-themed escape room. T-Rex legs? Rosaline smirked at the name. They named it like that because it's dinosaur-themed. Well, the myofibrillar collagen tissue of the Tyrannosaurus rex is similar to that of a chicken, so turkey, a close relative, will also taste like T-Rex meat. After a quick meal, they bought coffee and orange juice for dessert. With their drinks in their hands, they headed to the observation deck. There, something happened that made the Rosaline marvel. The fireworks had begun. Wow. Rosaline watched the fireworks as if she was mesmerized by something mystical. I've gone out a couple times before and watched the fireworks near the Han River, but this is what it looks like to the human eye. You like it? Youngjun glanced over when Rosaline didn't answer, but saw that she was completely absorbed in the fireworks. The clothes she was wearing looked a little thin for the cold night air. Youngjun took off his coat and put it on Rosaline, just like the first time he saw her. It's really pretty, Rosaline said without taking her eyes off the flames of the fireworks. Let's come to places like this more often when we collect enough ATP for you to become human, Youngjun said. Let's come with Dr. Song, too. Why Dr. Song? Mom, are you crazy? I'm kidding. I was just afraid you might die old and lonely doing nothing but research. If I become a person and become independent, Rosaline said playfully. Youngjun ruffled her hair. Asterisk. It was the next morning. Youngjun woke up at the sound of his alarm. It was the motel near the amusement park where he'd checked in for the night. The bed next to him, which Rosaline was sleeping in, was now empty. Instead, Rosaline's clothes were lying in the shape of a person on Youngjun's bed. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Does she have separation anxiety? She must have crawled into my bed in the middle of the night because she couldn't sleep alone. Youngjun thought in his head as he picked up the clothes. It's nice and warm and comfy when I'm snuggled up next to you. Rosaline sent him a message. The past 3 days were like a dream. I'm going to diligently save my fitness from now on. Okay, I won't use fitness unless I have to. Thank you. BZZ. Youngjun's phone rang. It was Professor Miguel. Hello. Youngjun put the phone on speakerphone and took the call while getting dressed. Dr. Ryu? Miguel was shouting in an excited voice. We succeeded. It succeeded? Did you remove the ventilator? Today is the day, right? Yes. We took him off all life support. And Miguel paused. He is breathing on his own. The brain death has been reversed, and he is now in a persistent vegetative state. It's the same trend as the beagle from the preclinical trials. Miguel was shouting into the phone. Brain death is not death anymore. We've revived the first brain-dead patient. 1. Quality control. 2. Everland is one of the famous amusement parks in Korea. 3. The T-Express is a famous wooden roller coaster at Everland. Professor Kang Sunguk felt like all his previous medical knowledge was being turned upside down when he heard the news. He's awake. He rushed to the intensive care unit after hearing the unbelievable news. When he found Kim Hyun-taek, his jaw dropped. Kim Hyun-taek was fully off all life support devices. He was digesting food from his feeding tube in his nostrils. He was breathing on his own without a ventilator, and his heart was beating on its own. Is the brainstem working? Kang Sunguk asked Miguel. Yes. The patient is now breathing alone and maintaining his heartbeat. This can't be. What stage of consciousness is he in? Is he in a coma? Or is he in a vegetative state? Neither. What? There was one more shocking fact. You don't have sleep cycles in a coma, but this patient has one. And someone in a vegetative state doesn't show any activity in the electroencephalogram, but this patient has activity, Miguel said. The encephalogram has activity. Yes. When someone talks to him or stimulates him to think of a scene, he responds by showing peaks in the EEG graph, Miguel said, pointing to the monitor. Does he have cognitive function? I wouldn't go that far. Miguel shook his head. He's in MCS. You mean he's in a minimally conscious state? Yes. He doesn't have the ability to make rational judgments or think. But he has a minimal level of awareness of his surroundings. My God. Kang Sunguk covered his face with his hands in surprise. Miguel said, the patient is more alive than in a persistent vegetative state. If the levels of recovery are brain death, coma, and then a vegetative state, then MCS is the next level of recovery. After this is just waking up. So the legal status would be a lot different. Yes, I don't know how it will be in Korea, but the legal status will be completely different in my country, Miguel said. In the case of a vegetative state, the medical law values the opinion of the guardian. Life-sustaining treatment can be stopped at the request of the guardian for the sake of the family, who are suffering from the economic and psychological burden of the treatment. But not MCS. No, not for MCS, Miguel said. The medical law recognizes MCS as a person to be treated. They believe they are a patient that the hospital is obliged to do its best to treat. If the guardian asks for life-sustaining treatment to be withdrawn and the hospital accepts, they are punished. Kang Sunguk turned his gaze to Kim Hyun-taek. It was as if he was sleeping peacefully. What the hell happened? Kim Hyun-taek had myocardial damage and pulmonary arterial hypertension, requiring a simultaneous heart-lung transplant. His entire brain, including the brainstem, had lost all activity, so he didn't show any brain waves. He felt like a cadaver when Kang Sung-guk was cutting into his stomach. But he came back to life? Not even a persistent vegetative state, but a minimally conscious state? Where did his consciousness and awareness come from? This. Kang Sung-guk, who was stuttering to say something, stopped. It was because there was a commotion outside the door. Please? A middle-aged woman was pleading to the medical staff. Please let me go inside just one time. You let me see him often before the clinical trial. I think the guardian is here, Kang Sung-guk said. They opened the door and stepped out into the hallway. In front of the door were 3 resident doctors, intern doctors, 2 nurses, and Lee Mi-suk, Kim Hyun-taek's wife. Hello. Lee Mi-suk greeted them anxiously. You can come in. Visits have been limited because we're in the middle of the clinical trial and the patient just had a major operation, but you can come inside and see him, Kang Sung-guk said. Lee Mi-suk burst into tears as soon as she came inside. It was because she saw that Kim Hyun-taek was off the ventilator. Honey, she shouted in a teary voice, running to his side. That was when the EEG graph suddenly spiked. Kim Hyun-taek had responded to his wife's voice. He hadn't understood what she was saying because he was not fully awake and conscious. But one thing was clear, Kim Hyun-taek's brain had been revived enough to respond to familiar stimuli. Chills ran down Kang Sung-guk's arms. Kim Hyun-taek was alive. Perhaps he was always alive, or maybe he was brought back from the dead, but either way, it was clear that Kim Hyun-taek was now alive. How far was Ryu Youngjun's medicine going to go? In the first year of founding ABio, he was able to conquer major incurable diseases like Alzheimer's, glaucoma, and pancreatic cancer. Now in the second year, he cured brain death. Youngjun arrived at the hospital in the afternoon. More than a dozen medical staff gathered, including Professor Miguel, the doctor in charge of the clinical trial, and Professor Kim Sung-guk, the cardiopulmonary transplant surgeon. Carpentier, Song Ji-hyun, principal scientists from Chelly Jenner, and the life creation team were here as well. The hospital room was packed. Lee Mi-suk glanced at the scientists, afraid they might send her away, but they were too busy talking about Kim Hyun-taek to care. The trial was successful. It's clear the brain stem has recovered, and he is breathing and maintaining his heartbeat, Carpentier said to Youngjun. Good work. Dr. Song, you will be the first author of a monumental paper that will make a mark in the medical world. Congratulations, Youngjun said. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Haha. There are so many other people who worked hard, Song Ji-hyun said in embarrassment. But the first author should be you, Dr. Song, because you came up with the method to inject stem cells into the subventricular zone, which is the key to brainstem repair, and performed the base experiments. After that, it'll probably have over 100 authors, starting with the life creation team and then the medical staff. It makes sense because it was such a big experiment. You usually have a couple hundred authors for a huge paper like photographing a black hole, right? This is of that magnitude, Carpentier said. There will be at least 4 corresponding authors besides myself. There's Dr. Carpentier, the project leader, Professor Miguel, and the 2 surgeons who lead the cardiopulmonary transplant, Youngjun said. Will he recover more like what happened in the preclinical trial? Miguel asked. Youngjun looked at Kim Hyun-taek in synchronization mode. You said he was minimally conscious, right? Youngjun asked. That's what it looks like. Youngjun stared at Kim Hyun-taek, thinking. A coma, semi-coma, minimally conscious state, MCS, persistent vegetative state, PVS, and locked-in syndrome all looked similar, but they were all medically different. These states were hard to distinguish in the past, but now they were starting to find subtle differences between them. In fact, there was a recent paper that suggested that about 40% of individuals who were previously diagnosed to be in a vegetative state were found to be minimally conscious through an EEG. I once read a paper that the location and cause of brain lesions are important for the recovery of patients with severe disorders of consciousness, Youngjun said. What do you think, Professor Miguel? As Dr. Ryu said, it can improve or worsen depending on the location and cause of the lesion. But once it gets to the MCS, it's relatively common for the patient to recover. But in this patient's case, he has unusually recovered into a severe disorder of consciousness, Miguel said. Before that, he was brain dead, so it makes sense. We think that he may recover further if the stem cells injected into the subventricular zone continue to expand and repair the nerves. Youngjun grinned. I think he's already going past the MCS stage. What? Miguel's eyes narrowed. Because there's something suspicious about the fMRI from the preclinical trial. What do you mean? Shall we turn on the fMRI? Youngjun said. An fMRI was a medical imaging device that captured blood flow in the brain. When specific neurons in the brain were activated, they required more energy, and blood naturally rushed to oxygenate the area. By measuring that, one could determine the active areas of the brain. After the fMRI was set up, Youngjun approached Kim Hyun-taek and spoke loudly in his ear. Kim Hyun-taek. The fMRI imaging showed blood flow in the brain. The auditory cortex on the left and right sides of the cerebrum turned red. The sea surged one. It was incredible. The fact that Kim Hyun-taek responded to sound and that the auditory cortex, the processing center of auditory signals, was working showed that his cognition was alive. After some time, the two neural signals slowly subsided and returned to their resting state. Abio, Youngjun gave him another word. Kim Hyun-taek responded similarly. Hospital generation next, Youngjun said. Most of the doctors, along with the scientists, scratched their heads, not understanding what he was saying. Did he just say next generation hospital backward? Park Dong-hyun and Young Harim murmured amongst each other. Meanwhile, there were two people who were stunned by what Youngjun said, Carpentier and Miguel. No way. The fMRI showed activity, like before. The auditory cortex responded and the EEG spiked. But this time, instead of dropping straight down, the EEG made a messy peak and stayed there for a few seconds. In addition to the auditory cortex, the fMRI showed blood flow to the hippocampus and thalamus, along with Broca's area and Wernicke's area of the left brain. It's just as I expected, Youngjun said. What's different? Park Dong-hyun asked Shin Ji-myung. Dr. Ryu gave the patient an unfamiliar word on purpose, Carpentier said. MCS patients have minimal cognitive abilities, so they respond to the sound itself, but they don't have the thinking skills to analyze the meaning of the sound, Youngjun said. So, they react the same whether they hear familiar or unfamiliar words. But it looks different in a normal person's brain. In this case, the parts of the brain that control language are activated to understand the meaning of the unfamiliar word. Silence filled the room, everyone was too stunned to speak. Then, Lee Mi-suk interrupted the silence. Then are you saying that my husband is conscious? Probably not at the level of a normal person because there are many levels of consciousness. Right now, his awareness is only a little better than the minimal level. But he can't move his body or make sounds because his motor skills have not recovered yet, Youngjun explained. You can think of him as having a slightly recovered consciousness from a vegetative state. When you're very drunk or high on drugs, your cognitive abilities drop drastically, right? In that state, your sentences don't make sense, and you can't understand what others are saying. It's kind of like that, Youngjun added. This state has never been reported in medicine, Miguel said. It's similar to locked-in syndrome, but the consciousness level is lower, and it will become similar to locked-in syndrome by tomorrow, Youngjun said. Carpentier flinched. And he will wake up, Youngjun added. The electrodes for the EEG are placed in specific areas of the brain. One of the electrodes is placed in the central area, or C. This position represents EEG activity more typical of frontal, temporal, and some parietal occipital activity. 6 days after stem cells were injected into the subventricular zone, Kim Hyun-taek saw the aurora borealis. I wanted to travel and see them when I retired. Some people believed that as the scientific clarity of something grew, the literary meaning of it faded. For example, the fact that the heart was just a mechanical tissue that beat steadily according to signals from the brain and excitement in the nodules removed the heart's many literary qualities, love, passion, and other emotions that were believed to be contained in the heart. But some things remained mysterious and touching even when all the mechanisms were scientifically clear. A photoelectric phenomenon that occurred when plasma particles ejected to Earth by the solar wind collided with the magnetic field in the upper layers of the atmosphere to produce light. Even Kim Hyun-taek, who knew exactly what the aurora borealis was touched when he saw it. As he watched it, he heard a familiar voice around him. The voice, which was growing clearer and clearer, belonged to his greatest nemesis in life. Can you hear me, Mr. Kim Hyun-taek? Youngjun asked. Please open your eyes if you can hear me. Your basal ganglia and part of your cerebellum has been recovered. The neurons that were originally dormant there have begun to become active. Kim Hyun-taek understood most of what Youngjun was saying. We revived your brain stem, including your medulla oblongata. The area closest to it, controlled by the closely connected basal ganglia and cerebellar nerves, is the eye. You have regained control of the levator palpebrae superioris, and the superior, inferior, and medial rectus, Youngjun said. Open your eyes. The revived neurons in the deep cerebellar nuclei were excited, sending the electrical signals to the back of the eyelids. The levator palpebrae superioris contracted, pulling the eyelid open. It was like rescuing a man who was trapped deep inside a lightless well. Kim Hyun-taek opened his eyes. Instead of the aurora borealis, he was looking at the fluorescent lights of a hospital room. You won't be able to move anything other than your eyes yet, Youngjun said. Do you want to see who else is here? If you want to say hello, give me one long blink. Kim Hyun-taek closed his eyes slowly. What happened? How much time has passed? From the change in Youngjun's clothes, it was clear that quite a bit of time had passed. Kim Hyun-taek didn't feel anything while he was unconscious, but he could somehow feel the passage of time. Is my wife still with me? Kim Hyun-taek was afraid to open his eyes. Now that I think of it, once I close my eyes, I have no choice but to open them again. He's making me do that and taking it for a yes. Kim Hyun-taek slowly opened his eyes, feeling a sense of dread. Youngjun grinned and raised the backrest of the hospital bed so he could see better. There were a lot of doctors he didn't recognize. There was also Carpentier, a Nobel Prize recipient, Song Ji-hyun, and the members of the life creation team. And next to them was his wife, her face a mess from all she had been through. She couldn't properly look him in the face. All she could do was wipe her face with her hands, tears pouring down her face like an open faucet. Kim Hyun-taek wanted to say something, but it was impossible because he couldn't move anything other than his eyes. Recovery will continue slowly. Eventually, you will be able to move your body, though you will need to do rehabilitation therapy for a long time, Youngjun said. Asterisk. Reporters had already crowded the hospital, and they were being controlled by security. Please wait here. Dr. Ryu and the medical team will come down in a moment, and you can interview them then. Among those sequestered in the waiting area for reporters, there were also reporters from academic journals. Jesse, the editor of Science, and Anthony, the editor of Nature, greeted each other nervously. There was tension in the air. It's been a while, Jesse said. It seems like I always run into you when we cover Dr. Ryu, Jesse. Science and Nature were international journals that represented the United States and Britain. They've been competing for a long time, so editors and reporters often bumped into each other on the field and became friends. Jesse and Anthony had a similar relationship. But I don't think you had to come, because this paper will eventually be published in Science, Jesse said playfully. You never know, Anthony replied. Well, when Dr. Ryu first developed stem cells and got into regenerative medicine, Science was the first to report it, right? This is the culmination of all that work, so isn't it only fitting for it to be reported in Science? Jesse said. Haha, I don't know about that. Dr. Ryu didn't do this project alone. It was a huge collaborative experiment with the Next Generation Hospital and Chelly Jenner. There are a bunch of corresponding authors, so I don't think Dr. Ryu can just send it to Science on his own. But would anyone refuse if Dr. Ryu says he wants to send it to Science? Probably not, but Dr. Ryu and I are comrades who stayed in Xinjiang Uyghur together and risked our lives to research and report. I don't know if Dr. Ryu will still trust the journalism of the people who went back home with their tails between their legs because they were scared of China. Anthony shrugged. Wait, what? Excuse me. Jesse's eyes widened, bewildered. As the two of them were bickering in a friendly manner, someone suddenly intervened from the side. It was a tall, lanky man with a stern face. I expected Science and Nature to be here. Clarence. Jesse and Anthony were both surprised. Clarence was the editor for Cell. Nature and Science were primarily about biology, but that wasn't all they covered. About 20% of the papers were about physics, chemistry, or astronomy. But Cell, like the name suggested, was 100% focused on biology. Its recognition and expertise sometimes surpassed that of Nature or Science. We're not a popular science journal, we're a biology specialty journal. Science has had a monopoly on Dr. Ryu for a long time, but I think that's because Dr. Ryu wanted to choose a popular journal to popularize science. Now that the brain-dead are coming back from the dead, he's going to have to choose a journal that has the expertise to match that. Can CNS, Cell, Nature, Science say anything about expertise? A skinny woman behind Clarence interjected. The air was getting more tense. I know science magazines that are only 5th or 6th in if impact factor have an eye on this, but this is clinical data. You need to leave this to the real experts. I'm sorry, who are you? Anthony asked. I'm Amanda, the editor for the New England Journal of Medicine, NEJM. NEJM was the best journal of clinical medicine in terms of the average citation index of its articles. It was highly cited because doctors usually read it. Jessie scratched her head. These journals had tried to get Youngjun to publish with them several times before, but Science had always been the one to publish his articles. But she missed out once when that lunatic Anthony pretended he was a war correspondent in Xinjiang Uyghur. But now, the clinical paper was being targeted by other journals that were not as nervous about the reputation of Science or Nature. I guess it's tempting. The impact factor, if, of a journal was the average of the number of citations of the articles in the journal. It was the number of times a journal's articles were cited by other papers divided by the number of articles in the journal. Science has been slowly building up their if by publishing papers since Darwin's time. Youngjun's paper was just one paper, but it could boost Science's if the moment it was published. It was similar to how including Bill Gates could increase the GDP of the United States. That was how shocking this clinical experiment was. If other papers were fish, this paper was a whale. Oh, is this where the journals are gathering? A nerdy man joined them. They could tell that he was a real scientist from his tacky plaid shirt and glasses. Haha, nice to meet you. I'm Yevyanikov, the editor of Neuron. Neuron was arguably the top journal in neuroscience. Phew. Anthony turned away and sighed. Here come the main characters, Clarence said. A group of people came down the escalator to the lobby of the hospital, including Song Ji-hyun, Youngjun, Carpentier, the life creation team, and the medical team. Reporters and journal editors excitedly whipped out their cameras and tablets and began moving. However, Youngjun declined their interview. You should interview the first author. Nov. L. B/JNN. Youngjun gently pushed Song Ji-hyun, the members of the life creation team, and the two professors forward and walked away. Asterisk. As the paper was not yet complete, the academic journals wrote a calm article that was focused on the treatment. The media, however, ran with sensationalized headlines. First brain-dead man medically revived. Agenbio now revives the dead. National Assembly to consider bill to remove brain death from death criteria. Scientist challenges God's authority. Is this progress or disaster? This cannot happen. Several religious groups rallied, even holding marches on the street. Medically, legally, and philosophically, brain death is death. What Dr. Ryu is doing now is disturbing the order of nature by bringing the dead back to life. This arrogance of man trying to govern life and challenging the authority of God is what will bring judgment. This technology must not be allowed, shouted religious groups. Some religious groups and bioethicists actually liked this situation. This is also God's will. To me, Dr. Ryu is one of God's blessed warriors and apostles. Diseases are caused by evil demons, and Dr. Ryu is the one who is fighting against them. May God's glory and love be upon him. In the Middle Ages, human dignity was sought in God, and in pre-modern times, it was sought in reason. Modern times pointed to the brain as the source of reason, and modern medicine wanted to challenge the complexity and vitality of the brain while giving it a mystical meaning. What Dr. Ryu did shows us that humanity can fully understand the brain. Humanity is no longer dependent on mystical and obscure forces. We need a new standard of human dignity. Whoosh. Carpentier deleted the tab on his phone and turned off the news. Things are so chaotic right now, Carpentier said. I expected it, but it's still surprising, Youngjun said. It's a good thing that you left without doing an interview, because if you did, you might not have made it home, Carpentier said. Haha, thank you for taking the interview requests for me. Carpentier grinned and held out a book. La Scaphandre et le Papillon. The title was French. What is this? It's a book written by a man named Jean-Dominique Bobby, who was an editor of a French magazine. In Korean, it would translate to something like the diving bell and the butterfly. The diving bell and the butterfly. This person had locked-in syndrome, like my late fiancé. Patients who have locked-in syndrome can move their eyes and have full consciousness. But that's it. Bobby communicated by blinking his eyes and picking out letters of the alphabet one by one. He wrote a whole book like that, and this is it. Wow. He's saying that he feels like a butterfly stuck in a diving bell. It's a heartbreaking title. Carpentier let out a deep sigh. Dr. Ryu, we managed to bring Kim Hyun-taek into locked-in syndrome. It's a miraculous feat, and everyone seems to be celebrating our success. But Dr. Ryu, you know that I came to ABIO to conquer locked-in syndrome, right? Youngjun picked up the book that Carpentier gave him. Can I keep this? Of course. Thank you. Youngjun stood up and put the book on his shelf. About how I came back without doing an interview, Youngjun said. It was because this project isn't over. In our preclinical experiment, the beagle regained its motor skills, right? That's what we need to aim for, right? You're going to continue, right? Carpentier said. Of course. I am going to make Kim Hyun-taek check out of the hospital and get in a police car on his own 2 feet. When Youngjun's meeting with Carpentier was almost over, director Kim Young-hoon came to see him. I didn't know you already had a guest, Kim Young-hoon said, looking at Carpentier. I'll come back later. No, I was just leaving. Carpentier stood up. We have to have a meeting with the people in charge of Kim Hyun-taek's care about treating his locked-in syndrome anyway, so I'll see you next time. Carpentier bowed and walked out. Youngjun then gestured for Kim Young-hoon to sit down on the sofa. Nice to see you, Mr. Director. Kim Young-hoon pulled out some papers. It was a merger agreement.N/O/vel/B//N.C///OM. We've reached an agreement with Ms. Tanya Manker. Laboratory 7 had developed ABAI, a bioenvironmental artificial intelligence, when predicting the mosquito disaster in Guangdong. That artificial intelligence program used the algorithm from Tanya Manker's GRO industry, and Kim Young-hoon suggested that instead of paying royalties, the company could absorb GRO. I've pretty much been neglecting this side of things because I was so busy, but you've done it all by yourself. Thank you, Youngjun said as he read the agreement. It worked out easily since Ms. Tanya is very friendly with you and she is very interested in the environment and public health, Kim Young-hoon explained. We couldn't bring the data scientists, statisticians, and programmers who are the core of GRO to Korea, so we decided to use the ABIO Cancer Laboratory. Right, you mentioned that, Youngjun said, nodding like he remembered. Soon, GRO will be acquired by the ABIO Cancer Laboratory. Using ABAI, we will be able to track environmental pollution from various carcinogens and use that data to develop preventative or therapeutic treatments at the laboratory. This will really speed up research. And GRO's shareholders were very excited about the idea of merging with the ABIO Cancer Laboratory, so we were able to do it for relatively few shares. Youngjun read the documents carefully and signed them. Then we'll finalize the contract, Kim Young-hoon said. Thank you. By the way, Director Kim. Youngjun stopped Kim Young-hoon as he was leaving. Yes. Do you know about a pharmaceutical company called Philistines? Of course. They're a famous venture that is revolutionizing biology in Egypt right now. Can you tell me a little about how they do their research and development? What is it for? Kim Young-hoon asked. What do you mean? No matter how successful Philistines is, it's a small company that AgenBio can destroy with just one kick. And no matter how technologically advanced and progressive they are no match for you. They are not our competitors, and we have nothing to learn from them. And most importantly, we're in a different industry since we don't develop botulinum toxin. So, I was sure that there are other reasons why you are interested in their research and development. There's a very talented scientist among the terrorists who attacked GSC in the past. She is called Dr. Ref among the terrorist groups, and her real name is Isaiah Franklin. Isaiah Franklin. There's a possibility that she's working at Philistines. I see. I'll do a more thorough investigation, then. Thank you. As Kim Young-hoon was about to open the door and leave, he bumped into Yoo Song-mi, who was coming in. I'm sorry, Yu Song-mi said, rubbing her arm. What is it? Youngjun asked. We keep getting messages from people who want to volunteer for the brain death recovery trial. Turn them all down for now. We need to finish this trial before moving on to the next. But among them is the Prime Minister of Israel. Who? The Beit Agian in Jerusalem contacted us, asking for confidentiality. Has the Prime Minister fallen? I don't think so, but they said they'll let us know the details later. I'll go meet them, Kim Young-hoon said. Maybe they'll know something about Philistines. All right. Thank you. After sending off Kim Young-hoon and Yu Sung-mi, Youngjun got ready to leave as well. He put on his jacket, then took it off. The daytime temperature had risen quite a lot now, so even his thin coat felt quite hot. He went downstairs to the basement and got into his car to drive to the next generation hospital. Asterisk. The stem cells that were injected into Kim Hyun-taek's fourth ventricle differentiated into neurons, pushing out the dead tissue of the brainstem that had previously occupied the space and restoring the brainstem. However, there was still one place where tissue differentiation was slow. It was the pons, the upper front part of the brainstem. This was where the motor neurons passed through. All locked-in syndrome patients had damage in this area due to stroke or other reasons. Most of them, like Kim Hyun-taek, could open their eyes, and this was because the nerves that moved the eyes were in the midbrain, not the pons. The Beagle experiment also showed that neural recovery in the pons was the last to occur. We administered acetylcholine, ACH, Song Ji-hyun said. Acetylcholine. Youngjun nodded. It was a type of neurotransmitter. When we were treating the Beagle, we injected neurotransmitters like dopamine and epinephrine, but we changed it to acetylcholine when the patient recovered to locked-in syndrome to focus neural differentiation in the pons. Do we have to inject more stem cells? Miguel asked. Yes. If all 100,000 of them went into the subventricular zone, there should still be some stem cells that haven't differentiated yet, and they're probably still trying to establish themselves. It should be enough, Song Ji-hyun said. See? What would have happened if I didn't go in there and put those regurgitating stem cells back in? Yay, good work. Youngjun complimented Rosaline in his head. Song Ji-hyun added, of course, this is a clinical trial that hasn't been done before, so we can't be sure of anything. That's one thing that makes this trial different from the Beagle experiment, Miguel said. The patient is now conscious and capable of expressing his wishes. He might refuse to continue the trial. He might refuse. Park Dong-hyun asked. Of course. The patient didn't develop locked-in syndrome of an accident or something. They were brain dead and slowly regained consciousness. He might just be thankful that he can see and think. He might be satisfied with having locked-in syndrome and stop with treatment. No way. He won't believe us after all we've done and proven. Kim Hyun-taek is a scientist, Carpentier said. He might have more doubts because he knows more. We don't believe anything unless it has been proven. Also, there haven't been any precedents, just a preclinical animal experiment, and he might not want to be the first and sacrifice himself. That's right. For Kim Hyun-taek, it might be difficult to go ahead with an unprecedented trial that delivers acetylcholine to the pons when his condition is very stable right now. Even if he gets better like that, all he has left is prison and more prestige for Dr. Ryu, Song Ji-hyun said. For Kim Hyun-taek, instead of going to jail, he could spend some more time in the hospital and wait for other cases of locked-in syndrome to be cured. He doesn't have anything to lose if he gets treated after it's confirmed that delivering acetylcholine to the brain is safe. But the consent form clearly states that the trial includes recovery of the motor nerves, right? Chun Ji-myung asked. The consent form was written by Kim Hyun-taek's wife. Legally, we have to explain the trial to the patient again, Miguel said. The scientists and the medical team were deep in thought. Would the manipulative and selfish Kim Hyun-taek offer his body to Youngjun for the experiment? Honestly, Song Ji-hyun was skeptical. There's nothing for us to think about, Youngjun said. If Kim Hyun-taek refuses, we find another patient with locked-in syndrome. If he gives us his consent, we continue. There's no other way. As a clinical trial subject, he has the right to choose, and we're obligated to respect that. All right. They all sounded a little defeated. Let's just stay on the right path, even if it's frustrating, Youngjun said. Asterisk. The Chinjian 1 keyboard is really amazing, Lee Mi-suk said, holding up a card with 9 keypads and pointing to each key with her finger. Kim Hyun-taek blinked once, twice, or showed her a long blink to pick the cards Lee Mi-suk was showing him and form words and sentences. Yeah. Lee Mi-suk told Kim Hyun-taek most of what happened while he was asleep. After you collapsed, Dr. Ryu got your lab. After that, the whole anthrax weapon development was publicized, and CEO Yoon Dae-sung turned himself in. He's in jail right now with his son, Yoon Bo-hyun, she said. Agen and A-bio merged and are now called Agenbio. Dr. Ryu is the sole largest shareholder, there are more employees, and it has more capital. Kim Hyun-taek moved his eyes and began to form a sentence. It was difficult, but Lee Mi-suk was patient and helped him finish his sentence. Is it over now? Yeah, it's all over now. You don't have to fight anymore. It was all over. It was less dramatic than Kim Hyun-taek thought. Kim Hyun-taek thought Youngjun was dangerous from the moment he ran onto the stage at the year-end seminar. His eyes weren't glowing with intelligence, and they weren't filled with academic curiosity. Youngjun's eyes were burning with ambition and vengeance. He was outraged by the research ethics violations committed by Kim Hyun-taik, and he seemed determined to destroy all corruption in the pharmaceutical industry. He wasn't the only one who sensed danger. Ji Kwang-man had consistently warned that Youngjun was trying to swallow up this company. Pharmaceutical companies relied heavily on research and development, and Youngjun's tremendous performance in that area made it seem possible. But even so, I didn't think that the Yoon Dae-sung family would fall so easily. Kim Hyun-taik thought he had just fainted for a while, but it was all over once he woke up. It felt like a general anesthesia surgery. The feeling that came with futility was an unexpected sense of relief. Kim Hyun-taik thought it would be painful to realize that the company had been taken from him, but it actually felt like all his pain was being relieved. Perhaps it was because the pressure to hold off the genius of the century was too much. Dr. Ryu will continue to treat you. I think he's going to cure you completely. Lee Mi-suk showed him the clinical trial consent form. She fixed it to the holder on the hospital bed so Kim Hyun-taik could read it. They'll even make you able to move. It's scary. Kim Hyun-taik spelled it out with his eyes. Don't worry. He doesn't fail. But Kim Hyun-taik looked anxious. Don't worry about after you're cured. If you go to jail, just come out after you pay for your crimes, and then we can just let go of everything. Even if everyone points their fingers at you, I'm on your side. Lee Mi-suk patted Kim Hyun-taik's shoulder. You should have let me day. What are you talking about? She hit him on the shoulder. When the news about you went out, someone in the comments said they feel bad for Kim Hyun-taik's wife because even if he gets better, he'll be in jail for a long time. You were in bed for over 6 months, but you don't have any bed sores or UTIs because I've been taking great care of you. A prison visit is nothing compared to all that trouble. I'm sorry. All you have to do is thank me. There's someone else you need to be sorry to. Creak. The hospital door opened. The people Kim Hyun-taik should be sorry to appeared. Youngjun walked in with Song Ji-hyun and the other scientists and medical staff. It's been a while, Director Kim. Youngjun took out the consent form from his pocket. Since you have regained consciousness, we have to explain everything about this trial to you before we can continue. This trial is... Wait. He wants to say something. Lee Mi-suk, who saw that Kim Hyun-taik wanted to say something, brought the letter cards. She lined them up in front of him and pointed to them one by one. With each blink, a consonant, stroke, and dot was added. Slowly, Kim Hyun-taik formed a short, simple sentence. I consent, so go ahead. One like the QWERTY keyboard, the Chinjian keyboard is a type of Korean keyboard that makes typing Korean more efficient. It consists of the consonants, and a vertical line, dot, a horizontal line for the vowels. You agree? Song Ji-hyun asked. Yes. Kim Hyun-taik put his response together with the letter cards. The doctors didn't show it, but they were secretly happy. As Kim Hyun-taik was unable to sign the consent form, his guardian, Lee Mi-suk was going to sign it for him. As she was about to, I will explain the clinical trial in detail. Youngjun went and sat down beside Kim Hyun-taik. His tone was businesslike and dry. You've had a complicated relationship with the managers of the contract research organization. If you are consenting because you feel guilty about the things that happened before, I will not accept this consent form. You must be willing to be treated and fully understand and consent to the purpose and mechanism of the study. You're calm. Kim Hyun-taik began forming a sentence. I'm committed. Yeah, me. Yeah. Youngjun chuckled. You knew I was like that. I'll explain this trial in detail, so just lay back and listen. You should have no problem understanding it, Director Kim. Youngjun began to explain the clinical trial. He explained that they injected 100,000 induced differentiated stem cells in the fourth ventricle, allowed them to differentiate into neurons, and recovered the brainstem by injecting neurotransmitters like dopamine. He also explained that although the medulla regained its function and he was now conscious, they had to inject acetylcholine to induce neuronal differentiation and restore the motor nerves leading to the pons. These pictures are data from the preclinical experiment we conducted on beagles. Youngjun showed Kim Hyun-taik the pictures. It's fine. Keep listening, Youngjun said as he flipped to the next picture. We were able to restore motor function in these beagles by injecting acetylcholine. Now, 80% of the subjects are able to do strenuous exercises such as running. 20% are still in rehabilitation, but they can walk, Youngjun explained. But there's no guarantee that it will work the same way in your body as it did in the preclinical experiment. Acetylcholine is also used to slow the progression of dementia, and side effects that have been reported include decreased appetite, nausea, diarrhea, headache, weight loss, dizziness, and insomnia. If they do occur, they usually resolve their own after the initial 4 to 6 weeks. In patients with heart disease, vagus nerve stimulation can cause bradycardia and arrhythmias, but this isn't expected in your case, Director Kim. Youngjun's explanation went on for another 20 minutes. Youngjun only got consent after he got Kim Hyun-taik to understand everything. Dr. Ryu. Kim Hyun-taik called Youngjun. Yes. Kim Hyun-taik thought for a moment. It's nothing. Youngjun bowed and left. Asterisk. Acetylcholine was not able to cross the blood-brain barrier. This meant that it couldn't travel from the blood vessels to the brain when given intravenously. Let's put it in as phosphatidylcholine, said Miguel. It's a common method used when sending acetylcholine to the brain. This experiment was easier as there was a standardized treatment. They injected phosphatidylcholine, which was produced by Agen in the past, into Kim Hyun-taik's veins. It would be absorbed by brain cells and then converted into acetylcholine. There were no concerns about using it because it was well known that phosphatidylcholine was excreted without any side effects. How are you feeling? Youngjun asked an hour after the drug was administered. I am fine. Kim Hyun-taek replied using the cards. I brought an iris recognition system here. It's connected to a bell, and it will ring if you stare at it for more than 3 seconds, so just stare up. If you're not feeling well or need someone, you can use this to call for help. Youngjun placed the system at the top of Kim Hyun-taek's field of vision. I will come back tomorrow. After he left, the medical team kept visiting him, checking on him and asking if he needed anything. 2 days later, in the morning, the muscles at the corners of Kim Hyun-taek's mouth moved. Youngjun, who came to the hospital after hearing the news, analyzed the movement. The miracle came through the neural network of the pons. There was a ridge on the front of the pons called the pontine protuberance, and in the center of it was the pontine sulcus, through which the basilar artery passed. The blood delivered from the capillaries in the arteries carried phosphatidylcholine, which was taken up by the stem cells in the pons and converted into acetylcholine. The differentiation of the stem cells was stimulated with the acetylcholine, and they were released from the front of the pons to cover the entire surface. The stem cells pushed out the existing cells that were dead and claimed their place. Not all the neurons were connected, but one of the growing bundles of nerves reached its target. It connected to the facial nerve, which was dormant. The cerebellopontine angle included the facial nerve and the vestibulocochlear nerve, and the facial nerve had been recovered. There were a few more battlefields where the stem cells made progress, the back of the pons, the area proximal to the floor of the fourth ventricle. This region was called the facial colliculus, and it served as a superficial reference point for the geniculum of the facial nerve and the abducens nucleus. This region was also recovered. It moved? Did you see that? His mouth is moving. Lee Mi-suk shouted in excitement. Youngjun concentrated harder on observing Kim Hyun-taek. This was the beginning. An enormous amount of nerves were going to extend from the pons and connect to parts of the limbs. The trigeminal nerve extended from the side of the pons. It was composed of the sensory and motor nerves, but the sensory nerves formed the majority of it. The recovery was better on this side because some of Kim Hyun-taek's sensory nerves were already alive. You're recovering well, director. Hang in there, Youngjun said. On the next morning, Kim Hyun-taek's right index finger moved. Scientists and the medical staff streamed in continuously to check out the big news. They all visited at different times due to their schedules, and because of that, what they saw was different. I'm telling you, he was moving his fingers. His fingers? When I went, he could lift up his arm. He could also talk. His pronunciation was unclear, but his vocal ability is coming back. Amid all the shocking reports, the magic was in its final stages by the time Carpentier visited the hospital room at 10 at night. Kim Hyun-taek climbed down from the bed, his legs shaking. He couldn't stand up properly because the muscles and nerves, which he hadn't used in over 6 months, had lost all their strength. He could barely stand, holding on to one end of the bed with his wife's support. Oh my god. Carpentier almost dropped his pen in shock. Even if he had expected this in theory and knew the mechanics, it was a completely different shock to actually see it. Hey, told me not to mow yet, Kim Hyun-taek said, slurring his words. He wanted to stand up so badly. Don't tell his doctor, Lee Mi-suk said, putting a finger to her lips. Honey, let's lay back down, okay. Kim Hyun-taek slowly looked down at his legs. He felt like nothing. His past as the CTO candidate at a pharmaceutical giant like Agen seemed like a fairy tale. Now, all that was left was a Kim Hyun-taek who could barely stand. Disease didn't discriminate based on power, it didn't judge whether one was a good guy or a bad guy. Youngjun's science was the same, he did not judge someone's power, nor whether they were good or evil. This was the result. It wasn't a punishment from God, and it wasn't that the good would prevail in the end. It was just that disease destroyed a human, and science revived them. That was it. Kim Hyun-taek slowly climbed onto the bed. Asterisk. A week passed. Now, Kim Hyun-taek had recovered enough to go to the washroom in his wheelchair. His pronunciation had gotten clearer, and he was eating more. How are you feeling? Youngjun asked. I'm much better, Kim Hyun-taek replied. Dr. Song will be coming in later. Today is the last day of the clinical trial. We will still track your condition afterward, but we achieved all of our initial treatment goals. Kim Hyun-taek hesitated for a moment, then said to his wife, could you give me the room so I can speak to Dr. Ryu alone? Oh, sure, okay. I'll be at the cafe downstairs. Lee Mi-suk quickly grabbed her phone and wallet and left the room. When Kim Hyun-taek was left alone with Youngjun, he said, I have a question for you. What is it? Youngjun replied. What do you research for? For what? Yes. Well, I don't know, Youngjun said. It depends. Sometimes it's to save someone, sometimes it's for my own satisfaction, and sometimes it's for the public. I did it for myself and my family, Kim Hyun-taek said. The public doesn't really care about science. They think it's complicated and boring, believing that it's only for weird nerds. I didn't think people like that deserve science, Kim Hyun-taek said. To me, science belonged to scientists. I thought that research ethics, which was made for the public, was honestly unnecessary. But you don't think that anymore. I still think that, Kim Hyun-taek said. But I won't do things like destroy Chelly Cure for that, not that I even could. He smiled bitterly. Why did you change? I don't know. Maybe stem cells are also able to make a conscience. Kim Hyun-taek chuckled. One thing I know for sure is that the scientific community is more vibrant and healthy now than it was when I got rid of Chelicure. Maybe it's because this is all they've ever learned, but all the journals are elated that they've brought the brain dead back to life. It's nice to see all the excitement. Maybe that's what science is really about, just being like a kid who wants to look and do things they've never done before, without any sense of self-interest or goals, Youngjun said. Like how a 9-year-old kid's curiosity spikes about everything they touch. Youngjun glanced to the side. Rosaline, a cell that Kim Hyun-taek couldn't see, was standing there. She chuckled at what Youngjun said. You don't hate me, Dr. Ryu? Kim Hyun-taek asked. As a person? Yes. I'm the one who demoted you to the life creation department, and I also destroyed Chelicure. Youngjun thought for a moment. At first, I was very angry, he said. But I've forgiven you for everything. What about Dr. Song? I don't know how she feels. But she was the first person who brought up reviving you, and she was the most passionate about it. Click. The door handle turned, and Song Ji-hyun came inside. Speak of the devil, Youngjun said. Greetings Song Ji-hyun. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. What? Song Ji-hyun tilted her head, puzzled. We were just talking about you. I'm curious, but I won't ask because I need to hear about the patient's condition. Dr. Song, Kim Hyun-taek said. Yes. And Dr. Song. Kim Hyun-taek got up from the bed, covering his face with his hands. His knees slowly bent and fell straight to the floor. He placed his tear-stained hands on top of them, and his head bowed towards the floor. I'm sorry, Kim Hyun-taek. I'm so sorry to both of you. Youngjun looked down at him, then said, you can get. I can't forgive you. Song Ji-hyun cut him off as Youngjun was about to help him up. Youngjun looked back at her in surprise. When you buried Chelicure, do you know how many liver cancer patients died during the time that it took Dr. Ryu to rediscover it? Chelicure could have treated those patients. The damage wasn't just to me, the developer, do you understand? I'm not the one who should forgive you. You need to ask them for forgiveness. I'm sorry. When you get out of the hospital after some more rehabilitation, you will probably be summoned by the police, Youngjun said. I've used the clinical trial as an excuse and stopped them from coming to investigate a few times, because I trust that you will go voluntarily. I will do that. But, Song Ji-hyun said, it was really brave of you to accept treatment for your locked-in syndrome. I am really grateful for that. Yes. Kim Hyun-taek's head dropped. So he walked to the police station himself. Park Ju-hyuk asked. Yeah. Youngjun nodded. What a strange life, Park Ju-hyuk said. He was doing all kinds of bad things as a big pharma executive and was living his best life. Then one day, some monster appears out of nowhere and beats the crap out of him. He collapses and becomes brain dead, but gets treated and comes back to life. Nov. L. B/JNN. It's all over now. But no one knows why Kim Hyun-taek collapsed like that, right? Youngjun flinched. I remember the news talking about it being divine punishment because there were no signs of infection, Park Ju-hyuk said. Yeah, but it's not divine punishment or anything. Do you know something? No, not really. The reason why Kim Hyun-taek collapsed was that he had absorbed a fragment of Rosaline's DNA during his visit to the Life Creation Department's lab. However, he avoided answering Park Ju-hyuk because it was too difficult to explain convincingly. Now that I think of it, it's kind of weird, Park Ju-hyuk said. What is? No one really cares about what caused Kim Hyun-taek's brain death, right? I haven't seen much news about it. It just wasn't on the news. There was a lot of debate about it in the medical community. Really. There were a bunch of reports analyzing how his heart, lungs, and brain became extremely damaged in a short period of time and later collapsed after he stopped by Lab 6. And still no one knows about it. Yeah. Well, biology is super mysterious. It's fascinating that there are still diseases that remain elusive, even in the age of reviving the brain dead. That's why we do so much research. Youngjun shrugged. Are you still working on research these days? Park Ju-hyuk asked. Of course. There's a rumor that you brought some kid here to play. Do you have a hidden daughter or something? Be honest. It's nothing like that. She was a relative, but she went back. You have a relative I don't know about. I do, man. Park Ju-hyuk glanced at Youngjun with a doubtful expression. By the way, what happened with hiring a professional CEO to run the company so you can focus on research? Do you want me to look into some for you? Park Ju-hyuk asked. It's okay. I'm thinking of asking Director Kim Young-hoon to do it. Director Kim. Actually, he's already running a pretty big portion of the company pretty well. He did a great job when I went to China, striking a deal with Tanya Manker and everything. He's in Africa right now, and... Ring? Youngjun's phone rang. It was Kim Young-hoon. Yes, Mr. Director. Dr. Ryu, I arrived in Jerusalem now. I'll meet with the Prime Minister and hear about the patient, as well as ask about Philistines. Thank you, Mr. Ryu. There was a proposal I was working on before I got here, and it was to support biotechnology and stem cell research at 10 universities in Korea. Could you please take care of it? I couldn't finish it before I came. Yes, of course. Thank you. I'll call you once I'm done. Kim Young-hoon hung up. Director Kim is such a hard worker, Park Ju-hyuk said. See that? He's giving me work to do, Youngjun said. Asterisk. Kim Young-hoon met Prime Minister Phyllis at a pre-arranged hotel. It was not a very nice hotel, and the Prime Minister arrived at night with a plainclothes security team. He was wearing jeans, a jacket, and a hat. Kim Young-hoon realized right away that it was a very private meeting. I wanted to meet Mr. Ryu in person, but I guess that was too difficult to arrange, said Felix, the Prime Minister of Israel. Mr. Ryu is incredibly busy because of the brain death clinical trial project, Kim Young-hoon said. As you know, that clinical trial is not finished yet, it needs more follow-up and management, and he has to write a report on the results. Of course, Dr. Song Ji-hyun, the first author, will do most of it, but Mr. Ryu needs to review it as the project manager. I understand. Felix nodded. Is your family or a head of state brain dead right now? Kim Young-hoon asked. Felix was hesitant to answer. We can only help you if we know the details. Right now, recovering brain death is in clinical trials right now, and it hasn't been commercialized. We can't give it to just anyone, Kim Young-hoon said. I will only report this to Mr. Ryu, and I promise to keep it strictly confidential. Yes, I understand. The brain-dead patient is my son, Felix replied. Kim Young-hoon nodded. Unlike Youngjun, who was a pure scientist, he was a thorough businessman. He researched every detail about the other person before coming to a meeting like this. That's why he understood why Felix was so secretive. Is a child born out of wedlock? Kim Young-hoon asked. He asked because Felix didn't officially have a son. He's an adopted son. Adopted. Kim Young-hoon tilted his head in puzzlement. It was because it was the first time he had ever heard of Felix having an adopted son. Not on paper. No one knows I adopted him because he is Palestinian. The history of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict was extremely old and deep. The Jewish people were driven out of Palestine by the Romans more than 2,000 years ago, and the Arabs settled in their place and have been living as Palestinians ever since. During World War I, the British promised the Palestinian Arabs independence in order to gain their military cooperation. At the same time, they promised the Jewish people the city of Jerusalem in Palestine to establish a Jewish state. The British made two contradictory declarations at the same time. Eventually, in November of 1947, the United Nations allocated about 56% of Palestine to a Jewish state and 43% to an Arab state. Naturally, the Arabs, who had lived there for over 2,000 years, rejected the partition. However, the Jewish people entered Palestine and founded the State of Israel with Jerusalem as its capital. This was similar to the Japanese moving into Seoul and declaring it an independent nation. Neighboring Arab countries were angry and attacked Israel, leading to war in the Middle East, which Israel continually won. This was because Israel had the United States backing them. As a result, Israel now occupied most of the Palestinian territories. And the Palestinians who were driven out created the Palestinian Popular Liberation Front, which has been carrying out terrorism, Felix said. Director Kim, I heard that the terrorists who attacked the GSC were key members of that organization. They must have had a lot of bottled-up anger at the destruction of Palestine while the West, including the United States, fully supports Israel. The conflict is still going on. I saw the Israeli army carrying out a massive bombing on civilians in Gaza. I found a Palestinian child who survived, and I secretly brought him with me. You secretly brought him? Kim Young-hoon asked. I wasn't the prime minister at the time, but I was a powerful politician. For a politician to adopt a Palestinian child in that situation could only be interpreted as a political act, not a humanitarian one. Felix looked quite exhausted. Then, he let out a long sigh. Do you have any idea what kind of attention would be drawn to him if he was my officially adopted son when I became the prime minister? That's why you don't have a child on paper. I wanted to raise my son independent of all the problems on this land, so I hid him in Afula one instead of Jerusalem, and he grew up there. I understand why you're sensitive about revealing his identity. Now, let's move on to the medical part. How did he end up brain dead? Kim Young-hoon asked. It was a disease called progressive multifocal leukoencephalopathy, PML, Felix replied. That's a difficult name. I've never heard about it either, and I never thought I'd memorize it. Felix smiled bitterly. PML is caused by a virus called polyomavirus. It is hard to treat, but it is still possible. There are good treatments for the symptoms, and recently, a drug that stops the infection itself was developed. But how did it get to brain death? The treatments couldn't be shipped to Afula, Felix said. They couldn't be shipped. Kim Young-hoon replied. Yes. Felix nodded. PML is a relatively rare disease. And because the treatment had just been developed by Coulson and Conson, the hospital didn't have any in stock, so we had to buy it directly from the company. However, the drug was pretty unstable, so it had to be stored at or below -70 degrees before use. If the temperature goes up, it denatures. -70 degrees Celsius. They said it would be too big of a loss for the manufacturer to transport drugs for one person from the US to Afula while maintaining that temperature. The shipping costs would be too high, Felix said. He added, if it was shipped in bulk, we could have adjusted the unit price to some extent since the proportion of the drug costs compared to shipping fees would increase, but this was difficult because the disease was rare. We were searching for a way to import it by sandwiching it among other drugs stored at ultra-low temperatures, but we lost too much time. Youngjun visited Yungyun University for the scholarship and research grant agreement. Kim Young-hoon was working on this project with Ying Hai-suk and Ban Du-il. Agenbio was going to fund scholarships and research grants to train biological technicians and scientists who could work with stem cells. Nice to see you again, Youngjun said, happily greeting Ban Du-il. I heard that Congresswoman Ying Haisuk is pushing for an amendment to exclude brain death from the criteria for death, thanks to you, Ban Duil said. That's great, since now we have a way to revive the brain dead. But it's not easy to commercialize such a difficult procedure that involves sticking a fine needle up the nose like you did with Kim Hyun-taik. You know that, right? I know. Even Miguel, who was arguably the best doctor in the field of neuroscience, had problems with some of the stem cells regurgitating during the procedure. Obviously, they needed a more stable and easier method for commercialization. I can develop that technology further. But even though we keep hiring scientists and doctors who can create artificial organs and induce stem cell dedifferentiation and neuronal differentiation, there are never enough. The next generation hospital is facing a labor shortage as artificial organs are becoming commercialized, Youngjun said. It will stabilize in a few years because a lot of students are going in that direction. Ban Duil walked with Youngjun to the front of the engineering building. There was a huge banner hanging there. What's that? Youngjun glanced. It looks like the electrical department is having some kind of seminar today. Ban Duil shrugged. I don't know the details, he added. Youngjun read the banner. Alternative Power Seminar, focusing on solar energy. One a city in Israel. Solar energy. Youngjun stared at the banner that was hung on the building. Are you interested? Ban Duil asked. I am. Do you remember that cold chain contest the Gates Foundation had back in the day? Youngjun replied. Yeah, you applied for it. You said you were going to get research funding and a scholarship, but I didn't even make it far enough to present. The idea you wrote was to attach a solar generator to the transportation to keep the medicine or food cold as it traveled from the equator to the interior of Africa. Yeah, why didn't you get in? They said that the cost of installing and maintaining solar integrated panels large enough to provide that much power on a ship or vehicle was impractical. I see. And you have to store the power when it's sunny to make up for the lack of power during cloudy weather or at night, which they said would be difficult. Who ended up winning that contest? Ban Duil asked. No one did. There were no winners who had their ideas commercialized. They just gave a few recognition awards to creative ideas, and that was it, Youngjun replied. Do you want to listen to that seminar? Can visitors listen to it? It's not even a seminar being held by our department, right? If Ryu Youngjun wants to go, they're definitely not going to stop you. Besides, it's a small seminar, so you can get a ticket at the door as well. Youngjun thought for a moment, then shook his head. Never mind. I'm just stopping by to deliver a scholarship, and I have to get back anyway. At last, Ban Duil and Youngjun went to the 4th floor of Yungyun University's administration building to visit the president's office. They had to visit the president's office because the amount of funding, 100 billion won, was too big for the faculty office to handle on their own. Oh, Dr. Ryu? Hello. Yimju-pil, the president of Yungyun University, was filling out paperwork. When he saw Youngjun arrive, he jumped out of his seat. Welcome? Haha, I should have greeted you downstairs. If you had let me know you were here at the front door, I would have come to escort you. No, it's fine. It's my alma mater, Youngjun said, chuckling. I've been here before when the students held a rally because the previous president embezzled money or something. Acknowledge. Yimju-pil flinched. Haha, as you know, I was appointed after that, you know that, right? Of course. I trust you will be completely transparent with your budget. Yes, we even disclosed the breakdown of the costs. Chuckling, Yimju-pil led Youngjun to the sofa. I can't believe how lucky I am to have such a good alumnus. I heard today that the total amount of money you're giving out in scholarships and research grants is over 100 billion won. That's right. Wow. Our entire school brings in about 200 billion won in tuition revenue, and you're investing almost half of that amount on one faculty. Because modern science is a discipline that runs on money. You are amazing, Mr. Ryu. Professor Ban Duil raised an incredible student. The president glanced at Ban Duil while he continued to praise Youngjun. Then, Ban Duil intervened. Thanks to Youngjun, our department will be able to buy a next-generation sequencing machine and an ultracentrifuge that we've wanted to buy for a long time. Haha, they're both in the billions, so the department administration couldn't purchase them easily. You should buy 5 or 6 of those because you'll be sharing them a lot, Youngjun said. We should. Oh, by the way, you know the Yungyun paper, right? Yimju-pil asked. The school newspaper. Yes. They asked us in advance if they could film you giving us the donation today. Could I let them? Youngjun wasn't too keen on the idea of doing something like this and taking pictures to publicize it. But because the journalists who run the school newspaper were also students, he felt like he shouldn't decline. I can't stay here long. Are the reporters here? They just came out mid-class right now. Oh, I interrupted their class. Knock knock. Before Youngjun could finish, someone knocked on the door. 4 young students, 2 male and 2 female, who still looked like high school students, appeared. Hello. We're from the Yungyun paper. They approached Youngjun and the president with cameras and a microphone. Could we get a short interview? Ryu Youngjun, Sunbi. One of the female students' voices trembled slightly as she handed the microphone to Youngjun. Thank you for calling me Sunbi. It's refreshing to be back in school, Youngjun said. The students smiled brightly. The female student who handed him the microphone, who also happened to be the student reporter, asked, We heard that you're donating a whopping 100 billion won to the school today, is that right? Yes, that's right. Not only Yongyun University, but we're also going to invest in biological departments, medical schools, and any lab that works with stem cells regardless of their department in other universities across the country. Thank you. I'm in the electronic and electrical engineering department. Do you plan to give us any funding? Haha, I'm sorry. This funding is coming from company funds to provide quality education to students so we can produce future employees for HNBio or the next generation hospital. As much as I'd like to invest in other departments, I cannot, Youngjun replied. Haha, of course. It was just a joke to break the ice. I will transfer to bioengineering, the student said playfully. You don't have to. Yongyun University is my alma mater. I will also personally donate to the other departments. It will be enough to cover a semester's worth of tuition. Wow, thank you so much. The students shouted. Now, diving into the interview. Before that, let me ask you a question. This is just out of curiosity, but you said you were in the electronic and electrical engineering department, right? Youngjun asked. Yes. On my way here, I saw that you are holding a solar energy seminar today. That's right. Nov. L. B//JNN. Is that a graduate school seminar? Are visitors also allowed to attend? I thought you weren't going to attend, Ban Duil asked. It turns out I'm interested after all. Visitors can also get a ticket at the door and attend, said the students. We're also going to go there in the afternoon. Do you want us to take you there? Sure, after the interview, Youngjun said. Asterisk. Professor Kim Guangmyang received shocking news before the seminar began. Youngjun, the greatest superstar of science right now, was visiting the school to donate 100 billion won to his alma mater. I hope you guys succeed and invest in our department, too, Kim Guangmyang joked to the students. Then, just before he got on stage to give his lecture, he received even more shocking news. It was that Youngjun had signed up for the Alternative Power Seminar. Our seminar? Kim Guangmyang asked the teaching assistant from the department office who delivered the news. A biologist is listening to our seminar? Why would he? The teaching assistant shrugged. I don't know. He just contacted us to sign up, saying that he'll be here soon. He's only going to attend a few of the lectures. Not mine, I hope. It's a little intimidating to have a superstar CEO like that come to your class, even if he's in a different field, Kim Guangmyang said, trailing off. Then, the conference host spoke into the microphone. The next session will be presented by Professor Kim Guangmyang from the Electronic and Electrical Engineering Department. There was a round of applause. As Kim Guangmyang walked onto the stage, he saw the door to the lecture hall opening. Youngjun was walking in. I will begin now. Kim Guangmyang opened his presentation on his computer. As you all know, electricity used to be supplied by oil or coal, which is extremely polluting to the air, leading to a search for alternative power sources. Hydropower and wind power were once popular, but they have not become a universal power source due to their limitation in location. Nuclear power has emerged as an important item, but it is not the best option because as seen in the Chernobyl disaster or the Fukushima incident, it causes serious damage that is difficult to repair, Kim Guangmyang said. He added, solar energy has the advantage that you can go anywhere on the planet and collect energy without being limited by location, it's almost pollution-free, and the energy source is almost inexhaustible. It's especially valid for underdeveloped countries in the equatorial regions, as it is not easy to build huge, advanced power plants like nuclear power plants there. Kim Guangmyang glanced at Youngjun. He looked deep in thought. But there are two major obstacles to utilizing solar energy. One is the efficiency of power supply and demand. The efficiency of solar cells is around 10%, which is very low. That means that if we get 100 kilowatts of solar energy, we can only use 10 of it for power, and the rest is lost to thermal energy. Considering the efficiency of nuclear or thermal power, which is about 40 to 50%, or hydroelectric power, which is close to 90%, it's a really poor value, Kim Guangmyang explained. The second obstacle is the disadvantages of polysilicon, the raw material for solar cells. It requires a lot of money and power to process, which makes it uneconomical. It also has a relatively short lifespan, around 20 years, and various toxic substances are emitted during the production process, which raises the question of whether it is really eco-friendly. Kim Guangmyang's lecture went on for another 30 minutes. Some of the students were growing bored, but Youngjun was having a lot of discussions with Rosaline in his head. At last, it was time for questions. A few visiting speakers, professors, and students asked questions. As Kim Guangmyang was about to wrap up his presentation, I have a question. Youngjun raised his hand. Kim Guangmyang gulped. The professors at the seminar waited with some nervousness to see what question Youngjun would ask. Yes, go ahead, Dr. Ryu, Kim Guangmyang replied. First of all, thank you for the lecture. I'm asking this because I don't know much about the field. You mentioned the two big disadvantages of solar energy, so if we could change the material and increase the efficiency to 100%, would it be possible to make a mobile giant freezer with solar power that can be self-powered? A mobile freezer. The cold chain is the biggest challenge when moving medicine or food to interior regions in equatorial countries like Africa. Some medicines need to be kept at temperatures as low as -70 degrees Celsius, which makes it impossible to deliver because of the weather and road conditions. That was when Kim Guangmyang understood why Youngjun had attended the seminar. It is possible, but you would need a device that can store energy so you can supply power during the night, Kim Guangmyung said. Is there such a thing? It's called an energy storage system, or S. It's a bunch of lithium cells connected together to make a really big battery. It's usually not suitable for a mobile vehicle, and it's usually built into a building. Can you put an S on a car and do what you just described? Youngjun asked. Haha, I don't know. You'd have to factor in the weight and bulk of it, but if you could make a crazy solar cell that can provide close to 100% of the power, it might work. Kim Guangmyung shrugged. But it won't be easy, because that's what I and other professors have been working on for 20 years, and we still don't have an answer. Isn't it because silicon is not good at converting solar energy into electricity? Youngjun asked. Yes, but that's the best we have. There's no other material in nature that absorbs solar energy as well as it does. There is, Youngjun said. Pardon. Youngjun quietly pointed outside. He could see the branches swaying in the wind and the lush foliage. 3 ornamental garden trees were planted outside the drab engineering building. If electricity is all about getting energy through the flow of electrons, then the exact same mechanism exists in plants at a very high efficiency, Youngjun said. You can take the electron transport system from the thylakoid membrane of the chloroplasts in the leaves of plants or algae.